Chapter 91. Snow Elf, can you still provide us with ice and snow power? Gu Fan asked. The Snow Elf nodded. Then you can apply 100 points of ice and snow power to me and Xia Shulan. Yes, I forgot that this ugly thing also has ice and snow power. Xia Shulan scratched her head and said. The Snow Elf nodded, with a flattering look in her eyes, and provided ice and snow power to the two of them respectively. Not long after, in less than 2 hours, Gu Fan and the others' ice and snow power reached 100. Gu Fan glanced at his attribute panel. After the ice and snow power on the top reached 100, a freezing buff appeared in the talent column. Once clicked, the freezing buff can be activated. After clicking, he took out the red iron sword. A blue light appeared on the sword body above the red iron sword. I guess this is the freezing buff, Gu Fan said slowly. Let's kill a few snow masters later to see the effect. Okay, but you don't have to kill them all. With the snow elves, there will be no shortage of ice and snow power. The two of them decided the fate of the snow master. Afterwards, Gu Fan copied a new purple gold bag, which was of course used to hold the so-called Ice Spirit King. Wait, Gu Fan, what should we do with this snow elf? If we take it out, we might be noticed. After knocking on the ice crystal door, Xia Shulan said with some worry. It's okay. If it doesn't work, hold the snow elf first and run back to the platform at a speed of more than 200 yards. These snow monsters are stupid and can't see anything. After speaking, Gu Fan invisibly picked up the snow elf. From the outside, the snow elf seemed to be suspended in the air. Because it is a living creature, it cannot be invisible. When it came to the outside, in the surprised eyes of the snow master and the snow monster, the snow elf seemed to fly up, quickly left the cave, and ran outside. After putting the snow elf on the platform, the snow on the platform was already very deep. The 4 puppets were also a bit stupid. After tying up the 2 beasts who stole the house, they were hiding stupidly in the room, and didn't know how to shovel snow. The small home after the snow, forget it. I'll talk about it after I go to Bingling Lake and come back. Gu Fan killed the man who kept begging for mercy with a knife. Since he chose to be a thief, he must have the awareness of being a thief. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were actually prepared to be discovered and then taught a lesson. However, it was a pity that the monsters who were stolen did not have the strength to catch them. Xia Shulan was not surprised, and killed the other woman. Both of them added 5 attribute points to their health. Gu Fan, I think that the monsters in the forbidden area all have more than 1000 HP. Do you think it is possible that if we increase our HP to 1000, we can also become a forbidden strongman? It is possible, and there are probably other requirements. Gu Fan then checked his attribute panel. Character, Gu Fan. Teammate, Xia Shulan. Talent, S-level talent, daily copy. S-level talent, sense of sight. Ice and snow power, 100, click to use freezing buff, sword experience, gun experience, skills, bullfist, beginner, the draw palm, beginner, infinite invisibility, special skills cannot be upgraded, status, exhausted. The gun experience is almost 100. Because of saving bullets, the gun experience has not been improved. The attack is still very weak, and the red iron sword is only over 70. The HP and speed have reached 270. Gu Fan sighed. Then he continued to look at Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan's attribute panel also changed significantly. Character, Xia Shulan. Teammate, Gu Fan. Talent, S-level talent, sense of sight and hearing. Ice and snow power, 100, click to use freezing buff, sword experience, firearms experience, skills, 3 consecutive punches, beginner, whirlwind kick, beginner, telepathic finger, beginner, infinite invisibility, special skills cannot be upgraded, health value, attack, 20. Status, tired, want to hug, want to kiss. First of all, Xia Shulan's health value. Because of the red iron armor and their respective protective gear, her health value has exceeded 300. Moreover, because of the previous fishing of 10 points of defense, Xia Shulan's survivability has been improved again. Xia Shulan, who has the ability to sense hearing and hearing, can become invisible, and is very fast, holds a purple gold bag. Unless there are 2 or more forbidden masters, or 1 or more forbidden masters, there is no way to deal with her. But, what is going on with this state? Gu Fan glanced at Xia Shulan's cute little face. What are you looking at? We should go to the Ice Spirit Clan, Xia Shulan said proudly. Xia Shulan, Humph, I haven't hugged you for more than 10 hours. What the hell is Gu Fan doing? I'm so tired. I really want to be kissed by him in Gu Fan's arms. Gu Fan couldn't help but used mind reading on Xia Shulan. After knowing her true thoughts, the next moment, with Xia Shulan's exclamation, Gu Fan squeezed Xia Shulan into his arms, and then kissed her rosy little mouth hard. Well, what are you doing? 5 minutes later, Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan in anger, but her beautiful eyes were full of energy, and she seemed to be in a very good mood. Xia Shulan, humph, that's good enough. I forgive you, little bastard. Of course, it would be nice if we could do it again. I really like Gu Fan. Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with joy, but she was still angry on the surface, and even pretended to blame Gu Fan. It seems that I have to read this little girl's mind more in the future. Sometimes, if I ignore this little darling, she will be unhappy. Gu Fan thought secretly. On the surface, he was apologetic, ahem, little darling, sorry, I think you are too cute, I can't help it. With this little darling, Xia Shulan's mood was high again, and even the fatigue in the status column disappeared, replaced by happiness and joy. Then you can't kiss me casually, I'll punish you. After saying that, Xia Shulan threw a few return my pretty punch at Gu Fan without any pain. After the last return my pretty punch hit Gu Fan's chest, her little hand was pulled by Gu Fan again, and came to Gu Fan's arms. After scoring twice, Xia Shulan's state column changed from joy and happiness to shyness. Xia Shulan, I like Gu Fan so much, I like Gu Fan so much, I like Gu Fan so much. Xia Shulan's inner thoughts, because of Gu Fan's 2 sudden attacks, began to keep repeating and showing Gu Fan's love. And because it was her inner thoughts, and the two had agreed not to read each other's minds before, Xia Shulan's thoughts began to become unscrupulous again. Chapter 92. As Xia Shulan's thoughts became bolder and bolder, Gu Fan's smirk became more intense, and the little girl in his arms began to feel something was wrong. Why was Gu Fan's smile so obscene? He was not thinking about something horrible, was he? Xia Shulan thought curiously, and then she giggled secretly. She hurriedly used mind reading on Gu Fan, and was about to listen to what Gu Fan thought of her. As a result, as you can imagine, her inner thoughts, several confessions, and some lewd words were all seen by Gu Fan. When Gu Fan secretly thought that it was not good, Xia Shulan was about to blush. Blush, shame, and angry expressions appeared on her little face. Xia Shulan calmed down, raised her eyebrows, and broke free from Gu Fan's arms. She was about to scold Gu Fan, but was pulled into Gu Fan's arms again the next moment. Xia Shulan screamed twice, and her little hand quickly pulled Gu Fan's chest and pushed him out. Gu Fan hugged her in. The two of them pulled and tugged, and during this time, they started to make moves. The snow elf on the side tilted his head, somewhat puzzled as to what the two masters were doing. Gu Fan, you pervert, let go, Xia Shulan said anxiously. Why, weren't you still thinking that it was the most comfortable to stay in my arms, and that you liked me? Why, now you are disobedient. No, I didn't think so. As Gu Fan once again acted like a good boy, Xia Shulan's voice began to tremble slightly. You can't lie to others with your heart, baby. Gu Fan kissed her white forehead and said in a deep voice. No. Gu Fan, don't we still have to catch the Ice Elves and the Ice Spirit King? Don't kiss my forehead. Xia Shulan changed the subject, holding on to it, and quickly shrank her body, squatted down, and avoided Gu Fan's arms. Seeing that Gu Fan did not catch her back in his arms, like an eagle catching a chick, Xia Shulan breathed a sigh of relief, then hid aside, looking at Gu Fan as if he was looking at a big bad wolf. Gu Fan shook his head. What Xia Shulan said made sense. Now it was most important to do business. That's right, but I was really tired yesterday. You should take a rest and take a nap. Xia Shulan was relieved, and almost thought that she was going to perform the bold idea just now. It's good to think about it, but it's really scary to realize it. Xia Shulan was secretly shocked. Then she quickly said, What about you? Gu Fan? I'll build a place for the snow elves. Gu Fan looked up. It had stopped snowing today, and the sun had come out. Although there were blizzards and even hail in the past 7 days. But there were also sunny days. The temperature also rose a little. Snow elves can only live in places below 0 degrees. After thinking about it, Gu Fan planned to build a platform below the place where the snow elves stayed. Yes, he still has the permanent blueprint of the ladder. Enough to build a new platform below. Oh. Xia Shulan did not go to rest, but returned to Gu Fan's side. You go and rest obediently. I will build a platform quickly. No, don't. Xia Shulan took out a piece of bread and ate a few bites, shaking her head. Gu Fan knew that the little girl was clinging again. He shook his head, Then you go and pick the wheat and carrots. The crops over there are almost ripe. If you pick them too late, you may freeze to death. Xia Shulan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. She hurriedly ran to work. Xia Shulan must be sleepy. The reason for not sleeping is very simple. It is nothing more than that she has developed a dependence. Gu Fan sighed. Is he so like a drug? However, this feeling is also very good. Especially just now, Xia Shulan knew that he had read her mind. But she was not too angry, but was mainly ashamed. Maybe she will get used to more shame in the future. And the little eyes after she broke free from his arms, in addition to shame and dependence, can even show a little disappointment. I don't know if she is disappointed that I didn't chase her like a big bad wolf. At this time, Xia Shulan bent over, smiled slightly, hummed a song, and clicked the wheat on the soil. Wheat, ripe. Do you want to harvest? The wheat is ripe, covered with thick snow, and there is a reminder to harvest. I don't know why the wheat hasn't frozen to death yet. Xia Shulan muttered to herself, and quickly used a knife to harvest the wheat. Gu Fan first came to the driving platform and raised the height of the platform by about 10 blocks, that is, 10 meters. Then, he dug a stone block in the center of the platform. Looking at the beach below, he took a deep breath, lowered his head, aimed at the bottom, placed 2 stone blocks again, and then placed a ladder on the side of the stone block. He grabbed the ladder and sent his body down, then placed blocks and ladders. After 6 stone blocks, Gu Fan placed another ice crystal block at the bottom, and then placed ice crystal blocks next to the ice crystal blocks. This is the safest way to operate, and there is a snowy beach below. At worst, you will fall on the snow. In fact, even if you are not on the Sky Island, in the void, Gu Fan dares to do this. After all, Gu Fan traveled to a mud block of only 1 square meter at the beginning. Otherwise, if you have not experienced the fall from the building, even if there is a beach below, facing the operation just now, no matter how strong your physique is, you will be soft. Now there is absolutely no player alive who has acrophobia. Because those who have acrophobia either die or adapt to this cruel experience and cure it. While the platform is on the beach, Gu Fan built a second-level platform, which is slightly safer. But why use ice crystal blocks? Because when Gu Fan was mining and touching ice crystal blocks before, he felt the ice crystal blocks were cold, and even felt lower than touching ordinary stone blocks. So, this is most likely because the ice crystal blocks can cool themselves. It has a low temperature effect. In this way, even on a normal hot day, the snow elves should be able to survive on the ice crystal blocks without sunlight. If not, Gu Fan will just assume that he guessed wrong. Thinking of this, Gu Fan did not hesitate and consumed 81 ice crystal blocks to build a 9 by 9 ice crystal platform, and placed 4 torches on the stone pillars for lighting. The territory of the snow elves as expected, Gu Fan felt a lower temperature on the ice crystal platform than the first platform just now. Well, that's good. Let the snow elves live here. They really can't survive on hot days. Just build an ice crystal hut for them. Gu Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not only the snow elves, but if the ice elves can also submit to him, then they can also live below. Of course, in addition to this, there are also the snow girl and the ice spirit king. They should also live in a cold place. Although the possibility is very low, if the 2 monsters here can submit to him and Xia Shulan, they can also live in the ice crystal blocks on the 2nd floor. Gu Fan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The snow girl is a forbidden monster. The difficulty of making her submit is no less than willingly letting Xia Shulan stand upside down and have diarrhea. Although some tiger and wolf words, it is true. Gu Fan's skills and attacks are still only in the double digits. Of course, maybe the gold skills can cause hundreds of points of damage. Gu Fan is somewhat looking forward to obtaining gold quality skills or equipment. The remaining nearly 30 ice crystal blocks are collected and used later. Soon, Gu Fan came to the top and brought the snow elves to the 2nd floor. By the way, I taught the snow elves how to climb the ladder. After doing all this, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan had lunch. Stewed steak with white radish. Xia Shulan made it. Although the steak was still hard to chew, and the white radish was a little raw, it was much better than the previous chicken soup. After a good meal, the two headed towards Bingling Lake. Originally, I wanted to bring 4 puppets. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. First, the puppets were not fast enough and needed to watch the house. Second, there were many snow monsters in the snow mountain, and some of the big snow monsters were much stronger than the puppets. Chapter 93. After a long journey, Gu Xia and the others crossed the towering, snow-capped mountain. What appeared before them at this moment was the mysterious place where the Ice Spirit clan lived. The first thing that came into view was a vast expanse of Ice Spirit Lake. This lake was so large that it seemed like a huge mirror embedded in the earth. Unlike ordinary lakes, the lake water here had already condensed into a thick layer of ice in the severe cold climate. From a distance, the entire lake surface looked like a crystal clear sapphire. When approaching the lake, you can see that the surface of the ice layer is covered with various strange patterns and patterns. I don't know if they are the patterns used by the Ice Spirit clan to mark. It is worth mentioning that the color of ice crystals and ice is actually similar. It's just that the color of ice crystals is darker. But ice crystals are a mineral that is harder than hematite and black iron. And ice is just a solid state of water. So, the two are completely different. Gu Fan, how should we go down? If the Ice Spirit clan is in the lake below, then we can't breathe? Gu Fan was also stunned, as if this was the truth. No hurry, see if there are any Ice Spirit clan members outside. Just catch one and you'll know. Gu Fan said slowly. The two of them hid themselves, and came to the open space where the Snow Clan and the Ice Spirit clan were fighting. At this time, a group of snow monsters, and snow masters were fighting with another group of creatures in the open space connecting the Snow Mountain and the Ice Spirit Lake. Obviously, the Snow Clan didn't know that the Snow Girl had been in trouble. The group of creatures looked similar to the snow monsters, but their bodies were hard and there were ice fragments on their bodies, as if they were ice men. Ice Spirit, HP, 250. Attack, 58. Defense, 65. Speed, 15. The soldiers of the Ice Spirit clan have high attack and defense, but unfortunately they are very slow. There are a lot of these Ice Spirit clan, and they keep crawling out from the center of the Ice Spirit Lake. Gu Fan, the defense of this Ice Spirit clan is so high. Xiaoshuan sighed. Indeed, our attack may not work. Gu Fan's eyes showed a fearful look. Although the freezing buff can be used, the freezing buff cannot increase the damage. Then, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about kidnapping. The difficulty of this Snow Clan Sky Island is much greater than that of the Savage Sky Island. Gu Fan sighed. In fact, if he can completely open up the Savage Sky Island, there should be no problem. Kill the female savage and get the golden bow and arrow in her hand. Kill the Savage King, and you will get the silver or gold treasure chest. He exploded. Soon, the two finally figured out how the Ice Spirit Man came out of the Ice Spirit Lake. In the center of the Ice Spirit Lake, a floating ice was broken, and at the same time, the Ice Spirit Man climbed out of the lake one by one from the ice cave, and came to the open space between the Snow Mountain and the Ice Spirit Lake outside to fight with the Snow Clan. If you have the ability to breathe in water, maybe you can enter the Ice Spirit Lake. Xiaoshuan thought secretly, but soon shook her head. But how is this possible? It's too fantastic. However, Gu Fan retorted, there are all kinds of strange things in this world, including invisibility and Qianquan bags. Maybe there is a prop that can breathe in water. According to the words of the Snow Girl, if the Ice Elves merged with the Snow Elves, they would have more and stronger abilities. So, it was worth the risk to come to the bottom of the Ice Spirit Lake and look for the Ice Elves. Afterwards, Gu Fan came to the trading market and quickly posted a trading post. Gu Fan, buying means that can breathe in water at a high price. Any means are fine, and can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of food, which is enough to survive the winter test. Because Gu Fan was the second in the region, he was soon noticed by a large number of players. In the trading market, the price of food gradually became higher. This is because the winter is coming, and the number of sky islands has decreased sharply. Even if there are any, they are snowy sky islands, like the Snow Clan Sky Island. Some weak sky islands have no animals on them, just bare snow. The powerful sky islands are similar to the current Ice Spirit Clan and Snow Clan. They have no invisibility and super fast speed, and even the snow monsters can't beat them. So, the price of food almost returned to the time when they crossed the single block. Most players have no food for the next meal. Those who are a little more farsighted may stock up a few meals. But for someone like Gu Fan, who has hundreds of kilograms of fruits and vegetables, hundreds of kilograms of staple food, and dozens of kilograms of seeds, it is impossible except to rob a forbidden empty island. Oh my god, 100 kilograms of food? Is this fake? I don't believe that anyone in our area can get so much food. Even if it is 100 kilograms of rice, 2 people can eat for more than 100 days. Breathing underwater, what kind of ability is this? Could it be that Big Boss Gu Fan is going to find the sea? Hey Big Boss Gu Fan, if you can share 100 kilograms of food, then you must have at least 500 kilograms of food, right? Can you give me half a kilogram? My wife and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I want it too, I want it too. Why don't you share so much food with those in need? Gu Fan. Again, if you really want my supplies, tell me the location and I will come to your door for free. Not long after, this transaction post had occupied many layers of comments. Soon, a private message caught Gu Fan's attention. Lin Tao, Boss Gu Fan, I'm Lin Tao. I think I have the ability to breathe underwater. Lin Tao, isn't this the classmate who became a teammate with Li Hong, the study committee member? Li Hong had previously blackmailed Gu Fan. Lin Tao stopped him directly from the side. He is a smart guy. It's not surprising that he can survive until now. Gu Fan, tell me, if you really have the ability to breathe underwater, you can exchange it for even 200 kilograms of food. Lin Tao, no, Boss Gu Fan, this is too expensive. I only have it once. Take a look. I won't use it anyway. See if you can give a reasonable price. Chapter 94. Soon, Lin Tao sent the items he traded to Gu Fan. Underwater breathing potion X can increase or decrease health points randomly when taken. Taking it can obtain 24-hour underwater breathing effect. Inferior medicine made by the special Sky Island, the Witch Sky Island. Lin Tao, Brother Fan, this is the medicine I fished for before. One of the medicines just has the ability to breathe underwater, but there is only one bottle. If Sister Xia also needs it. Gu Fan did not hesitate. Is 10 kilograms of rice enough? After all, this is a one-time medicine, and it can even cause side effects. 10 kilograms of rice is enough. It is profitable for both sides. For Lin Tao, 10 kilograms of rice can get through the first winter test. For Gu Fan, the breathing potion can allow him to go to the interior of the Ice Spirit Lake, snatch the Ice Elves, and even catch the Ice Spirit King. Lin Tao, Brother Fan, enough, thank you big brother. Lin Tao was extremely excited. He admitted that he was indeed surprised by these magical abilities when he was fishing before. On the contrary, the underwater breathing function was not very useful at all. Being able to exchange for 10 kilograms of rice was a surprise. After getting the potion, Gu Fan used the number of copies without hesitation. In addition, there are 2 more chances to copy. In this way, he can't copy tomorrow, and he must leave himself 3 chances. This is the trump card. However, Gu Fan didn't know whether to copy another one. In this way, there are 3 potions. After taking 2 potions, he and Xia Shulan will have 1 potion left for a critical hit. But after thinking about it, forget it, there are many things that can be critical hits. Silver equipment, silver skills, shadow puppets, shadow pistols, etc. These are all good targets for critical hits. What if you get something of gold quality in the future? After a critical hit, it will directly become platinum quality, and there will be no problem in defeating the Savage King, Snow Girl and other forbidden strongmen. Underwater breathing is likely to be used only this time, and since Lin Tao can fish for potions, it does not mean that no one will fish for potions on the Witch's Sky Island in the future. Xia Shulan nodded quickly after learning about Gu Fan's idea. Gu Fan, you are right. After this journey is over, we have to improve our attack power. We have encountered elite monsters on the Sky Island twice in a row, and we can't beat the monsters. Xia Shulan sighed. It's not that they are too weak, but that the opponent is too strong. When will a weaker Sky Island force appear near them, and then kill them all at once? Xia Shulan was thinking about it, and Gu Fan handed the potion to her. Don't think about it. It's fine now. Let's grow up. You eavesdropped on my thoughts again. Xia Shulan drank the potion helplessly, and then took advantage of the brief opportunity when a group of ice spirits crawled out of the central hole. The 2 took off their coats. After Gu Fan drank the potion, his health increased by 3 points, while Xia Shulan was very lucky to increase it by 10 points, which meant that her speed also increased by 10 points. Gu Fan was wearing an ordinary long-sleeved shirt, and Xia Shulan was wearing the pure and beautiful JK that she had traveled through at the beginning. The cold wind blew, perhaps because it was the first test, the 100 points of health added, and the other attributes added during this period. Gu Fan actually felt a little accustomed to this cold weather. Of course, it was still uncomfortable from the cold, but not as bad as at the beginning. If you can wear thick clothes normally, you must wear thick clothes to keep warm. After slightly adapting to the temperature in the air and water, he picked up Xia Shulan's soft body and jumped into the ice water. Hiss. The 2 of them made a sound at the same time. The ice water close to 0 degrees Celsius made Xia Shulan shiver with cold. Private message Xia Shulan. Gu Fan, will we really not catch a cold? It is not convenient to talk in the ice water, so we can only use private messages. In fact, Gu Fan always thinks there is a better way, that is to communicate with Xia Shulan in the heart and read each other's heart separately. However, this kind of communication is too direct. Xia Shulan now probably won't agree. Especially her mind often fantasizes about some more weird content. Gu Fan, our physique should be getting stronger and stronger, especially after the 100 health points are added. Our physique has changed dramatically. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me and I will carry you out. Although Xia Shulan was very cold, she was not unbearable. Physical improvement is one aspect, and it is also because of the temperature difference. She had a fever on the Savage Sky Island before. The weather was particularly hot before the heavy rain. The temperature difference before and after the rain was enough to be more than 20 degrees. Maybe there was some virus in the Savage Sky Island. It was normal to have a fever. The two kept swimming to the bottom, and some ice spirits passed by during the period. Once the ice spirits passed by, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan hid themselves and did not dare to move too much. After all, being in the water is different from being in the air. There are gurgling bubbles when you breathe. After watching a 3 or 4 meter tall ice spirit pass by, Gu Fan held Xia Shulan's delicate little hand and breathed in the oxygen in the water. Xia Shulan did the same, breathing the oxygen in the water. Seeing this, Gu Fan put his head close to Xia Shulan. The two of them were very close face to face, breathing this ball of water together, which should be considered an indirect kiss. Xia Shulan didn't reject it very much, but just thought that Gu Fan was going to kiss her again, and looked at him in confusion. Xia Shulan, what are you doing, Gu Fan? By the way, Gu Fan, have you noticed that when we breathe, it seems like we are in the air? Gu Fan smiled and pecked Xia Shulan's lips. He soon figured out what Xia Shulan meant. Gu Fan, indeed, just like fish, Xia Shulan, you said that fish breathe by gills, and humans breathe by lungs, so this potion temporarily turns our lungs into gills? Xia Shulan nodded, thinking it made sense. The two chatted for a while. After another wave of ice spirits passed by, he continued to swim deeper. At the same time, when approaching the bottom of the lake, a bright golden treasure chest appeared at the bottom of the lake. At the bottom of the lake, there was another ice blue door. It seemed that the ice spirits came out through this door. Gu Fan did not expect that there was a golden treasure chest next to the door of the ice spirits. He did not expect that the ice spirits actually lived at the bottom of the lake. Moreover, these monsters seemed to be unable to see the treasure chests. Neither the palace where the Snow Girl was located nor the treasure chests at the bottom of the Ice Spirit Lake were taken away by those monsters. This might be a rule, or a benefit for the players. Xia Shulan put away the gold treasure chest. Xia Shulan, Gu Fan, let's use this gold treasure chest for our next critical hit. She looked excited. If we can get a critical hit, we can get platinum equipment and platinum skills in batches. How to get it? It's nothing more than copying, copying, and copying again. Gu Fan, good luck, my dear. I'll reward you when I get back. Choose a kiss or a hug. Xia Shulan, bad boy, you are shameless. Every time you say you are rewarding me, you are actually rewarding yourself. Gu Fan, so what? Can't we reward together? Since you don't choose, when we get back I will. Looking at the private message sent by Gu Fan, Xia Shulan didn't know what to say, so she just used her little fist to knock on Gu Fan's body. But she was not used to Gu Fan ending the message with Gu Fan. After thinking about it, he could only shamelessly send a few get-out words. Even, Xia Shulan, who was originally soaked in the cold lake water, became a little hot under Gu Fan's chat. Gu Fan felt that the temperature of Xia Shulan in his arms began to rise. He sent a private message with a smile. Gu Fan, oi female ghost, you are a little hot. Xia Shulan, get out, get out, get out, you bastard. Is get out a rejection? I'm afraid not. Xia Shulan's bottom line is being broken step by step. Perhaps, after this trip to the Snow Clan Sky Island is over. Gu Fan looked at her wed JK uniform, the perfect figure outlined, and the delicate and cute little face, and for a moment, he couldn't help but hold the little beauty in his arms again. Chapter 95. While the two were flirting and thinking about how to get in, another group of ice spirits opened the gate and went out from the inside. They saw clearly that the gate was very large, and it had been open for quite some time. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan took the opportunity to slip in. They entered a pipe similar to a cave, and lake water was also poured into it. This gate should also be an ice crystal gate. Gu Fan analyzed secretly. In any case, before tomorrow morning, we have to use the ice crystal pickaxe to destroy the gate and return to the platform. Below the pipe of the cave is a huge site similar to the Snow Clan Cave. However, unlike the previous Snow Clan Cave, the ice spirits here are relatively sparse. And some ice spirits are wearing iron armor, or wearing an iron helmet. Some ice spirits are holding an iron sword, which is completely different from the ice spirits who ran out. Even the iron helmets on some of the ice spirits' heads were still flashing, as if they were buffed. These ice spirits were obviously more advanced, and their HP attributes were very strong, so they were not something Gu Fan and Xia Shuan could mess with. Iron helmeted ice spirit. I don't know why the ice spirit king asked us to keep attacking the snow tribe. Can't we just separate and govern the entire snow tribe's sky island? My goddess was killed in the battle. It's really abominable. Iron armored ice spirit. It would be great if the two tribes could live in peace. If they keep fighting, it will only make us civilians suffer. The two of them kept using mind reading on the ice spirits beside them, in order to determine the location of the ice elves and the ice spirit king. Because the entire cave is connected in all directions, swimming in the seawater is much slower than running on land. Finally, while exploring the inner thoughts of the ice spirits, the two got the specific location. Yes, it is at the third entrance of the cave, where there is a huge valve. There is no lake behind the valve, but a real ice and snow, where the ice elves and the ice spirit king live. Of course, how to open the valve, those ice spirits may not know, or they may not think about it. The two did not get much information. After carefully avoiding one ice spirit after another carrying equipment, they finally came to the valve. After clicking the valve, Ice Crystal Valve. Use Ice Crystal Block X10, Energy Crystal X1 to force entry. Generally, only the Ice Spirit King can enter and exit the valve normally. It seems that we are right to keep more ice crystals. Gu Fan thought secretly, and added all the things he needed to this valve. A dazzling light appeared. Soon, the valve slowly opened, and Gu Fan and Xia Shuan followed the water flow into the inner space. But the next moment, the water flow was turned into ice by the cold breath, and the valve was quickly closed again, and the lake water that had just been poured into it turned into a huge ice block. Gu Fan took out the purple gold bag, but Xia Shuan snatched it away. Helplessly, Gu Fan could only take the red iron sword and use the freezing buff to prevent it from happening. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front, most likely because the valve was opened. A mysterious humanoid creature wearing azure armor, holding an ice blue long sword that exuded cold air in its hand. If Gu Fan guessed correctly, this should be the Ice Spirit Sword, and this kind of humanoid creature is the Ice Spirit King. Perhaps because the entire underground space is large enough, the Ice Spirit King's flowing long hair dances slowly, and his whole body has an inexplicable aura. Like the Snow Girl, the Ice Spirit King has pure white skin, and his eyes are also cloudy like cataracts. Not only that, from the body shape, it seems neither male nor female, without obvious gender characteristics. You know, the Snow Girl can at least be seen as a woman. However, these are not the key points. What is really important is that the Ice Spirit King is also in the first Forbidden Realm. But compared with the extremely powerful Snow Girl, it seems much weaker, as if it has just broken through to this realm. Ice Spirit King, killing can get a silver treasure chest with a high probability, and a gold treasure chest with a small probability. Health value, 1000. Attack, 100. Defense, 260. Speed, 108. Skill, Ice Breaking Slash. Performs 3 slashes, each causing 100 damage, and at the same time freezes the enemy for 3 seconds. Enemies with an ice power value of 50 or more will not be affected by this effect. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. The king of the Ice Spirit Tribe, who was defeated by the Snow Girl several times and regarded the Snow Girl as his mortal enemy, but because he was weak and had been seriously injured several times, he was afraid of being killed by the Snow Girl, so he could only flee to the bottom of the Ice Spirit Lake. While avoiding the Snow Girl, he ordered his tribesmen to consume the power of the Snow Tribe. Seeing this, the two first lifted their invisibility, not only because they had been invisible for too long, but more because they had attracted the attention of the Ice Spirit King. Looking at the two people gradually appearing, Bing Ling Wang was surprised at first, but soon said coldly, "Human? No, just an outsider. I didn't expect you to be able to come here, but that's it. Two trash who haven't even broken through a ban." The cold voice came, and the next moment, there were 3 fierce slashes. There is no doubt that this Bing Ling Wang was crushed in all aspects compared to the Snow Girl. If it weren't for Gu Fan's inability to break the defense, it is estimated that there would be a way to kill this Bing Ling Wang. And this Bing Ling Wang seems to be more arrogant than the Snow Girl. It's a pity that Gu Fan and the other's strongest attack is only 200 points of attack from the Shadow Pistol, which can't even match the defense of the Bing Ling Wang. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan quickly jumped away, and avoided the 3 blue slashes. The ice crystals on the ground cracked slightly, and a chill came out. The next moment, Xia Shulan took out a purple gold bag and pointed it at King Bingling. King Bingling was shocked, and a look of fear appeared on his face, as if he felt a strong suction force. He quickly dodged to the side and shouted, "Wait, 2 outsiders, I think there may be some contradictions and misunderstandings between us." King Bingling shouted hurriedly, even calling Gu Fan and Xia Shulan sirs. Behind him, a hard elf looked at King Bingling anxiously. This hard elf, just as the literal description, seemed to be made of ice, and looked almost the same as the snow elf, but the snow elf looked soft. After all, snow is soft, and the ice elf is hard. Chapter 96. Unfortunately, the ice elf's anxiety was useless. According to the snow girl, only when the snow elf and the ice elf merge can they exert their true strength. It could only watch the ice spirit king begin to float in the air. Damn human. We, the ice spirit clan, will not let you go. The ice spirit king knew that the two were well prepared and unwilling to let him go. He could only say harsh words, and then he inserted the ice blue long sword in his hand into the ice crystal ground to delay the time of being sucked in as much as possible. Any special item with special abilities has side effects. But unfortunately, the mechanism of this purple gold Qianquan bag is very perfect. Only after the prey is sucked into the Qianquan bag will the corresponding side effects occur. In the end, the Ice Spirit King's hand lost strength and was sucked into the purple gold Qianquan bag, leaving only a dazzling blue long sword on the ground. And Xia Shulan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Ice Spirit King in the purple gold Qianquan bag, and put it into the storage bar to accompany the snow girl. Ugh. The next moment, like Gu Fan, she vomited a piece of blood on the ground. Her health dropped by 100 points. Gu Fan quickly took her hand and patted her wet back, hoping that Xia Shulan could spit out the blood. At the same time, Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan with some worry. After spitting out the blood, Xia Shulan snorted and smiled. Hee, it's nothing, little bastard. Do you need me to worry about you? Xia Shulan pretended to be calm. In fact, Xia Shulan didn't want to worry Gu Fan, or she didn't want Gu Fan to bear this kind of thing alone in the future. Even if she could bear the pain of losing life points and suffering alone in the future, Xia Shulan would definitely do so. But that was unrealistic, and Gu Fan would not agree. You are just stubborn. You just acted like you had morning sickness, and you had soaked in ice water before. Gu Fan looked at her delicate face helplessly, and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. TSK, bad embryo, who wants to get pregnant with you? Besides, we haven't done that yet, and you want to get pregnant with me, you bastard, die. Xia Shulan might have ice water in her brain, looking at Gu Fan with resentment, and even planned to use some secret techniques to punish Gu Fan. Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head lovingly. I didn't say that, you just thought it wrong. You just mocked me for morning sickness. If I vomit blood again in the future, I will definitely vomit it on you, and make you sick to death. Xia Shulan said with a hum. Then the two came to the ice blue long sword. After all, the ice blue long sword fell from the Ice Spirit King. It looked very extraordinary. Xia Shulan looked expectant. I hope the sword of the Ice Spirit King is not an ordinary ice crystal sword. Indeed, if there is an ice crystal pickaxe, there should be an ice crystal sword. But ice crystal is obviously just a mineral that is harder than hematite. If the ice crystal sword is made of ice crystal, its power will definitely not be very good, because the hematite sword is only a bronze level weapon. Therefore, the ice crystal sword is probably also a bronze, at most silver weapon. Gu Fan picked up the ice blue long sword. Gold inferior weapon. Frost sword, increase 88 points of damage. Built-in skills. Icebreaker, perform 3 slashes, each causing 100 damage, and at the same time freeze the enemy for 3 seconds. Enemies with an ice power value of 50 or more will not be affected by this effect. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Passive skill, Frost. After adding the freezing buff, the damage of attacking the enemy will cause a critical hit. The sword of the Ice Spirit King barely reached the gold grade, and the effect will become more powerful after adding the freezing buff. Introduction to gold quality equipment. Gold quality weapons will have a chance to carry some skills, and will be divided into lower, middle, upper and best quality starting from gold quality. Ding! Announcement for the entire area. Congratulations to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's team for being the first team in this area to obtain gold quality items, and the two will be rewarded with any attribute points x20 each. Oh my god, this sword adds 88 points of damage, and the Ice Spirit King's attack just now was only 100 points. Xia Shulan suddenly didn't know what to say. Could it be that the Ice Spirit King's attack is only 12, when he is not wearing the frost sword? Gu Fan was also a little confused. Because normally, 1,000 points of health should have at least 100 points of attack, and that is when he is not wearing equipment. So Xia Shulan took out the Qingquan bag containing the Ice Spirit King from the storage column. After Xia Shulan took it out, she asked impatiently, "Hey Xiaobing, let me ask you a question." The Ice Spirit King was silent for a while, then slowly said, "If you two can let me out, I and the Ice Spirit clan will." Stop, stop, stop. We won't listen to your empty promises. You just need to answer our questions. Xia Shulan shouted hurriedly. Bing Ling Wang was silent. Go ahead. I can't get out anyway. Ask whatever you want. His tone was full of timidity. Bing Ling Wang, how can your attack power be so weak? Gu Fan didn't know if these NPCs and natives knew that they had been digitized and could be seen by him. So he could only ask vaguely. How do you know this? Bing Ling Wang's tone was a little surprised. It's very simple. The damage of your slash just now is not even as good as a flat attack of the Snow Girl. Have you seen the Snow Girl? It's us T-Meow who are asking you. Don't scream. Xia Shulan couldn't help it and punched the purple gold Qingquan bag twice. Before I was seriously injured by the Snow Girl, I didn't recover in time, so my attributes in all aspects are inferior, especially my attack power, which is particularly low. And the reason why I can reach the Forbidden Zone now is because of the frost armor and frost sword on my body. The Ice Spirit King said honestly. But it didn't know that its honesty would bring it fatal disaster. Gu Xia and the others looked at each other. Xia Shulan opened the purple gold Qingquan bag and directly released the Ice Spirit King. The Ice Spirit King appeared outside in a daze and was stunned at first, but soon his eyes were filled with hatred. Hee, two stupid outsiders, since you choose. This is the next moment. The Ice Spirit King stopped abruptly, and he found that his frost sword had appeared in Gu Fan's hand. Gu Fan used the copy again, and copied a frost sword in front of the Ice Spirit King, and handed it to Xia Shulan. At the same time, it was learned from the attribute panel that the Ice Spirit King's attack was indeed reduced to 12. This is the real attack of the Ice Spirit King, which can't even break the defense. So bad. On the other hand, Gu Fan and his team have already taken the frost sword and applied the freezing buff generated by the ice and snow power given by the snow elves. Gu Fan's attack itself is 133, adding the passive of the frost sword. After the freezing buff is applied, every sword is a critical attack, that is 266, and what about the Ice Spirit King's defense? Wearing the frost armor, it is only 260. There will be no problem in defeating the Ice Spirit King, who has been banned. Originally, I wanted to take it back like the Snow Girl. But since killing the Ice Spirit King can explode rewards, treasure chests, it must not be missed. And the two believed. Killing the Ice Spirit King is definitely not just about getting a treasure chest. The frost armor on him is also a very good reward. Chapter 97. Then, in the horrified eyes of the Ice Spirit King, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan held the frost sword and slashed at it again and again. Don't fight, I am willing to surrender. After hearing that the Ice Spirit King surrendered, the two really stopped fighting. But there was no prompt from the game system for a long time. This shows that the Ice Spirit King's surrender was false, and it was completely different from the Snow Elf who knew the current situation. Since it was false, there was a risk of backstab at any time, and it must not be taken away. The same was true for the Ice Elf on the side. It stared with big eyes, watching the scene in horror and anxiety, but did not help. Before the Ice Spirit King said anything, the two continued to hold the frost sword and slashed at the Ice Spirit King again and again. Kendo Experience +1. Kendo Experience +1. You can not only gain Kendo Experience, but also enjoy the pleasure of chopping people, and even get the treasure chest of the Ice Spirit King. It is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Xia Shulan was so excited at this time. Her little face was red. Chopping people, she felt happy in her heart. Ice Spirit, what are you doing? Why don't you help me? Damn it, if I were in my prime, how could I be killed by you too? In the end, the Ice Spirit King died in the northwest, being hacked to death by the 2 people. Obtain gold medium grade armor, frost armor. Increase 150 health points. Increase 188 defense points. The frost armor has no special effects, but the value is extremely powerful, and the defense can actually increase by 3 digits. Although the 2 of them don't really need this 188 points of defense, even if the Ice Spirit King's attack is 1000 points, it can't touch the 2 of them. But adhering to the principle that it's useless to not want it, Gu Fan used his last copy of himself. And the 2 of them put on the frost armor. The attribute point soared again, The health value reached 373 points, the defense power reached 218 points, the attack reached 133 points when wearing the frost sword, and the speed reached 373 points, the same as the health value, completely taking off. Xia Shulan's health value is higher. She wore the previous snow necklace, but this also proves one thing. The Ice Spirit King is really bad. Without equipment, in addition to the high health value, it is not even as good as the Ice Spirit without equipment. Get Silver Treasure Box X1. Get Silver Weapon. Ice Crystal Sword Blueprint X Ice Crystal Sword. Increase 50 points of attack. Get Ice Crystal Cube X15. In addition to the Silver Treasure Box and Frost Armor, the Ice Crystal Sword Blueprint was also obtained. The effect of the Ice Crystal Sword is also very powerful, and it is probably made of ice crystals. 10 ice crystals or 1 ice crystal block can make an ice crystal sword. It's a pity that it is not a permanent blueprint. But the 4 ice crystal swords are also sold at a very high price. Gu Fan looked at the regional rankings. As expected, in the regional rankings, he and Xia Shulan have reached the first place. The attribute rankings are also the same. Is this a big bargain, Gu Fan? Xia Shulan said excitedly. Of course, oh by the way, I forgot that there is also an ice elf. The two of them looked at the ice elf at the same time. The ice elf shuddered and kowtowed to the two of them. The ice elf has surrendered. Do you want to take it as a pet as expected? Elves and monsters are not the same. They really surrender when they say they surrender. I don't know if the Snow Girl can be more sensible in the future. If not, wait until I can break the Snow Girl's defense, and then kill her. After taming the Ice Elf with the same method, Gu Fan checked its attribute panel. Pet, Ice Elf. HP, 200. Attack, 70. Defense, 160. Speed, 25. Ice and Snow Power. Loyalty to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, 100. Full score is 100. If loyalty drops below 50, there is a risk of backstab, pet abuse, and not caring about pet feelings may reduce loyalty. Skills. Ice and Snow Replenishment, Ice Shield. Can apply an Ice Shield with a defense of up to 200 for the owner, which lasts for 40 seconds. The healing effect of the Snow Elf is 5 points per second, and it can heal for a total of 40 seconds, which is 200 points. The two elves do have similarities. However, the Ice Elf's ice and snow power is lower than that of the Snow Elf, but this doesn't matter, because it may be due to racial restrictions. Gu Fan and his body can only carry 100 points of ice and snow power at most. At the same time, the Ice Elves have higher defense than the Snow Elves. Perhaps, after the two elves merge, they can each gain the advantages of the other. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan broke the valve, then hid themselves and solved all the ice spirits in this underground cave one by one. It is worth mentioning that because of the freezing buff, the two people held a frost sword in their hands, and the lake water turned into ice wherever they went. The chopped ice spirits were not only bound by ice, but also became extremely slow. The two were not brutal, but the ice spirits in this cave were all wearing armor made of ice crystals, or various equipment. Although these ice crystal equipment are only silver level, they are definitely treasures for other players in the area, and they can also sell them for a lot of money. At that time, food will be free, and cubes will also be free. 2 hours later, all the ice spirits wearing equipment inside the cave were solved. All these equipment were placed in the ordinary Chiankuan bag, because the storage bar really couldn't hold it. It was full. The ice elf behind him looked at the two people slaughtering, and there was a flash of pity in his eyes. But soon, it shook its head. Now it was in Gu Fan's camp, and these should be its enemies. Ding! Congratulations on reaching 1,000 points of sword experience, and congratulations to Gu Fan for becoming a sword master, from a sword-bearing man, sword apprentice, sword master, sword-type attack weapons. Sword-type skills will increase the damage by 10%. Afterwards, Gu Fan took Xia Shulan back to the Ice Spirit Lake and asked Xia Shulan to chop these ice spirits. Not long after, Xia Shulan also successfully became a sword master from a sword apprentice. Although 10% is not much, as the proficiency of swordsmanship increases, the extra damage will definitely increase in the future. This is the power of percentage. Chapter 98. After dealing with the ice spirits with equipment in the Ice Spirit Lake, the two of them returned to the bottom of the lake. Xia Shulan breathed in fresh air in big gulps. Don't we all have potions for underwater breathing? Why are you still acting like this? Gu Fan helped wipe the water droplets off her body and asked curiously. Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at Gu Fan. Although Gu Fan seemed to be helping her wipe the water droplets, he actually touched everything he should and shouldn't touch. This is used to it, And breathing underwater is not used to it either. Stop, stop, stop wiping the water off me. Xia Shuan opened Gu Fan's hand and rolled her eyes at Gu Fan. So what? Won't you get frostbite? Gu Fan looked indifferent. Actually, I'm really fine. The snow necklace can provide more or less anti-freeze ability. Gu Fan, you, without the necklace that the snow elf wore before, aren't you cold? Xia Shuan said curiously. Gu Fan blew in her ear. With a hot little female ghost like you by my side, it's impossible to feel cold. Damn bastard, stay away from me. Xia Shuan blushed with shame. You can involve me in everything. Damn it. You'd better let me stay away. Don't act like a spoiled child in my arms when you sleep at night. Xia Shuan, shocked. I was wrong, Gu Fan. After some flirting, the two of them brought the ice elves to the top of the snow mountain. Afterwards, Gu Fan took out the Qingquan bag pretending to be snow water, aimed it at the top of the mountain, and began to suck snow continuously. Gu Fan sucked it. Xia Shuan sucked it. Xia Shuan sucked it. Gu Fan sucked it. Until the evening, the snow on the entire snow mountain seemed to be getting less and less. The water resources in the Qingquan bag are as high as thousands of tons. If you use it sparingly, it can be used for a very long time. Of course, the health of the two people is almost drained. Then they light a fire on the top of the snow mountain and eat some grilled lamb chops. The ice elf looked at the burning flames with fear. Xia Shuan smiled and said, Ice elf, are you afraid of this fire? The ice elf nodded. I am an ice elf, of course I am afraid. Before Gu Fan finished speaking, Xia Shuan picked up a branch mischievously, and then hung a flame on it to poke the ice elf. Gu Fan, what a female brat. Ice elf, if you dare to backstab us in the future, we will throw you into the fire and roast you. Under Xia Shuan's threat, the ice elf nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and a look of fear flashed across his face, and even his loyalty went from 97 to 98. When the two were slaughtering the armored ice spirits before, they were seen by the ice elf. So its loyalty to the two of them dropped from 100 to 97. Gu Fan, look! The ice elf's loyalty to us has increased. Xia Shuan said excitedly, as if she had discovered some pattern. Gu Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't know what to say. Then, Xia Shuan used a few burning branches to poke the ice elf. The ice elf jumped up and down. The two little cuties also jumped around next to Gu Fan. The loyalty was also hovering between 95 and 100. If Xia Shuan was a little bit harsh, the ice elf's loyalty would drop. But if Xia Shuan added coercion and inducement, such as some threats, the loyalty of the ice elves went up. Gu Fan looked at this joyful and warm scene, couldn't help laughing, and hugged the hyperactive lowly in his arms. Gu Fan, are you laughing at me? Xia Shuan curled her lips. She didn't think it was wrong. You know, the ice elves were watching from behind when the Ice Spirit King was beaten by Gu Fan and the others. And some of its attributes are even better than the Ice Spirit King. When the Ice Spirit King was not wearing equipment. If Gu Fan and Xia Shuan were also beaten by the enemy. If the ice elves watched and didn't help, it would be a big problem, so we have to beat them well. Is it okay to think you are cute? Gu Fan kissed her little face, and said seriously. Facing Gu Fan's praise, Xia Shuan raised her proud head. Of course, this lady has always been cute. And very sexy, cute, sexy, the most perfect Xia Shuan in the world. Gu Fan stared at Xia Shuan and said, facing Gu Fan's fiery gaze. Xia Shuan's proud head began to lower again. Gu Fan, what do you want to say? What perfect or imperfect? Xia Shuan pursed her lips, and the big toe of her foot also scratched down, a little nervous. She felt a little. Is it okay, Shuan? Gu Fan said affectionately, I will give you a future, Shuan. Xia Shuan didn't understand, she scratched her head. But what can I do? Gu Fan whispered a few words in her ear. There was silence at the scene. The snow elf looked at the two curiously. It didn't know why the atmosphere suddenly changed. At this time, the top of the snowy mountain was deserted, and even few animals could be seen. There were cold winds blowing from the sky from time to time. Xia Shuan turned her head away, not knowing what to say. She wanted to agree. But thinking of the frightening scenes before, she became a little scared again. If she had known, she would not have peeked. Go back, let's talk about it. Xia Shuan finally uttered these words from her teeth. Do you mean, we'll have sex when we get back? Gu Fan hugged Xia Shuan and said expectantly. I didn't say that, I just said we'll talk about it when we get back, but I didn't agree. I just said to go back first. Xia Shulan had almost agreed. But Gu Fan was too straightforward. She shook her head again and stammered to reject Gu Fan. Okay, actually I was just teasing you. If you don't like me, forget it. Gu Fan smiled bitterly and touched Xia Shulan's head. It's late at night, a good time for flirting. Gu Fan didn't believe that Xia Shulan didn't like him. As expected, Xia Shulan suddenly lost her temper when she heard what Gu Fan said. I like you. I have always liked you. I liked you the first time I saw you. Then, she punched Gu Fan's chest with her little fist to express her inner dissatisfaction. Why did Gu Fan say that he didn't like him? Xia Shulan became angrier and angrier, and picked up the burning branches to burn the ice elf to vent her anger. Xia Shulan, damn Gu Fan, I will burn you to death, I will burn you to death, but I can't bear it, so I'll just let the ice elf take over. Ice elf? Question mark. Looking at Xia Shulan, who was constantly torturing the ice elf, Gu Fan asked back, really? I remember when we were not familiar with each other before, you were always arrogant to me. You even called me a scumbag? And you often told me to get out? Gu Fan's words made Xia Shulan speechless. She didn't know how to respond. At that time, she just wanted to attract Gu Fan's attention. It's like some boys who deliberately pull the other's braids, or even bully the girl they like in order to attract her attention in front of her. Xia Shulan was like this at the beginning. She called Gu Fan a scumbag and stole the meat in Gu Fan's bowl when she was having lunch with Gu Fan. Or she pulled his ears to wake him up when he was sleeping in the water class. And other disgusting behaviors. These are all to attract Gu Fan's attention. I just wanted to make friends with you. Xia Shulan said nervously, Gu Fan, I didn't lie to you. I really like you, that's why I did this. Really, believe me. Then, she gritted her teeth, tears in her eyes, and became emotional. If you don't believe me, I won't live. Xia Shulan, woo, the sky is falling, Gu Fan actually thinks I don't like him. Gu Fan was speechless. He just wanted to tease Xia Shulan. But he didn't expect Xia Shulan's reaction to be so big. He hugged Xia Shulan and patted her beautiful back gently. Don't be sad, I'm just teasing you. Baby, I like you too, marry me, baby. Facing Gu Fan's confession, she didn't know what to say, so she could only hug Gu Fan tightly. The two were connected in heart. Gu Fan. I am willing to go with you. Take me back. Xia Shulan said shamefully. Gu Fan, for you, I am willing to do anything. Hearing this, Gu Fan's eyes flashed with excitement, and he returned to the platform with the soft Xia Shulan in his arms. Unfortunately, after a while, Xia Shulan had fallen asleep in his arms, and a light snoring sound came from her nose. Gu Fan scratched his head. Every time at the critical moment, Xia Shulan fell asleep. He put Xia Shulan on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. Then Gu Fan added the 20 attribute points he had obtained to his health. These 20 attribute points were the rewards for obtaining gold quality equipment. Now, his health reached 393 points, close to 400. Gu Fan was about to go to the second floor to slightly build a place for the two elves to live. But Xia Shulan, who suddenly woke up, grabbed his hand. Gu Fan turned around and found that Xia Shulan had woken up. She looked at Gu Fan seriously and pulled him into her arms. Although her behavior was domineering and her eyes were firm. But Gu Fan knew that Xia Shulan was very nervous and even scared at this time. She could tell from her shaking body. Xia Shulan, if you are afraid, just forget it, right? Gu Fan hesitated. Xia Shulan didn't say anything, but told Gu Fan with her actions that although she was afraid, she was unwilling to escape. Chapter 99. The next afternoon, the platform had already left the snow-clad Sky Island. The animals, vegetation, and driving cubes were taken care of by the shadow puppet, who also guarded the house. Gu Fan opened his sleepy eyes, and Xia Shulan was sleeping soundly with her head on his chest. They fell asleep at 4 or 5 in the morning yesterday. And Xia Shulan didn't fall asleep on her own initiative, but fell asleep accidentally. Looking at the little beauty in his arms, and her rosy lips, Gu Fan couldn't help but kiss her again. Fan, I love you. Stop it. Xia Shulan was still mumbling in her sleep. After kissing Xia Shulan, Gu Fan got up and went out to take a shower. When he came back, he found that she had woken up and her eyes were slightly dazed. Probably because she was not used to sleeping alone. But soon, she immediately shrank into the quilt and looked at him with horror. Xiao Shu. Gu Fan chuckled and was about to approach, but... Get out. Get out. Xia Shulan quickly threw 2 pillows at Gu Fan, and was very emotional. It was obvious that the scenes of last night were all recalled in her mind. Woo woo woo. Seeing that Xia Shulan was not in a good mood, Gu Fan became a little nervous. To put it bluntly, it was his fault last night. At night, when he was already in high spirits, he tricked Xia Shulan. It was not really tricking, anyway, he tricked Xia Shulan into using her ultimate move with a basic attack. In fact, the two of them were willing. It was only in broad daylight that reason took over emotion. Xia Shulan realized how wrong this was. But you can't blame her. Gu Fan originally planned to let Xia Shulan go, but she took the initiative to approach him in the end. Gu Fan was outside the house, closed the door, and gave Xia Shulan some space. Then he looked around the trading market and found a post selling brown sugar and ginger slices. After replacing some fruits, he put the appropriate amount of brown sugar, ginger slices, and unpolluted snow water into the crucible, and then boiled it on the campfire. At the same time, while boiling, Gu Fan also used a spoon to stir. As for where the spoon came from, it was very simple. Xia Shulan replaced it in the trading market. As more and more players go fishing every day, the number of fishing trips increases, and the items on the trading market become more and more abundant. Yes, at this time, Gu Fan plans to boil some brown sugar water. Although brown sugar water is drunk by girls during menstruation. But after sex, you can also drink brown sugar water to replenish energy, warm the body, and relieve Xia Shulan's tension. After making the brown sugar water, Gu Fan knocked on the iron door. "Can I come in, little Shulan?" "Get lost." Ahem, as the saying goes, one hand doesn't clap, but two hands clap. You don't have to blame yourself. Although you did something very excessive to me last night, I will forgive you. Gu Fan said shamelessly that he would forgive Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan was obviously angry and shy. Xia Shulan, ? You stinky fish, die. I'm going to fight you. Xia Shulan rushed out like a big black rat and used the Piao Piao fist on Gu Fan. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you. Xia Shulan said angrily. After she was tired, Gu Fan hugged her again and went back to the room. Xia Shulan, how can you be so shameless? You were the one who begged me yesterday. After reading Xia Shulan's thoughts, Gu Fan handed the brown sugar water in his hand to Xia Shulan. I just made it. Haven't you had breakfast yet? In the winter, drink some soup to warm your body. Gu Fan said gently. Looking at the gentle and elegant Gu Fan, Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at him. I don't know who was so violent yesterday. Now you know how to pretend to be gentle, born as a jerk. But this is the brown sugar water made by Gu Fan after all, and Xia Shulan can't spoil Gu Fan's fun. Watching Xia Shulan gulp down the brown sugar water, Gu Fan smiled and took her into his arms. Are you still angry, sweetheart? Angry? Of course I'm angry. Don't think that you can make me calm down by calling me sweetheart. Xia Shulan put her hands on her hips and looked at Gu Fan seriously, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Then, she shook her head and said, Anyway, I will never allow you to do it so easily next time. So easily, just like that. She hesitated again when she said that. Then, when is the next time? Gu Fan pinched her little face and asked gently. Anyway, don't think about it these days. Make lunch for me. I want chicken soup, lamb chops, and eggs. Carrots, cucumbers. Xia Shulan raised her head proudly and ordered. Okay, I'll cook right away. You just need to have a good rest these days. Remember to feed me. I will, little princess. Chapter 100. After lunch, Xia Shulan patted her round belly and burped. Gu Fan, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. It's much better than mine. She looked at Gu Fan with admiration. Most of the time I cook at home. After all, I live with my aunt and uncle, so it's normal to have some cooking skills. Gu Fan touched his nose and said. In fact, this is not only because Gu Fan has been in the kitchen, but most of the time, he still orders takeout. The cost of cooking is much higher than ordering takeout. It's not the economic cost, but the time cost. And the reason why Gu Fan's food is delicious is actually due to the simplification of the game system. For example, put a raw steak on the campfire. The steak originally prompts that it is raw, but after a while, the steak prompt becomes cooked. Then you can pick it up and eat it. It's the same as cooking rice and making other dishes, with game prompts. It's similar to those mainstream survival games before the time travel. So, as long as the intelligence is slightly sound and the hands-on ability is standard, the players can make a pretty good meal. As for when a certain Xiaotang made chicken soup, he stuffed a clucking, unplucked chicken into the crucible. Thinking of this, Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan with a strange look. Well, Gu Fan, what's that expression on your face? Xia Shulan was sucking the oil stains on her hands with her mouth. When she ate the lamb chops just now, she took them directly with her hands. Then Gu Fan held her aside and fed her chicken soup. With a mouthful of lamb chops and a mouthful of chicken soup, the 50 or 60 drops of life points that were deducted from her body due to fatigue last night were directly replenished. Then, she stepped back a few steps, and then looked at Gu Fan warily. Gu Fan, you are not thinking about that, are you? It's broad daylight now. And you are not afraid. Stop imagining I'm not. Gu Fan quickly interrupted Xiao Tongdo's fantasy. That's more like it. No wait, are you starting to dislike me? You want to eat me, and don't want me anymore? Xia Shulan was threatening and started to make trouble. Gu Fan spent several kisses and hugs and kind words to calm Xia Shulan down. Afterwards, he was about to go to the bathtub to wash the sheets, but was stopped by Xia Shulan. She blushed and put the sheets away, and then put them in her storage bag. Xiao Shulan, are you going to keep it as a souvenir? Gu Fan blinked. Humph, you don't want to give it to me? It's such a pity to wash such an important souvenir. Xia Shulan insisted. Then, she quickly thought of something. Gu Fan, you said you would marry me. When will you marry me? Looking at Xia Shulan's expectant eyes, Gu Fan touched his nose. Ahem, we have already done that, which is equivalent to being married. Xia Shulan immediately shook her head. No, it doesn't count. There must be a wedding dress, a diamond ring, and many people, your aunt and uncle, my parents are also here, to witness our love to everyone. After saying that, Xia Shulan opened her arms and prayed to Gu Fan for the future. Gu Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Xia Shulan to marry in this way. Okay, I promise you, if our parents, aunt and uncle, relatives and friends are still here, I will definitely marry you in front of them. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and said affectionately. In fact, Xia Shulan was just daydreaming. This situation can only be solved in a civilized society. The current national crossing is no less than a doomsday. The mortality rate in this area shows that so far, nearly 80% to 90% of the people have died, and the mortality rate is still rising in real time. There is even a battle royale mechanism that allows players to obtain 5 attribute points. Presumably, other areas are exactly the same. Gu Fan sighed. To put it bluntly, the probability that Xia's father, mother, aunt and uncle are still alive, if they do not affect each other and are independent of each other, is only 0.0001. But if Xia Shulan told this reality, it would be too depressing for her. Looking forward to the future, Gu Fan decided to renovate the entire platform. At the very least, the position of the driving block cannot be at the front. As the platform becomes larger and larger, if it is always in the front, it is very likely that the vision will not be able to take care of it. Chapter 101. So, Gu Fan planned to build it on the top of the stone house. The reason why he didn't build a new cab similar to a house was to save blocks. The total number of blocks for the 2 people is only 4 digits at present, not endless. In addition, building a negative floor also requires a lot of blocks. The place where the 2 snow elves live. When the time comes, the second floor will be filled with all kinds of strange pets. This will not affect their married life. Gu Fan, then you go first, I'll go fishing first. Xia Shulan was not idle either, and hurriedly took the fishing rod and prepared to work. She didn't want to be a vase. Whether it was in battle or in daily care, she hoped to work shoulder to shoulder with Gu Fan. Gu Fan first put the driving block into the storage column, then built the 3rd floor. Originally, Gu Fan wanted to connect the 3rd floor with the 2nd floor. That is, the bedroom on the 1st floor, the ladder on the 2nd floor, and then continue to the 3rd floor. But there will be a big problem. That is, the rain and snow will drift into the 2nd floor, and then drift into the 1st floor. So, Gu Fan plans to build a ladder from the outside. In this way, when the shadow puppet is asked to help drive in the future, it is so tall, there is no need to squat and squeeze in the cozy little house of Xia Shulan and himself. Just ask it to climb the stairs and let it climb to the 3rd floor. Climbing from the outside to the 3rd floor is also more spacious. Soon, Gu Fan used wood and permanent ladder drawings to build a lot of ladders. For symmetry, beauty, and decoration, Gu Fan specially built 2 rows of ladders next to the iron gate. At that time, I could also compete with Xia Shulan to see who is the first to climb from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. Gu Fan suddenly thought wildly. Not only that, Gu Fan also added another layer of stones around the 3rd floor to prevent falling. At the same time, 2 more layers of stones were added in the forward direction, and 2 stone pillars were built. For the sake of beauty, and to make the 3rd floor more solid. After thinking about it, you were right. The podium is placed like a steering wheel. After doing all this, it was already an hour later. Then, for the subsequent construction and the rear view, Gu Fan built a 3x6 small platform at the back. And this small platform is not fenced. The overall layout of the stone house on the rear small platform. After doing all this, Gu Fan came to the underground floor again. At this time, the snow elves and ice elves were looking at each other. After noticing Gu Fan coming down, they raised their heads and looked at Gu Fan with loyalty. Especially the ice elf. You can see the flattery in its gray eyes. There is a reason for this. After all, the mistress Xia Shulan abused it so badly. But the male owner Gu Fan did not do this to it. So, in the subconscious of the ice elf, Gu Fan is better than the vicious Xia Shulan. Now build a living environment for the 2 of you. Gu Fan explained the reason. The snow elf and the ice elf looked at each other, and the big head nodded. Wait, I remember the snow girl seemed to say that the snow elf and the ice elf can be fused? Do you 2 know how to merge with each other? Gu Fan took a look at the pet rankings. The 9th place is the ice elf. The 10th place is the snow elf. It just so happens that these 2 elves belong to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. And the reason why the ice elf is stronger than the snow elf. Gu Fan estimated that it is probably because the effect of the ice elf is a shield. And the effect of the snow elf is health recovery. There are many ways to recover health, such as eating. But the shield has never been touched. The 2 elves looked at each other, and didn't understand what Gu Fan was saying. Egu egu. Gula gula. Then, Gu Fan clicked on the 2 elves. Snow elf. Ice elf. Ding! Detected water attribute homologous elves. Snow elves and ice elves can be fused. Fusion requirements. Snow elf X1, ice elf X1, energy core X10, energy crystal X10, water attribute essence X1, ice attribute essence X2. Among them, the energy core is okay. After all, Gu Fan had bought energy cores in the trading market before. This thing can also be opened in the gold treasure chest. Now there are energy cores for sale from time to time in the trading market. But most of the energy cores are sold out. The same is true for energy crystals. However, Gu Fan had seen a player fishing for a washing machine in the chat channel before. But energy crystals are also needed to build a washing machine. So, unlike energy cores, energy crystals are more widely used. But fortunately, the probability of fishing them is higher than that of energy cores. It also appears in the trading market. But once it appears, it will be bought quickly. These 2 are easy to deal with. And Gu Fan has no idea what the 2 spirits behind are. Forget it, you 2 don't need to merge yet. Gu Fan shook his head. Let's talk about it when we have spirits in the future. Then, Gu Fan continued to build the underground layer. First, use snow blocks to build a fence of about 1 layer around the ice crystal block. The reason for using snow blocks is that the temperature of the ice crystal block is low enough, and even in hot weather, it should be able to keep the snow blocks from melting. Of course, if it melts, it proves that Gu Fan guessed wrong. Then use ice crystal blocks to divide it slightly. Then, next to the ice crystal, continue to use wooden boards to build outward. This is because there are not enough stones. After doing all this, Gu Fan continued to build blocks at the 4 corners of the wooden board, connecting with the first layer to form 4 pillars for support. In the future, the underground layer will also put more strange creatures or other things well. It will be much more beautiful this way. Gu Fan nodded. The 2 elves were jumping and hopping around, seemingly happy that the environment they lived in had become larger. Don't be happy, it's snowing now, so you 2 little guys can move around on this large platform on the underground floor, but when the temperature rises, you can only stay on the ice crystal cube, understand? The 2 elves nodded like little chickens pecking at rice. After doing all this, Xia Shulan just finished fishing. The period includes the time of squatting on the clouds, and the time of fishing. After 20 times of fishing, Xia Shulan caught 2 chickens, 3 woods, 2 hematite cubes, 10 health points, and 2 energy cores. She also ran to the 2nd floor, looking at Gu Fan with joy. Gu Fan, look at me, I'm awesome. I caught so many good things. Looking at the bouncing Xia Shulan, Gu Fan nodded with a smile. You're awesome. Since you're so awesome, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Xia Shulan pushed him a little, glared at Gu Fan with resentment, but still let Gu Fan hold her and peck her. Xia Shulan, humph. Although I had expected Gu Fan to find many reasons to take advantage of me, I have to say that this feeling is really good. Xia Shulan smiled sweetly. But in order to prevent Gu Fan from discovering that she was actually very happy, she pretended to grit her teeth and then stepped on Gu Fan twice. Gu Fan smiled and said nothing. Xia Shulan, this innocent girl, sometimes didn't realize that Gu Fan was eavesdropping on her. After Gu Fan and Xia Shulan came to the upper floor, she also added the 20 points of arbitrary attribute points rewarded by the previous full area report and the 10 points of attribute points caught by fishing to her health. Now, Xia Shulan's health has increased by 200 points with the frost armor and snow necklace. At the 30 points just now, Xia Shulan's health is 480 points. She is half a forbidden warrior. It is worth mentioning that the previous Ice Spirit King was not actually a forbidden warrior. Its previous attribute panel not only did not have the reminder of the forbidden level, its health was not blessed by the frost armor, nor did it have the 4-digit strength of the forbidden level. No wonder it was suppressed so badly by the Snow Girl at that time. Of course, perhaps before being seriously injured by the Snow Girl, the Ice Spirit King had the strength of the forbidden level. And Gu Fan guessed that according to the nature of the game system, this full area report should also reward the killing of the first forbidden creature. Unfortunately, no. So, this is enough to prove that the Ice Spirit King is not a forbidden strawman. Chapter 102. 2 days passed, and the first test of the cube survival came to the 5th day. Gu Fan's number of copies also increased from 0 to 2. After consuming 6 or 7 more times, he could hit critically again. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan had a very comfortable life these 2 days. When they were hungry, they ate fruits and meat. And there was enough water every day. And because Gu Fan was building a platform on the first floor below, he ran out of wood. The number of wood blocks increased from 4 digits to 3 digits. So, in order to make the wood blocks and stone blocks completely free, Gu Fan put some food on the shelves according to the price. At the same time, the two also found that the things in the Qingquan bag would not deteriorate. Some perishable meat, fruits and vegetables, and seeds were transferred from the warehouse on the 2nd floor of the stone house to the Qingquan bag at the beginning. And it is worth mentioning that Xia Shulan's luck started to play tricks again. It even affected Gu Fan. In the 80 fishing trips in these 2 days, no good things were caught. Even monster clouds and beast clouds were encountered. What about goblins, ghosts, dead silent people, tigers? It's a good thing that Gu Fan and his partner's attributes are the first among the players in the entire area, otherwise they can't resist at all. This is, Xia Shulan doesn't allow Gu Fan these 2 days. What do you mean by not allowing? Every time in the middle of the night, when Gu Fan hugs Xia Shulan and wants to do something like this, Xia Shulan will shake her head with fear on her face, and even bury her face in Gu Fan's chest like a little hedgehog and curl up to sleep, without actually refusing or agreeing. There is no way. This kind of thing is also consensual. Moreover, it was indeed Gu Fan who used a trick to get Xia Shulan to agree. Just after Gu Fan finished the last fishing trip today, Xia Shulan stood beside him with a telescope and suddenly exclaimed, Gu Fan, there seems to be a group of players in front. What did you say? There are a lot of attribute points in front. Gu Fan took the telescope handed to him by Xia Shulan and looked carefully ahead. I saw a group of big men in coats sitting on a bare platform. There were 3 big houses on the platform. There were about 8 big men in the group. Because the team was formed by 1 man and 1 woman at the beginning, there were about 8 female players in the 3 big houses at the back. There was also a bonfire on the platform, and there were 2 roasted whole lambs on the bonfire. These big men seemed to be having a party. And their platform had fewer blocks than Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's. But the number of wooden blocks and mud blocks accounted for a particularly large proportion. The platform was made of mud, but the house was made of wooden boards. This is also the current standard configuration for most players. Gu Fan uses stone to build houses and platforms, and there are 2 floors, which is simply a luxury. Gu Fan, what do you say? Xia Shulan said with an evil green light in her eyes. She had evil thoughts in her mind. Ahem, Xia Shulan, we are good people. If the other party does not attack us, we have no reason to attack them. After all, you know, killing isn't polite. Gu Fan said seriously. His eyebrows were full of righteousness. Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at Gu Fan. Bah, I'll be honest, you are hypocritical. There are at least 8 men in that group. If you add the women in the house behind, there are at least 80 attribute points. If all of them are added to my life value, won't I die? Xia Shulan said excitedly. Gu Fan glanced at Xia Shulan's figure, and nodded secretly in the face of Xia Shulan's statement. So, as long as we should lure them to attack us, we will have a reason to do them. After that, Gu Fan asked 001, who was driving the platform on the stone roof, to stop the platform at the place where the group must pass. Then Gu Fan, what if they are afraid of us and don't attack us? It's very simple. Then rob them, and take away most of their cubes and things. Gu Fan nodded and analyzed. In this way, won't we offend them? Xia Shuan didn't understand what Gu Fan meant. Yes, if we offend them, we will have a reason to do them, in order to prevent their revenge. Listening to Gu Fan's analysis, Xia Shuan nodded thoughtfully. Then, why don't we just do them? Gu Fan was speechless. Just when Gu Fan was thinking about how to explain, Xia Shulan's frown finally relaxed. Oh, I understand. Gu Fan, do you think this is rude? And 2 kilometers ahead, a 13 by 13 earth block, carrying 8 people and 3 wooden houses, was moving in a certain direction, because there was no driving block. So, they encountered an empty island or other players completely randomly. The leading man among the 8 people was named Zhang Wei. He was matched with his mother at the beginning. However, not long after the start of the game, in order to grab supplies and fear of falling, Zhang Wei pushed his mother down. Before his mother died, she did not regret giving birth to such a beast son. Instead, she was glad that her son could obtain more supplies, occupy a larger territory, and have a greater chance of survival. Later, Zhang Wei struggled alone and found many like-minded players, either talented players or players with good physical attributes, and developed together to the present. Chapter 103. Wei Gu, have we made a lot of money recently? My talent allows us to summon a species every day. Although monsters and wild beasts may be summoned sometimes, if we summon animals like cattle and sheep, we will not have to worry about food and drink. It is a cold day now, and the price of meat is very expensive. The big man who spoke said with a look of seeking credit. Well done, Li Ming. I will give you a thigh of the roasted whole lamb today. Zhang Wei praised. Thank you, Wei Gu. Thank you, Wei Gu. Li Ming said gratefully. You know, Wei Gu is one of the top 30 fierce men in the region. If we follow Wei Gu, we will definitely become the overlord of the entire region in the future. Not bad, not bad. The combat power of several of us is at least 500 in the rankings. If the few women we matched with were useless, according to the real combat power, you would be more than enough to fight against the top 100 teams. As for me, even the top 10 teams are not to be feared. A tall man with muscles all over his coat and a full beard said proudly. His talent is sea-level body strengthening, and he has the ability to double his attribute points at the beginning, that is, when everyone's average health is 100, his health is 200. It is definitely an early talent, and it is useless in the later stage. However, after all, it is still in the early stage, and he has a very high voice in the entire Zhang Wei team. Li Weibing is right. The current team combat power ranking is the ranking of the 2 people in the team, and Li Weibing is matched with his daughter. His daughter has no combat power at all, but she is ranked 33rd on the ranking list. Of course, the boss is the same, he is always alone. Several big men flattered each other. Even the top-ranked players were not worth mentioning in their eyes. Soon, Li Weibing, who was bragging, saw the 2-story platform in front of Gu Fan and Xia Shuan. On the wide and flat stone platform on the upper level, standing quietly were 2 figures, a man and a woman. From a distance, you can see that their faces are still a bit immature. The man was tall and straight, about 1.8 meters tall, with very regular facial features, sword eyebrows and star eyes, and extremely handsome. With his slender and well-proportioned figure, he looked even more elegant and majestic. Compared with him, the woman next to him was much smaller and cuter. She was only about 1.5 meters tall, but her figure was extremely hot and sexy. The slender waist is not even a hand's length, and the plump and round sexy body outlines a charming curve. However, the most eye-catching thing is the small face that looks like a jade sculpture, with delicate facial features on the small face, and big eyes, like 2 bright gems, flashing with smart light. The small nose is slightly tilted, and the pink lips are as tempting as cherries. Such a lovely appearance forms a strong contrast with her sexy figure. And next to this talented couple, there are a large number of animals, dozens of pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, and 4 black-looking puppets. The lower level is empty, and 2 white unknown animals are pushing each other on the blue square in the center of the lower level, as if they are playing. Behind the 2 of them was also a relatively tall stone house. Brother Wei, did you see it? As the second in command, Li Weibing's tone was full of greed. Whether it was the lovely Xia Shulan or the various supplies on the other platform, he wanted to get them. Zhang Wei nodded. It seems that we have met players again, but this pair of players is a bit weird. There are only 2 of them, but the number of blocks they occupy is unusually large. The supplies are also unusually rich. Maybe there are a few people hiding in that stone house. And what is that black thing? It feels like a puppet? Another person said curiously. Soon, the 8 big men looked at the two. Some looked indifferent, some were full of greed, and some looked alert. Wait until the two platforms were completely in contact. Zhang Wei came to the front with a calm expression. You too, I am Zhang Wei, the 30th on the combat power ranking list. May I ask your names? If these two people are ranked very high, then don't fight with them, and even win them over. If these two people are ranked very low and just got so many resources by luck, then just kill the man and give the woman to the brothers. Zhang Wei's thoughts appeared in Gu Fan's mind. Gu Fan smiled slightly, and the next moment, a dark blue long sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, the sword body exuded an ice blue light, as if it had some buff. In an instant, Gu Fan raised his hand and swung the sword. Zhang Wei's head fell to the edge of the platform, rolled a few times, and fell from the sky. Frost appeared on the headless body, as if it was frozen. Viagra. Lao Da. Damn it, how dare you. Revenge for the boss. Wait, Lao Da is ranked 30th. Why was he defeated so easily? Several big men said angrily and horrified. However, Li Weibing's pupil shrank. He quickly stepped back and protected everyone in front of him. You know, he couldn't see the man's sword-swinging movements clearly. In addition to some powerful monsters on the Sky Island, the most powerful player he encountered was the seemingly immature young man in front of him. At the same time, his personality was also very cruel, and he didn't say a word of nonsense. And Gu Fan was a little confused. Wonderful why it was so simple. Causing a critical hit, causing 266 points of damage. 266 points of damage can directly kill the 30th ranked player? This is a bit unreasonable, right? But the next moment, Gu Fan understood why it was so easy to kill this player. Gain 5 attribute points. Gain gold lower grade skills. King Kong Fist. King Kong Fist. The fist is covered with golden light, and it hits the enemy hard, causing the original attack power plus 250 damage. If you hit the enemy's head or weak point, there is a high probability of causing a critical hit. Cooldown time, 7 minutes. There is a 1% chance of obtaining a random skill after killing a player. Gu Fan finally understood why Zhang Wei was able to reach the top 30. And it is estimated that he only has this ability. Although Zhang Wei's attributes are very poor, the gold grade skill he mastered is extremely powerful. It's just a pity that Zhang Wei was killed by Gu Fan before he used the King Kong Fist on him. This King Kong Fist can cause an additional 250 points of attack, and the cooldown time is only 7 minutes. In this way, the gap between gold skills and silver skills is very large. For example, the King Kong Fist and the Lingxi Finger. There is a difference of 250 and 88. Gu Fan is increasingly looking forward to what the gold treasure chest can open. He decided to wait until the day after tomorrow, when the number of copies reached 4, to copy the gold treasure chest, and then let Xia Shuan open it. If a gold skill can be opened, let Xia Shuan learn it. Then Gu Fan will try to see if he can copy Xia Shulan's gold skill on Xia Shulan's attribute panel. Chapter 104. Your boss is too weak, but he is only rank 30. What's so good about that? Xia Shulan looked at the excited players speechlessly. Wait, two big guys, if we have any resources you want, we can give them to you, don't attack us. One of the players suddenly calmed down. He knew that since Gu Fan could kill Zhang Wei with one sword, then it is estimated that they, the lower-ranked scum, can also be killed with 1 or 2 swords. So, for now, we can only give in, even if we still have a trump card. There is no other way. Now we can only bear the humiliation and get rid of these 2 plague gods first, and then find a way to avenge the boss when we become stronger in the future. We want your life. Xia Shuan did not continue to talk nonsense, and quickly jumped onto the mud platform, holding the frost sword, and applied a freezing buff to the frost sword, and then, like Gu Fan, slashed at the player who was ready to negotiate. A critical hit. Instantly, the player's health bar was emptied. However, because Xia Shulan's attack was not as good as Gu Fan's, the player was not killed instantly, but his whole body was covered with frost, as if he was controlled by the freezing buff. Gu Fan raised his sword again, and killed the other 2 players. Those players were terrified, and they quickly picked up their weapons, and started to fight back against Gu Fan. But they were no match for Gu Fan at all. And Li Weibing had already hidden in the house. The player who was almost killed by Xia Shulan showed fear on his face, and quickly took out a gun from the storage bar, and pointed it at Xia Shulan. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. I will fight you. Seeing the scene, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan did not move any further, as if they were suppressed by the powerful pistol. Seeing this relief, he wiped the sweat off his face and said fiercely, "You two throw your weapons over to us and take off all your clothes. Don't think about resisting. My pistol is not an ordinary pistol, but an A-level talent, a life pistol. The damage grows with my vitality. At present, my life value is 270 points, which means the damage of the pistol is 270 points." The big man said hurriedly. However, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other. They saw surprise in each other's eyes. "Gu Fan, you were able to copy my talent before. Can you copy his talent? This live pistol seems to be quite strong." Gu Fan shook his head. "It shouldn't be possible. I can only copy it on the attribute panel, so I can only copy yours." "What if you copy the gun directly?" Xia Shulan looked eager to try. "If you can copy this gun while this person is alive, wouldn't it be equivalent to getting a life pistol?" Listening to Xia Shulan's suggestion, Gu Fan nodded. "That makes sense. I'll try it now." After speaking, Gu Fan walked straight towards the player holding the pistol. The other players were shocked. They didn't understand. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were threatened by the pistol, but they dared to whisper. Whispering is fine, but they dared to face the companion with the life pistol directly. "You, don't come over, I'm really going to do it." After he said that, he quickly fired 3 shots at Gu Fan. However, Gu Fan seemed to have known that he had hit his head, and he slightly turned his head to avoid the 3 shots. Seeing and hearing. How is it possible? How can a person's speed be comparable to a gun? Before he could finish, Gu Fan grabbed his pistol with one palm. The whole white pistol seemed to be covered by a layer of snow. The lines were smooth and beautiful, as if the corners and arcs were carefully designed. The appearance was very handsome. Gu Fan had never seen a pistol of this style before. It seemed to be a high-tech one that came from the future. Obtain Chen Daming's life pistol. Note: this is Chen Daming's exclusive pistol and cannot be used. Sure enough, it cannot be used, right? Humph, clown, this is my innate ability. What does it have to do with you? Besides, don't think of killing me to take it. If you kill me, my talent will disappear, and this pistol will disappear. After speaking, Chen Daming waved his hand triumphantly, and the pistol automatically escaped from Gu Fan's control and returned to his hand. What if I copy one? What do you mean? Chen Daming was a little confused. Gu Fan ignored him and flashed to Chen Daming again, snatching his live pistol again. You know, the talent of sight and hearing perception belongs to Xia Shulan. But after Gu Fan copied her attribute panel, he copied the new sight and hearing perception through the medium of the attribute panel, and then it belonged to Gu Fan, and it also broke the setting of 1 person per talent. What if some people's talents are materialized? For example, driving cubes or live pistols. Even if the life pistol belongs to this player named Chen Daming. But after copying through the material medium of the life pistol, doesn't the life pistol no longer belong to him? Of course, the reason why the driving cube is not bound to the previous Lu Dahu. And the life pistol is bound to Chen Daming, probably because Chen Daming's life and the damage of the life pistol are interrelated. It's very complicated, but it's worth a try. Thinking of this, Gu Fan did not hesitate, and directly used the number of copies before Chen Daming recalled the pistol to copy a new life pistol. A pistol that can grow with the life value. Get the life pistol. Ding! The life pistol is automatically converted to an A-level talent life pistol. Get an A-level talent life pistol. 1. The damage of the life pistol is the same as the current life value of the player Gu Fan. 2. The first 3 shots every day have no cost, and each shot will consume 50% of the current life value. If the life value is an odd number, it will be rounded up. For example, if the player Gu Fan has 11 life points, it will be 6 life points after shooting. If the player Gu Fan shoots when his life value is 1, the player Gu Fan will die. 3. 3 free and costless attacks are refreshed at 6 o'clock every day. Sure enough, although this life pistol is powerful and does not require bullets, it has a price. The price is life value, but fortunately, there are no other side effects except that 50% of the current life value will be deducted by firing continuously. Just when Gu Fan was thinking about continuing to copy this life pistol, a familiar prompt sound appeared, which was exactly the same as the prompt sound when copying Xia Shulan's talent and his own talent before. Ding! In order to prevent bugs, talents can only be copied once, and this talent cannot be copied daily. Chapter 105. Gu Fan had forgotten this. Talent can only be copied once. One's own copying talent cannot be copied. However, even so, the daily copying talent is considered an extremely powerful S-level talent. It seems that S-level talents can be strong or weak. However, this scene shocked everyone. How is it possible? This is my life pistol. Why do you have it? Chin Daming asked in disbelief, then quickly stepped back a few steps and even sat on the ground. Nothing is impossible. There are so many players with talents in this world. After saying that, Gu Fan, relying on his sense of sight and hearing, fired a shot at his head without hesitation. Bang! Nearly 800 points of terrifying damage exploded on his head. The reason why it was 800 points was because the hit to the head also caused a critical hit. In fact, if this person hit Gu Fan's head with all 3 shots, it would definitely pose a threat to Gu Fan. But since Gu Fan has a sense of sight and hearing, there is no need to be afraid. Chin Daming's ranking in the region is indeed very high, ranking 35th. This ranking is all due to his talent. I was wrong. I really shouldn't have pushed my girlfriend down. Forgive me, I didn't do anything wrong, I just pushed my girlfriend down, and then I kept blaming myself, always. One of the players couldn't help it, and knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Me too, I was hungry for 5 or 6 days at the beginning, and didn't catch anything. In order to fill my stomach, I took my own daughter. Other players also knelt down to repent. Death loomed over their heads. They confessed all the sins they had committed since crossing over. Perhaps they knew they would die soon. Gu Fan, tell me, among the players who are still alive, are there any good people who have never committed sins? Xia Shulan stood behind Gu Fan, looking blank. Indeed, the two of them were not soft-hearted. But facing the players who pushed their teammates down at the beginning, they still looked down on them, even disgusted. Gu Fan did not waste bullets, and put the life pistol back into the storage bar. Then he killed everyone on the platform with 2 or 3 swords. Not including those in the house. Where is sin in this world? It's just the law of the jungle and profit first. Gu Fan shook his head. Even those players, who never attacked their own kind must have eaten meat before crossing over. Even if you are a vegetarian, who does not eat meat, vegetables and rice are also life. To put it bluntly, every breath and every action is accompanied by the death of a large number of bacteria and microorganisms. In this world, there are only big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimp. Gu Fan did not want to comment on this. But he knew that everything was due to insufficient strength. This also completely increased Gu Fan's determination to become stronger, and go all in on attribute points. Only by constantly becoming stronger can he live for a long time, protect Xia Shulan, and happily travel the entire block world with Xia Shulan. Afterwards, Gu Fan and the others cleaned up the players in the wooden house. The guardly who ran into the wooden house earlier was cleaned up. In addition, there were several ragged female players. However, those female players were not taken initiative by Gu Fan and the others. Originally, Gu Fan planned to leave a basic wooden house for them. Instead, they asked Gu Fan to do so. There were 4 young and beautiful female players, all covered in wounds, as if they had been abused. Since they had no hope of survival, Gu Fan and his companions did not hesitate to count the gains after eliminating all the players. First, there were a large number of iron tools, iron spears, iron swords, and even iron broadswords. And some red iron blocks, black iron blocks, and even a few gold blocks. 1 gold block is 10 gold. It was a good harvest. At the same time, there were 180 dirt blocks. In addition, 200 wooden blocks. And some drawings that have not been built yet. Iron door drawings, furnace drawings, golden sword drawings, and iron golem drawings. Among them, the golden sword drawings are the same as ordinary swords, and you can still build one with 10 gold. But the attack power is probably about the same as the red iron sword. After Gu Fan built it, he took it in his hand. Golden sword, increase attack power by 40 points. Sure enough, it can only increase by 40 points. Hey Gu Fan, why is this attack power higher than ordinary iron swords and red iron swords? Isn't gold softer than iron? Xia Shulan was bending over and constantly digging their blocks, and then asked curiously. For puppets were also helping to dig. Looking at Xia Shulan bending over, Gu Fan put away the golden sword and said with a smile, "Good opportunity." Xia Shulan stood up and looked at Gu Fan in confusion. What good opportunity? Alas, there is no chance. Xia Shulan always felt something was wrong. Did this damn Gu Fan have any bad intentions again? After reading Gu Fan's mind, he finally understood what Gu Fan meant. He immediately used the return my pretty fist, and the 9-in white bone claw to beat Gu Fan fiercely. You shameless villain. Now, it's still broad daylight. Ahem, stop it, I don't have any moves. I can't even think about it. Humph, no. Xia Shulan, damn Gu Fan, a bunch of bad ideas to bully me, although this feeling is not bad, humph. Xia Shulan's inner anger is completely different from the outward anger. Gu Fan was too lazy to expose it, anyway, it happened once. Is the second time far away? Not far away. Then came the Iron Golem blueprint. The Iron Golem blueprint requires 100 refined iron, that is, 10 iron blocks, to make it. Although iron blocks are relatively scarce. But 10 iron blocks are still affordable. Soon, after consuming 10 iron blocks and the Iron Golem blueprint, a silver-white golem more than 2 meters tall appeared in front. Iron Golem. HP, 130. Attack 30. Defense 30. Speed 30. An ordinary Iron Golem needs to replenish 1 piece of refined iron every day to maintain energy. A Shadow Golem needs 1 shadow bead a day. There are still 1 or 200 shadow beads now, which can maintain 4 Shadow Golems for a month. Although the attribute points of the Iron Golem are very poor, it only needs to consume refined iron to maintain energy, which is much cheaper than the Shadow Golem. You also help to dig blocks, and then help to transport the blocks to the utility room on the 2nd floor. After Gu Fan gave a simple order, the Iron Golem nodded and followed the 4 black brothers to work together. Not long, a few hours later, everyone finally moved the blocks clean. Xia Shulan wiped the sweat from her forehead. Huh, labor is glorious. Xia Shulan turned around in front of Gu Fan and danced a little, feeling very excited. The two also looked at the attribute points they had obtained. A total of 60 attribute points. Gu Fan got 35, Xia Shulan got 25. Gu Fan thought about it and allocated his attribute points a little, first adding health points to 400. This looks good. Then add to the attack. Defense generally does not need to be added. With a sense of sight and hearing, opponents with little difference in strength can basically not touch Gu Fan. Even the female savage, who was close to the first ban, her full strength arrow was almost dodged by Gu Fan. Character, Gu Fan. Teammate, Xia Shulan. Talent, S-level talent, daily copy. S-level talent, sense of sight. A-level talent, life pistol. Ice and snow power, 93, click to use freezing buff, swordsmanship experience, firearms experience, 89. Skills, bullfist, beginner, diamond palm, beginner, infinite invisibility, special skills cannot be upgraded, diamond fist, beginner, status, joy. And Xia Shulan added 500 health points. The reason why Xia Shulan is 100 higher than Gu Fan is not only because she is more tanky than Gu Fan, but also because she has a necklace. Gu Fan has not copied the necklace yet. It is estimated that he will copy it after the number of copies reaches 3. Then, like Gu Fan, she gave the others to attack. Xia Shulan's attack is really too bad. Without equipment and skills, she is just a weak chicken. Character, Xia Shulan. Teammate, Gu Fan. Talent, S-level talent, sense of sight and hearing. Ice and snow power, 92, click to use freezing buff, swordsmanship experience, firearms experience, 82. Skills, 3 consecutive punches, beginner, whirlwind kick, beginner, telepathic finger, beginner, infinite invisibility, special skills cannot be upgraded, health value, attack, 25. Status, slightly tired, want to curl up in Gu Fan's arms and sleep. Chapter 106. What's going on? Gu Fan was stunned for a moment. But think about it, today is building a home, fighting with more than a dozen players, and constantly digging blocks. It would be strange if I wasn't tired. I also felt a little tired. After dinner, the two of them took a shower. But when Xia Shulan went to take a shower, Gu Fan was about to sneak in, but was discovered by her, and he quickly punched and pushed her out. After the two of them took a shower in turn, Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan, who looked a little tired. Xia Shulan, it's getting late now, let's take a rest. Xia Shulan hummed, but soon glanced at Gu Fan suspiciously. Okay, it's better to go to bed early, but you can't mess around. Don't worry, don't you know my character? Xia Shulan, actually, it's okay to mess around a little. Gu Fan read Xia Shulan's mind, and was immediately happy. Does this mean that we can do that? However, just when Gu Fan was about to do that, he realized something. A little bit of messing around equals no messing around. So once Gu Fan messed around, Xia Shulan would definitely respond with reserve, pretending to faint, getting angry, and being furious. Then she would have to coax her into doing something, which would be very troublesome. Gu Fan immediately came up with a plan. Lying down on the bed normally, he took Xia Shulan, who looked nervous, into his arms, and then closed his eyes. Xia Shulan was so nervous at this moment. She knew that Gu Fan was a big man. Because of her reserve, she couldn't take the initiative, so she could only wait for Gu Fan to take the initiative. But she had slightly rejected Gu Fan a few days ago. Xia Shulan decided that if Gu Fan strongly requested it today, she would not refuse strongly. However, after 10 minutes or so, Gu Fan did not move, as if he had fallen asleep. Xia Shulan? ? She stood up slightly, and pushed Gu Fan. Gu Fan was pretending to sleep at this time, and of course he knew why Xia Shulan pushed him. Then, he quickly pretended to be woken up, and looked at Xia Shulan innocently. What's wrong? Little wife? Go to sleep, you have to get up early tomorrow. After that, Gu Fan put his big hand behind Xia Shulan's head, hugged her tightly again, and kissed her forehead. Xia Shulan, Xia Shulan hummed a few times as if she was sulking. After hearing Gu Fan snoring, while pretending to sleep, she immediately opened his hand, and then Xia Shulan sat up, her little face drooping, like a deflated ball, her phoenix eyes staring at Gu Fan's handsome face with resentment. TSK, what a fool. Big idiot. Xia Shulan, could it be that Gu Fan doesn't like me anymore? Probably not, right? He may not have noticed it, maybe he rejected her too harshly a few days ago? She was full of thoughts, staring at Gu Fan's face. Soon, Xia Shulan came to the other end of the big bed in a huff, refusing to let Gu Fan hold her. Xia Shulan, humph, I don't think you can sleep without a lovely girlfriend to hold you. But she rolled around on the bed, and couldn't fall asleep after rolling for almost 2 hours. Finally, with no choice but to sigh, Xia Shulan rolled back into Gu Fan's arms, and covered her body with his big hands like a quilt. Gu Fan almost laughed out loud at the little girl's actions. But soon, with his beloved in his arms, Gu Fan gradually fell asleep. After 2 days, the number of copies was saved for another 2 days, and the number of copies reached 3, which was a relatively ideal state. During this period, the two fished 80 times, plus the materials obtained from an ordinary sky island, and the wool sold, they became a little rich again. Why sell wool? Of course, it is because it is the material for making cotton clothes and quilts. Xia Shulan also replaced a washing machine in the trading market. It consumed 20 refined irons, and an energy crystal to make it successfully, and placed it in the bathroom. At this time, the two were eating mutton hot pot. This mutton hot pot was of course made by Xia Shulan. Although the mutton in the hot pot was a little old, it also proved that she was attentive. Xia Shulan held her chin, and looked at Gu Fan expectantly. As if to say to Gu Fan, you praise me quickly, you praise me quickly. Gu Fan also understood, and he touched Xia Shulan's head. My young wife is becoming more and more virtuous. Today's mutton soup is really delicious. Xia Shulan was a little embarrassed by the compliment. She scratched her head. No. It's just that the taste is a little old, and a little bland. I'll improve it next time. Gu Fan pointed out the problem slightly. Oh okay, I will definitely add more salt next time. Gu Fan, ? Forget it. It's actually pretty good this way. Just as Xia Shulan was about to say something, suddenly, the system broadcast came to her ear. The first test is over, and the surviving team players are rewarded with 20 points of defense, and 1 silver treasure chest. It is detected that the number of players in this area is less than 5 digits. Killing players will no longer gain attribute points. At the same time, when the number of players in all areas is less than 10,000, all areas will be merged. At that time, the chat channel, rankings, and trading market will be systematically updated. After the voice broadcast, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's defense increased by 20 points. Gu Fan's reached 238, Xia Shulan's reached 236. Chapter 107. Of course, this is also based on wearing thrust armor. If it is just naked defense, it is very ordinary. As the system broadcast ended, the heavy snow that was falling slowly stopped, and the cold wind blowing on the two people due to the movement of the block platform gradually disappeared. It's amazing, this game system changes the temperature so simply. Xia Shulan was stunned, and then felt a little hot, and quickly took off the 2 sweaters she was wearing. Maybe because of the size, the sweaters were still a little stuck. Afterwards, Gu Fan also asked 001, 003 to 006 to help clean the snow on the platform. If it were an ordinary player, he might collect the snow on the platform. But Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, through the Snow Clan Sky Island, directly became free of water resources. It seems that after a few days, when everyone's water resources are slightly consumed, the snow water can be sold on the platform. During the first test, the prices of sweaters, quilts, coats, wool, and food on the platform rose sharply. But the price of water resources dropped rapidly. There is no way, because it is snowing naturally without pollution, and some areas even have hail. If the ice and snow melt a little, they can be used as water resources. Even most players who don't have wooden barrels for storage are too lazy to collect water resources, so they took a beautiful bath. However, after the first test, the price of water resources slowly rose again, returning to the days before the first test. Afterwards, Gufan opened the chat channel to see if there was any important information during this period. Xia Shuan also came over, holding Gufan in her two small hands, and watching the chat channel together. Oh my god, are there less than 10,000 people in our area? Well, I think so. But most of the survivors should be strong players and players with medium or higher rankings. This heavy snow has taken many lives. By the way, is there any pattern in our area? We should all be in people, right? In the future, will we wait until the number of people in all areas drops to 10,000, and then carry out a big melting in all areas? It should be randomly assigned. My partner is my heterosexual girlfriend. She is in the north, and I am in the south. Hey, you said that there should be 100,000 areas. If the number of people in each area is less than 10,000, does it mean that there are still more than 900 million people alive in our world? Anyway, this is a good thing. Killing players will not gain attribute points. Let's unite a little bit next time. Maybe the people in our area will have to fight against people in other areas together. Yes, according to the nature of this game, maybe after the regional integration, a similar battle royale mechanism will appear again. It's over, it's over. I seem to have encountered a special sky island with a bunch of goblins on it. What should I do? Good luck to the above. I am Su Xiaoyu, a player from the second team of the Battle Power list, recruiting players from the top 100 of the list to form a team together. Interested in private chat. Boss Su, my brother and I are players from the 5th team of the list. Can we join? Of course. I want to join too. I want to join too. The 20th team of the list is here, recruiting players to develop and grow together, and spend all the Sky Islands and special Sky Islands encountered together. The top 1,000 players on the Battle Power list are here, please. Is there anyone who can bring my little sister along? I am 36D. Watching the chat channel shift from the original topic of the game broadcast to the recruitment of players by various forces. Gu Fan's expression became strange. Of course he knew why. It was simply because of the change in the rules of the game. The rule of getting 5 attribute points for killing a player disappeared, until all areas merged into one big area. At that time, new rules might be born. So, because there was no worry, some players at the top of the rankings began to recruit teammates. And Gu Fan agreed with what a player said in the chat channel. With the nature of this game, there might really be confrontations and struggles between different areas at that time. Gu Fan glanced at Xia Shulan. Xiao Shulan, what do you think? What do you mean? It's about the teams at the top of the rankings starting to recruit players from this area. Xia Shulan frowned. She didn't know what Gu Fan wanted to say. Could it be that he wanted to form a team? Xia Shulan bit her pink lips and looked at Gu Fan with a little resentment. If possible, Xia Shulan didn't want to team up with other teams. The reason was simple. She didn't want Gu Fan to get in touch with other players, especially female players. Gu Fan was so outstanding. What if the female players in the team fell in love with Gu Fan? She wanted to monopolize Gu Fan all the time, even forever, and the two of them would stick together all day long, not separated for a moment. But if Gu Fan really wanted to team up for the sake of the future, Xia Shuan couldn't say anything. Don't, other people's teaming, what does it have to do with us? Xia Shuan lowered her head and muttered in a depressed mood. Gu Fan, who noticed something was wrong, was a little puzzled. Lolita's heart is like a needle in the sea. Ahem, I'm just saying something for you. Why are you suddenly angry? In fact, Gu Fan didn't want to team up with others. The two of them were always together, which was both free and could avoid exposing many secrets. But he was afraid that Xia Shulan would have different ideas, so in order to seek her opinion, Gu Fan asked indirectly. What can I think? If you want to team up, just team up. What does it have to do with me? Xia Shulan was also a little stupid at this time. She didn't know how to read Gu Fan's inner thoughts directly. Gu Fan activated the mind-reading ability of seeing and hearing. Xia Shulan, I don't want to team up with others. If Gu Fan wants to team up with others, I will be invisible and secretly assassinate them all, and then rob their supplies. So that's it. Looking at Xiao Shulan, who had the same idea as him, Gu Fan held her in his arms lovingly and kissed her face. Get out, don't get close to me. Xiao Shulan was still angry. Ahem, so I think we won't go along with other players, we won't team up with other teams, we'll fight alone, mainly because we have special talents and abilities, so it's best for us to fight alone. I'm asking for your opinion. Listening to Gu Fan's question, Xiao Shulan was very happy, completely different from her frosty face just now. Gu Fan, are you serious? Of course. Okay, then we have a deal. No one is allowed to team up with other teams. What if we meet my aunt and uncle? What should my parents do? If we meet them, we must bring them to our side, or if they team up with trustworthy teammates, we will give some resources to the elders. Xiao Shulan thought for a while and said, Chapter 108. Gu Fan nodded. This is also a solution. Then, the two continued fishing. After that, the catch during this period was not very good. Although Xiao Shulan was lucky enough to catch a silver treasure chest. But after opening it, it was empty, nothing. Xiao Shulan was so angry that she jumped up and down, and almost fell down. However, Gu Fan caught something special during the last fishing. Fishing is successful, get a pet ball X1. Pet ball? You can put the pet in the ball and release it when needed. A pet ball can only hold one pet. Throwing an empty pet ball on the pet can capture the pet into the pet ball. Xiao Shulan saw the pet ball and was surprised. She quickly jumped up and snatched the pet ball from Gu Fan's hand. Then she ran to the negative first floor. At this time, the two elves were curled up on the ice crystal block to cool off. Xiao Shulan quickly hit a ball at the snow elf. Instantly, an illusory light flashed, and the snow elf disappeared in the pet ball. And the prompt Xiao Shulan received also changed. The pet ball containing the snow elf, because the snow elf needs to stay in a cold place, the snow elf needs to be released in a cold place within 7 days, otherwise it will be killed by heat. Throw the snow elf's pet ball on the ground to release the snow elf. Gu Fan also climbed down the stairs. Gu Fan, look, do I look like a Pokemon now? Xiao Shulan directly threw the pet ball on the ice crystal block. The next moment, a light flashed. The snow elf appeared on the ice crystal block again, with a confused look on his face. And the pet ball returned to Xiao Shulan's hand. The ice elf beside him was also a little confused. The two elves looked at each other. Egu egu. Gulu gulu. Ahem, Gu Fan, why don't we copy the pet ball tomorrow, so that when we step on the Sky Island in the future, we don't have to worry about the pet's speed not being able to keep up with us. Gu Fan nodded, that makes sense, the auxiliary effect of the two elves is still very good, but before that, the gold treasure chest and necklace have to be copied. After all, one can be critically hit to become a platinum treasure chest, and the other can add 50 points of life to oneself. Time flies, and it's 4 days later. Gu Fan gave the snow necklace, the gold treasure chest, and the pet ball a copy. Moreover, Xiao Shulan also opened a gold grade skill in the gold treasure chest. Gold grade skill, Great Recovery. Chant for 3 seconds to restore 500 points of life to oneself. Cooling time, 30 minutes. So, this Great Recovery was given to Xiao Shulan to learn. Gu Fan copied the Great Recovery spell through Xiao Shulan's attribute panel. Gu Fan now has a full 450 HP because he has the snow necklace. He is getting closer and closer to a critical hit. The next copy will be a critical hit. At that time, the critical hit may be used on the gold treasure chest. At the same time, the two of them have been fishing for more and more supplies in the past few days, and they have also caught some gold. Of course, in addition to fishing for a lot of supplies, they also encountered many monster clouds, especially the Dead Silence Man, who encountered at least 10 of them, and more than 20 Dead Silence Pearls, and Xiaomi, who swallowed the Dead Silence Pearls, was still unconscious. This made the two feel uneasy, especially no matter how they turned around, they could still encounter this creepy Dead Silence Man. This means there must be something wrong. The number of dead people has increased, which is not good news for the two. At this time, Gu Fan was hugging Xiao Shulan and basking in the sun. Since the end of the cold winter, the relationship between the two has quickly heated up like the weather temperature. Especially the degree of Xiao Shulan's dependence on Gu Fan. Except when taking a bath at night or going to the toilet. At other times, she stayed by Gu Fan's side, either shoulder to shoulder, tightly pressed against each other. Or she stood behind Gu Fan and pulled the corner of his clothes. Or she curled up in Gu Fan's arms. Gu Fan hugged Xiao Shulan, basking in the sun, while Xiao Shulan fished. After she finished fishing for today's supplies. Hey, today's work is done. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with joy. Xiao Shulan, so great, come to kiss one. Gu Fan found an opportunity and an excuse to kiss Xiao Shulan, who stared at him coquettishly and cursed him in a low voice as a bad fish. Just at this moment, the sky suddenly turned gray and a gloomy wind swept over. It was still noon, but the sun was covered by clouds. Is it going to rain heavily? Xiao Shulan pulled Gu Fan's hand. Quick, go back to the room. Gu Fan's eyes became solemn, staring at the ashes on Xiao Shulan's hair. What are these? Gu Fan cleaned Xiao Shulan's head a little. Clean the ashes. Xiao Shulan also found something wrong. A palpitation flashed through her. Meow! The sleeping little me suddenly stood up and shouted, and at the same time, its hair dissipated, its body shriveled and decayed, its pupils emitting red light, staring at the two people. Gu Fan took out the frost sword and stared at Xiaomi with a serious face. Perhaps realizing that his former master was not easy to mess with, Xiaomi took a few steps back, but still stared at the two of them vigilantly. This is the Dead Silence Cat. Xiaomi infected by the Dead Silence Pearl. Xia Shuan exclaimed. Dead Silence Cat. HP, 210. Attack, 65. Defense, 58. Speed, 72. The little orange cat eroded by the power of Dead Silence. The living creatures attacked by it will be eroded by a trace amount of Dead Silence power. What's the difference between this and a zombie cat? Gu Fan said to himself. Gu Fan, kill it, or you will be infected by it. Just as Xia Shulan was about to take action, a black shadow appeared in front of the platform. Xia Shulan did not notice this, and went forward to punch Bang Bang twice, beating the Dead Silence Cat to spit blood, and the Dead Silence Cat's eyes changed. Gu Fan took out a telescope and looked at the shadow carefully. It turned out to be an empty island, and there was gloomy black smoke on the empty island. A bad premonition appeared in Gu Fan's mind. At the same time, he used the telescope to check the surroundings again. Not only his platform, but also other platforms, players from other teams. About 8 or 9 platforms were heading towards the strange empty island. You know, when Gu Fan was looking through the telescope just now, there was nothing around. Without saying a word, he came to the 3rd floor of the stone house and prepared to use the driving cube to leave. However, a strange scene appeared. Using the driving cube to retreat all the time, a more terrifying gravity came from the direction of the strange empty island, forcing Gu Fan to give up using the driving cube to escape. Then, a broadcast voice appeared in the ears of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Chapter 109. Ding! Landing on the special island, the Dead Silence Island. The following rules will appear when landing on the Dead Silence Island. 1. Landing on the Dead Silence Island. You will not be able to leave within the specified time unless you have special items. 2. 5 minutes later, all teams that arrived at the Dead Silence Island will be randomly placed in various places on the Dead Silence Island. 3. When the player lands on the Dead Silence Island, 5 sign-in points will appear. Players are requested to sign in at the 5 sign-in points on the Dead Silence Island, which will last for 3 days. Each sign-in point will take at least a quarter of an hour to check in. 4. If you fail to check in within 3 days, you will stay on the island forever. 5. Landing on the Dead Silence Island will manifest the sanity value. The initial sanity value is 100. When it drops below 50, you will be hunted down by some of the original residents. 6. If multiple teams are detected landing on the island, the check-in time will be extended by 2 days. The team that completes the sign-in first will leave this place, and the remaining teams will stay on the island forever. For fairness, the first team to complete the sign-in will reveal its location. The team that completes the sign-in later can attack the team that completes the sign-in earlier. 7. After 5 days, the team that signs in first successfully leaves the Sky Island and will receive a mysterious reward. A long list of rules sounded in his ears. This made Gu Fan's scalp tingle. The rules are similar to those said by Huang Haotian, who had experienced the Dead Sky Island before. But there are also differences. For example, in the information provided by Huang Haotian before, the team at the beginning will not be disbanded. But it is different now. I don't know if it's because he lied, or if there are subtle changes in the rules. In general, the rules are very simple, that is, just like the Misty Sky Island, everyone is scattered all over the Dead Sky Island at the beginning. During this period, you have to go to 5 locations in succession. If everyone's location is different, there are dozens of places that can be called locations by the system. So this is enough to prove the large area of Dead Silence Island. Because there are multiple teams, while maintaining the Battle Royale, The first team to complete 5 sign-ins will also expose their location. Those who understand will be surrounded and killed by other teams that have not completed the sign-in. Until 4 days later. The whole game is extremely cruel. It is hard to imagine which pervert made the game rules. Since it is Dead Silence Island, there must be countless Dead Silence people. It should be the same as what Huang Haoqian said before. And it has been tested before that invisibility is useless for Dead Silence people. Gu Fan, what should I do? Xia Shulan's face was panicked. Although she has experienced a lot, she couldn't help but panic when she saw the rules of the game. Gu Fan didn't say anything, but used the copied pet ball and the original pet ball to collect the ice elf and the snow elf. The 2 elves are both very useful and should be able to provide some help. Only 5 minutes left, Xiao Shulan. I'll give you the ice elf that can provide a shield. If you have any questions, please contact me frequently. Gu Fan hurriedly reminded, remember, saving your life is important. You must return safely no matter what. This extra purple gold bag is for you. If you encounter danger, this will be your trump card. Looking at the reluctant expression on Xia Shulan's face, Gu Fan leaned down and kissed her. Gu Fan, you too, you have to be well, this purple gold bag is still for you to use. I still have 1 chance to hit the target. It's okay. Besides, I still have the life pistol. Don't worry about me. The 2 of them hugged each other tightly, fearing that they would be separated forever. But the next moment, after 5 minutes, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan suddenly felt a blow on their heads, as if they were punched, and they fainted immediately. The 2 people who were hugging each other disappeared in an instant. Soon, Gu Fan slowly opened his heavy eyelids. There seemed to be a small, but heavy thing in his arms. When Gu Fan's vision gradually became clear, he was shocked to find that he was in a dilapidated wooden house. The wooden house seemed to have been eroded by countless wind and rain, and the walls were mottled and peeling, as if it could collapse at any time. What made him even more creepy was that there was a shabby oil lamp hanging above the wooden house. The flame in the oil lamp was as weak as a candle in the wind, flickering and illuminating the surroundings with dim and swaying light and shadows. The flickering light made the whole dilapidated wooden house look particularly eerie and strange. Sanity, 99. Then, Gu Fan looked into his arms and found Xia Shulan, who was also shocked. What did this do to me? Is this still the cube world? Xia Shulan said with honey on her lips. He was about to take out the light pistol and aim it at the weird thing pretending to be Xia Shulan. After all, the rules of the Sky Island mention random shuffle. As a result, he ran into Xia Shulan. However, the next moment, through the system detection, coupled with Xia Shulan's just jumped words, Gu Fan had to be sure that this was the real Xia Shulan. Gu Fan, why is it you? Who are you? Why did you become Gu Fan? Xia Shulan realized that she was in a familiar embrace, and she jumped up quickly, looking at Gu Fan fiercely and said, Don't bark, Jelly Bean Man, we seem to have been teleported to a place. Gu Fan pinched her little face and said speechlessly. Xia Shulan, who was about to fight back, found that it was indeed the real Gu Fan, especially the sound of Jelly Bean Man and the means of bullying herself. Suddenly, the 2 of them stared at each other. After a few minutes, they had to be sure that under the rules of random scrambling, they were successfully teleported and matched together. This probability is simply too small to be smaller. What kind of luck is this? Gu Fan, we can fight side by side. Xia Shulan was surprised and happy, and hurriedly hugged Gu Fan and rubbed Gu Fan's body with her little face. The first sign in location, Ruins Town. Ruins Town, a dilapidated town, full of wandering dead people. After the first sign in location appeared next to her ear, the 2 were ready to open the wooden door and head to the ruined town. However, this did not give any directions, that is, they had to look carefully on their own, just as the 2 discussed and prepared to go out. The wooden door suddenly opened, and an old woman with white hair and wrinkled skin walked in. Seeing the 2 people awakened, her face was immediately full of surprise. She quickly grabbed Gu Fan's arm and said excitedly, Xiao Fan, Xiao Lan, you are finally awake. Dad, come and see. The old woman's excited look, coupled with her old and wrinkled face, really scared Gu Fan. He shook his hand slightly and threw the old woman to the ground. Chapter 110. You mean you are my parents? At this time, in the dilapidated wooden house, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at the 2 old men and said in disbelief. Just after Gu Fan had just thrown the old woman to the ground, she became more energetic, stood up, and looked at Gu Fan with a motherly glow. Although, she talked to herself about how sad they were after Gu Fan and Xia Shulan fell into a coma. It seems that this serious illness has made you two lose your memory, the old man said with a sad face. Then, in the confused eyes of the two, the old man slowly explained that in their eyes, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan had always been the original residents living on the Dead and Silence Island. The entire Dead and Silence Island is divided into people inside the wall who are not infected, and people who are infected into the Dead and Silence, that is, people outside the wall. They have been living inside the wall. And Xia Shuan is Gu Fan's sister, who has no blood relationship. The two originally planned to get married under the matchmaking of their parents. However, a serious illness made the two people comatose, and they have not woken up yet. So, is this a reasonable identity given by the game system? Gu Fan suddenly thought of this. The Dead Sky Island is different from the previous Savage Sky Island and the Snow Clan Sky Island. It is obvious that there is a relatively civilized small society. The area is estimated to be much larger than that of the Snow Clan Sky Island. You know, the area of the Snow Clan Sky Island is very large. This is probably the system's way to integrate into this small society and prevent the two from being treated as illegal residents. At the same time, after integrating into the Dead Sky Island, you can also rely on social interpersonal relationships to explore tasks. Sign in at one location after another. If it weren't for the infection of the power of death, how could we humans huddle in a small, safe city? The old man continued to sigh. Most humans live in the safe city, and only a small number of strong people with special abilities will go outside the safe city to explore the truth of this world. So, this also means that most of the original residents here live in the safe city. They don't know what the outside world is like. They don't know that, in fact, they and the dead people outside the safe city live in a small empty island. I understand, Mom and Dad. Gu Fan nodded. He didn't care about these two calls of Mom and Dad. Anyway, Gu Fan himself had no parents before he crossed over. Xia Shuan didn't want to speak, and looked at Gu Fan with dependence. It's good to understand. You should take good care of your health during this period, the old man said with a loving face. Wait, Mom and Dad, do you know where the ruins town is? Hearing the name of the ruins town, the old woman, Gu Fan's mother, suddenly became a little nervous. Son, what are you doing in the ruins town? This is a forbidden area in our safe city. Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with impatience. She didn't know these two old men at all. If Gu Fan hadn't stopped her, she would have gone up and beaten them half crippled, and then interrogated them. Why waste so much time? It's only 4 or 5 days, but since Gu Fan did this, there must be a deep meaning for him to do so. Xia Shulan didn't make trouble. Mom and Dad, I was dreaming, and I had a reason to go there, Gu Fan said calmly. How dare you? The old man's kind face suddenly turned into anger, even resentment, and then he stood up and slapped Gu Fan. Gu Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he stepped back and dodged. Old man, HP, 230. Attack, 45. Defense, 26. Speed, 27. Sanity, 26. If the sanity drops below 10, you will become a completely dead person. The residents of the safe city who thought they were normal did not know that they had been infected by the power of death, and were no different from the original residents outside the city. Seeing this scene, Gu Fan said kindly, Dad, there is no need to slap me. I was wrong. Shulan and I just woke up. After hearing the word Dad, the old man quickly stopped attacking. He covered his head, and his pale face showed confusion. The old man really didn't understand why he was suddenly angry. Obviously his two children did nothing wrong, they just wanted to go to the ruins town to have a look. As expected, according to Gu Fan's assumption, the old man's sanity value increased by a few points and reached 30 points. Gu Fan, I seem to have mastered some rules. Gu Fan suddenly sent a private message to Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan, what rules? These two old men are so disgusting, it feels very abnormal. Why not just use force to interrogate them? Gu Fan, just watch me operate, it will take a while to explain it clearly. Xia Shulan, do you think I'm stupid? The old man sighed. Ruins Town generally does not allow residents of safe cities to go there. Since you two have just recovered from a serious illness, I will tell you directly that there may be creatures infected by the power of death in the Ruins Town. If so, do you still want to go? Xiao Fan Xiaolan, listen to me. Stay at home and recuperate. Isn't it good? With Gu Fan's soft and hard persuasion, plus those few affectionate words of Mom and Dad, and his promise that he would only look outside and not go in. Dad, let's tell him where it is. Anyway, the children said they would only look and not go in. It's not too late to punish them after they go in. The old woman suddenly said, thinking of the scene when she pulled Gu Fan's arm and was thrown to the ground by Gu Fan. Finally, the old man sighed, reached into the bag on his waist, took out a tattered map, and gave it to Gu Fan. Get the map of the safe city. X the map of the safe city. Most of the buildings in the safe city are marked, including 3 ruins. 3 ruins? But it seems that as long as it is a ruins town, it will be fine. Gu Fan thought secretly. At the same time, in another wooden house not far away, 2 original residents of the safe city were looking at a pretty girl unkindly. Go to the ruins town? You are so brave. Don't you want to live? Dad, since the child doesn't want to live, just kill her. This way you can understand the child's wish. After all, she doesn't want to live. The male and female aborigines kept talking, looking at the girl with dangerous eyes. No, to be precise, they were looking at the female player who had just crossed into this wooden house. Wait, Mom and Dad, what do you want to do? I just want to go to the ruins town. Why did you suddenly become like this? I have a reason to go. The girl was just a high school student before she crossed over, and she didn't understand the ways of the world at all. If she answered that she didn't want to go to the ruins town at all, there would still be a chance of saving her. It's a pity that the girl's answer determined her death. And, as her sanity value continued to decrease, from 100 at the beginning, to more than 50 now, to the early 40s. But Mom, my daughter finally woke up, and I really want to be with her forever. Then, if we just eat her, can't we be together forever? Chapter 111. Not just this female player. Other players, who were lucky enough to be forced to participate in the Dead Silence Island, also accepted different tests. Of course, not all of them started in a wooden house. Anyway, intelligence needs to be obtained from NPCs, but NPCs will hinder players from going to the first sign and location to a certain extent. Of course, in addition to Gu Fan's clever way of taking the map, there are also players who followed Xia Shulan's idea and killed NPCs directly. This can also obtain the map, but it will definitely reduce some of the information. However, since Gu Fan has already obtained what he wants and has a preliminary understanding of the civilization on this empty island, then he will naturally not be polite to this old man and the old woman. Old Ding, do we have anything valuable at home? Gu Fan's tone suddenly changed, and he took out the ice blue frost sword and suddenly chopped off the old woman's head. In an instant, the old man's sanity value increased significantly, which was probably because he was scared by Gu Fan, or because of Gu Fan's momentum. The old woman's face showed a look of astonishment, as if she was very confused about why her eldest son would attack her. Too filial. You, what are you doing? Why are you killing your mother? The white-haired, wrinkled old man stared at Gu Fan in front of him with an unbelievable look. His turbid eyes were full of shock at the moment. After all, from his perspective, Gu Fan had directly committed the act of matricide. I don't want to say the same thing again. In this case, forget it, I'll go find it myself. Gu Fan said expressionlessly. Before he finished speaking, Gu Fan flashed and attacked as fast as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, the old man didn't even have time to react, and his whole body was split in half by the frost sword. Hey Gu Fan, it should have been like this a long time ago. I've been annoyed with them for a long time. Xia Shulan was not afraid of this scene. After all, in some ways, she had more vicious means to deal with the enemy. Then, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan began to search around in this slightly old wooden house. They didn't miss any corner and searched carefully. According to the nature of the game, there should be something good at the beginning, right? Hard work pays off, and they did find something. They found several treasure chests, but the quality of the treasure chests was not very good, and the highest quality treasure chest was only silver. In addition to those treasure chests, they also unexpectedly found a shabby revolver in the drawer. This pistol looks very old, and its appearance is very simple, covered with a thick layer of dust and some spider webs. It lies quietly in the corner of the drawer, as if telling the vicissitudes of life. Special item, dilapidated revolver. Use the revolver to attack the enemy. The revolver has unlimited bullets. There is a 90% chance of self-destruction, causing 500 points of damage to itself. There is a 9% chance of no reaction. There is a 1% chance of causing 2,000 points of damage to the enemy. Seeing the description of this dilapidated revolver, Gu Fan fell into deep thought. I'm gambling. Xia Shulan picked up the revolver curiously. It seems that this revolver cannot hit critically either. Once it hits critically, the side effects will be even greater. Gu Fan shook his head. Put this thing away. It's best not to use it. It's better to use the purple gold universe bag. At least the purple gold universe bag can absorb the forbidden creatures. Xia Shulan nodded. This thing is actually the last resort. If you really encounter a powerful enemy, and this powerful enemy can be killed with 2,000 points of damage, then you can use it. Xia Shulan analyzed with reason. Why didn't you seem so smart just now? Gu Fan scratched her little upturned nose speechlessly. What are you talking about? Gu Fan, do you think I'm stupid? This is also a tactic, and it can also avoid accidents. Xia Shulan knew that Gu Fan was referring to her impulsive thoughts just now. If it were somewhere else, this method of sweeping all the way would definitely be fine, but this is a special sky island. According to the chat channel and the characteristics of the special sky island, the style of the special sky island is weird, and there are probably countless strong people, so we have to be vigilant at all times. Gu Fan rubbed Xia Shulan's head and preached, sweeping all the way is indeed a good idea, but in front of those dead people, our invisibility has no effect, so we can only take it step by step. Xia Shulan rubbed Gu Fan's hand with her head. This is her habit. Just like those kittens being touched. She thought about it, and it made sense. Okay, I'll listen to you. Not long after, the two of them prepared a little, each wearing frost armor, and cautiously stepped out of the door of the dilapidated wooden house, and came to the street. Looking around, I saw rows of old and dilapidated buildings standing on both sides of the street. These buildings are unique and distinctive, just like the buildings of the Western medieval period of Blue Star that I knew before crossing. Most of the buildings are made of heavy stones, with mottled walls and dark tiles on the roofs. Some are broken or missing, revealing a sense of desolation. The streets are narrow and winding, and the road surface is paved with stone slabs. It is uneven, and you can even feel a slight bump when you walk on it. In addition to the buildings built with dilapidated stone blocks, there are also wooden houses like the two people. But these buildings have not escaped the rules of the block world. That is, each building is built with blocks. There are all kinds of people on the street, their expressions are different, but they are all sad, as if there is no hope. It is worth mentioning that some people are real people. What does it mean? When exploring the old man and the old woman before, data and the sign of the dead man will appear. However, there are also a small number of people on the street whose data are similar to those of the players before crossing, and they are normal people. They will not be emotionally excited, causing their sanity value to drop to 10, thus becoming dead people. Of course, if their sanity value drops below 50, they will also be hunted down by dead people. Gu Fan was very curious at this time. What would happen if a dead person like the old man met a real person with a sanity value below 50? Would there be no change, or would the sanity value drop to 10 instantly and attack the real person? After all, the original inhabitants of the entire Dead Silence Island are divided into 3 types. One is a real person, one is a dead person, and then there are those in between. Soon, when the two went to the nearest ruined town, a scene on the street gave Gu Fan and the two the answer. I saw a panicked man in black suddenly squatting down. He looked a little broken, and I didn't know whether it was caused by long-term pressure or no hope of survival. In the attribute panel that Gu Fan explored, his sanity value was constantly decreasing. 60, 59, 51, 50, 49. When his sanity value reached 49, most of the passers-by around him suddenly looked at him. Then, these passers-by surrounded him, and the sounds of gnawing and chewing rang out on the street. The other real people looked indifferent, trying to remain calm, as if they were used to this kind of thing. Most of the original residents on the street rushed around the man, hoping to get a share of the pie. Chapter 112. Xia Shulan looked at this scene with a pale face. The people living here are too miserable. As long as the sanity value is reduced, there is a risk of being attacked by the crowd. Gu Fan saw that the situation was not right, and Xia Shulan's sanity value was slowly decreasing. He quickly hugged the little lowly in his arms, and covered her eyes. Maybe it was because Gu Fan's arms were full of security. Her sanity gradually returned to 100. Gu Fan let her go. Except for the skeleton left on the ground, it was no different from the surrounding scene just now. Except for the skeleton. And this suddenly appeared skeleton also attracted the dead people who just came forward to divide it. But because their sanity value has risen to more than 10, it has returned to normal level. So they don't know that they actually ate this person. What's going on? Why is there another bloody skeleton on the ground? Oh my god, it's so scary. Don't be afraid, my dear daughter, I'm here. Next to the skeleton, a woman with blood on her mouth was holding a girl with blood on her mouth and said gently. My face changed. Just now it was the mother and daughter who ate the most fiercely. Xia Shulan complained, with fear flashing in her eyes. This sky island is too abnormal. Everything is abnormal. Especially this safe city with simple folk customs. It's safe, but in fact, Gu Fan feels that people who are timid and easily reduce their sanity are no different here than outside the safe city. Half an hour later, the two finally came to the ruined town closest to them. There is a big door at the entrance of the ruined town, and there are two guards on both sides of the door. The guard's data is not much different from the old man before, and if the sanity value is reduced, they will also be attacked by the two guards. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan hesitated for a moment and chose to go in stealthily. This is also the simplest way. It's okay, maybe they are in human form at this time, and their sense of smell and hearing are not as strong as the dead people. After sneaking in, the scene changed completely. The ruins town is just like the name, with messy ruins everywhere. Some dead people with broken bodies and unrecognizable faces are wandering around. Maybe they are too far away and have not chased the two. Successfully arrived at the ruins town. Check-in time, 2 hours. After 2 hours, the next check-in location will be announced. During this period, you can freely explore the ruins town. This is quite simple. We just need to be invisible for 2 hours. Xia Shuan analyzed. Let's go for a walk. Maybe we can get intelligence here. Gu Fan held Xia Shuan's hand and walked around the ruins town. Compared to the outside, the ruined town is even more dilapidated. After getting close to those dead people, the invisibility was broken, so Gu Fan and Xia Shuan chose to remove the invisibility to avoid making themselves uncomfortable. Because no matter whether they are invisible or not, the dead people will rush over to attack the two. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan just need to avoid being attacked. This is easy, because under the perception of sight and hearing, all means that are unfavorable to them will be detected. However, after easily getting rid of a few dead people, a crossbow with flame shot at Xia Shuan. Xia Shuan's beautiful eyes were sharp, and she turned her head slightly. The crossbow just brushed her hair and hit the dilapidated building next to her. Soon, a raging fire was burning on the building. The two immediately turned their heads and looked at a wooden building about 7 or 8 meters high 100 meters away through intuition. On the high platform of the building, there was another person dressed completely different from the original residents. No, to be precise, it was a player. After the man saw that his sneak attack did not work, he quickly prepared to shoot the two with a second arrow. Xia Shuan was almost hit just now. If she was shot in the head, the damage of this flame crossbow arrow might cause harm to Xia Shuan. Any creature that wants to hurt Xia Shuan must die. It's just courting death. Gu Fan said gloomily, took out the shadow pistol, aimed at the man's head, and fired 3 shots. Under the induction of sight and hearing, the 3 shots hit his head accurately. There were 3 big holes in his head, but he did not die immediately. Perhaps because of the damage from the shadow pistol, he panicked and prepared to escape. Gu Fan quickly pulled Xia Shuan, chase. He's a player like us. I should have used the life pistol earlier. Gu Fan didn't expect that with a critical damage of up to 200, he didn't kill him after 3 attempts. I guess that person also has high defense equipment. Okay. Kill this bastard. He almost got a headshot. Xia Shuan cursed with anger in her eyes. Although there is a battle royale mechanism between players, but being attacked is still unpleasant. Soon, the two chased to the wooden house, and attracted many dead people during the process. Gu Fan quickly used the frost sword and used the freezing buff to deal with the approaching dead people. Because of his extremely fast speed, he just happened to run into the player, who was going downstairs. The player's eyes were filled with fear, not understanding why he was caught by 2 people at a speed close to jumping off a building. Wait! Gu Fan changed to the ice crystal sword and chopped off his limbs with 4 swords. Because he was afraid of killing him directly with the frost sword, which would be too easy. Ah! The player who turned into a human stick screamed and shouted, and more dead people hiding in the dark rushed over with their fangs and claws bared. They are coming. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan got a game prompt, and the prompt was written in bright red blood. Do you think that you can die with us by using such a despicable means? Forget it. Since you want to die so quickly, I won't stop you. Gu Fan wanted to interrogate him a few more times. He and Xia Shuan kept turning sideways to avoid the pursuit of the dead people, and under the blessing of the ice and snow buff, the dead people's movements were slow, and changing to the frost sword would definitely increase the bonus of critical hits. A quarter of an hour later, the player who had just attacked the two had turned into a skeleton. Next to him were his 2 equipment and other resources. On Gu Fan's side, there were countless corpses of the dead silence people, and there were hundreds of dead silence beads. It's a pity that I didn't kill this waste myself. Xia Shuan went to check the equipment of this player. Only then did she understand why the 3 shots just now didn't kill him. Chapter 113. Special item, Flame Crossbow. Attack with flames. Consume 5 health points to shoot a crossbow arrow. The crossbow arrow can cause 150 points of damage plus 100% of the extra attack power, and then burn 5 points of damage per second for 1 minute. Burning damage is not affected by defense, similar to true damage. Hitting the head or other weak points can cause a critical hit, and the burning damage remains unchanged. And hidden inside his coat is a gold-grade defense equipment. Vajra armor increases 120 points of defense. His own defense should be dozens of points, plus 120 points of defense. Aiming at his head and firing 3 shots with a shadow pistol, it is normal that he will not die. After all, the shadow pistol only has 100 points of attack when hitting a person. And hitting the head, causing a critical hit, only 200 points of damage. Gu Fan took the crossbow arrow in his hand, with surprise in his eyes. Xia Shulan is the same. Although she was sometimes stupid, she could see that this special weapon was very strong. Special items are special items, and they even have percentage damage. She sighed, this is much better than the broken revolver. Gu Fan, do you want to use this crossbow to hit critically? Xia Shulan asked with some anticipation. Gu Fan hesitated for a moment, and wanted to agree. However, he shook his head. Gu Fan still decided to give the copy of the critical hit times to the gold treasure chest. After all, according to speculation, if the platinum treasure chest can produce platinum quality equipment or skills, the damage is definitely more than 500. Moreover, after the critical hit, the gold treasure chest can be opened. In the future, platinum level equipment will come one after another, which will be stronger than this crossbow. How can a crossbow be said? Although it has high damage and a noble percentage bonus, the side effect is 5 health points. After a critical hit, these 5 health points are estimated to increase. After telling Xia Shulan about his thoughts, Xia Shulan also quickly agreed, but she didn't consider this point. More importantly, platinum quality has come out, so after 10 days, won't it be possible to have diamond quality equipment or skills? Then, Gu Fan and the others continued to choose to be invisible and continued to walk around this area. They had just suffered a loss. Because the dead people could detect the 2 people, the 2 did not choose to be invisible after entering again, which was actually risky. For example, they were ambushed by the player just now. Now, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan have become more vigilant. Soon, the 2 explored a dilapidated old house. After getting rid of the dead people inside, Xia Shulan found 3 black crystals. She quickly bent down and took the crystals in her hands. Gu Fan happened to be behind her and saw this scene and then became playful. Another good opportunity. Don't miss the good opportunity. You are still talking nonsense at this time. Look, what is this? Xia Shulan hurriedly turned around, fearing that Gu Fan would do something bad. Then she rolled her eyes at Gu Fan and handed him the black crystal. Gu Fan took it and glanced at it. Strange Black Crystal Stone X1. Strange Black Crystal Stone X10 can be synthesized into Strange Black Crystal Block. 10 strange black crystal blocks and 4 random blocks are connected in a 4x5 form and ignited with flint to form the 5 Forbidden World Gate. Dead Silence World Gate. Dead Silence Realm Gate. A real Dead Silence world, where 2 forbidden people are as numerous as dogs, and 3 forbidden people are everywhere. What do you mean? A real Dead Silence world? Then where is this place? Xia Shulan was surprised. Gu Fan's eyes also flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that this place was just the tip of the iceberg. According to the hint of this strange black crystal stone, there are other worlds besides the cube world. What is the connection between the cube world and this Dead Silence world? Gu Fan was full of doubts. No matter what, we just collect them when we see them. Xia Shulan shook her head. She didn't want to think too much, and she didn't want to go to the real Dead Silence world. As a 5 Forbidden World, how strong must one be to be able to venture there? Gu Fan nodded. Then the 2 increased the speed of looting. When they met Dead Silence people, they killed them and accumulated Dead Silence beads. Although they didn't know what the beads were used for. But they collected them when they saw them. Just like Gu Fan picked up any garbage he encountered when playing survival games before he crossed over. Not long after, 2 hours were up. There are about 800 Dead Silence beads accumulated. But there are 5 strange black crystal stones. Second sign and location. Safe City Church. Safe City Church. It seems to hide a certain truth. The Safe City Church is just in the map of Safe City, but there is only one. If nothing unexpected happens, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan will probably meet some players there. Of course, the premise is that the sign and locations of some players are similar. After walking out of the ruins town, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan still chose to be invisible. During this period, Gu Fan also secretly used mind reading on the guard. Guard, I'm so tired from standing guard. I really want to see my daughter after get off work. Another guard, my wife said I'm not doing well recently. Is it because of standing guard here? Both guards are normal, and they are thinking about their families. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with a sigh. Xia Shulan, let's go, Gu Fan. What are you daydreaming about? Xia Shulan gently pulled Gu Fan's clothes and talked to him in a private message. Soon, Gu Fan came to his senses and hugged Xia Shulan's waist and walked towards the church. Xia Shulan didn't know why Gu Fan suddenly hugged her, but she was used to it. When the two of them were walking on the road, it was not impossible for them to hug each other and suddenly kiss. Wait until they left the range of the two guards. Gu Fan sighed. It seems that the indigenous residents of this empty island are really miserable. They are still thinking about their families in their hearts. Then, Gu Fan told Xia Shulan what had just happened. When their sanity is above 10, they are normal people with normal thinking. Even if they become monsters, they don't know they have changed. Xia Shulan kicked the stone in front of her and analyzed it confidently. But the next moment, she was pulled to a shop by Gu Fan. Because the two of them were hidden, the owner of the shop and the customers who bought things did not notice them. Xia Shulan, Gu Fan, what are you doing? Gu Fan glanced at the shop and found that there were quite a lot of things for sale here. There were wood, stone, and iron materials for synthesizing basic blocks. There were even various metals, silver, copper, gold, diamonds. Seeing this scene, Xia Shulan's eyes lit up. The shop was not large, but there were quite a lot of things. There are even some blueprints. Not only that, there are also some equipment. Except for a few good jewelry, the other equipment is very ordinary, but it is still very good to sell it in the trading market. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan walked around inside, and found that the prices here all use the currency issued by the safe city. They are new here, and the old man and the old woman before are also poor, and there is no such thing at all. Private message Xia Shulan. Ahem, Gu Fan, do we want to have a refreshing $0 shopping? Gu Fan stole the wallet from the back of a big man and nodded. Gu Fan, don't worry, take away all their wallets and other things, and then take away everything else here while the chaos is going on. The two sent messages, then looked at each other, and saw the evil smirk on each other's expressions. Xia Shulan was so excited that she wanted to jump up. She didn't know why, but she was excited every time she followed Gu Fan and did bad things with him. Of course, whether she was secretly doing bad things to Gu Fan, or Gu Fan did something bad to her. She was also excited. 2 small hands, 2 big hands, for pickpockets. Not long after, no matter whether it was the dead man pretending to be a real person or the real person, the wallet was stolen by the two and thrown into the first Chinquan bag. Of course, the second Chinquan bag could not be used, and it was filled with melted snow water. Soon, a customer who bought the blueprint found something wrong. Chapter 114. Boss, can you make this blueprint cheaper? A man in a windbreaker has been bargaining with the shop owner, and the customers behind him are a little impatient. Oh, forget it. Let's make friends. I'll sell it to you for 10 safety coins. Boss, you are so nice. After the man finished speaking, he reached into his pocket. He found that it was empty. The boss frowned when he found that something was wrong with the man. At this time, Xia Shulan stood on tiptoe and pulled with her little hand. The wallet hanging on the boss's waist was also stolen by Xia Shulan. Then she gave Gu Fan an okay gesture and twisted her waist by the way, looking like she deserved a beating. Gu Fan, you little goblin, why are you so mean? Gu Fan knew that Xia Shulan was showing off. Xia Shulan, hee hee, is it a good dance? I learned it from a short video before. Gu Fan, don't talk nonsense, wait for me outside, and we'll run after stealing things. Xia Shulan, no, I'll just follow you. Gu Fan didn't pay any more attention to this funny guy. He took the Qianquan bag and sucked the things in the shop. At this time, the boss and the customers were still arguing because they all found that their wallets were missing, and they were arguing and trying to find the murderer. But soon, a small bag appeared out of thin air and attracted their attention. In their shocked eyes, everything in the shop, a lot of wood and stone, a lot of metal, drawings, and even some expensive special medicines, were collected by this small bag. Then the small bag ran out of the store in a flash. The speed was very fast, leaving only the confused people. Catch, go catch the thief. It must be this thief who stole our wallets. I'm going to beat him to death. Everyone in the store ran away. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan also used the ice crystal pick to dig some building blocks. Afterwards, they found the right time and headed towards the church while looking for a place where no one was around. Soon, Xia Shulan saw that there was no one around, and she immediately covered her stomach and rolled on the ground while laughing. "I'm so happy, these idiots, ha ha ha." Gu Fan helped her up and patted the dust in front of her. "Xia Shulan, ? You are so dirty rolling on the ground, clean it up for you. That's not a reason for you to take advantage of me," Xia Shulan said with a pout. "Hee dear, this is not the point. Let's see how much we stole in total." Gu Fan picked up Xia Shulan lovingly and pecked her pouting mouth, then said gently, "Xia Shulan, forget it. Since you call me a good kid, it's okay to take advantage of me." Xia Shulan had a stern face, but she was thinking happily in her heart. Shulan's heart is like a needle in the sea. Gu Fan held Xia Shulan, and the two of them took a quick inventory. Hundreds of wood, hundreds of stones, more than 100 gold, more than 50 diamonds. There are also more than 40 one-time drawings and 10 permanent drawings. The drawings and permanent drawings include various furniture, tools, and even drawings for air conditioners. Of course, air conditioners also need energy crystals. Speaking of energy crystals, there are also a few in the store, but unfortunately there are not many, but there is no energy core. In addition, there are 3 kinds of potions. Recovery potion. Take it to restore 100 health points within 5 seconds. This recovery potion is not as good as the great recovery technique mastered by Xia Shulan. But this is also normal. After all, Xia Shulan's great recovery technique is a gold-grade skill. Strengthening potion. After taking it, the physical fitness will be doubled in the next 3 minutes. Seeing this strengthening potion, Gu Fan's eyes flashed with excitement. You know, usually he holds the frost sword, and one sword will cause 161 points of damage. If it is added with the sword technique, it will be close to 170 damage. If it has a freezing buff and causes a critical hit, it will be 340 points of damage. And if the physical fitness is doubled, the damage of that sword can be close to 500 points. It's a very good potion. I don't know what will happen after a critical hit. It's a pity that there is only one critical hit in 10 days. Dead Silence Recovery Potion. After being infected by the power of Dead Silence, you can use the Dead Silence Recovery Potion to transform into a living dead creature. Living dead creatures. When the sanity points are above 10, they can maintain sanity. When the sanity points are below 10, they become real dead creatures. Between life and death, they are actually no different from dead creatures. The third potion is also a recovery potion, but it has a dead mark in the prefix. Looking at this potion, Gu Fan finally understood why the old man and most people on the street were like this. Perhaps they were transformed by this dead recovery potion. Gu Fan, this potion may be used for Xiaomi, as long as we keep our sanity points above 50 in front of Xiaomi, and then keep Xiaomi's sanity points above 10. Xia Shulan suddenly said. The two were not afraid of Xiaomi destroying the house. There were also 5 puppets staring at it. This may be a good idea. Anyway, put it away first. Gu Fan nodded. At this time, the two of them couldn't help but think at the same time, a small shop has so many good things? What about the other shops in the safe city, the church, and even the castle where the city lord of the entire safe city lives? The two saw greed in each other's eyes. Ahem, Gu Fan, you understand what I mean, right? Of course, Xiao Shulan, we can be flying thieves. Soon, on the way to the church, the two of them looted all the shops, mansions, and houses of wealthy residents they encountered. During the period, they were almost discovered by some living dead. The living dead is naturally a name given by Gu Fan. It is used to describe the old man and those humanoid natives who are between humans and dead people. However, the two found that such unbridled $0 shopping has caused them to be wanted by the law enforcement officers of the safe city. Chapter 115. At this time, a security guard wearing a special security uniform, who is also a living dead, will turn into a monster when his sanity value drops, is posting wanted posters on the walls of the streets and alleys. Above the wanted poster, there is an ordinary bag drawn with a pen. Below the bag, there is a note, everyone in the safe city, please pay attention. Just now in the south of the city, residents have used strange bags to steal property. The cumulative amount has reached 100,000 safety coins. Anyone who provides clues can be rewarded with 50,000 safety coins. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other for a few seconds. After waiting for the security guard in the security uniform, Xia Shulan asked curiously, how did they know that it was the bag that stole it? Are you stupid? When we use the Qingquan bag to absorb their things, the Qingquan bag is not invisible. Xia Shulan also nodded. The money they stole is tens of thousands, plus those goods and other things. More than 100,000 is more than enough. I just don't know how the purchasing power is. Who cares? He only knows a bag and is invisible. What can he do to us? Gu Fan shook his head. However, with money, we don't have to walk to the church. The two of them removed their invisibility and took a breath. By the way, they saw a carriage on the street ready to take people. Afterwards, Gu Fan thought about it. He planned to ask him to help take them to the church. By the way, Gu Fan could also learn from the coachman what to pay attention to in the church. Admittedly, it is more efficient to run directly to the church. The two were very fast. However, this would consume physical strength and fail to obtain the necessary information. Among all professions, which one is the best to get intelligence? Except for the law enforcers, it is the coachman, also known as the taxi driver. They can contact a large number of people, so they naturally know more than other professions. Are you going to the church? The coachman on horseback looked at the two with an uncertain face. Why are you going there? As a coachman, you only need to take us to the church, and don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Gu Fan said firmly. Get in the car, you can go to the church, but remember to only look at the door, and don't go in. Gu Fan held Xia Shulan and came to the back carriage. Soon, the carriage began to shake. Gu Fan took out a few thousand security coins and handed them to the coachman. The coachman is one of the few real people, not the living dead. Taking advantage of this time, Gu Fan plans to find out more information. Uncle, what did you mean just now? I can see that you are not a sleeping monster on the street. Can you tell me and my wife? The coachman took the safety coins handed by Gu Fan with both hands. He looked at Gu Fan excitedly. He might not have so many safety coins even if he worked for a few months. And Gu Fan gave so many because he hoped that the coachman, who is a real person, could provide useful things. Young man, I don't know how you can tell that I am a human, but this safe city is rotten, whether it is the people above or in all aspects. Also, your behavior is particularly dangerous. You must not tell others that you are a human. Gu Fan held Xia Shulan, and the two listened quietly to the intelligence the coachman told. The coachman knows more than the old man before. Maybe it's because the old man is a living dead. The real humans in the entire safe city are all living in a cautious manner. They try their best to understand this world. Moreover, the proportion of real people to the entire population is lower than expected. Now, the real people who have not been transformed into living dead only account for 1/10 of the residents. And the mastermind behind the entire church is said to have some intricate relationship with the outside of the safe city. Those who know that outside the safe city is a dark and strange world. Perhaps, after arriving at the church to sign in this time, you need to go outside the safe city. At that time, it will definitely be more dangerous. Soon, the carriage stopped at the door of the church. Remember, you must not go to the church. If you go in, you can never come back, especially the leader of the church. Although the coachman didn't know why the two had to go to the church. However, since he has received the money, he must have given all the necessary instructions. Gu Fan nodded and waited for the coachman to walk away. Xia Shulan said leisurely, the information provided by the coachman is just like this. In addition to emphasizing that we should not reveal our identities and not go to the church, it seems that he didn't say anything else. No, he said before that the leader is worth paying attention to. Besides, the currency of this dead and empty island is useless. Do we need to buy anything we want? Gu Fan didn't pay much attention. At this time, another carriage arrived nearby. Gu Fan and the others chose to be invisible. The one who came down was a royal sister in police uniform, and it was still modern clothing before the time travel, but the expression of the royal sister was sad, and at the same time, the information could not be detected. This also shows that this queen is a player. It seems that she is also going to check in at the church, and has not found her partner yet. Xia Shulan hid herself, and was about to do something bad to her. But she was stopped by Gu Fan. Private message Xia Shulan. Gu Fan, don't tell me you like her. Obviously, the stingy and resentful Xia Shulan can't stand this queen, who is 2 heads taller than her. In addition, the players of the Sky Island have a battle royale mechanism. Players are opponents. Gu Fan, don't worry, follow her and see what's going on. And I like your sexy and cute figure the most, don't you know? Xia Shulan, ahem, this is more like it. The two chatted while following the woman. The woman's name is Lu Rusu. She was a policewoman before she crossed over. After crossing over, she also awakened her talent, and lived a smooth life with her boyfriend. Just because her boyfriend opened a powerful special weapon, the flaming crossbow, and also had gold-level armor. Lu Rusu originally thought that she could survive in this cruel block world with her boyfriend and see more of the customs of the world. Unfortunately, everything turned into a bubble. According to the game system prompt just now, her boyfriend was killed by the player, and the other party used extremely rare weapons such as the Shadow Pistol and the Frost Sword. This means that it is very likely that she will not be able to pass the dead and empty island this time. The door of the church is open. Lu Rusu walked in through the door without any hindrance and came to the church. During the period, she did not suffer any harm. Gu Xiao looked at each other and followed her closely. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense, or perhaps it was the extremely light footsteps of the two. Lu Rusu looked back frequently, always feeling that someone was following her. A terrifying guess surged into her heart. She suppressed her sadness and fear and paced back and forth in this huge church. The church is very large, and the facilities are relatively old. The dome of the church is very high, the candlelight on the wall flickers, and the dim light reflects the ancient murals. The benches on the ground are placed crookedly, covered with dust, as if no one has been here for many years. The stone road underfoot is bumpy, and even more messy than the street. Soon, the broadcast sounded from the ears of the three people. Successfully arrived at the Safe City Church, check-in time, 12 hours. After 12 hours, the next check-in location will be announced. During this period, you can freely explore the Safe City Church. However, it is recommended that players who come here choose to hide. As the leader of the dead creatures, they will appear in the dark night and transform you into a dead believer. Once you are transformed into a dead believer, you will be regarded as dead by the game system. Chapter 116. Private message Xia Shulan. What does this mean? The 12-hour check-in time, are we going to spend tonight here? It's almost dusk now, which is about 6 o'clock in the evening. Once the check-in time is over, it will be 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we must stay in the weird church tonight. During this period, we cannot leave the church, otherwise it will be considered a check-in failure. Although Gu Fan didn't know the impact of a check-in failure, he didn't fail if he could avoid it. No one wanted to start over again. Gu Fan, it should be. If I'm not mistaken, some players will come here one after another. Xia Shulan, this sign prompts us to hide. There will be a hunt from the church leader tonight. We can't leave before the time. It feels like a 4-character game. Gu Fan suddenly recalled the days when he played Identity V with Xia Shulan before crossing. At that time, Xia Shulan didn't care whether she could get points or not, whether she would die or not, and her game awareness. If Gu Fan was caught by the supervisor, she would play a blind girl and not decipher it, and rush to save him. And the two of them were new, and the result was that they were both tied to the carnival chair and flew side by side. Xia Shulan, Identity V start. Gu Fan, the sign-in rules are also different from that game. We don't need to decipher it, we just need to hide, which is much less difficult, but we must not be discovered. Be careful when resting after removing the invisibility, and you can survive this sign-in. Sure enough, it was the same as Gu Fan said. For more players came one after another. Moreover, according to where they stood, 2 players were a pair, and the other 2 players were fighting alone. Their partners were either in another place, or like Lu Rusu's partner, they were already dead. With this, a total of 7 players came to the church to sign in. Soon, a rumbling sound was heard, and the church door suddenly closed. This means that the 7 players who were ready to sign in have all arrived at the church. Everyone, although because of the overall rules of the Sky Island, we are enemies, and only one team can survive in the end, but in the current situation, I suggest that we work together to kill the so-called leader and spend 12 hours safely. What do you think? A bald man with a cigarette in his mouth, holding a bright white sword in his hand, said in a deep voice. I have observed that the players who come here are not only unlucky, but also at the top of the regional rankings. Your equipment is all silver level. In my opinion, it is not difficult for us to work together to kill this leader. Another wavy woman also said coldly. Lu Rusu took out a bird gun, put it on his shoulder, and shouted loudly, then it's settled. The 5 of us here are not allowed to fight among ourselves, and spend the sign-in safely. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared out of thin air on the church pulpit. The figure was wearing a black robe, and his momentum was similar to that of the previous Snow Girl and Savage King. They were all forbidden creatures. Gold-level weapons can only be said to be qualified to hurt forbidden creatures. It is estimated that only platinum-level weapons can completely defeat him. The leader of the Dead Silence has appeared, and it is safe time now. After 30 seconds, it will look for players and convert them into death cultists. Death Cult Master. Killing them will give you a high chance of getting a gold-level treasure chest, and a low chance of getting a platinum level treasure chest. Realm, first ban. HP, 1950. Attack, 460. Defense, 680. Speed, 80. Skills, Death Transformation. Transform creatures into death cults. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Death Summoning. Summon a death cultist to attack the enemy together. Cooldown, 30 minutes. See the attributes of the Death Cult Master. All the players who just said they wanted to attack the Death Cult Master together ran away, leaving only the invisible Gu Xia and the other two. Gu Fan thought about it, and it was probably useless to use invisibility to deal with this Death Cult Master, but he was not in a hurry to drag Xia Shulan away. Because the weakness of the Death Cult Master is obvious, that is, it is very slow. This is also the way to survive. However, once caught, it's a dead end. The 3-second conversion cooldown is so terrifying. The entire church is not only divided into the first floor of the cathedral, but also the second and third floors. Most players ran to the third floor, but a small number of players hid on the second floor. However, there are also bold ones, such as the bald man, who believes that the most dangerous place is the safest place, and hid under a table on the first floor. Xia Shulan, Gu Fan, should we hide? I don't know if invisibility will work on this dead silence leader, but if it doesn't work, then hiding is useless, so tangled. In fact, although the attributes of this dead silence leader seem very powerful, there are attribute enhancement potions and life pistols, or the purple gold Shinkuan bag that previously contained the Ice Spirit King. There are too many ways to deal with this dead silence leader. Looking at Xia Shulan's private message, Gu Fan did not answer. He first let go of her hand, and when there were still more than 10 seconds left on the countdown, he came behind the Lord of Death and took off the Lord of Death's coat with both hands. Golden Supreme Armor, Death Coat. Wearing it increases 350 points of defense, 200 points of health, and 20 points of attack. Self-contained skills, Death Summoning. 3 deaths can be summoned every day. The attributes of the death will be half of the original when it is not wearing equipment. It can only be summoned 3 times a day. The cooldown time between each summoning, 1 hour. The duration of the death, 1 hour. This operation made Xia Shulan dumbfounded. Fuck, this can be done like this? Gu Fan's operation simply blinded her eyes. However, after Gu Fan put the coat on himself again, the 30 seconds were up. The more than 2-meter tall Lord of Death finally moved. It raised its head and looked around, with a slightly puzzled expression. Chapter 117. The Dead Silence cult leader had a slightly puzzled look in his eyes. It was a little puzzled, not knowing why its coat was missing. But the goal now was to find those believers who needed to be reformed, rather than dwelling on such trivial matters. Thinking of this, a pitch-black staff appeared out of thin air in the hands of the Dead Silence cult leader, and a red light appeared on the staff. It tapped the staff while walking slowly forward. It ignored Gu Fan and Xia Shulan on the side. At this time, Gu Fan was still secretly pinching Xia Shulan's face, treating her like a doll. Xia Shulan could only puff up her breath, feeling ashamed and angry, and carefully pinch Gu Fan's waist. The two actually felt a little excited, and made some small moves under the powerful forbidden creature. Xia Shulan was relieved when the Dead Silence cult leader was completely gone. Gu Fan, you are too bold, Xia Shulan said with some resentment. Just now Gu Fan even. Ahem, I was just testing whether this monster can see us. It seems that the Lord of Dead Silence is actually different from the Dead Silence people. It can't see us. Gu Fan held Xia Shulan's hand and analyzed. Listening to Gu Fan's analysis, Xia Shulan also felt that there was some truth. Just now it was so excessive, and the Lord of Dead Silence didn't notice it. Could it be that the Lord of Dead Silence is really different from the Dead Silence people? Xia Shulan thought with some curiosity. But think about it, and you will know. If the Lord of Dead Silence has such a strong attribute that he can find players by smell, then why is he hiding? Just cancel the sign in game. Although the Dead Silence people can smell, their strength is not strong. This is very balanced. Next is the battle of wits between the players, the Lord of Death, and the people of Death. After the Lord of Death came to the second floor and wandered around looking for players. Xia Shulan hit Gu Fan's chest again. Gu Fan, what should we do next? Do it directly, or use the purple gold universe bag to collect it, or just go invisible? Gu Fan thought for a while. Let's go to the second half of the night first, and go with the Lord of Death to find where the players are. After all these potential enemies are collected, we can consider dealing with the Lord of Death. Besides, I still have 3 guaranteed copies, and the next copy is a critical hit. The reward after killing the Lord of Death will definitely be very rich. Xia Shulan also agreed with Gu Fan's analysis. What you said makes sense, so let's go find someone together. Gu Fan nodded and suddenly smiled evilly. Xia Shulan thought Gu Fan was going to do something bad again, so she quickly closed her eyes and prepared. But Gu Fan used the ability of the death coat. Xia Shulan didn't guess what Gu Fan was going to do. A dead man suddenly appeared in front of the two. It looked at Gu Fan and the others with a puzzled look. After realizing that the person in front of it was Gu Fan's master, it half knelt on the ground. Go find humans in this church. After Gu Fan sees the dead coat, the dead master's skills did not change except for the weakening of defense and other attributes. At that time, it would be the dead man on Gu Fan's side, the dead master, the dead man summoned by the dead master, and Gu Xia, who would look for the remaining 5 players together. Gu Fan didn't know why this happened. It can only be explained that this may be a bug in the game, or it may be due to different abilities. The dead silent followers summoned by the dead silent leader exist permanently, and one will be summoned every half an hour. However, the dead silent people summoned by the dead silent coat are weaker, with poor attributes, and only last for an hour. The dead silent people summoned by Gu Fan nodded, and hurriedly stumbled away, looking for humans hiding in the church. The direction in which the dead silent people summoned by Gu Fan happened to be under a large table on the first floor. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan had seen the smart bald guy hiding inside. It was time to get rid of the smart bald guy. At the same time, the dead silent leader was in the corridor on the second floor, and he also used his staff to knock on the ground. A dead cultist summoned by the dead silent leader appeared in front. It also staggered away, and then the dead silent leader and the dead silent followers separated, looking for the hiding players. At this time, at the big table on the first floor, a bald man put away the silver sword in his hand, replaced it with a golden axe, and held his breath to concentrate. Especially when he heard the footsteps outside, his eyes were full of doubts. Earlier, he really saw everything that happened to the leader of the Dead Silence. The first show was that the coat suddenly disappeared, and then the Dead Silence man brushed past, and came to the second floor. Although the bald man was confused, he was relieved. But what made him nervous was that for some reason, a Dead Silence man appeared again from the first floor. Aren't the Dead Silence believers, or Dead Silence people summoned by the leader of the Dead Silence? What's going on? The bald man didn't understand it at all. But the bald man didn't think it was difficult to deal with the Dead Silence man's attributes. On the contrary, he was still eager to try, wondering whether he should deal with the Dead Silence man who appeared out of thin air. After thinking for a long time, the bald man hiding under the table decided to wait for the dead man to get close to him, and then kill him with an axe. And the dead man was indeed getting closer and closer to him. It seems that the dead believers have a good sense of smell, but the dead leader has a bad sense of smell. This may be the chance to survive. The bald man muttered to himself. Tap, tap. 3 footsteps stopped in front. Well, there are 3. I remember that only one was generated out of thin air. The bald man was puzzled. Soon, a male voice suddenly sounded. Okay, dead man, don't get too close. It would be a waste if you die. Just help me find it. Instantly, the bald man's pupils shrank. Why? What happened? Why are there outsiders? Aren't there only 5 players? As the footsteps got closer and closer, the bald man always felt very weird. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and then slashed forward. However, 10 meters ahead, there was only one dead man standing there in a daze. The rest were empty. Where are you going? Forget it, Shulan, stop playing, and get rid of them quickly. A mocking lowly voice, and a masculine male voice, suddenly sounded behind the bald man. Soon, 2 swords full of cold air pierced his neck. The bald man realized that it was the players who killed him, not the dead leader. 2 invisible players. Whether it was the coat that just disappeared from the dead leader, or the original plan of hiding on the first floor, it was successful. But it was discovered by these 2 invisible players. Before he died, the cold voice came again. I'm sorry, I just want to get out of the Sky Island alive. Even if I don't kill you, you will kill us if you have a chance. Gu Fan said slowly. Kit Golden Axe X1. Kit Silver Great Sword X1. Kit Wood X755. Kit Stone X368. Kit Strange Black Crystal X7. Looking at these 7 strange black crystals, Gu Fan finally understood. Some things are what all players will get. That is black crystal. So, this church also has black crystal? Perhaps when all teams have signed in and only the last team is left, they can gather enough black crystals and build a Dead Silence gate on their platform blocks, Gu Fan told Xia Shulan his idea. Xia Shulan also agreed quickly. Chapter 118. Second floor of the church, utility room. The two bodies pressed together tightly, hiding in the innermost part of the utility room. There are a lot of wood, stone, metal materials, etc. here, enough to hide in it. Li Hai, did you hear the movement on the first floor just now? I suspect that the bald man was discovered. Shu Linshi, keep your voice down, the leader just passed by, are you going to die? Li Hai said seriously in a low voice. Li Hai and Lin Shi happened to be the pair of players. They were lucky, although they were not as lucky as Gu Fan and Xia Shulan who met at the beginning. But they met at the first sign-in point. At the same time, since crossing, both of them have had good luck and have obtained talents. Li Hai's talent is S-level diamond iron skin, the defense value and health value remain the same, and when standing still, the damage suffered will be reduced by 50%. This is very similar to Xia Shulan's talent, but Xia Shulan's talent is obviously more powerful. Lin Shi's talent is A-level, and he can get a weapon every day, and there is a chance of getting a rare high-level weapon. The most powerful weapon he has obtained so far is a poisonous flame gun of the best quality gold. Attacking the enemy can cause burning and poisoning, which is very powerful. The two of them are both offensive and defensive. Don't be afraid, according to the speed of the leader, as long as we climb through the window, and use various means to stop the dead leader, running away is not a problem at all. Lin Shi said with a relaxed look, according to our strength, we can definitely pass the level and become the last team to survive. The two kept talking. It didn't care at all that the Lord of Death had already returned because of the noise. It knocked the staff in its hand and walked towards the utility room. Then, it waved the staff, and the whole utility room was messed up by the powerful attack. Li Hai and Lin Shi hurriedly fled towards the corridor. The Lord of Death behind them kept chasing. Once you get close, you will be transformed into a member of death. Li Hai didn't care to complain, and pulled Lin Shi to jump down from the second floor. The Lord of Death was not in a hurry, and it was not known whether it was because of elegance or because the game setting was like this. It slowly came down the stairs from the second floor. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were eating melons on the side, watching this scene with interest. For others, the Lord of Death is a demon. But for Gu Xia and the others, he is just a tool. Use the Lord of Death to find everyone, and then after cleaning everyone up, take away all the black crystals on them. Then deal with the Lord of Death. The real boss behind the scenes is not the leader of the Silent Sect, but Gu Xia and the others. Gu Fan, if they are transformed into Silent Sect members, do you think we can still get their equipment? Xia Shulan asked curiously. That should be possible. The equipment will not disappear out of thin air. Why don't we take a look? After Gu Fan finished speaking, he took out a pile of iron blocks. Well, what are you doing? To make a small dark room to have sex with you. Bad guy. How dare you? Xia Shulan's eyes were shocked, and her little feet stepped back a few steps, fearing that Gu Fan would surround her with iron blocks. This damn Gu Fan is too bold, right? Gu Fan said something, and then came behind Li Hai and the others. Just when Li Hai and Lin Shi were preparing for a new round of monster escape. Suddenly, iron blocks appeared out of thin air around them. Li Hai was a little confused. Xia Shulan understood immediately that Gu Fan was just talking nonsense. She immediately cooperated with Gu Fan and took out iron blocks to set up a block wall around the two of them. They were surrounded in a few seconds. Iron blocks are harder to break than other basic blocks. Wait for Li Hai to react. He and Lin Shi only had 2 or 3 square meters of territory left. Blocks were falling all around. This scene was seen by the dead leader, who came down, and he hurriedly walked towards the iron blocks. After all, he was just dull, not stupid. He saw with his own eyes that Li Hai and Lin Shi were surrounded by blocks that suddenly appeared. This strange scene made Li Hai a little flustered. The two of them quickly took out their weapons and kept attacking the blocks. Sometimes, weapons are more efficient in destroying blocks than pickaxe-type tools. But, compared with weapons, the precision collection efficiency of the manuscript is higher. What does it mean? For example, when a powerful weapon destroys an iron block, it may only take more than 10 seconds or a few seconds to destroy it, but it cannot completely collect the iron block. An iron block may only randomly produce 1 or 2 refined irons, and then you can only watch the iron block disappear, and you can't get the refined iron materials to synthesize the iron block. However, although the pickaxe destroys the iron block slowly, it can perfectly collect 10 refined irons in an iron block. However, Li Hai is now just to make this strange block disappear and then run away, not for collection at all. Lin Shi took out a dazzling green spear and quickly smashed several iron blocks, just when they were about to escape. Another layer of wooden blocks was built outside. At the same time, the footsteps of the Lord of Death and Silence were getting closer and closer. Fear and eagerness flashed across Li Hai's eyes. After Gu Fan and Xia Shulan surrounded several circles of wooden blocks, they ran to a relatively far place, eating melons while watching the Lord of Death and Silence destroy the blocks surrounding them and come in front of the two. Looking at the Lord of Death and Silence, who was looking down on them, Li Hai was shocked. He quickly pushed Lin Shi aside and stood still in front of the Lord of Death and Silence, maintaining high defense and injury immunity. As a result, the Lord of Death and Silence only chanted for a second, and Li Hai suddenly fell down. Defense and close combat are useless to the Lord of Death and Silence. He will be transformed if he gets close. I don't know what it will become when facing the Snow Girl. Gu Fan suddenly thought of this. The Snow Girl seems to be able to transform living beings into the Snow Clan. The Lord of Death and Silence transforms living beings into the followers of Death and Silence. What will happen when the two bosses meet? Will the Snow Girl become the Silent Snow Girl? Or will the Silent Leader become the Snow Clan Leader? Gu Fan was secretly confused and curious, and took a look at the Purple Gold Universe Bag Snow Girl in Xia Shulan's storage column. This mark means that the Snow Girl is hiding inside the Purple Gold Universe Bag. Afterwards, Gu Fan whispered to Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan was stunned, looking at Gu Fan in astonishment. Gu Fan, are you saying that you want the Snow Girl to deal with the Silent Leader? Doesn't the Snow Girl guarantee death? Gu Fan nodded. We still have 2 purple gold bags, one for the Snow Girl and one empty. Even if the two come together to deal with us, we just need to put them away. If the two can fight each other, or even use the Snow Clan transformation and Dead Silence transformation skills on each other, it may bring unexpected changes. Gu Fan became more and more excited as he spoke, seemingly forgetting the consequences of being shot by the female savage before. And if possible, we can even deal with these 2 forbidden creatures together. Xia Shulan also blinked her eyes. Although she was frightened by Gu Fan's idea at first. But now she thinks that this is definitely feasible. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Chapter 119. At this moment, Li Hai, who had fallen heavily, slowly woke up and supported his body. He stood up slowly. In an instant, a creepy force of death and corruption spread rapidly around him like a plague. The clothes that were originally neat and clean seemed to be torn by countless invisible hands in the blink of an eye, becoming tattered, and a black air spread from them. The originally handsome face was gradually twisted and deformed, as if possessed by a demon, and it was extremely hideous. The skin seemed to have experienced thousands of years of erosion, becoming full of wrinkles, loose and sagging, as rough as old tree bark. Li Hai's entire body has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the originally orderly muscle and bone structure began to collapse and dislocate. Everything has lost its original rules and order. The originally upright and straight figure has become hunched and twisted, and the limbs are no longer coordinated and unified, looking extremely chaotic. Lin Shi was completely stunned, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, an egg could almost fit in. Gu Xia and the others watched the whole process from the side. Xia Shulan was also a little scared. Her little hand grabbed the corner of Gu Fan's clothes. In fact, Li Hai became like this. She also contributed half of the credit. Gu Fan held Xia Shulan's little hand tightly, comforting her. In fact, they had never seen the whole process of ordinary people turning into dead people. However, the dead people that Li Hai turned into were different from ordinary dead people. Their attribute values were very strong, especially the defense, which was more than 400 points, the same as the health value. Why is this? Could it be that the attribute value of this person before was amazing in defense? Gu Fan thought secretly. He didn't know the names of the 2 people before, nor did he know their talents. However, if this is the case, it may be a bit troublesome. It seems that the leader of the Dead Silence can't be allowed to continue to transform these players. If these players who have become Dead Silence people attack together. Although there may not be many dangers, after all, the 2 are very fast. However, the uncertainty factor has also increased a lot. Before Lin Shi was transformed into a Dead Silence person. Gu Fan came to her side and killed her with the frost sword. Obtained the golden top weapon, the poison flame gun. Increased 250 points of attack. Attacking the enemy will cause the enemy to be poisoned and burned. Subsequently, 2 points of poison damage will be suffered per second for 1 minute. 2 points of burning damage per second for 1 minute. Burning and poisoning will not be affected by defense. Obtain Strange Black Crystal X2. Obtain Diamond X7. Obtain The strength of the poisonous fire gun is obviously higher than that of the frost sword. The special feature of the frost sword is that it will definitely hit the target under the freezing buff. But even if the frost sword causes critical damage, it is actually not as good as the poisonous fire gun. The damage of the poisonous fire gun is close to 500 points. Not to mention, the freezing buff can also be provided to the poisonous fire gun, which can really cause ice, fire, and poison buffs to the enemy. Gu Fan resisted the idea of giving the poisonous fire gun a critical hit. Obviously, as a golden weapon, the effect of the poisonous fire gun after a critical hit is definitely higher than that of the golden treasure chest. But his real goal is the staff of the dead leader. Lehigh Dead Silence stared at Gu Fan. He rushed over with his fangs bared. The Dead Silence cult leader had a dull look in his eyes. Although he was not stupid, he could only be non-stupid. He did not know why his younger brother, the Dead Silence, suddenly barked at the air. He slowly came to the second floor and continued to look for hiding players. Lehigh, who became the Dead Silence, had a very strong defense. Gu Fan pulled and attacked Lehigh with the newly acquired poisonous flame gun. Xia Shulan, who was standing aside, was a little anxious, because she had no means to deal with this Lehigh with a very high defense. Gu Fan threw the special weapon he had obtained before, the fiery crossbow, to Xia Shulan. Xiao Shulan, shoot it with this crossbow. The burning damage of this crossbow is very high. With the burning and poisoning of my poisonous flame gun, it is not difficult to kill it. Xia Shulan hurriedly took it over in a panic. Soon, Xia Shulan calmed down, activated the sense of sight, aimed at Lehigh's head, and shot an arrow. Crossbow experience +1 soon. Lehigh's head was burning with flames. Xia Shulan's original attack plus the crossbow attack, even if it caused a critical force, could not break Lehigh's defense. This is Lehigh's strength, high defense. If it is a head-on confrontation, without the purple gold Chinkuan bag and the flaming crossbow, it may be really difficult to fight. Of course, burning and poisoning are not invincible. If you can get fire resistance and poison resistance, you can resist burning and poisoning damage. Not long after, with the exquisite cooperation of the two, Lehigh finally fell again. Its talent is definitely very powerful, such a high defense. Gu Fan panted slightly and said, his eyes also showed regret, it's a pity that I can't copy it. Copying talents requires a medium. Under this limitation, I only copy the light pistol and Xiao Shulan's sense of sight. Get fire resistance potion X1. Take it for 3 minutes, and the fire resistance will be maxed out. Get diamond X8. Get strange black crystal X3. Get. This team has a lot of stuff, especially Lin Shi's weapons. But the strongest one is the poisonous flame gun. Gu Fan, do you want to copy this poisonous flame gun? Xia Shulan stared at Gu Fan's purple-red gun head, her eyes showing desire. A closer look showed that the gun head was still burning with purple-red flames. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and said, but soon, Gu Fan put the spear in his hand next to Xia Shulan. The tuft of small hair on Xia Shulan's head just reached the tip of the spear. Xia Shulan looked at it in confusion. She didn't understand what it meant. But soon, she understood. Xia Shulan, look, you don't seem to be as tall as the poisonous flame gun. Xia Shulan blushed, and her face swelled up again with anger. Secret technique? 1,000 years. After Gu Fan repeatedly assured that he only liked the 1.5-meter tall lowly, Xia Shulan forgave Gu Fan. For the rest of the night, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, as well as the leader of the Dead Silence, and the remaining players were fighting wits and courage. Although Lu Rusu and the others didn't know that Gu Fan and the others existed, because they had been invisible. But they all knew that the uncertainty had increased a lot. 5 hours later, the two used blocks and various means to trick other players, or directly play dirty. At the same time, the sound of fighting on the first floor also attracted their attention. The last player, Lu Rusu, was found by Gu Fan and the others in a church on the second floor. At this time, she was curled up in a pulpit, holding a bird gun in her hand. The bird gun is actually the sniper rifle of the old times, but the damage is far less. Goodbye. The invisible Gu Fan did not hesitate, and stabbed Lu Rusu with the poisonous flame gun. Obtain the gold lower grade weapon, bird gun. One shot causes 150 points of attack, and the critical force causes 300 points. Obtain bird gun bullets X100. Obtain strange black crystal stone X12. Gu Fan, do you think this gun and other weapons can be taught to the elves or puppets? Anyway, we don't need them. Maybe the bird gun was still a treasure before. But for the two of them, only platinum weapons can be upgraded. They are too rich. We can try it later. Now that the Silent Man and the players have been dealt with, we will go to the Silent Master. I hope that staff is of platinum quality, so that if it hits critically, it may be of diamond quality. Not necessarily. Now all items above gold are divided into 3 small qualities. Xiaoshuan added. Take out the Snow Girl and talk to her. Gu Fan said while holding Xiaoshuan. The Silent Master is still walking around on the 3rd floor, so there is still a lot of time to deal with this big guy. Chapter 120. Oh, okay. Xiaoshuan's eyes flashed with excitement. Especially facing the conflict between the forbidden strongmen that may be born next. Girls just like excitement. Xiaoshuan was not surprised. Purple Gold Universe Bag Snow Girl. Gu Fan looked at the small and calm bag and said indifferently, Snow Girl, you should still be alive, right? After several seconds, the Snow Girl did not reply. This made Gu Fan a little confused. You burning Snow Girl, answer us quickly. Xiaoshuan hit the Purple Gold Universe Bag with some dissatisfaction. This scene made Gu Fan speechless. He took a look at Xiaoshuan's figure. Obviously, Xiaoshuan is stronger than the Snow Girl in some aspects. Is Xiaoshuan jealous of the Snow Girl's height? I don't know when she realized that she is actually very charming. After a long time, the Snow Girl sighed. Human, you won't let me out. Why are you talking nonsense to me? Gu Fan said coldly. We can let you out. Hearing this, the Snow Girl's breathing became rapid, and she seemed to be looking forward to running out of the small bag. It's easy to think about it. She has been locked up for so long. Really? Of course, and you don't need to submit to me or make other requests. But soon, the Snow Girl's excited tone became calm. Obviously, she is not stupid, and her IQ is also higher than that of the dead Silent Sect leader. Humph, don't you worry that I will tear you apart? You know, I hate you very much. Especially that woman, she dared to say that to me. The Snow Girl said resentfully. Don't you know how I took you in? If I can let you out, I will naturally be sure to take you back. Gu Fan explained slowly, you only need to help me do one thing, that is to deal with a forbidden creature, but it is stronger than you. But don't worry, the 2 of us will help you deal with it together, and I will give you freedom after the matter is done. 5 minutes later, the Snow Girl sighed, how do I know if you will take me in again? You can only trust us, right? Xiaoshuan said arrogantly. Damn woman, I will kill you if I have a chance. Bah, you stinky Snow Girl. The Snow Girl did not quarrel with the childish Xiaoshuan. She said coldly again, human, if you dare to deceive me, you will definitely not end well. If I lie to you, I will be struck by 5 thunders. It's a deal. It's a deal. After speaking, Gu Fan released the Snow Girl from the purple gold Shinkuan bag. Soon, a cold air suddenly appeared, and the tall and graceful figure was looming in it. Unfortunately, although the Snow Girl's figure was okay, her face was too ugly, extremely pale, and her strange eyes were pure white, which made people feel uncomfortable when they looked at each other. At the same time, the Snow Girl grinned, and her sharp teeth were faintly visible. The 2 of them had goosebumps. The Snow Girl just looked ahead coldly, and she didn't see Gu Xia and the others. This was because they were invisible. Where are you? Is this one of your means to deal with me? The Snow Girl said coldly, don't worry, since I have a deal with you, I won't hurt you. Hearing this, Gu Fan and Xiaoshuan lifted their invisibility one after another, appeared in front of the Snow Girl. The next moment, the Snow Girl held an ice blue ice sword in her hand and slashed at Gu Fan. Gu Fan sneered and dodged with a turn of his head. Then he kept a distance of 20 meters from the Snow Girl, to prevent her ice and snow and super snow melting. Gu Fan took out the purple gold Shinkuan bag. It seems that you don't intend to cooperate with us. The Snow Girl's eyes showed a fearful look, and she put away the ice sword. Don't get me wrong, I'm just testing whether you are qualified to cooperate with me. The Snow Girl said shamelessly. If Gu Fan hadn't dodged just now, it would be Gu Fan who suffered. This kind of weird creature really can't be trusted at all. Let's cooperate, I won't attack you again. Even if she did, there was no way. The Snow Girl felt threatened by the poisonous flame gun in Gu Fan's hand. Seeing this, Gu Fan released the Ice Elf and the Snow Elf. The 2 elves jumped and looked at the Snow Girl with curiosity. Because there was cold air around the Snow Girl, the Ice Elf, and the Snow Elf wanted to stay around the Snow Girl. But their masters were Gu Fan and the others after all, so they looked at Gu Fan and hesitated. Go ahead, stay by her side to cool off, you must have been feeling bad these days. Gu Fan didn't mind. In fact, with the life pistol, the purple gold universe bag, the flame crossbow, the poison flame gun, and various powerful means, It was not difficult to deal with the Snow Girl. Similarly, the means by which the Snow Girl transformed humans into the Snow Clan should not be underestimated. Both sides were in a stage of vigilance against each other. Tell me, who is the enemy I want to deal with? Guess where this is? The Snow Girl looked around curiously, and she felt a very uncomfortable feeling. The Snow Girl had lived on the Snow Clan Sky Island since she was a child, so she naturally didn't know the dead silent Sky Island. This doesn't seem to be the Snow Clan Sky Island. The Snow Girl's eyes became angry, and she shouted, "Where did you two take me? You should also know our identity, that is, outsiders, and outsiders have experienced more Sky Island than you think." Gu Fan explained. Damn. Where should I go now? The Snow Girl was completely confused. The enemy next is the Lord of Death, whose stats and strength are much higher than yours, and like you, he has the ability to transform creatures. After Gu Fan's explanation, the Snow Girl finally knew what kind of enemy she would face next. She wanted to slap these two beasts to death. Especially the little female ghost next to Gu Fan, who was still grinning and looking at her teasingly. Chapter 121. Humph, you can't deal with such a strong enemy, and you think of me? The Snow Girl scolded, her tone full of anger. It's understandable. According to Gu Fan's description, the leader of the Silent Sect is very powerful, and even the Snow Girl is not sure that she can deal with him. I've said it before, don't we still have us? If you're scared, go back to the bag. Xia Shulan looked at the Snow Girl with contempt. You human little ghost. The Snow Girl said angrily, showing her sharp teeth, wishing she could eat Xia Shulan's head in one bite. Hey Snow Girl, the nickname of little ghost can only be used by my man, don't be so arrogant. And I'm older than him? Xia Shulan said, pulling Gu Fan's arm. Okay, stop making trouble, put yourself in your position, Snow Girl, as long as you deal with that monster, you will be free. Gu Fan was of course on Xia Shulan's side. Xia Shulan is her woman, and she is right, only she can call her by that nickname. The Snow Girl had no choice but to give up, and a trace of resentment flashed across her pale and strange pupils. Just now, when Xia Shulan beat the purple gold bag hard, she was so arrogant. Now that she is out, she is still very arrogant. If possible, she must make Xia Shulan pay the price. At this moment, footsteps sounded. Because Gu Fan had previously dealt with all the Dead Silence cultists and players. So the footsteps were self-evident, and naturally it was the leader of the Dead Silence. Gu Fan's coat fluttered, and the power of Dead Silence emerged. A Dead Silence person slowly appeared and came outside. Then Gu Fan closed his eyes, and the perspective changed from his own to that of the Dead Silence person. This is one of the abilities of the Dead Silence coat to summon the Dead Silence man. The change of perspective was something Gu Fan had figured out before. Soon, in the perspective of the Dead Silence man, the Dead Silence patriarch slowly appeared from the end of the corridor, on the second floor of the church with a staff. The cold wind swept over, and it was obvious that its target was Gu Fan and others. It's coming, Snow Girl, you go first. Gu Fan said without question. At this point, Snow Girl could only believe that Gu Fan would help her. If she ran away, Gu Fan would definitely use the purple gold universe bag to take her back. She came to the corridor and saw the powerful Dead Silence patriarch, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Obviously, although Snow Girl didn't have the ability to see the specific data of the Dead Silence patriarch. But she could see that the Dead Silence patriarch's aura was very strong, more than twice as strong as her own. But there was no way, now she could only pray to reject the Dead Silence patriarch. The Snow Girl flashed in front of the Silent Lord, and the white ice sword in her hand appeared again, stabbing straight into the Silent Lord's chest. The quality of the ice sword was obviously not low, and after the Silent Lord's coat was taken away by Gu Fan, the ice sword easily broke the Silent Lord's defense. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were watching behind them. They had agreed to fight together, but it turned into a one-sided duel between the forbidden strongmen. However, the next moment, the Snow Girl's face changed, and she couldn't pull out the ice sword in her hand. The Silent Lord held the ice sword tightly in both hands, and a force of death spread. The ice sword quickly melted, and the force of death invaded the Snow Girl's whole body. This force of death was obviously the culprit that made Lehigh a silent man. At the same time, it was also a transformation of deathly silence, with a cooling time of only 3 seconds. The Snow Girl secretly thought that it was not good, and her pale pupils actually showed a color of fear. A chill immediately broke out from her body. The chill, and the power of deathly silence intertwined. Here it comes, Gu Fan! Xia Shulan jumped beside Gu Fan, seemingly curious about the confrontation between the Snow Girl and the Lord of Deathly Silence. Who would win? Human, what are you still standing there for? The Snow Girl roared. It seemed that the Lord of Deathly Silence had already stiffened with the Snow Girl, and the two transformation skills seemed to have no effect on both sides. Gu Fan saw that there was no danger, and slowly came to the side of the Snow Girl, and Xia Shuan also took out the flaming crossbow behind him, ready to help. Although the Lord of Deathly Silence still had more than 300 defenses, the burning damage of the flaming crossbow should be effective against the Lord of Deathly Silence. Not to mention, the burning damage itself restrained these weird things. Snow Girl, I'm curious. Why both of you have the ability to transform ordinary creatures into your own camp, but you haven't changed? Gu Fan asked curiously. Snow Girl's veins popped up. She felt like she was being tricked. This human seemed to be using her as a test subject. What's going on? Helplessly, Snow Girl could only explain slowly. It turns out that if the same realm fights the same realm, if the difference in strength is not big, the effect of transformation will be reduced. Not to mention, Snow Girl herself has the ability to transform. So, after these two monsters use the ability to transform at the same time, they will be deadlocked. But according to the judgment of the game system, Snow Girl is relatively weak. So, if time passes, Snow Girl will also be eroded by the power of death and become a dead Snow Girl. I see. Gu Fan nodded, and then he swung the poisonous flame gun to attack the already controlled Silent Lord. The Silent Lord stared at Gu Fan with anger in his eyes. And the Silent Lord's defense itself mostly comes from the Silent Coat. Without the Silent Coat, its defense is only over 300. In addition, Xia Shuan behind him was still shooting the flaming crossbow at the Silent Lord. Not long after, under multiple burns, the Silent Lord's health had reached the bottom, and he fell down, and was easily solved by the two. It turns out that solving a forbidden creature is so simple. Get Platinum Treasure Box X1. Get Platinum Lower Grade Weapon, Silent Staff. Increase 200 attack points. Silent Conversion. Consume 100 health points to convert creatures with lower health than you into silent creatures. Cooldown time, 24 hours. The dead creatures you transformed will completely obey your orders. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. But not only that, the whole area broadcast sounded beside his ears. Ding! Whole area announcement. Congratulations to player Gu Fan for becoming the first player in the entire area to kill a forbidden creature. Reward Gu Fan with 1 platinum treasure chest. Reward Gu Fan with 100 arbitrary attribute points. Reward Gu Fan with 500 wooden blocks, 500 soil blocks, 300 stone blocks, and 100 iron blocks. Obviously, with so many blocks, after this journey to the Dead Island, Gu Fan can expand the platform again and enlarge his and Xia Shulan's small home. At that time, build a house with iron blocks, so that the sense of security is higher. Xia Shulan's eyes were also very excited. She also saw the reward Gu Fan received. At that time, Gu Fan will copy another one for her, and she can build a dead army in the future. Thinking of this, Xia Shulan looked at the Snow Girl dangerously. The Snow Girl is so powerful now. If she is transformed with the power of Death Silence in the future, will she become even more powerful? Private message Xia Shulan. Gu Fan, listen to me. This time, the critical hit will be given to the staff of Death Silence. Gu Fan, what's wrong? Xia Shulan. See if the requirements for the transformation of Death Silence can be lowered. The point is not the damage, but the special skill. There is just a test subject next to it. Gu Fan understood what Xia Shulan said, and immediately looked at the Snow Girl with a calm look. Facing Gu Fan's gaze, the Snow Girl frowned, but when she thought of the agreement between the two, her brows soon relaxed. She was finally free. After finding out the information about this Sky Island, she used her ability to transform all the creatures on it into her own Snow Clan people. Chapter 122. 2 humans, according to the agreement, it's time for you to let me go. The Snow Girl said calmly. Of course, but we have to wait until this church opens, which will take a few hours. After the sign in time reaches 10 hours, you can leave the church. In fact, those players hid very well, and it is estimated that only 2 or 3 people can be found by the Lord of Death and Silence during the 10 hours. After 10 hours, the gate opens, and the sign in time ends. It is estimated that the most thrilling time is when you leave the church. Because at that time, the Lord of Death and Silence only needs to guard the gate of the church. Other players, when they force their way through the gate together, will inevitably be stopped by the Lord of Death and Silence, and some players will be selected and converted into Death and Silence believers. This is inevitable. But now they don't have this worry. Gu Fan thought about it, and felt that he was really a good person. Then, he He shrugged his shoulders and hit the death and silence staff. The snow girl next to him didn't know what was going to happen. The next moment, a prompt sound rang in his ear. Critical hit. Obtain diamond low-grade weapon, deathly silence staff. Increase 500 points of damage. If the attack form is a long-range magic ball, the longer the range, the lower the accuracy, the magic ball will cause 700 points of damage, and will not receive the original attack power blessing. Deathly silence transformation. Consume 300 health points to transform creatures below the second forbidden level into deathly silence creatures. Cooling time, 24 hours. The deathly silence creatures you transform will be greatly enhanced, and completely obey your orders. Seeing that the quality of the new version of the deathly silence staff has reached diamond, Gu Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not hesitate, and used the death silence transformation on the snow girl, who was curiously looking around. With such a good tool, it would be a waste not to use it. As for whether Gu Fan's morality would be condemned, sorry, it would not be. The snow girl was originally the enemy of the two, and even wanted to kill Xia Shulan. In Gu Fan's eyes, Xia Shulan was the most important person in this world. Soon, a transformation ability stronger than the Death Silence Master appeared, and the power of death enveloped the snow girl's body. Her body began to stiffen. Then she was shocked, looking at the two people with confusion and anger. Human, what do you mean? Xia Shulan held the Death Silence staff that Gu Fan had given her, that had been hit by a critical hit. Before the next copy, Xia Shulan used the Death Silence staff, and Gu Fan used the Death Silence staff. The strength of the two people increased again. It doesn't matter, Snow Girl worked for us, Gu Fan said calmly. The Snow Girl wanted to say something, but found that the transformation ability of the Death Silence power was getting stronger and stronger. Even if she used the Super Snow Melting, it was completely useless, and she even suffered a backlash. The two energies gathered in her body, and soon, the Snow Girl could only be forced to mutate. Although this was probably because she was a forbidden creature. Therefore, the Snow Girl's thoughts were still there, but her heart had to submit to the two people. Her originally weird pale white eyes had undergone an amazing change at this moment. The left pupil seemed to be eroded by an invisible darkness, gradually changing from pure white to deep black. At the same time, the corresponding white hair on the left side seemed to be affected by some kind of spell, and gradually changed from snow white to dull dark black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two opposite colors of black and white intertwined and entangled with each other, forming a strange and heart-pounding visual impact. The cold air beside her was even more gloomy, and the whole snow girl became a new strange creature. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were very surprised, with shock in their eyes. The new snow girl is the product of the Dead Silence Sky Island, and the Snow Clan Sky Island, each of which combines different characteristics. Xia Shulan, yes, now we have a big helper. The next 3 sign-ins don't need to be sneaky. Maybe we can rely on the Dead Silence Snow Girl to push through. Gu Fan also looked at the new Snow Girl's panel, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Dead Silence Snow Girl. Realm, Second Forbidden. Health, 2700. Attack, 520. Defense, 530. Speed, 420. Skills, Ice and Snow. Create an ice and snow area with a diameter of 100 meters around the body. Enemies within the range will suffer 700 points of attack and freeze for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Dead Silence Erosion. Use the power of Dead Silence to erode the enemy. If the enemy is below the second forbidden level, there is a high probability that it will be eroded, and there is a small probability that it will become a dead creature. The data of the Dead Snow Girl has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the realm has been upgraded to the second forbidden level. I don't know whether the realm is judged by blood volume, or by comprehensive considerations. Secondly, the skills of the ice and snow have also undergone major changes. The damage and freezing time have increased significantly, and the cooling time has also been shortened a lot. Unfortunately, snow melting and Dead Silence transformation are gone. Instead, it is replaced by a very ordinary Dead Silence erosion. Although it looks similar to Dead Silence transformation, it is different, because the creatures after Dead Silence erosion will not obey the Dead Snow Girl. It seems that its power is still in this deadly staff. Gu Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, although the Snow Girl was uncomfortable with submitting to the two people, she had her own consciousness. However, she was also happy because her own strength had become stronger. Sister Snow Girl, you were very arrogant just now, and you said you wanted to kill me, a female ghost? Xia Shulan hugged her chest, and looked at the Snow Girl with unkind eyes. Although the snow girl looked unhappy, she could only kneel on one knee under the effect of submission. "I'm sorry, master, it's my problem." The snow girl lowered her head, her tone full of respect. Seeing this, Xia Shulan took Gu Fan's arm and emphasized, "From now on, you are the slave of Gu Fan and me. You must follow the orders of Gu Fan and me. Do you understand? Just like the snow elves and ice elves." After speaking, Xia Shulan kept hitting the snow girl's head with her hands. Chapter 123. "I understand, two masters. Quick, kowtow to your mistress," Xia Shulan said darkly. The snow girl obeyed humiliatingly. After Xia Shulan used dark means to punish the snow girl a little. Gu Fan coughed, "Okay, little Shulan, after all, the snow girl is a second-level strongman, and she will be our subordinate in the future, so let's stop here." Gu Fan put his arm around little Shulan's shoulders, and said lovingly, "Okay, since brother Gu Fan said so, then I will forgive you." After the two of them played the good cop and the bad cop, the snow girl actually felt grateful to them. After putting the two mascots, the snow elf and the ice elf, into the pet ball, Gu Fan didn't understand why the pet sign didn't appear after the snow girl was subdued. Is it because the snow girl is a weird creature? Gu Fan thought secretly. But no matter what, the appearance of the snow girl can definitely enhance the team's huge strength. Afterwards, Gu Fan used the Great Staff of Death and began to familiarize himself with the new diamond weapon. The Great Staff of Death can turn a forbidden creature into a silent creature that submits to it, but there is only one chance every day. If a forbidden creature is turned into a silent creature, its strength will become even stronger, such as the snow girl, who was promoted from a forbidden creature to a forbidden creature. Of course, this should not be absolute. Under Xia Shulan's admiring gaze, Gu Fan waved the great staff in his hand, and soon, a dark ball condensed above the great staff. The next moment, the dark ball moved away from the great staff and attacked a building nearby. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a large hole appeared on the wall of the church. The walls of the church happened to be iron blocks, and several iron blocks disappeared. 700 points of high damage, very terrifying. If you encounter a forbidden creature like the Savage King again, Gu Fan will be able to defeat it easily. Gu Fan, is this the deathly silent staff after a critical hit? Xia Shulan touched the large staff and asked curiously. She suddenly felt that the small staff that Gu Fan had just given her was not good enough. However, she also knew that when the new number of copies came tomorrow, Gu Fan would definitely arm her. Now Xia Shulan's worst thing is attack, only 20 points. Gu Fan thought about it, and decided to trade 100 points of any attribute points to her for 50. He gave all 50 to health. When wearing the Deathly Silence coat. Originally, the naked health value was 300 points, and after adding 200 points of health, Gu Fan's health value reached 500 points. Xia Shulan thought about it, and decided to follow Gu Fan's advice. She gave 50 attribute points to attack power. The original attack power was only 25, but now it has reached 75. After using the Death Staff, the attack power reached 375, which is also considerable. Not long after, a ray of sunlight came from the sky, and it was 6 o'clock in the morning. The sign and time was about to pass. The two people and the monster searched the church a little, and obtained a lot of strange black crystal stones. All the strange black crystal stones were combined into blocks, which were 4 strange black crystal stone blocks. However, Gu Fan always felt that the strange black crystal stone blocks were the raw materials for making the Death Coat and the Death Staff. When the number of blocks is enough, perhaps a batch of new equipment can be built with strange black crystal stones. At the same time, in addition to the strange black crystal stone, the two also found a black letter in a corner of the 3rd floor. Xia Shulan took it out and took a look at it. The letter from the Lord of Death and Silence. Send it to the outside of the safe city. The Lord of Death and Silence will receive a special reward. Death and Silence should be the new town outside the safe city. If nothing unexpected happens, the next sign and location will be spent in Death and Silence. Open the letter. It is a text that Gu Fan does not recognize. However, with the help of the game system, the crooked text gradually transformed into Yingui characters. I am the Lord of Death and Silence. When you see this letter, I am probably dead. In my early years, in order to find the truth of the power of death and silence, I conducted one human experiment after another. Unfortunately, I failed. Not only was I infected with this terrible power, but a new consciousness was born in my body. The new consciousness tells me that the people in the city will perish sooner or later. Under the trend of this terrible power, no one can resist it. Instead of rejecting it, it is better to accept it. The content of the letter is very long. Gu Fan took a quick look. It probably said that the identity of the leader of the Dead Silence was originally a human in the safe city. But he wanted to solve the crisis of infection in the safe city, although the real source was outside the city. However, due to the subtle influence, most of the original residents in the city have been infected, but they don't know it. So, the leader of the Dead Silence began to solve this problem. In the process, he was infected and began to give up and accepted new power, and began to transform all people who came into the Dead Silence Church into Dead Silence people, that is, Dead Silence believers. The church became a taboo place. After reading the letter, the time was almost up. The sky was also slightly bright. I looked at the time of the game system. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. The third sign and location, the Dead City Gate. The town outside the safe city, the real dangerous place. The third sign and location is outside the city. As the door of the church opened, Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and the Snow Girl walked out slowly. After asking around, they learned the location of the safe city gate. However, according to the information they inquired, the safe city gate was heavily guarded, and it was not easy to get out. What are you afraid of, Gu Fan? We are so powerful now, and there is the Snow Girl, we can just break out directly. Xia Shulan said without thinking. Gu Fan nodded, agreeing with Xia Shulan's idea. If Gu Fan was very cautious at the beginning, it was because he didn't know enough about this Sky Island. Now, because of the church check-in point, the strength has increased again. Of course, there is no need to be submissive. Not long after, the two people and the monster came to the city gate. The city gate is exactly the same as other places, with towering walls blocking it, but the difference is that there is a city gate about 10 meters high below. The city gate of the safe city is indeed heavily guarded. There are more than a dozen humans wearing iron armor holding spears standing at the city gate, standing solemnly, and they are all real people, not zombies. These humans are also very strong. Without equipment, their physical fitness is generally stronger than Gu Fan and the others. This also shows that the top leaders of the safe city actually know the serious situation of the safe city, and there is not a single zombie sent to guard the city gate. The two first hid themselves, intending to let the Snow Girl go first, use the freezing ability to freeze all these NPCs, and then escape. The speed of the Snow Girl is also more than 400, and she should be able to barely keep up with the two. Just when the plan was implemented, several men and women in modern clothes appeared in the distance, and they were obviously players, like Gu Fan. They also planned to leave the city. The leading male player, holding a black iron sword, looked at the guards guarding the city gate with vigilance. Who are you? This is a forbidden area in the safe city. Get out of here. The guards at the city gate shouted at several players. What if we have to go out? The male player asked calmly, with disdain in his eyes. Chapter 124. Li Xian is very arrogant, and he has the right to be arrogant. As one of the top 20 teams in this area, he has the S-level talent control eye. In addition, he has a platinum-level attack weapon. In his eyes, the dead and empty island is nothing. And beside him, except for his partner teammate, other players are controlled by his big hand, and can go through the entire sign-in process unimpeded. Listening to Li Xian's words, the guard frowned and pointed a shotgun in his hand at his head. Without saying a word, he shot. Bang! Li Xian's head was injured, but he did not die immediately. No matter how well his physical defense can withstand the critical damage of the shotgun. But he did not expect that a mere NPC would dare to be so arrogant. Soon, Li Xian shouted, "Go kill them!" The players around him rushed forward and used their weapons to fight the guards. At the same time, Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and Xuandu were joining in the fun nearby, watching this group of players fighting with those NPCs. However, Li Xian did have the capital to be arrogant. These players were of high quality. It was obvious that they had experienced other more difficult islands before going to the Dead Silence Island. Not long after, these players had solved all the NPCs, and they only paid the price of one person. Of course, because the NPC guarding the gate of the safe city was not weak, Li Xian was in a state of residual blood. Seeing this scene, Gu Fan did not hesitate and took out the life pistol. The pistol full of technology was held in his hand. Gu Fan activated the sense of sight and hearing and pointed the life pistol at Li Xian's head. Bang! After a loud bang, Li Xian's head was blown open by a bullet. Gu Fan's health value was 500 points under the effect of the death coat. So, the bullet's damage was also 500 points. Under the high damage, Li Xian's vitality was fleeting. And the remaining players, hypnotized by Li Xian, were not spared. The Death Snow Girl quickly launched an enhanced version of Ice and Snow. After the remaining players hypnotized by Li Xian were frozen, some were directly frozen because their health value reached the bottom, and the ice exploded. Some were in good condition, but Xia Shulan also used the fiery crossbow to aim at the player, deducting some health points to headshot him. Get Shotgun X7. Get Shotgun Bullet X150. Get Weird Black Crystal X16. Get Platinum Lower Grade Armor, Psychic Arm Guard. Psychic Arm Guard. Wearing can increase defense by 250 points. Increase attack by 50 points. The effect of the Psychic Arm Guard is very simple and crude, equivalent to 300 attribute points. However, the defense attribute has little effect on the two. Gu Fan, do you still have 3 chances to copy now? Xia Shulan asked, rubbing her hands, looking at the arm guard in Gu Fan's hand with green eyes. The attack power is exactly what Xia Shulan needs. Gu Fan smiled, and gave the psychic arm guard to Xia Shulan. Yes, but are you anxious again? Don't worry, your equipment set is indispensable. You will wear whatever I wear in the future, okay? Hearing this, Xia Shulan also felt relieved. But soon, she seemed to think of something, and her face blushed. Since the two of them did that, they basically became inseparable. Previously, Gu Fan had worn the wrong underwear of Xia Shulan, causing Xia Shulan to get angry and give her many kisses before she calmed down. But when she thought about it, Gu Fan's method of calming herself down and making her calm down was also taking advantage of her. At that time, she couldn't help but get angry again. So, the cycle began. When Xia Shulan got angry, Gu Fan took advantage of her and did some physical things to her. Then Xia Shulan calmed down, but because she thought about being taken advantage of, she got angry again, and then Gu Fan took advantage of her again. So the cycle continued endlessly. Not long after, the two of them quickly arrived outside the city. It was very desolate outside the silent city, and some silent people were wandering around. Some silent people were still carrying mud blocks or wooden blocks in their hands. No one knew where the blocks in their hands came from, which looked a bit funny. They saw that Gu Fan and the others were also a little hesitant. When several silent people saw Xia Shulan, this little piece of fat meat, their eyes glowed red, and they seemed to want to eat Xia Shulan. When they saw Gu Fan, who was wearing a deadly coat and holding a deadly staff, and the deadly snow girl beside Gu Fan, they immediately became trembling again. It was completely different from the crazy dead people they had encountered before. Humph, a bunch of dogs looking down on people. Xia Shulan was very unhappy. She aimed the flaming crossbow in her hand at the nearest dead person and shot a crossbow arrow. The flaming crossbow arrow drew a fiery red spark and pierced the dead person's head. The dead person's whole body was covered with flames. Humph, the young lady is here. Get out of the way. Gu Fan also waved the dead staff and used a long-range light ball to hit the wandering dead people, opening up a way to the dead city. The direction of the dead silent city is easy to identify. There is the shadow of the ancient town in the distance. At the same time, the closer you go to the dead silence, the more people there are. What did you say? The young lady is peeing. Get out of the way? Gu Fan misheard and looked at the big lowly, who was shooting arrows in shock. Get out, you dead lecher. You call me a dead lecher, right? Now I will tell you what a real dead lecher is. After that, in the contemptuous look of the dead silent snow girl, the two began again. Soon, after a period of monster hunting, the two finally arrived at the gate of the dead silent city. At the same time, along the way, there are quite a lot of minerals exposed on the surface. For example, gold mines, copper mines and the like, and at the same time, there are new minerals, such as red crystal mines and blue crystal mines. It can only be said that the resources of the special Sky Island are really good. Although the degree of danger is high, there are also many things. Red crystal ore is different from hematite ore. Red crystal ore is harder and has a bright red stone appearance. Hematite is different. Although it is also red in appearance, it is not reddish in color, but has red dots. Kyanite is blue in color, and is as hard as ruby. Unfortunately, no real diamonds were found. The third sign and location ends. The fourth sign and location, inside the dead city. Please sign in the dead city for 24 hours. During the sign-in period, you can freely explore and search for black crystals. During the sign-in period, the dead people will swarm in to hunt down the players. Chapter 125. It seems that after passing the church, the subsequent sign-in will be much easier to deal with. Although we will be hunted by the dead silence people, they will not attack us at all. Gu Fan looked at the dead silence gate and sighed, as the Dead Silence people trembled and wanted to attack Xia Shulan, but were afraid of Gu Fan and the Dead Silence Snow Girl. What is the difference between this and shopping at the Dead Silence Gate? Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at Gu Fan and spat lightly. Gu Fan, you are really bragging. If it weren't for our strength becoming stronger, do you think it would be so easy? Xia Shulan jumped up and patted Gu Fan's head, saying speechlessly, "That's right, let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can collect enough raw materials for the Dead Silence Gate when we leave the Dead Silence Island." Gu Fan scratched Xia Shulan's head and brushed her hair down while speaking. "Hiss, you're really stroking a dog, don't stroke his hair like that." Xia Shulan opened Gu Fan's arm, but she was still lingering on the feeling just now. The Dead Snow Girl was ordered by Gu Fan to clean up the dead people on the side. After the dead people die, they will drop dead pearls. I don't know what the dead pearls can do. In addition to the side effects, are there any other uses? Gu Fan shook his head. Just after the two entered the city gate, they found that there were also exposed minerals on the bumpy ground, and the number was more than others. Some minerals were even black, like strange black crystal stones. Wait, strange black crystal stones? Gu Xia and the others came to the pure black rock on the exposed ground and clicked it by the way. Strange black crystal stone blocks can be collected. Gu Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the ice crystal pick to see if he could try to dig it. "Snow Girl, you patrol nearby to protect our safety, we need to mine." Xia Shulan ordered hurriedly. "Yes, two masters." A hint of respect appeared in the pale and dark pupils of the Snow Girl. Then she looked at the restless dead people around with cold eyes, and began to patrol nearby to serve the two. This is the benefit of having a Snow Girl. The strength of the second band is enough to make all the dead people tremble. Moreover, after being infected by the power of Dead Silence, the pressure of the Snow Girl on the dead creatures is also very important. You know, some dead people have a life value of up to 700 or 800. If it was just the previous Snow Girl, who was not infected with the power of Dead Silence, the dead people would definitely attack her without fear, without any deterrent power. And now, even if Gu Fan changed the weapon in his hand to an ice crystal pick, as long as the Snow Girl is by their side, they will not be deterred by the dead staff. The two dug, and inexplicably remembered that they were also digging wood when they landed on the first Sky Island. At that time, the two were still weaklings. When Gu Fan was in danger of the archers, Xia Shulan desperately ran towards Gu Fan. Gu Fan still vaguely remembered that Xia Shulan once said that if they were going to die, they would die together. "What are you looking at? Dig for me, don't look around." Xia Shulan was digging the mine when she noticed Gu Fan's sight, and she stopped immediately, showing her two small fangs, staring at Gu Fan fiercely. She thought Gu Fan was going to do something bad again. After all, once the crisis was resolved, Gu Fan began to become unruly. But now we are on the Sky Island. Don't even think about it. Hee, do you still remember what you said when you first met the savages on the Sky Island? Gu Fan looked at the beautiful big lowly and smiled. "What did you say? How come I don't know?" Xia Shulan shook her head quickly, her face red like a red apple. Just when Gu Fan was about to say something, the Snow Girl cleared the dead people around and came back after a walk. She was holding two people in her hand, and threw them in front of Gu Fan and the others. The two people were dressed in ragged clothes, thin, with sunken flesh on their faces, cloudy pupils, haggard, and weak breath. It was obvious that they had been hungry for a long time. And they were a man and a woman, and they seemed to have experienced a lot. At the same time, because of the contact of the Snow Girl, their clothes behind them were covered with ice and snow, which was very embarrassing. Seeing the bright and beautiful Gu Fan and the others, the two of them immediately flashed with envy. But soon, thinking of the next encounter, their eyes dimmed immediately. "Master, these two people were found in that abandoned stone house." The Snow Girl of Death said coldly, and then pointed at the two people. Gu Fan looked at them, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You know, although these two people are not children, they are only about 16 or 17 years old. Especially the young man in the lead, who looks very immature." Xia Shulan also secretly changed the ice crystal cube into a weapon in her hand, fearing that there would be danger. After Gu Fan investigated, he found that they were not players, but NPCs. Yes, they are the natives of the Dead Sky Island. Luo Yun. Health value, attack, 35. Defense, 32. Speed, 158. Sanity, resident of the Dead Silence Island. This young man is called Luo Yun, and his vitality is just a little higher than that of ordinary people. As for other attributes, except for the speed, other attributes are not very good. And the little girl is exactly the same, with a very fast speed, and other attributes are similar to ordinary people. The problem may be in their shoes. Gu Fan lowered his head and looked at their pure black shoes. Big brother, don't kill us, we are willing to give you money. Looking at Gu Fan's calm eyes, Luo Yun looked a little scared and said in a trembling voice. After that, he took out a few worn banknotes from his pocket. Then, Luo Yun shrank his feet, hoping that Gu Fan would not see the treasure under his feet. Once the treasure under his feet was taken away by Gu Fan, it would be completely finished. Although Gu Fan just looked at the scene coldly. But in fact, he didn't understand it in his heart. The name of the Dead Silence City clearly said that it was a town ruled by the Dead Silence people, but there were complete real people. Why are you two here? It's not safe in the safe city anymore. My parents are actually bloodthirsty monsters. My sister and I want to find out the truth of the matter, and see if we can save my parents. So my sister and I became soldiers of the city investigation team. But they all... Luo Yun wiped his tears and said suddenly. A few days ago, Luo Yun followed the legion responsible for investigating the outside of the safe city to investigate the truth. As a result, all the members of the legion were wiped out in the Dead Silence City, and most of them became food for the Dead Silence people. And a few people became one of them. In fact, only 1 out of 10 soldiers of the investigation team survived when they went out, but when they were in their teens, they insisted on joining the investigation team in order to find a way to save their parents who were living dead. You go. Gu Fan nodded. He could see that the two were not lying. As for the junk under their feet that can increase their speed, Gu Fan doesn't need it at all. His speed depends on the blessing of life value. Even if the original real speed increases by 300, there will be no change, because that part of the speed is already provided by life value. Moreover, in order to save his parents, he can step into the land of death. No matter how Gu Fan says it, he still admires him in his heart. Thank you, brother, thank you, brother. Luo Yun said hurriedly, pulling his sister Luo Xiaoxi to run fast. This man is too dangerous. His breath is countless times stronger than the leader. Especially the weird monster next to him, the woman with 1 black and 1 white pupil, a pale face, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Her breath is much stronger than the strongest dead man. Wait! Gu Fan suddenly shouted. Luo Yun turned his head desperately, thinking that the treasure under his feet was discovered. However, he saw 2 breads thrown over. Chapter 126. Luo Xiaoxi, who was led by Luo Yun, quickly picked up the bread and held it tightly in her arms. In order to isolate the smell of the dead people, they used many methods, such as smearing the blood of the dead people all over their bodies, or rolling around in some dirty and filthy places. This is one of the means for the soldiers of the investigation team to survive outside. During this period, the two had not eaten anything and were already dizzy with hunger. Luo Yun gritted his teeth, squatted down, and put all the black crystal stones and a drawing he had on the ground. Then he pulled Luo Xiaoxi and ran away. With the blessing of black shoes, the speed of the two was very fast, and they ran away in a flash. Snow girl, go and see, pick it up. What did these 2 little brats leave for us? Xia Shulan said curiously, and at the same time she looked at Gu Fan, with a strange look in her eyes. No, Gu Fan. Why are you so kind now? Gu Fan grabbed Xia Shulan's 2 ponytails, and then smoothed them. What are you talking about? Why am I not kind? You know, the outsiders we met during this period were either killed by us or killed by us directly. How could they be so kind as to leave food for these 2 little brats? Looking at the cute Xia Shulan who said that others were little brats, Gu Fan felt a little funny for a while. The one called Luo Xiaoxi just now was even half a head taller than Xia Shulan. It's very simple, because they have nothing to do with us, and they will not harm us. They are just poor NPCs. Gu Fan shook his head. If it is a player, after landing on the Dead and Silence Island, they are on opposite sides, so of course they have to strike first. That's true. I remember that your college classmate Li Hong said that to you. Under Lin Tao's persuasion, you chose to let them go. To be honest, if I was told that, I would definitely not be able to bear it. Xia Shulan clenched her fists and said angrily. You forgot that Lin Tao, and the players, who confronted them, before also gave us the bathtub blueprint and a mysterious egg. Gu Fan suddenly said, most of their value was given to us, and they are not a threat to us. If we just kill them all the way, what's the difference between us and murderers? Besides, if I can do something to them for more benefits, will I do something to you, a little female ghost, for benefits in the future? Gu Fan pinched her collagen-filled face with his big hands and smiled. You still want to do something to me? You dare. Look, I'll strike first, 1,000 years. But soon, Gu Fan moved faster, and Xia Shulan not only failed to succeed, but was taken advantage of a lot. Angrily, Xia Shulan had no choice but to close her eyes and accept it. But she also understood that Gu Fan's worldview was exactly the same as hers. Maybe it was because they had been together for a long time, but Gu Fan's ideas coincided with hers. He was ruthless towards his enemies. He was neutral towards others who did not threaten him. The Snow Girl sent something over. It was probably 5 strange black crystal stones and a black equipment blueprint. Weird black crystal pants blueprint. Weird black crystal stone, 30/30, diamond, August 8th, energy crystal, January 1st, weird black crystal pants. Increases defense by 260 points and increases health by 150 points. Only by wearing black crystal equipment can you pass through the Dead World Gate to the Dead World. Black crystal equipment is one of the media between the Void World and the Dead World. Looking at the description of this equipment, Gu Fan finally understood why the pants were so expensive to build. And rare diamonds appeared. Diamonds are the hardest material, and equipment made of diamonds must have higher properties. Of course, if it is pure diamond equipment, there should be no special effects. After putting away the black crystal stone and the blueprint, the two continued to work hard to mine. Soon, after a few hours, the black crystal stone mine in front of them disappeared, but nothing was obtained. The two looked confused. Gu Fan, what's going on? Xia Shulan said confusedly. Could it be that even with an ice crystal pickaxe, it is impossible to mine? Gu Fan's eyes flashed with some helplessness. Isn't this a direct waste of this block? Soon, he shook his head. It seems that a higher quality pickaxe is needed. So far, wooden pickaxe, stone pickaxe, iron pickaxe, hematite pickaxe, ice crystal pickaxe. A pickaxe of the 5th level, but still can't dig out the black crystal. Could it be that a diamond pickaxe is needed? Gu Fan thought about it, and looked at the trading market. As a result, there was no diamond pickaxe for sale, not even the blueprint. Even the diamonds that were put on the shelves were sold out in 2 seconds. Now everyone's demand for diamonds has increased. Not to mention that diamonds are extremely rare, and the two people's diamond reserves are not too much. Forget it, go around and maybe you can pick up ready-made black crystal. The current black crystal is definitely not enough to build a door. The reason is very simple, it takes 10 black crystal blocks, which is 100 black crystals. Now the two of them only have dozens. Not to mention, 30 have to be left to build black crystal pants. However, Gu Fan can also rely on the ability to copy. But this is a last resort, so I will do this. The reason is very simple. The number of copies is very precious, only 1 a day. Gu Fan, let's go to the castle and see if we can find the Lord of the Dead Silent City? Can't the letter from the Lord of the Dead Silence be exchanged for some reward? Gu Fan nodded. But where should we find the Lord of such a big Dead Silent City? I didn't ask the two natives just now. At this time, Xia Shulan suddenly had an idea. She used mind reading on the Dead Silence man, who was trembling and looking at Gu Fan. See if we can get any information. Dead Silence man, Chapter 127. Unfortunately, the inner world of the dead people is very monotonous. Apart from the howling, there is no more information. Just like this, a day and a night passed. The two walked around the city, and found 3 strange black crystal stones, and met several teams of players. As long as they are players, they are enemies. Because Gu Fan and the others did not use invisibility, these players would attack them after encountering them. And Gu Fan was not vague. With the long-range means of the Dead Silence wand and the life pistol, none of the players he encountered was his opponent. Not long after, the Forsynen was about to end. But all the players who came to the Dead Silent City, as long as they could be found by Gu Fan and the others, were solved. At this moment, in a wooden house at the edge of the Dead Silent City, there were 5 players gathered in the wooden house. They were also the last group of players to land on the Dead Silent Sky Island. The leading male and female players were wearing blue armor and holding a light blue long sword in their hands, which looked very powerful. At the same time, there was a beast that looked like a tiger or a lion beside him. The beast's aura was very strong, close to the first forbidden, and its health was over 900. The players below all looked at the leading male and female players with fear. No, to be precise, they were looking at the beast that looked like a lion and a tiger. Yes, the man and woman were naturally Lu Xun and Su Xiaoyu. At the same time, they were also the second team of players in the entire area. They had killed a strongman close to the first forbidden with the cooperation of the lion and tiger beast, and also obtained a lot of diamonds. Now, with the diamond armor and diamond swords, their strength is even closer to the first forbidden. Diamond armor, diamond sword. Although the name contains diamond, the quality is only platinum. Even so, the increased attributes should not be underestimated. Lu, brother Lu Jin, what do you want to see us for? A thin man asked timidly. While Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were dealing with the players, Lu Jin was also gathering the players they met. However, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were in the open, while Lu Jin was in the dark. The players, who were originally recruited, were still hostile to Lu Jin. After all players are enemies, and only one team can survive in the end. But under the deterrence of the powerful lion-tiger beast, they could only follow obediently and willingly become temporary allies of Lu Jin and Su Xiaoyu's team. Yes, brother Lu, how can we, who are just a few melons and 2 dates, be your allies? Brother Lu, if possible, I hope you can let us go. Seeing the players off the field chattering constantly, the short-haired girl next to Lu Jin frowned beautifully, with a look of deep disgust. And she was naturally Lu Jin's partner, Su Xiaoyu, and also Lu Jin's fiancée. Su Xiaoyu suddenly snorted, "You idiots! That player team holding the black staff has killed so many humans, and their strength is stronger than ours. Can't you guess their identity?" Boss Su, what do you mean? Although they have guessed the truth, but they still can't believe it. Or they, the surviving players, are waiting. After Gu Fan and Lu Jin fight, they will reap the benefits. The threat of the dead people is not big for them, unless they are those dead people with more than 500 blood, but such dead people are very rare. Therefore, the biggest threat now is the 2 teams of Gu Fan and Lu Jin. If I'm not mistaken, they are the strongest in our area. What a pity. I originally wanted to make friends with them, but now it seems that there is no way. Lu Jin's eyes were filled with deep fear. He could only hope that the gap between the first in the area and himself was only a little bit. If the gap was big, then his move would be in vain. So, Mr. Lu Jin, what do you mean? The thin man asked curiously. They were not stupid, and naturally knew that the 2 people and 1 monster who were doing evil in the Dead Silent City must be ranked very high in the area. I hope you can help us to deal with Gu Fan and others, Lu Jin said with an unquestionable look in his eyes. Humph, Lu Jin, are you kidding me? A burly man with black spots on his face scolded. Let's not talk about whether they are Gu Fan and Xia Shuan. Even if they are, after you get rid of them, no one will be your opponent, right? Next, we players are all lambs to be slaughtered. What the black-spotted man said is not without reason. The other players nodded secretly. They didn't want to be cannon fodder for Lu Jin and the others. They didn't want to be solved by Lu Jin after helping them. A few idiots, since you are all gathered together, do you still have room for choice? Lu Jin said nothing, and a thunderbolt gathered in his hand. The next moment, thunderbolts as thick as a bucket gathered in the air and pierced the body of the black-spotted man. Instantly, the black-spotted man was enveloped by a strong electric current and turned into a black charcoal, and his vitality disappeared. A girl next to him looked at the black-spotted man in horror. Brother, what's wrong with you, brother? You beast, give me back my brother. At this moment, the players around him suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Their health points were all above 300, and their defense points were in the 3 digits under the effect of armor. However, even with these values, they were still like ants under the powerful lightning. This is my talent, S level, control of lightning. Lu Jin said coldly, the damage of lightning can be controlled to twice the health value. My health value is over 350, so the damage is as high as more than 700 points. Although I will be paralyzed and have some side effects by lightning, it is easy to deal with you little Karami. Lu Jin didn't say one more thing. After controlling lightning, the speed will also increase significantly, close to 300. You know, most players will give health, attack and defense when they get random attribute points, and rarely give attribute points to speed. Because speed is only related to running, but the real combat power is the first 3 attributes. Therefore, Lu Jin is confident that his speed is the first in the entire area. This is also his capital to face Gu Fan. Soon, in the hateful eyes of the girl, Lu Jin waved his palm again coldly, and lightning struck the girl's whole body. Under the azure light, the girl exuded a meaty fragrance. The surrounding players were even more trembling, fearing that this terrible thunder would hit them. Now, do you obey my orders and deal with Gu Fan together, or let me solve it, and then deal with Gu Fan together? Lu Jin's cold tone was full of murderous intent. Obviously, as the big guys at the top of the rankings, Lu Jin and Su Xiaoyu have also killed many players. The winners are the losers, and their hands are always dirty. Lu Jin's threat is also smart. Because if they refuse, they will die now. But if they don't refuse, we understand, Boss Lu Xun, we will obey your orders. The thin man said flatteringly. Yes, yes, Boss Lu Xun, we will listen to you. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do it. All the players were terrified and lowered their postures. You know, before they landed on the Dead Silence Island, they were all the best in the area. Now, after landing on the Dead Silence Island, they met the best, and they became the bottom. So, under the tyranny of Lu Xun, they began to discuss the plan to attack the boss Gu Fan. However, they didn't know that Lu Xun's thunderous means just now had been noticed by the two bosses nearby. Chapter 128. Time goes back to 5 minutes ago. More than 1,000 meters away, Gu Fan used the Great Staff of Death and killed a powerful deaf man, and suddenly sensed something. In the distance, there seemed to be the sound of thunder and lightning. He immediately looked into the distance. For some reason, a palpitating violent feeling appeared. He immediately looked at Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan's eyes were also filled with fear. Gu Fan, did you notice it too? It felt like thunder just now. The two of them sensed something wrong at the same time. This ability is very buggy and powerful. Anyway, in the southernmost part of the Death City, something was wrong. Gu Fan, there are still 2 hours before the sign-in ends. Should we go and take a look, or not? Let's go, and take a look in stealth. The Snow Girl is following us with 2 elves. Don't get too close. Once you notice something wrong, let the elves defend or treat us. Gu Fan thought for a while and said, Okay, let's go take a look. After the two said that, they cast invisibility. Then, they walked towards the place where the movement just occurred. Soon, they found the wooden house on the edge. According to Gu Fan's perception, there seemed to be some strong people gathered inside. Even creatures close to the first ban. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other. Gu Fan, what do you say? Go upstairs and take a look. I feel something is wrong. The two came to the wooden house, and they could only create some accidents if they wanted to sneak in. Gu Fan did not hesitate, and used the Deathly Silence coat to summon a Deathly Silence man with only half of his own attribute points. The dead man is not invisible. It is in front of Gu Fan, and walks slowly towards the wooden house. In the wooden house, they are discussing how to deal with Gu Fan. I think, since Gu Fan and the girl beside him have the advantage of long range, why don't we fight them in close combat? The thin man touched his chin and analyzed, the weapons of the two of them before were the staffs in their hands and the crossbows. As long as we fight them in close combat, there should be no problem. Indeed, in addition to the long-range means of the two of them, there is also the black and white monster beside them. Although the monster has a good figure, its aura is really terrifying. I felt very dangerous when I saw it. Another fat man said with fear in his eyes. The strength of that monster may have reached the first level. Lu Xun, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said. His eyes were very vicious. The aura and physical strength of the female monster were much higher than those of the lion-tiger beast. In fact, it might not take long for the monster to kill the lion-tiger beast in his premonition. If that's the case, then our real enemy is actually that monster, not Gu Fan. The thin man suddenly said with his eyes brightened. Indeed, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked too young. Maybe they were just lucky enough to get the help of that monster, so they became the first in the area. If that's the case, as long as we can get rid of that monster, we will definitely win. Yeah, I was wondering why Gu Fan could become the first. It turns out that he relied on that monster. However, these players didn't know that before the dead Snow Girl appeared, the two had already become the first in the area. Unfortunately, the order of these things is not clear. Okay, then we will focus on that monster. Lu Xun nodded. At that time, he would use all his thunder and lightning to hit the monster. If the monster is solved, wouldn't Gu Fan and Xia Shulan become lambs to be slaughtered? But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. The conversation just now was heard clearly by Gu Fan and Xia Shulan outside the door. The ability of seeing and hearing gave Gu Fan and Xia Shulan extremely strong hearing. The knock on the door of the dead man echoed in this simple wooden house. The discussion of the players stopped abruptly. What's going on? Aren't all the dead people nearby cleared out by the lion-tiger beast? Lu Xun's eyes flashed with surprise. Su Xiaoyu pointed at the thin man and said, Go and see what's going on. The thin man pointed at himself, his eyes a little surprised. Ah, boss Su, me? Just you go, why are you talking nonsense? Under Su Xiaoyu's tyranny. The thin man opened the door speechlessly, and saw an ordinary dead man standing at the door, staring at him blankly. The thin man breathed a sigh of relief, and punched the dead man to death. Then he closed the door. Huh, Boss Lu, Boss Su, it's okay, it's just a dead man. However, he didn't expect it. Two figures crouched and sneaked in during the gap between the doors. Gu Fan looked at these players curiously. The breath strength of these players was average, and the only one who could make Gu Fan feel dangerous was the plain-looking middle-aged man. Private message Xia Shulan. Hiss, who is this person, Gu Fan? Why do I feel he is dangerous? Gu Fan, if you want to escape, you don't need to read their minds to get information. Don't worry. They are here to attack us. After we get the information, we can naturally solve them all in a targeted way. Xia Shulan. That's fine. Then, the players discussed how to attack Gu Fan and the dead snow girl next to Xia Shulan. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan also obtained information based on their conversation and their inner thoughts. Time passed by minute. Just when Gu Fan had 2 hours left before the end of the 4 sign-in, Lu Xun said slowly, "It's getting late. We can go find Gu Fan and the others. After the matter is done, I can follow the agreement and not take action against you immediately. This is also to increase our chances of survival." The players regarded Lu Xun's words as farts. After solving Gu Fan, Lu Xun needed to solve them. Good news, I passed the test by answering 3 of the 40 fill-in-the-blank questions. Chapter 129. So they simply don't believe that Lu Xun can let them go. Some players with ulterior motives even thought of using shady tricks in secret to find a way to make Lu Xun and Gu Fan perish together. At this moment, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan finally got the information they wanted. After chatting and sharing information in private messages, suddenly, Gu Fan kissed Xia Shulan on the mouth. Xia Shulan glared at Gu Fan for a few times, as if surprised by Gu Fan's boldness. However, a special feeling also came to her mind. Especially now that so many players are discussing how to deal with themselves and Gu Fan. If, in this environment, what kind of feeling would it be? Xia Shulan suddenly had a strange idea. But soon, she stopped herself from having such terrible thoughts. Xia Shulan, what am I thinking about? It's obviously the time to eliminate the enemy. Gu Fan just found it funny. Let's go and test the strongest man in the area. Lu Xun took the lead, slowly stood up, and prepared to leave the room. However, a cold male voice sounded beside his ear. I heard that you are looking for me, right? After this strange voice sounded, Lu Xun's eyes widened, and his expression was puzzled. He was about to use his talent to cast a powerful lightning to strike the place where the sound came from. Suddenly, a burst of cold air broke out, and the ice-blue ice spread all over Lu Xun's body. The dead snow girl had come to the surroundings of the wooden house without knowing when. The range of the wooden house was just within 100 meters. The power of ice and snow froze all the players present, including the lion-tiger beast. Without saying anything, Gu Fan took out the big staff and pointed it at Lu Xun. The ability of death transformation had been used on the death snow girl before 6 o'clock in the morning. So, today's number of times has not been used yet. Death transformation. Gu Fan's death coat suddenly fluttered, and a strange and weird energy came, rushing straight to Lu Xun. The frozen Lu Xun had no time to move, and his whole body's breath gradually weakened. In fact, the ice and snow with a value of 700 points was enough to kill Lu Xun. It was because Lu Xun's armor was high enough that he could barely resist. However, most of the players, including Su Xiaoyu, had been frozen into ice sculptures, real ice sculptures, deader than dead. At the same time, when Gu Fan transformed Lu Xun, the death staff was like a greedy vampire, absorbing Gu Fan's blood. He frowned, feeling the pain of losing life points. This is why Gu Fan had to wait until the snow girl of death arrived at the cabin and cast ice and snow before using it, instead of hiding and using the great staff of death directly. If he used the ability of copying directly, he might be attacked by other players during the pre-swinging time. Not long after, the ice on Lu Xun's body disappeared. The 5 seconds of freezing were over. However, he did not attack Gu Fan, but instead drooped his hands and lowered his head, and a force of death spread throughout Lu Xun's body. He changed from a player to a dead man. Having lost his identity as a player and being controlled by himself, Gu Fan could naturally detect the attribute panel. Lu Xun. HP, 437. Defense, 402. Attack, 334. Speed, 297. Talent, S-level lightning control. A dead person infected by the power of death, formerly a player. Since Lu Xun's information has come out, that means there is a medium. Gu Fan said nothing and used the ability to copy Lu Xun's attribute panel. But the next moment, Gu Fan felt his head explode. Although the process was not smooth, the S-level lightning controls seemed to have been copied. However, there was a great pressure on mental and physical strength. It seemed that if he copied another talent, his spirit would collapse. Gu Fan just felt a little irritated. But it was normal to think about it. The talent of seeing and hearing requires mental and physical strength. Explore other people's thoughts and predict other people's actions. The talent of life pistol is okay, but it also consumes real life value. Not to mention the talent of controlling lightning, being powerful also comes with a price. Obtain S-level talent, control lightning. Consume mental and physical strength to control lightning, up to twice the health value. The higher the health value, the higher the upper limit of lightning damage. If used too much continuously, there is a risk of being paralyzed by lightning, which will cause stiffness and deduct a small amount of health. Passive. Speed increases by 50%. Chapter 130. The ability of the talent of controlling lightning is easy to understand. It takes physical and mental strength to launch lightning. The higher the damage of lightning, the more it consumes. Gu Fan didn't know the details, because physical and mental strength were not materialized with other attribute values. You know, things like sanity value only appear when you temporarily land on the Dead and Silence Island. Therefore, physical and mental strength can only be materialized when there is an opportunity in the future. If it can be materialized in the form of data, it will be much more convenient. Moreover, if the talent of controlling lightning is used many times in a short period of time, it may even cause paralysis and stiffness, and deduct health points. Of course, it is not just a side effect. The speed blessing is even 50% more, which is half of the health points. Now, Gu Fan's speed is 750 points, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a lightning flying man. Soon, the cold air disappeared, and a small number of players, who were still alive, shivered and watched the scene in shock. I saw a tall man in a black coat, holding a dark staff in his right hand, and holding a cute little girl with a delicate and sexy figure in his left hand. The little girl also held a crossbow with flames in her hand, looking at these players with a proud face. As for Lu Xun, the boss. Although Lu Xun was wearing diamond armor, he knelt on one knee, his skin was pale and weird, his eyes were red, and there were fangs at the corners of his mouth, just like the dead man outside. It's just that the dead man's expression was very ferocious, while Lu Xun was not ferocious or crazy. He looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan with respect, lowered his head slightly, and didn't dare to look directly at them. There were only 3 players left, watching this shocking scene. The thin man muttered to himself, "What on earth is going on? You are Gu Fan." One of the female players was shocked when she saw Gu Fan wearing a black coat, holding a black staff, and looking handsome. She immediately thought of a lot of things, especially Lu Xun's appearance. Gu Fan actually turned Lu Xun into a dead man. What kind of ability is this? Talent? No, it's impossible. Talent definitely can't have such an ability. Guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no prize. Dead man, solve them all. Gu Fan shrugged and ordered. Under Gu Fan's order, blue thunder gathered on Lu Xun's arm. Not long after, the thunder in Lu Xun's hand bombarded the last 3 players and the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast felt that its master had lost contact with it and hurriedly ran away, but soon, Xia Shulan used the purple gold Xingquan bag to put it into the bag. Gu Fan had already used the Deathly Silence staff, so he had to wait until the cooldown was over before using the Deathly Silence transformation to subdue the lion-tiger beast. Then, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan began to search the scene. The first thing was the matching diamond armor and diamond sword. The diamond armor could provide a lot of defense for the Deathly Silence Lu Xun. Gu Fan thought about it and let him wear it first, and the diamond sword weapon was also. But the diamond pickaxe, diamond axe, diamond shovel, diamond hammer, and other diamond tools were controlled by himself. Secondly, the most important thing was the black crystal stones on them. The number of black crystal stones finally broke through more than 100, reaching 134 pieces. Enough to build the Dead Silence Realm Gate and black crystal pants. Thinking of this, Gu Fan took out the drawings of the black crystal pants without hesitation. According to the requirements, put in the diamonds, energy crystals, and strange black crystal stones. Not long after, a pair of hard black pants appeared in Gu Fan's hand. Gu Fan thought about it, and now there are 2 chances to copy. There are too many things to copy, so it's better to save the times first. It would be great if I could copy 10 times a day. Gu Fan said, a little wishful thinking. But soon he shook his head. Wouldn't it be invincible this way? Not only can he and Xia Shulan get the strongest weapons and equipment, even the dead snow girl, the dead man Lu Xun, and the 5 puppets can be equipped with the strongest equipment at present. Now, let alone the 3 forbidden creatures, even the 4 forbidden creatures have a chance to kill. Although Gu Fan still doesn't know the judgment of the forbidden world. Then, Gu Fan took a look at the cute little Shulan who was looking at him expectantly, smiled knowingly, and squatted down. Gu Fan squatted down and put the black crystal pants on Xia Shulan's thighs. What are you doing? I can wear it myself. I'm not a child. Xia Shulan said with some shame. So what? You are my girlfriend. Isn't it normal to put pants on you? And don't think wrongly. It's just an outer pair of pants. Oh right. I think wrongly. Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at Gu Fan. She understood Gu Fan's little thoughts very well. But Xia Shulan was too lazy to mention it. Not long after, the 4 sign in time had passed. The 2 who had been in the dead city for a whole day finally only had one last place left. The 4 sign in location ends. The 5th sign in location, Dead Silence Realm Gate. Look for the fixed Dead Silence Realm Gate in Dead Silence City, which may be located in a corner of the city. Ding! It is detected that there is only one team of players left. The Lord of Dead Silence City, the King of Dead Silence, will appear next to the Dead Silence Realm Gate. Players Gu Fan and Xia Shulan will be tested by the King of Dead Silence. After the voice in the ear ended, Gu Fan frowned deeply. What does this mean? Is there a ready-made Dead Silence Realm Gate? But it is normal to think about it. In this case, just use a few diamond pickaxes to dig the Dead Silence Realm Gate. Lu Xun has quite a few diamond pickaxes. And he can also get more weird black crystal stones. Thinking of this, Gu Fan did not hesitate and began to pull Xia Shulan around to find the location of the Dead Silence Realm Gate. The 2 of them started to search in a hurry, one in front and one behind. As for the Dead Silence Snow Girl and the Dead Silence Man Lu Xun, they were waiting for them. Their speed was not good enough to follow the 2. Of course, Xia Shulan couldn't keep up with Gu Fan now. Gu Fan had the speed of lightning, with a speed of 750. How could he play this? It was impossible. Soon, Xia Shulan was left behind. Seeing this, Xiao Shulan frowned and felt very unhappy. She felt abandoned. Looking at Gu Fan's disappearing back, Xia Shulan shouted, wait for me, you dead fish. Xia Shulan's little feet were full of sparks, but she couldn't keep up with Gu Fan. The next moment, a flash of lightning appeared behind Xia Shulan, and Gu Fan picked her up. You are too slow. Bah, you stinky fish, give me your talent? I want to give it to you, but I can't do it. What should I do? Gu Fan held the beautiful jade in his arms, smiled and said, while quickly searching for various damaged buildings. You deserve a beating. Xia Shulan bit Gu Fan's arm. The familiar feeling came again. Perhaps because she was afraid of being abandoned, Xia Shulan punished Gu Fan the same way she used to punish him. But Gu Fan ignored this funny guy. Xia Shulan's strength should indeed be improved. Most of her flying ability is to save her life, but her offensive ability is very limited. At most, she can barely keep up with Gu Fan. She was completely surpassed by Gu Fan in every aspect. Chapter 131. At this moment, the Snow Girl of Death looked at her future partner, the Dead Silence Man Lu Xun, with a complex look in her eyes. The Snow Girl was an enemy, and an ally of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan before. She was at home just fine, but was sucked in by Gu Fan with a strange thing. She was mocked and whipped by the female. No, by the mistress in the bag. After coming out, she was inexplicably used as a tool to fight with the Lord of Death. She was taken advantage of by the 2 masters. That was fine, at least her freedom was restored. However, the 2 masters went back on their words and chose to use the equipment dropped by the Lord of Death to punish herself. Although the Snow Girl didn't know why the Lord of Death couldn't transform herself, the equipment dropped could transform herself into the Dead Silence camp. But she knew that her freedom was gone. However, the opportunity had also arrived. The strength of the Snow Girl, which had been stuck for a long time, suddenly increased. For some reason, under the influence of the power of death, she reached the 2nd forbidden level. Perhaps it was because the power of ice and snow matched the power of death, or maybe it was just luck. Otherwise, why did Lu Xun, who had the same experience as her, still have the same strength? In addition to the ability of thunder and lightning, there was nothing special about him. He could be killed with a few normal attacks. The requirements for the 2nd forbidden level were not many. The minimum requirement was that the blood volume reach 2000, and the other 3 attributes were above 200. Of course, the Snow Girl did not know this requirement. She did not know. She was just an NPC who existed and did not know that in the eyes of Gu Fan and others, There could be data display. Forget it, I'll be free if I lose my freedom. At least, I'll be stronger. The Snow Girl of Death looked into the distance. Her black and white pupils were extremely deep, and I didn't know what she was thinking. Soon, she asked her colleague Lucian, "Hey, what do you think of the two masters?" However, Lucian's eyes were dull, and he didn't respond to the Snow Girl of Death's question. Suddenly, the Snow Girl of Death realized that it seemed that only she had consciousness, and Lucian, as the second creature transformed by Gufan's death, had his consciousness erased. This was naturally discovered by the Snow Girl of Death. Her eyes moved slightly, emitting a different brilliance. On the other hand, after searching for a long time, Gufan focused on carefully looking for houses with a large area and that didn't look so dilapidated. After searching more than half of the dead city, there was still no harvest. Especially in the central area, in addition to the dilapidated houses, there were also some large stone houses, but these buildings, regardless of size, had a sense of being dusty for a long time. In fact, some black crystals and potions can be found in those well-built buildings. There are two types of potions: poisoning potions that can turn people into dead people, and recovery potions that can turn people from dead people into ordinary people. I just don't know what will happen if the dead Snow Girl and the dead Lucian drink the recovery potion. Gufan can only put them all away. He will not let these two loyal thugs have this possibility. Don't even think about it. If the dead Snow Girl is not bound, how angry she will be with him. Fortunately, they were all waiting in place under Gufan's order. Later, Gufan could see some dead people wearing white coats in the place where there were medicines. There were some white and gray beds around them. There were still rotting corpses on the beds, but the corpses had not been transformed into dead people. At this time, Xia Shulan in Gufan's arm said in confusion, "Gufan, is this a laboratory? We have found the experimental people and experimental subjects, and even the medicines. What are these laboratory medicines for?" Xia Shulan exhaled sweetly. "Who knows? Take away the useful things and continue to look for the dead gate. I don't know what the city lord will test us by then." Gufan continued to search the dead city. However, all the buildings on the ground were searched, and Gufan still had no results. He began to look impatient. You know, the days to stay in the dead island are only 5 days. But now it has been 3 days. If they can't find it, they will stay here forever. Although Gufan didn't think he would die if he stayed in this ghost place. However, how can such a place compare to the small home that has been developed for so long? Only when the small home with Xia Shulan has slowly developed from the beginning to the current platform, Gufan will feel at ease. Gufan, do you think there is a possibility that the Dead Silence Realm gate is not on the ground, but underground? Xia Shulan suddenly had a strange idea. Since all the buildings on the ground have been searched, there is no need to look for it. You mean? Gufan looked at the ground. His eyes flashed with embarrassment. Try it. What if you can find it? Believe me, Gufan. Seeing Gufan stop, Xia Shulan broke free from Gufan's arms. Then she took out the 2 diamond pickaxes she had just seized from Lucian and gave one to Gufan. Dig quickly. If there is nothing underground, you can only look for it outside the Dead Silent City, but how can such a precious sign and location be outside the city? Although Xia Shulan is sometimes stupid, she can also play a big role at critical moments. Especially her luck is really good. It is no surprise that Gufan can develop to this point without the help of Xia Shulan. The two took the diamond pickaxe and started digging on the stones on the ground. The Dead Silence people who wanted to attack Xia Shulan, but were afraid of Gufan, looked at this scene in confusion. However, given the size of their brains, they certainly did not understand what Gufan and the others wanted to do. Soon, when they dug 4 or 5 grids down, they suddenly had a bite on their feet and fell heavily, stacked one after another, but Xia Shulan was at the bottom. Bang, duong, a familiar touch came from her chest, and Xia Shulan was pressed down by Gufan. Ouch. Xia Shulan's head hit the ground directly. Fortunately, her physique has improved a lot, otherwise she would be killed if she hit the ground from a height of 2 or 3 meters. It hurt so much. Xia Shulan touched her head, and found that Gufan had not left yet. You bastard, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Xia Shulan shouted with a slightly red face. Gufan actually had no bad intentions. He raised his head and looked at the abandoned passage. When he got up, he pulled Xia Shulan by the way. He carefully held the red-faced and crooked little Shulan in his arms and rubbed her back of the head. I can only say that my little Shulan is indeed a combination of a lucky star and an unlucky person. I don't know what to say to you. Xia Shulan's head still hurt slightly, but under Gu Fan's touch, it didn't hurt at all, and there was even a comfortable feeling. Chapter 132. You can say she is unlucky. After a suggestion, they actually dug in the ground and found an abandoned passage. You can say that little Shulan is lucky. She is small, but she still landed on the ground with her head. Fortunately, she didn't land on her face. Don't touch me randomly. Xia Shulan was obviously very comfortable, but she still didn't want Gu Fan to touch her head. However, she didn't open Gu Fan's hand in humiliation, but closed her eyes slightly to enjoy it. Okay, little darling, if you'd like to be touched on the head, just say it, don't be embarrassed. I spit, who likes to be touched on the head? Don't talk nonsense, I am the only one you like to be touched on the head, it's just a touch on the head, who doesn't like it? Xia Shulan finished speaking incoherently, then stood on tiptoe, and touched Gu Fan's head. But thinking that the place Gu Fan hit just now was not hard, she immediately became furious again. However, a broadcast voice beside their ears made the two of them change their expressions immediately. Warning, when you come to the dead cellar, the density of the dead power in the air is high, and you are already slightly poisoned. If you don't evacuate in time, you are likely to be poisoned and transformed into a dead creature. Xia Shulan stopped making trouble, and looked at Gu Fan in panic. Gu Fan said nothing, and looked at his attribute panel. The status column really showed a sign of slight poisoning. This is not a good state. You know, once you become a dead creature, you can never think of coming back. This is Lu Xun's fate. He has left the identity of a player. Not only can he not use the trading market, he can't use the chat channel either. Only the storage bar can be barely used, but he can only take things out, not put things in. Even if Lu Xun is restored to an ordinary human, who knows if he can return to the identity of a player? So, he took out the few potions. There are only a few bottles of potions. I hope it works. But this also proves that the underground cellar is the direction to the fifth sign in location. Gu Fan looked around. There are places in all directions here, front, back, left and right. As long as you can dig down from the ground, there is a high probability that you can reach this mysterious cellar, and a small probability is to dig directly through the wall on the side. After the two drank the potion, their condition really improved a lot, from a state of mild poisoning to a normal state. Let's go, take a look in this cellar passage. Okay. Gu Fan thought about it, and decided to let Xia Shulan lead the way. Xia Shulan's luck is sometimes very high. If you can find it at once, wouldn't it be very efficient, looking at the 4 passages around? Xia Shulan proudly raised her chest, like a proud little rooster. Hee hee, Gu Fan, I knew you would need me at this time. Then, without thinking, she pulled Gu Fan's big hand and walked towards the passage ahead. However, a roaring sound appeared at the end of the passage. A huge dead dog suddenly roared and pounced on the two. Although Gu Fan, who was wearing a dead coat and holding a dead staff, had a strong sense of oppression. However, the dead dog with a full 700 HP was unwilling to retreat and rushed straight to Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan dodged quickly and successfully, with anger flashing in her eyes. She lost face in front of Gu Fan again. Bold. Xia Shulan was not a pushover, and shot a flaming crossbow arrow at the dead dog. A raging fire burned on the dead dog. Then, she picked up Gu Fan's previous dead staff and kept hitting the dead dog's body. Gu Fan also quickly made up for it, using the power of the dead staff. A black light ball appeared out of thin air and destroyed the dead dog. Get Silver Treasure Box X1. Get Dead Dog Fong X7. Get Dead Pearl X1 Ahem, a little unlucky. Xia Shulan opened the Silver Treasure Box awkwardly, and only some food and water were exploded. But these things, Gu Fan and his friends didn't need at all. Obviously, Xiao Shulan was in a state of bad luck at this time. Let's go around. It's lucky to find this underground passage. Gu Fan took Xia Shulan's hand and began to actively look for the so-called dead gate in this passage. This situation is also very normal. After all, not everyone can guarantee that their luck is so good. Especially Xia Shulan's luck is ups and downs. Yeah, then I'll follow you. Xia Shulan was no longer proud, and followed Gu Fan like a well-behaved little wife. Gu Fan also slowed down a lot. Not only was this underground mine dangerous, but he also had to save his energy. As the distance got farther, it became much darker. Gu Fan took out a torch and lit it with a flint. The same is true for not using lightning to illuminate, saving energy. The mine was quiet. Except for the footsteps of the two people, there was nothing. Soon, Xia Shulan's shoes were tripped by something, and she almost fell, but fortunately Gu Fan was holding her next to her. Looking closely, it turned out to be a spider web. Because spider webs may not pose a threat to Xia Shulan. Therefore, Xia Shulan subconsciously did not regard it as a danger, and naturally did not sense it. Gu Fan squatted down and carefully cleaned the spider webs entangled on Xia Shulan's shoes. Xia Shulan was about to stop him. Why bother Gu Fan with such a small matter? But since Gu Fan wanted to show his courtesy, let him do it. He is her man anyway. Thinking of this, she looked at Gu Fan with some complacency. Humph, trash is trash. Xia Shulan muttered softly. Gu Fan looked up speechlessly. You little cutie, do you use trash as a catchphrase? What do you care about me? After cleaning the spider silk, Gu Fan led Xia Shulan inside again by feeling. However, he encountered more and more spider silk. Soon, he reached the end, and 2 spiders with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters were looking at Gu Fan with unfriendly eyes. Their HP is over 500, and in the introduction of the game system, in addition to the deadly poison, there is also spider poison. If you are bitten by them, even if you don't become a dead person, you will be poisoned to death. Gu Fan retreated carefully, and Xia Shulan pulled Gu Fan's clothes and retreated with him. The 2 dead spiders also relaxed their vigilance. However, after the 2 old six were sure that there was no danger, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan quickly used long-range means to kill the 2 dead spiders. The dead staff and the flaming crossbow are both very powerful long-range weapons. Get the dead beat X1. Get spider silk X3. It seems that we have to search separately, and call the dead snow girl and the dead person illusion over. Gu Fan said slowly, with a solemn look in his eyes. The abandoned mines underground are also connected in all directions. And there are many dangers. Gu Fan asked everyone to look for the dead silence gate together. Xia Shulan shook her head very simply. No, I don't want to be separated from you. Her tone was unquestionable. Although acting separately is indeed helpful now. But Xia Shulan is afraid that Gu Fan will be in danger alone. Although if Gu Fan is in danger, she has no way to remedy it. However, the real reason is her dependence on Gu Fan. Gu Fan was speechless. He actually forgot this. Usually Xia Shulan sleeps in his arms, and now it is difficult for her to separate. And, indeed, it would be bad if she got lost in this place or encountered danger. The dead snow girl and illusion are tools that can be abandoned at will. But Xia Shulan is not. Thinking of this, Gu Fan did not hesitate to exert the power of the dead silence coat. A dead person was born. Look for the dead gate nearby. After Gu Fan gave the order, it walked in one direction. Soon, the dead snow girl and the dead man illusion also came. As for how they came, it was naturally Gu Fan's order. After destroying the blocks on the ground, they came to the abandoned mine below, and then found themselves according to his instructions. The 2 dead creatures knelt on one knee in front of Gu Fan. Look for the dead gate, and contact me after you find it. After saying that, Gu Fan took Xia Shulan to another direction. The dead snow girl and illusion nodded, and looked for the so-called dead gate. Chapter 133. With everyone's ability. 3 hours later, the snow girl of death finally found the place where the dead existed at the gate of the Silence Realm. At the same time, there was a man in black armor around the gate of the Silence Realm. The man had silver hair and was handsome. At the same time, according to the investigation of the Snow Girl of Death, the man's strength and aura were not weaker than that of the Snow Girl of Death. On the contrary, it was much stronger. It looked like another second-level forbidden creature. Gu Fan clicked on the game panel, and clicked on the option of servants. Yes, although the Snow Girl of Death and the Dead Man illusion did not appear in the pet column. But they were classified as servants. But the Shadow Golem and the Iron Golem are not there. It seems that the requirement is a living being. After Gu Fan finished speaking, he clicked on the Snow Girl of Death and found that her position was not far away, just in front of the right. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Fan and the others finally found the location of the Snow Girl of Death. At this time, she was at the end of a passage. At the end is a 4x5 building, surrounded by strange black crystal blocks, but the 6 blocks in the center are empty. However, this empty space is not really empty, and there is a faint dark purple light in the middle, which is extremely mysterious. It seems that as long as you go in, you can come to a whole new world. Gu Fan looked at the handsome and elegant silver-haired man wearing dark armor again. He is about the same height as Gu Fan, very tall, slender, and also wearing dark equipment. His appearance is similar to the black crystal pants worn by Xia Shulan. At this time, Gu Fan was wearing a black coat, holding a black staff, and a silver-white high-tech pistol was tucked on his waist. The two looked at each other, and a faint aura emerged from both sides. However, when Gu Fan was about to check his information, he found that it was all question marks. It was obvious that the strength of the King of Death was stronger than he imagined. Lord of the City of Death, King of Death. Health, question mark. Attack, question mark. Defense, question mark. Speed, question mark. Seeing this situation, Gu Fan also had the intention to retreat, and his eyes were overly fearful. If the last sign and requirement and the test required Gu Fan to fight the King of Death, it would be too dangerous. Do you want to hand in the letter from the Lord of Death and accept the test from the Lord of Death, the King of Death? Successful tests will get special rewards. But soon, Gu Fan thought about it. This dead and silent island is definitely not a dead end. So the tests are almost connected in a line. Whether it is the first time to get the strange black crystal stone, or the second time to get the letter from the Lord of Death. Or maybe it was the third time that all the players came to the Dead Silence City. Every sign and problem was also solved. Gu Fan understood that if there was no battle royale mechanism, there would definitely be many players who survived to the end. Perhaps, the next test is the chance to survive. Since it is impossible to deal with it, it is better to accept the test with peace of mind. At the same time, the little Lolita in his left hand also flashed with fear. Private message Xia Shulan. Gu Fan, did you also accept that test? Gu Fan, yes, this may be the chance to go back. Xia Shulan, what if you don't accept the test? Gu Fan, I don't know either. First of all, if you sign in successfully at this step, it should be the end. It was because we got the letter from the leader of the Dead Silence that this special branch was triggered. Gu Fan analyzed. His analysis was not without reason. If they had not received the letter from the Lord of Dead Silence, perhaps they would have returned to the platform long ago. This is the normal difficulty. The fourth stage is the most difficult. You need to stay in the Dead Silence City for a day and a night. During this period, players who are not strong enough and have no deterrent power to the Dead Silence people will be hunted down by the Dead Silence people. The fifth stage is also difficult. Just finding the Dead Silence Realm Gate consumes a lot of energy. Gu Fan sighed. He regretted taking the letter. It was simply a side issue. Accept the test. Let's press it together. Maybe there will be rewards after accepting the test. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and comforted her. Okay. The two counted 3, 2, and 1, and pressed the test prompted by the game together. The next moment, Xiao Shulan in his arms suddenly disappeared, and the dead snow girl beside him also disappeared. The whole scene has changed dramatically, from the underground mine to a dark and desolate land. In the sky, 9 round moons have come to an end, illuminating the dark and desolate land. It seems like an illusion. What remains unchanged is that the King of Death is still there, and he stares at Gu Fan with his eyes, and reaches out to Gu Fan. Because you defeated the Lord of Death, you have been recognized by the King of Death. Get precious rewards. Are you willing to come to the world of death, get rid of the main world, get rid of the players' fights in the main world, and get the training of the King of Death in one step? If you choose to agree, the Team Gu Fan and Xia Shulan will be disbanded, and you will follow the King of Death to the world of death alone. The King of Death has passed the game system certification. Following the King of Death, the survival rate will be greatly improved, and the speed of becoming stronger will be greatly improved. If you choose not to, you will return to the platform. Please make your choice. Follow the King of Death? Yes or no? Note, teammate Xia Shulan also faced the same choice. If both of them agree to stay, the strongest player will be taken to the Dead Silence world, and the other players will stay on the Dead Silence Island forever. If the two disagree, the player who is willing to leave will be taken away, and the other players will stay on the Dead Silence Island forever. If both of them choose to leave at the same time, they will return to the platform. As soon as the reminder sounded beside his ear, Gu Fan clicked no without hesitation, that is, he returned to the platform. In fact, when he just heard that he followed the King of Dead Silence to the Dead Silence world alone, he desperately clicked no. Unfortunately, he could only click after hearing the reminder sound beside his ear. Are you kidding? Leave your baby Loli alone and go to a strange world with a stranger? If you choose not to have Xia Shulan, what's the point? Isn't the meaning of becoming stronger to protect her? Gu Fan shook his head speechlessly. What kind of test is this? At the same time, Xia Shulan was subjected to the same test by Gu Fan. Almost at the same time, exactly 0.0001 seconds before and after, when the broadcast ended and Gu Fan pressed leave, the illusion of the test around him disappeared. Players Gu Fan and Xia Shulan both choose no. Because among all the teams that have gone through the test, 70% of the players choose to follow. 30% of the teams choose no. Among the teams that choose no, Gu Xia's team takes the shortest time, only 0 seconds. Ding! Congratulations on the hidden title. The two players in the team, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, have won the title, Unwavering Until Death. Chapter 134. Title, Unwavering Until Death. When Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are within a range of 10 meters, an additional 500 health points will be added. When Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are within a range of 10 to 100 meters, an additional 100 health points will be added. When Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are within a range of 100 to 1000 meters, an additional 10 health points will be added. The two subconsciously choose to become the most precious and eternal treasure in each other's souls. No matter how time passes, this love will last until death. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. He never doubted that Xia Shulan would choose to follow the King of Death. But Gu Fan saw that Xia Shulan was just like him. When she could click no, she clicked no as soon as she could. Even, like him, she made a tacit decision within 0 seconds. Obviously, when Xia Shulan was explained the game system, she clicked no like crazy, just like him. For a moment, Gu Fan felt only warmth and touched. Can you tell me why you chose that woman? With your talent and my training, you will become a peerless strongman sooner or later. By then, there will be a lot of beauties like this. The King of Death suddenly asked with a look of surprise on his face. Then, he added, your character and decisiveness in killing are enough to prove that you are a strong man who puts interests above everything else. You are the same kind of person as me. I noticed you when you landed in this ruin. For a moment, Gu Fan's hair stood up. What does it mean to be noticed when you landed in this ruin? But soon, Gu Fan pretended to be calm. He smiled and said casually, because it's her. She? After 100 years, she will be nothing but a pink skeleton. You two are so stupid. For some reason, such an excellent talent cannot be won over by the Dead Silence world. The calm and handsome face of the King of Dead Silence actually showed a look of anger. Gu Fan's body was illusory. It was obvious that he was about to leave the Dead Silence Island and return to the platform. King of Dead Silence, you and I are not the same kind of people. Besides, I believe that with Xiao Shulan by my side, it is only a matter of time for me to surpass you in strength. You will know whether it is stupid or not in the future. Gu Fan said seriously, looking at the King of Dead Silence with sharp eyes. He did not allow anyone to dare to say that about his Xiao Shulan. Even this kind of strong man who can crush him with just one finger. Soon, Gu Fan's illusory body gradually disappeared. The King of Dead Silence looked slightly moved. Interesting, then I will wait for you in the Dead Silence world. Before Gu Fan completely disappeared, he heard the words of the King of Dead Silence in his ear. After he disappeared, the King of Death sighed and muttered to himself, one has great luck, and the other has super talent. It's a pity that neither of them is willing. After all, I am also a strong man who is about to reach the 6th level of prohibition. At the same time, the illusion in front of Gu Fan disappeared. He and a beautiful girl with a cute face and sexy figure appeared face to face on a wide platform. This little beauty was Gu Fan's good baby Xia Shulan. On the other side, two servants also appeared. The Death Man Lu Xun and the Death Snow Girl, as their servants, also appeared on the platform. Lu Xun's eyes were dull, like a wooden chicken. And the Silent Snow Girl was curiously looking at this future home. Looking at the two people who were hugging each other tightly, and even biting each other, the Silent Snow Girl tactfully pulled the silly and silent Lu Xun to a farther place, so as not to disturb the two masters. Gu Fan felt a little suffocated at this time. Little Shulan was much more enthusiastic than usual. Usually, she would be very shy to peck at the face of little Shulan. Half an hour later, Gu Fan sat on the chair, holding the darling in his arms, looking at her flawless and delicate little face with doting eyes. Gu Fan. Xia Shulan's voice trembled, but she also had an indescribable joy. What's wrong, darling? Yes. Xia Shulan said weakly, with a little evasion in her eyes. She didn't know if she would be laughed at by Gu Fan for doing this, so she was very uneasy. But the feelings and hormones in her heart told herself, this is the time to do this. She couldn't refuse her body's instinct. Reason and emotion told Xia Shulan. Gu Fan didn't understand at first. But looking at her evasive expression, he immediately understood what his beloved woman meant. Gu Fan picked up Xia Shulan in a princess hug and came to the stone house. The Dead Snow Girl and the Dead Man Lu Xun also received the order. The two servants hurriedly came to the second floor from the central staircase of the platform, which can also be called the negative second floor, where the ice crystal cubes were made. After the dead snow girl came to the ice crystal cube, she took out 2 pet balls and smashed them on top. Suddenly, the snow elves and ice elves ran out. The 2 elves jumped around the dead snow girl, as if they were very happy. And the snow girl actually showed a gentle smile on her face. Although it was a little creepy and weird with 1 black and 1 white pupil, and a pale delicate face. Soon, time passed quickly, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. The madness of the afternoon also exhausted the 2. At this time, Xia Shulan was nestled in Gu Fan's arms, looking at him foolishly, and from time to time, she would stroke Gu Fan's handsome face with her little hands, and some silly smiles would appear from time to time. Gu Fan hugged the woman he loved deeply, and subconsciously wanted to tell Xia Shulan that this laugh was very tame, just like Donald Duck. But soon, he suppressed this idea. The current atmosphere is not the time to do these things. Gu Fan gently stroked Xia Shulan's head and the fragrant hair with his hand, and slowly said, "Baby, what are you laughing at, so cute?" "Gu Fan, I love you," Xia Shulan said coquettishly. "I love you too." Gu Fan kissed her forehead, but soon thought of something. "My dear, you still call me by my full name?" Gu Fan asked back. Xia Shulan didn't react for a moment. What else should she call me, if not Gu Fan? Gu Fan usually calls her Xiao Shulan or something like that. Does she have to call me Xiao Gu Fan? No, this name is obviously wrong. Seeing that Xia Shulan didn't change her mind, Gu Fan reminded, "Look, we are forever together, you have to call me a nickname, such as husband." Hearing this, Xia Shulan was stunned for a moment. "But we haven't gotten married yet," Xia Shulan said weakly. "Isn't the title Endless the best marriage certificate?" Gu Fan asked back. Xia Shulan nodded as if she understood. Then, "Old husband?" Xia Shulan said with a face full of shame. The more she spoke, the weaker her voice became. "Even if I give my whole heart to Gu Fan. But I still feel shy." Gu Fan smiled. "Baby, I will definitely give you the most grand wedding in the future." After saying that, Gu Fan kissed her again. Woo! Just came back from the Dead and Silence Island. It took a long time. Chapter 135. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan got dressed and prepared to have dinner. Although the 2 were getting stronger and stronger. But they still couldn't escape the problem of eating. Even their appetite was bigger than usual. Gu Fan bought a scarf at the market and started cooking by the campfire with a pot. Not long after, a large roasted whole lamb was ready. Xia Shulan's eyes lit up and she rushed to eat. After eating a lamb, she touched her belly and found that she was not full, so she looked at Gu Fan with a mean look. Gu Fan smiled and slaughtered another cow. At this time, the cattle pen, sheep pen, chicken pen, and pig pen, the 4 animals raised had basically no space after breeding during this period. The excess could only be eaten or sold at the market. It's time to expand the base, and there must be a place to put the dead gate. Gu Fan muttered to himself. After thinking about it, in fact, he originally wanted to use refined iron blocks to build a house. But when browsing the chat channel and the trading market, he learned that there was a block that was more suitable than the iron block. Yes, that was the quartz block. He planned to make the house with quartz and replace the entire foundation with quartz. It was very simple. Someone in the chat channel also shared a quartz house made of quartz blocks. Its beauty and hardness were better than the iron house made of pure iron blocks. More importantly, quartz blocks were cheaper than iron blocks. Because although it was harder, it was not a material required by many drawings. There were also people in the trading market who specialized in buying and selling quartz blocks, and the price was basically half an iron block, or a stone block could be replaced with a quartz block. For example, during this trip to the Dead Silence Island, Gu Fan robbed many shops on his way to the second sign in location. He got a lot of diamonds and gold, and he killed a lot of players. To be honest, the number of all blocks has exceeded 8,000, which is not far from 5 figures. The number of iron blocks is also more than 700. Gu Fan took another look at the block number ranking list, which happened to be ranked first in this area, with 8,425 blocks. Husband, what are you thinking about? Xia Shulan naturally hugged Gu Fan, greedily sniffing the smell of Gu Fan with her upturned nose. I'm thinking about how our home should be laid out, and there are a lot of blocks now. Gu Fan thought for a while and said, Let's think about this kind of building tomorrow, right, Gu Fan? When we were there, did you hear the prompt sound of the game system in your ears? As soon as the 2 came back, they came to the stone house. The system rewards that rang in their ears were also ignored. Not only did they not hear clearly, they even used shielding at the same time. There was no way. Because of that test, the two hearts were close to each other again. Naturally, after a brief meeting, they expressed their love to each other. It seems to be a reward for leaving the special Sky Island? Gu Fan scratched his head. Click on the game panel to find the reward. Sure enough. Congratulations to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan for surviving the Dead Sky Island. Get the challenge post of the Dead King. Come to the Dead World, you can fight the Dead King with the challenge post of the Dead King, and you will get a mysterious reward if you win. Get the physical value card. Physical strength value card. Use it to materialize the physical strength value, and increase 100 points of physical strength based on the value. If any member of the team takes the value card, the whole team will materialize the value. The same value card cannot be used again for the materialized value type, and the value card cannot be critical. Get the mental strength value card. Mental strength value card. Increase 100 mental strength. Get any low-level upgrade card X diamond quality or lower items. Use it to upgrade to a higher quality. For example, after using the platinum top-grade weapon, it will be upgraded to diamond top-grade quality. This reward seems to be very unconventional, but it is also very important. Why? The first is the challenge post. Don't worry about it. The Dead King Gu Fan doesn't care at all. The second is the two value cards. Using talents will consume a certain amount of physical strength and mental strength. These are not materialized, but every time after reaching the bottom, Gu Fan will feel uncomfortable and dizzy. Some special weapons are also the same, such as invisibility or purple gold Chinquan bag. These will consume physical or mental strength. It is equivalent to 2 blue bars. In the past, it was difficult for the two of them to grasp, and it was easy to lose strength in battle, but now, with the value card, they can fight more accurately. Not to mention, these 2 blue bars, because of the blessing of the value card, have increased by 200 points again, which is equivalent to 200 attribute points. It's a pity that I can't crit, otherwise Gu Fan would like to try how much it can increase after a crit. Of course, these 2 cards don't need to be copied. Gu Fan uses them, and the two can get the value together. I always feel that the reward this time is average, so let's keep one quality card first. What if a crit can upgrade things of diamond quality or above? Xia Shulan thought wildly. Okay, then use one first. Gu Fan did not hesitate, and used it directly on the platinum treasure chest. Obviously, upgrading the treasure chest is the most correct choice. After choosing the treasure chest, Gu Fan used the physical value card again. After he and Xia Shulan both obtained this value, Gu Fan used mental power again. Then, he sat on the platform, hugged the little beauty Xia Shulan, and drooped his head on her head. While enjoying the evening breeze, he checked the new attribute panel. With the bonus of unwavering until death, Gu Fan can go head-to-head with those powerful people who are banned by the first ban just by the attribute panel. Character, Gu Fan. Teammate, Xia Shulan. Talent, S-level talent, daily copy. S-level talent, sense of sight and hearing. A-level talent, life pistol. S-level talent, control of lightning. Title, unwavering until death. Ice and snow power, 100, click to use freezing buff, swordsmanship experience, 2536. Firearms experience, 96. Skills, Bullfist, beginner, diamond palm, beginner, infinite invisibility, special skills cannot be upgraded, diamond fist, beginner. Health, attack, 73 plus 20, because the attack weapon is flexible and changeable, this 20 is brought by the death coat, so the weapon attack is not displayed when the attack weapon is not taken. Defense, speed, 1500, under the combined effect of the perception talent and the lightning control talent, status, happiness. Chapter 136. A full 1,500 points of speed? Gu Fan sighed. Gu Fan's current maximum speed is enough to exceed 4 times the speed of sound. This is simply the concept of Superman. Of course, because the other qualities of the body have not kept up, the actual speed is greatly reduced. However, it is still no problem to burst out a faster speed in a short period of time and rely on the sense of sight and hearing to avoid the attacks of enemies of the same level. Afterwards, Gu Fan checked Xia Shulan's attribute panel again. However, Xia Shulan's attribute panel is very ordinary. Except for the health value and speed exceeding 1,000, the other attributes are not good. But it doesn't matter. Gu Fan will copy a Deathly Silence staff for her in the next few days. Copy another Deathly Silence coat. The two of them will sit together as a pair of dark lovers. Wouldn't that be invincible? However, the function of the Deathly Silence coat to summon the Deathly Silence Man is indeed a bit tasteless. It is only half of the original attribute without equipment. Gu Fan was a little curious. What would happen when he and Xia Shulan had 500 health points from the title? The result was obvious. The health points from the title were exactly the same as those from the equipment. They were all external forces, not their own abilities. As for speed, it was okay. Its blessing was mainly due to 2 talents. But with the blessing of talents, the data on the attribute panel belonged to themselves, not external forces. But it didn't matter. Whether it was equipment, talent, or title, it could improve the attribute data. That was enough. Hey, you bastard. Can you stop drooping your chin on my head? It's making me uncomfortable. Xia Shulan said with a little dissatisfaction, and opened her hand that was playing tricks on her armpit. Why, the name has changed again? You were calling me husband, but now you're calling me a scumbag? Gu Fan said with some dissatisfaction. Hee, stinky scumbag, I can call you whatever I want, who cares? Xia Shulan also began to drift. Gu Fan didn't care about her name. No matter what, today was fun enough. Forgive the willfulness of the young wife. Besides, every time Xia Shulan called me a scumbag with a condescending look on her face. Gu Fan felt very comfortable listening to it. It's not that I just like being looked down upon by Xia Shulan. Maybe I'm used to it, right? I think so, yes. It's definitely not because I like to see Xia Shulan sticking her slender waist, looking at me with a proud face, and calling me a scumbag, Gu Fan thought with some shame. However, the next moment, Gu Fan's face was completely red. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. Husband, you actually like me calling you this embarrassing name. When Gu Fan started to think mentally, Xia Shulan couldn't help laughing. She kept controlling her mouth, consuming about 12 points of physical strength and 7 points of mental strength to eavesdrop on Gu Fan's inner thoughts. But she really couldn't help it. How could her husband be so funny? And since he knew me, he liked me to call him trash fish. Even, he liked me to look down on him. What kind of masochism is this? Xia Shulan rolled on the ground while laughing at Gu Fan. Yes, Xia Shulan would occasionally eavesdrop on Gu Fan's inner thoughts, especially this afternoon. Even though the two agreed not to eavesdrop on each other's thoughts and give each other privacy. However, little Shulan couldn't help it occasionally. It was like she occasionally touched some corners and hurt her skin a little. After the scabs grew, she couldn't help but scratch it until it was torn, and then the scabs grew again. Gu Fan's face turned black, and he really wanted to beat up this stinky lowly who was rolling on the ground and laughing at him. But when he thought that she was his woman, Gu Fan could only take a deep breath and calm down. Before, Gu Fan didn't feel anything when he laughed at Xia Shulan. Now that he was laughed at, he felt like the sky had fallen. After a while of making a fuss, the two did not forget an important thing. That is fishing. They didn't fish in the past few days, and they felt that they had lost 100 million. Especially fishing itself has the opportunity to get good things. For example, the previous invisibility and the condenser at the beginning. Gu Fan came to the driving platform and began to look for clouds. Xia Shulan was fishing below. The two cooperated with each other and finished fishing in less than 2 hours. And Xia Shulan actually fished for the permanent blueprint of glass. Looking down at Xia Shulan, who was looking at the things in her hand seriously, Gu Fan touched his chin. Did she catch something good? With a flash of lightning, Gu Fan appeared behind Xia Shulan and hugged her. Look at what my little wife caught. Well, it's a permanent glass blueprint, but it actually requires sand? Sand? Gu Fan thought about it. Indeed, the main component of glass is silicon dioxide. And some gravel contains a lot of silicon dioxide. Husband, isn't there a lot of sand on the edge of the beach on the Sky Island? Gu Fan nodded. Then we are at a loss. We didn't dig the sand at that time. It's nothing, just get it in the market. But we do need glass, otherwise it won't be breathable. Gu Fan checked the market. He found that there were many more things he needed in the recent transactions. For example, water spirit. There were even more posts selling energy cores and energy crystals. Of course, they were all very expensive, and they required a lot of metal minerals. Some of them needed to be replaced with permanent blueprints. Permanent blueprints are still very expensive for ordinary players, especially when permanent blueprints that everyone needs are opened. For example, commonly used tools, pickaxes, swords, etc. Or daily necessities for food, clothing, housing and transportation. Gu Fan bought the transaction post he liked in seconds, and he didn't bother to bargain. Get Water Spirit X3. Get Ice Spirit X6. Get Energy Core X8. Get Energy Crystal X17. No way, there are blocks that are willful. He also discovered that most of the players who landed on the Dead Sky Island were ranked high. although most of their stuff might be in their own air base. However, because there are storage bars and some storage tools, Gu Fan's harvest is not small, especially some high-quality equipment that is not used. It can be used to exchange for expensive and equally rare things. After searching for a long time, Gu Fan finally found what he needed at the beginning. Li Xiaoyang's trading post. My talent is related to sand and gravel. I can sell endless sand and gravel. Bring your price to private chat. Comment. Oh my god, the big guy is awesome. Can it be an element-related talent? I heard that the talent related to the element is basically above a level. Yes, the talent I mastered is also of elemental type, and it is a level. So far, the health value of naked clothes has exceeded 300, and it is more than 300 with equipment and the like. Top 100 in the combat power ranking area. Oh my god, the big guy appeared in the comment area again. No, what's so good about gravel? I don't understand. There's a lot of it on the Sky Island. Gravel is also a basic material. There are always people who need it, and it's very cheap. Basically, one piece of wood can be exchanged for 2 or 3 pieces of gravel, and gravel blocks are also one of the cheapest blocks. Gu Fan didn't continue to read it, and clicked on Li Xiaoyang's avatar on the transaction post. Chapter 137. Gu Fan, how much do you sell gravel for? Soon, the one called Li Xiaoyang who has the gravel talent replied, Li Xiaoyang, oh my god, Gu Fan, ahem, 1 piece of wood for 3 pieces of gravel, 1 piece of stone for 8 pieces of gravel, and 1 piece of refined iron for 20 pieces of gravel. However, since it is Gu Fan who patronizes my shop, I will give you 100 pieces of gravel for free, no matter how much you buy. Then Gu Fan quickly exchanged hundreds of pieces of gravel with wood. Of course, there were also 100 pieces of gravel. After taking a look at the drawings, so many pieces can probably make hundreds of glasses. Then Gu Fan searched for a long time again, and finally saw a player selling quartz. Quartz is the same as gravel. Both are 10 pieces of quartz. 10 pieces of gravel make 1 quartz block and 1 gravel block. The value of quartz is higher than stone. About 10 stones can be exchanged for 1 to 3 pieces of quartz, but the value of quartz is only half of that of iron, and 1 iron block can be exchanged for 2 pieces of quartz. Gu Fan quickly exchanged a lot of stones, and some iron blocks for 4-digit quartz cubes. At the end of the transaction, Gu Fan asked curiously, brother, how did you sell so many quartz cubes? Oh, it's very simple. My talent is related to this. Just think of me as the largest supplier of quartz cubes in the entire area. Wait, you are Gu Fan? The best man in the whole area. The owner of quartz was quickly shocked. Gu Fan was too lazy to argue with him. His purpose was to buy resources, not surf the internet. After sorting out the materials for tomorrow's construction, Xia Shulan yawned. After working hard all afternoon, it's time to rest. Zanyu husband, I'm going to take a shower. Go to bed early today. Since Gu Fan likes to be called Zanyu, and he likes to be called husband, then why not just call him Zanyu husband? Xia Shulan chuckled. But soon, a strong hand picked her up by the waist. Xia Shulan screamed and wanted to refuse, but finally turned her head away and stopped talking. There was an indescribable shame in her eyes, and even a faint expectation. Early the next morning, Gu Fan woke up quietly, and after waking up Xia Shulan, the two went to the toilet one after the other to solve the morning urgency. At the same time, a new day began. Gu Fan gave the copy to the Dead Silence wand. There is no other reason. The ability of transformation is really powerful. The two powerful helpers, the Dead Silence Snow Girl and the Dead Silence Man Lucian, were transformed. Not to mention, the damage is also very high, but unfortunately, it is a hard flaw that it cannot be blessed by the attack power. After thinking about it, a normal diamond weapon would definitely deal thousands of damage. The reason why this Deathly Silence staff can reach the diamond level is obviously because of its powerful ability. Here, your new weapon. Gu Fan gave the Deathly Silence staff to Xia Shulan. Wow, thank you, husband. Xia Shulan stood on tiptoe, kissed Gu Fan on the cheek, and then held the staff reluctantly. Now she has 2 staffs. When she encounters an enemy, she can hold the big staff in her left hand and the small staff in her right hand. If she is far away, she can attack with a black light ball with 700 damage. If she is close, she can use both staffs to violently smash. Perfect. Looking at the little Shulan waving the staff, Gu Fan's eyes flashed with warmth. It's so nice to live like this all the time, with a beloved beauty by my side. After a little sigh, Gu Fan started to work as a construction worker, and went to renovate his home. Xia Shulan didn't stop, and started fishing for the passing clouds. From time to time, she also ordered the puppets to work hard and not to slack off. This operation made Gu Fan speechless. The first thing to be renovated was, of course, the house where the two of them lived. Because only 2 people were needed, it would not be built very big. After replacing all the blocks with quartz blocks, Gu Fan slightly modified the shape for the sake of beauty. But it looks like a matchbox no matter how you look at it. But it's better than before. Gu Fan didn't have high requirements, as long as it was simple and elegant and comfortable to live in. Afterwards, Gu Fan bought some lanterns, vases, orchids, and a painting in the trading market again, for decoration. As for the orchid and vase, the meaning is very simple. In addition to decoration, Gu Fan also hopes that Xiao Shulan will always be by his side, never separate, and stay in his arms as a small vase. Vases and orchids are very cheap, because most survivors are still surviving, and will not think of buying a pot of flowers at normal prices, so basically 1 dirt block allows Gu Fan to buy a bunch of flowers and vases. For Gu Fan, losing a dirt block is nothing. But for the players in the survival stage, as long as there are seeds, dirt blocks are an important source of food. However, lanterns are a bit expensive. I heard from the player who sells lanterns that the construction of lanterns seems to also require energy crystals. But the lighting level provided is no different from the electric lights in the previous life. Of course, it was not expensive, just a little more expensive than an energy crystal. Moreover, if the energy crystal can be provided, the person only needs to charge a few wooden blocks as a handling fee. Gu Fan thought about it, and bought a few more boards. Then he asked Xiao Shulan, who was fishing nearby, "Wife, what color do you like? I want to get some wooden boards of different colors." Xiao Shulan happened to fish for a few pink fences, and found them quite cute. "I like pink, right? By the way, my husband, these fences are for you, and can be used as building materials." Xiao Shulan came over, and gave the wooden boards to Gu Fan. Then, she saw a few beautiful blue flowers in Gu Fan's hand. "Husband, is this an orchid?" Xiao Shulan's eyes moved slightly, and I don't know what she was thinking. Before she traveled through time, she had orchids at home, and orchids were her favorite. How did Gu Fan know? Xiao Shulan remembered, but she didn't seem to mention it. "This orchid is as light blue and quiet as you, graceful and moving." Gu Fan dotingly inserted an orchid into Xiao Shulan's hair. He sighed, "My wife is so beautiful." Xiao Shulan blushed. "Old husband. Thank you. I love you." Xiao Shulan stood on tiptoes, and gave Gu Fan a deep kiss. After the kiss, she ran away shyly again, and Gu Fan continued to work, and built a small villa for the 2 of them. Soon, a villa that Gu Fan thought was perfect appeared in front of him. All the materials just now were used, quartz, glass, and the pink fence that Xiao Shulan liked. Lantern, orchid, vase, quartz hut. Chapter 138. Gu Fan planned to replace and expand the blocks of the platform base again after the villa was completely built. Since the crops planted were already mature, the small area could also be changed. Then the entire platform was made into a long strip, and 2 houses were placed on the top of the platform, one for himself and Xiao Shulan to live in, and the other for the puppets, who were investigating. Although the puppets were exposed to the wind and sun, their bodies were fine, especially the shadow puppets, whose bodies were still shiny black, but since the conditions were good, it didn't matter to give the servants who followed him a better place to live. The long strip of platform was used as a deck, and a boat shape was slowly built below, and a few small houses were also built by the way, for the dead snow girl, the dead man Lu Jin, and the 2 elves. However, Gu Fan always felt that he had overlooked something. Soon, a cold voice made Gu Fan understand the reason. The dead snow girl came to Gu Fan holding a black thing. "Master, this is a dead creature I found from below. Please take a look." At this time, the dead cat trembled and looked at Gu Fan and the dead snow girl who was holding it. Xiao Shulan also came over and patted her head. "It was Gu Fan who was patting, husband. How could we forget Xiaomi?" It was probably because when the 2 returned, Xiaomi hid below and felt the terrible breath of the 2, especially Gu Fan, and didn't dare to move at all, nor did she dare to jump down from the next floor. She was afraid that Gu Xia and the others would do it themselves all night. Afterwards, Xiao Shulan looked at Xiaomi with as friendly eyes as possible. Xiao Shulan thought she was very good to Xiaomi, and was a cat lover. But Xiaomi's pupils were red after being transformed into death. When he looked at Xiao Shulan, he suddenly recalled the time when he was still a normal cat. He cried out directly with a fierce look in his eyes. "Ah? Xiaomi doesn't like me. It's strange that Xiaomi likes you." Gu Fan rolled his eyes at Xia Shulan. Soon, Gu Fan planned to use the Deathly Silence staff to make the Deathly Silence cat surrender. However, the next moment, the Deathly Silence cat is already a Deathly Silence creature and cannot be transformed into Deathly Silence again. Gu Fan frowned for a while. Is that so? Creatures that have been transformed into Deathly Silence cannot be transformed. Gu Fan thought about it, and finally gave up using the Deathly Silence restoration potion on it. First of all, the Deathly Silence Snow Girl was right in front of him. It would be bad if the Deathly Silence Snow Girl had other ideas. Secondly, this medicine is very precious, and it may be useful in the future. To put it bluntly, Xiaomi is just a cat. With Xia Shulan, a kitten, by my side, why do I need Xiaomi? Snow Girl, I'll leave this cat to you. The dead Snow Girl nodded. Okay, master, but it didn't attack me last night. I thought it was a pet of the master. After that, the dead Snow Girl hugged the dead cat and returned to the bottom. The first test of the blizzard had just ended. At this time, the sun on the deck platform was particularly strong and made her very uncomfortable. If you can stay in the ice crystal block, stay there. After the dead Snow Girl went down, Xia Shulan then noticed the big villa behind Gu Fan. For a moment, her eyes lit up. Wow, rubbish husband, you made it too beautiful, too luxurious, right? This kind of villa must have cost tens of millions before crossing. Xia Shulan ran over, took a look at her favorite orchid and the lantern on the orchid, and then went into the house. But it was empty. The place where they usually fought was gone. Well, miscellaneous fish, where is our bed? Xia Shulan asked curiously. Don't worry, I've changed everything inside, but I haven't arranged it yet. Gu Fan continued to build after he finished speaking. Wife, have you finished fishing? So for efficiency, you stay with me and open the trading market to see if there are any good things to sell. After all, the trading market is a market with nearly 10,000 people. With 10,000 people for so many days, there must be all kinds of things. Especially some small things, which can be caught by fishing. It is worth mentioning that after the snowstorm, the price of water resources has been raised again. Obviously, it is because the difficulty of obtaining water resources has increased again. Okay, it's just right to give some suggestions. Xia Shulan took Gu Fan's arm, with deep love in her eyes. Although she is not materialistic, it would be good if the quality of life improves. Thinking of this, Xia Shulan remembered that she didn't seem to brush her teeth these days. She used clean water to clean her mouth. It didn't smell bad, but at least it wasn't too clean. She walked around the market, and actually found toothbrushes and toothpaste for sale. She even bought some more toilet paper and other daily necessities. Gu Fan started to build. First, he asked Xia Shulan to buy a small sofa and a small table. He planned to build a small living room on the first floor, where she could sit on the sofa to rest, and buy more beds. The wool for making sofas and beds can be provided here. There are already hundreds of wool blocks. There is no other way. The sheepfold is too small. In the past few days, the extra sheep have been slaughtered by puppets, and then the meat and wool are stored. Xia Shulan directly chose her favorite style. After giving the pink sofa to Gu Fan looked at it speechlessly, and could only say that this color is very Xia Shulan. But it doesn't matter. Gu Fan originally wanted to buy a white one, but the white sofa is not resistant to dirt, and the walls are all white, so naturally more colors need to be mixed. Then Gu Fan bought some miscellaneous things and placed 3 lanterns. Soon, this small living room was built. Sofa, table, beds on you husband, since this is a living room, why put a bed? Xia Shulan asked curiously. But soon, looking at Gu Fan's ambiguous eyes, Xia Shulan immediately understood. TSK, you filthy bastard. Gu Fan didn't say it explicitly, anyway, since Xia Shulan understood it, it was fine. Afterwards, Gu Fan came to the bathroom behind the small living room. The bathroom was still the same, except for the glass and 2 vases of flowers. It was also Xia Shulan's favorite orchid, but Gu Fan also added a new chrysanthemum. The elegant chrysanthemum and the noble orchid exuded bursts of floral fragrance. Great, the smell of going to the toilet will be less this way, with windows and flowers. Xia Shulan said happily. Yeah, every time you go to the toilet, I have to run outside to breathe in fresh air. Xia Shulan, ? Don't they say that the sweet and soft little loli also smells good when going to the toilet? Alas, why are you the opposite? Gu Fan became more and more excited as he spoke. Actually, Gu Fan can't be blamed for saying this. Xia Shulan inherited the characteristic of binge eating before she crossed over. She often eats meat, either a cow or a few chickens for one meal. Anyway, Her appetite is much larger than Gu Fan's. If she had become a big eater anchor before crossing over, Xia Shulan would have attracted a large number of fans with her sweet and lovely appearance, sexy figure, and the contrast of binge eating. Of course, the reason why she can eat so much is also because the two of them have no shortage of food, and with the increase in strength, the body needs to replenish qi and blood. Stinky fish, look at me kicking. Xia Shulan kicked, turned a few times, and attacked with her feet. Hey, come and kick me, little wife. Who told you to roll on the ground and laugh at me yesterday? Damn it! Despicable fish. Xia Shulan kicked again, but her feet slipped, and her little hand uncontrollably pulled Gu Fan, and they fell into the bathtub, all wet. Bathroom. Chapter 139. Ouch. Xia Shulan got up from the bathtub and touched her head that had hit the wall. Look, it hurts. Although Gu Fan was also soaked, he didn't hit his head, but fell on a soft place. Humph, who told you to tease me? Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at Gu Fan. Let's go, change clothes, and continue to build with me. Gu Fan took out the Qianquan bag and changed clothes quickly. Shameless. Xia Shulan had no choice but to change clothes in front of him. After coming to the second floor, Gu Fan planned to build a spacious bedroom. After asking Xia Shulan's opinion, she thought about it. Are we still short of a kitchen? That's right, we can also buy a furnace. In this case, let's build a small kitchen on the second floor to enlarge the bedroom. As for the bedroom, it must be better. Gu Fan rubbed little Shulan's wet hair. Humph, just thinking about these nonsense. Xia Shulan rolled her eyes and complained, but she didn't open Gu Fan's hand. Gu Fan thought about it, and decided to give the kitchen a width of 3 grids. When building, Xia Shulan also bought a furnace and a blast furnace, as well as some tableware. Gu Fan thought about it, and put a big box and a few wooden boxes in it. He also took out some raw food from the Qianquan bag and put it in it. After the kitchen was built, the only thing left was the bedroom for the two of them. This time, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked for something suitable for the bedroom, and they really found a good thing. Luxury special bed, it is a special item. Everyone knows. Special items are very precious. It is now on sale. Please chat privately if you want it. Luxurious special bed. 2 by 3 meters. Resting on it can quickly replenish physical and mental strength. And the required sleep time can be halved. Only 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day. You will also be full of energy after waking up every day. If you enter deep sleep, you will gain 10 health points after waking up. Note, because the luxurious bed requires more materials, bring your own materials. Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with excitement. Luxurious special bed. If the effect is really the same as the description, it is really useful. First of all, it is big. It is a full 6 square meters, and it is no problem to hold Gu Fan and roll on it. Secondly, it replenishes mental and physical strength. In fact, the replenishment speed of this thing is not low. The two tried it, and basically recovered a little every minute. However, if you are in battle, the recovery speed of these 2 bars is too important. You know, it will take at least more than 4 hours for the 2 people's values of 2 or 300 to be fully restored. Thunder and lightning and sight and hearing are both talents that consume a lot of physical strength. With a luxurious bed, the recovery speed increases 6 times, which is still very good. Finally, you will wake up full of energy and get 10 health points for free every day. These 2 effects are also very powerful. Especially before the 2 of them crossed over, they were college students. They had experienced the pain of being very sleepy in class at 8 a.m. It is really good to have a bed that can wake up full of energy. So Gu Fan decided to buy it. Husband, buy it. Ask how much it costs. Xia Shulan said while pulling Gu Fan's arm. Gu Fan nodded and clicked on the man's avatar. The man's name was a little familiar. It turned out to be Li Dali, who traded water resources at the beginning. I didn't expect that with such a high mortality rate, Li Dali was still alive. Gu Fan had a good impression of him. In fact, Gu Fan got a great advantage by trading the energy core at the beginning. Gu Fan, Brother Dali, long time no see. Li Dali, Boss Gu Fan. Boss Gu Fan, do you still remember me? I was the player who sold you the energy core at the beginning. Gu Fan, of course I remember. I'm here to patronize your business. Are you selling 3 silver equipment? Gu Fan got most of the equipment on the Dead Sky Island. Most of them were useless equipment. At that time, for other survivors, these equipment were still very powerful. However, Li Dali, this, Boss Gu Fan, to be honest, after I posted the transaction post, I just negotiated the price with the player. The price he sold was 1 gold equipment. So, Gu Fan, 1 gold armor, plus 2 silver equipment. Gu Fan directly made an offer. The price of this special item is indeed between silver and gold quality items. But more words are not worthy. It's simple, it's just a piece of furniture after all. Gu Fan used this statement to persuade Li Dali. Li Dali, okay, since Gu Fan wants it sincerely, and we have known each other for so long, I will sell it to you. Of course, you have to prepare the materials yourself. I can help you with the wood, but I don't have a lot of wool or anything like that. I need at least 18 pieces of wool. Li Dali agreed very straightforwardly. This surprised Gu Fan a little, and he wondered if he was cheated. But thinking that he did get a bargain at the beginning, and the value of this bed is really good, it is not impossible to sell some useless equipment. Thinking of this, the two made a deal. Gu Fan gave him 18 pieces of wool and 3 randomly selected equipment, and Li Dali gave Gu Fan the luxurious special bed 2 minutes later. The two looked at the big bed in front of them, and were very surprised. It's bigger than I thought, Xia Shuan exclaimed. Is that so? Let me see where to put it. After Gu Fan finished speaking, he placed it in the middle. In addition, he also placed 2 pots of violets that he accidentally saw in the trading market in the entire bedroom. Violets are also Xia Shulan's favorite flowers. Gu Fan, how do you know what I like? Xia Shulan couldn't help asking. It's very simple, because I love you, I know what you like. Gu Fan said cheesy love words, but it made Xia Shulan's heart beat fast. Xia Shulan soon became hesitant, and her cheeks flushed. This? Xia Shulan, could it be because he often eavesdrops on my thoughts? Damn, should I test him? Look at this scumbag's proud look. Oh, forget it. If I ask him what he likes most, Xia will definitely guess that he is my favorite. Xia Shulan's random thoughts made Gu Fan smile slightly. She was right. Gu Fan often eavesdropped on her thoughts. Especially when little Shulan was dreaming, her dreams were very messy. In particular, what impressed Gu Fan the most was that when little Shulan was sleeping, she dreamed of an empty island made of snacks, with countless cakes, biscuits, and mochi on it. Gu Fan was amused by her imagination at the time. How could there be such a strange empty island in the world? Soon, under Xia Shulan's loving eyes, Gu Fan carefully built a small house for the two of them. Gu Fan put a box and a diamond sword on the wall for decoration. Bedroom, luxurious special bed. Chapter 140. Zanyu, are we going to sleep here from now on? Xia Shulan said with surprise. Yes, after all, this is our bedroom. But soon, Xia Shulan suggested, Zanyu husband, why don't we change the quilt? There are plenty of wool anyway. Gu Fan nodded. The quilt of this big bed was gray, which was indeed a bit simple and elegant. Then, he used the wool that he could not use up again to change the pure white quilt cover. Woohoo, it looks much better now, husband. We can also buy a pink quilt cover and use it in rotation when the time comes. Although they didn't know why there were pink wooden furniture and other supplies, since they were sold in the trading market, it meant that there were a lot of pink wood on some empty islands. After a quick look on the chat channel, I learned that this kind of wood is called cherry wood. Afterwards, Gu Fan sorted out the details of the villa. With the little loli accompanying him, Gu Fan was not only not tired, but the more he worked, the more powerful he became. There was no way. The emotional value given by Xiao Shulan was too high. Although she is sometimes stupid and sometimes noisy, her emotional intelligence is really high. She knows how to make Gu Fan happy, and how to make Gu Fan's heart move. After the details of the villa were completed, Gu Fan adjusted the style. Hey Gu Fan, why don't you make the roof pointy? Xia Shulan asked curiously. Because if our block is completely free and reaches 5, or even 6 figures, we will definitely have to expand it. If it is on the top, it will inevitably have 3 or 4 floors, so this is enough. After Gu Fan finished speaking, he prepared to repair the platform. He first collected all the animals with the Qingquan bag. As for the 4 puppets, Gu Fan asked them to come to the -2nd floor to avoid accidents when Gu Fan was building the platform. After dealing with these, Gu Fan also found that he was a little hungry. After slaughtering a cow and a sheep and having lunch, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan took a short break at noon. After the break, Xia Shulan was in Gu Fan's arms, with her delicate chin drooping on Gu Fan's shoulder, and said softly, Husband, have you noticed that our appetite is getting bigger and bigger? Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's belly, which was still round after more than an hour. It should be that the stronger we are, the bigger our appetite will be. Perhaps, we should eat things with higher energy density in the future? Gu Fan asked with some doubts. Suddenly, Xia Shulan remembered the lion-tiger beast beside Lu Xun before. because of the anxiety of the war at that time, and Gu Fan's dead silence transformation was used. So Xia Shulan used the purple gold bag to collect the unfrozen lion-tiger beast. It has not been released yet. Husband, do you think the meat of the lion-tiger beast is more filling? Speaking of the lion-tiger beast, Gu Fan also remembered that he did not pay much attention to this pet at that time, because compared with the snow girl, its various attributes are not very good. Maybe it is like this: the stronger the beast, the more filling it is to eat, and the more it replenishes our blood and qi. This is Gu Fan's understanding, but I don't know if it is right. The two came to the outside of the platform. Xia Shulan released the lion-tiger beast, and Gu Fan also ordered the snow girl to stand aside. If there is an accident, the snow girl can also help to stop it. Master, is there a new member? The Snow Lady of Death looked at the lion-tiger beast and asked curiously. Yes, it is Lu Xun's pet. Let it follow Lu Xun. You have Xiaomi and 2 elves beside you. Gu Fan nodded and said, Got it, master. There was no dissatisfaction in the eyes of the Snow Lady of Death. However, it would be better if the lion-tiger beast could be used by her. It seems that he saw the Snow Lady of Death's thoughts. Work hard, your status will not be low in the future. After all, your strength is obvious to all. Gu Fan said with a mature look. Roar! The lion-tiger beast looked at the two people and the monster with fear, feeling a particularly dangerous aura. Especially the monster, whose strength is unfathomable. Hubby, you were the one who transformed the snow girl last time, let me do it this time. Transformation into death. Xia Shulan stopped Gu Fan, then knocked on the big staff first, deducting a full 300 drops of blood from herself, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out of her mouth desperately. Ahem. Gu Fan hurriedly helped to pat her back, with a flash of heartache in his eyes, but he knew that if he refused Xia Shulan's efforts, she would definitely not be happy. If it weren't for the existence of the death coat, Gu Fan would not allow her to do this. Okay, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Xia Shulan took out a butter bun and ate it, slightly replenishing her lost life. The lion-tiger beast widened its eyes. It didn't understand why the evil human couple in front of it were still worried about each other when it was really hurt. But soon, it understood. What on earth had he encountered? With the infection of the power of death and the power of the great staff of death, the lion-tiger beast squatted down and looked at the two new masters with respect. The lion-tiger beast looked quite domineering. It was huge and muscular. The overall shape combined the characteristics of a lion and a tiger. And the head was large, and there was a bloody mouth, which was full of sharp fangs like the snow girl. The eyes were like copper bells, with a sharp light and admiration for Gu Fan and the others. Unlike ordinary lion tigers, its hair was black and its pupils also emitted a fierce red light. Obviously, this was because of the death. At the same time, putting aside the speed, the attribute panel of this lion-tiger beast after the death was not weak, at least compared to the two. Gu Xia and the others were never strong in attributes, but in special abilities. The ability to copy, the ability to be invisible, the ability to thunder and lightning, the ability to see and hear, and so on. Dead Liger. Realm, First Ban. HP, Attack, 325. Defense, 458. Speed, 423. Skills, Lion's Roar. Roar once, causing 800 points of high damage, while increasing the attack power of yourself and your allies by 100 points, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown time, 15 minutes. Violent Thrust, stab forward, causing 3 attacks, each of which is up to 350 points. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Extreme Speed, increase your own acuity and speed. The Liger, which is eroded by the power of death, will infect the living creatures attacked by it with the power of death. At the same time, it also has extremely powerful skills. Oh my god, this dead silence power is too strong. No band becomes 1 band, and 1 band becomes 2 bands. Losing this blood is nothing. It's better than when relatives come. It's a big profit. Xia Shulan touched the head of the lion-tiger beast. It was furry and fun. It seems that our team will add another fierce general in the future, Gu Fan said happily. Then, the dead snow girl brought the dead lion-tiger beast to the 2nd floor. Don't disturb Gu Fan to build a home. The dead man Lu Xun looked at the dead lion-tiger beast with dull eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. The lion-tiger beast was the same. It stayed beside him, with no change on its face. Before being infected, its realm was very low, or it was because of the special snow girl. It had long forgotten that its former owner was Lu Xun. At the same time, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's pet rankings also came to the first place. According to the system's judgment, the Snow Girl is not a pet, but the Lion Tiger Beast is. Afterwards, Gu Fan continued to repair the platform. He replaced the entire wooden board and stone with quartz. It was even expanded a lot. Even the width was 29 meters. Yes, the house was about 9 meters wide, and Gu Fan extended another 10 meters on the side, and the front and back were 30 to 40 meters. The entire area was enough to reach more than 1,000, which also meant that the quartz used by Gu Fan was at least 4 digits. Chapter 141. At this time, more than half of the afternoon had passed. Gu Fan took a break and continued to work. Xia Shulan was also happy to accompany him, not bored at all. Speaking of which, seeing this, Gu Fan remembered the time when he played raft survival or forest survival games with Xia Shulan before crossing. Every time, Gu Fan was responsible for construction, and Xia Shulan was responsible for picking up materials and garbage. At that time, Gu Fan did not understand what was fun about the boring game process of picking up materials and garbage. Especially many of the things Xia Shulan picked up were useless. As long as they were things, she would pick them up. Now, he vaguely understood. Maybe Xia Shulan didn't know what the use of picking up so much was. She only knew that when she was with Gu Fan would be very happy, and she would be very happy too. Just like now. She didn't know how to build, but as long as she watched Gu Fan build, she felt very satisfied. Soon, another 2 days passed. Gu Fan copied the black crystal pants and the special weapon, the flame crossbow gun again. The two of them finally had almost all their equipment, and they were extremely powerful in both long-range and close combat. In the past 2 days, Gu Fan had been expanding the second floor, as well as the parts connecting the first and second floors, and built it into a preliminary ship-like form. The frame was like this, but it had not been decorated yet. However, after the construction was completed, Gu Fan found that the quartz blocks were not enough. It was not a matter of price, nor was it that Gu Fan was too poor to afford it. He had obtained a total of 20 to 30 pieces of gold and silver equipment, and also things from various shops in the Dead Silence Island and the Safe City. Basically, it is not too much to exchange a piece of gold equipment for a 3-digit quartz cube, right? The quality of gold equipment is strong enough, so it is not impossible to exchange it for a 4-digit amount. But the problem is that there are only so many quartz cubes in this area. What does it mean? The largest merchant selling quartz cubes has been completely sold out. Although his talent is related to quartz, it does not mean that this quartz is endless. Without so much stock, it is naturally impossible to buy enough quartz cubes. For a while, Gu Fan was in a dilemma. However, soon, the news that sounded in his ears made Gu Fan excited. Void Cube Main World, Blue Star Domain, notice to all players. It is detected that the number of players in the 100,000 regions of the Blue Star Domain is less than 10,000 players. Now start the regional fusion. All regions will be merged together, and the area of the entire void will become infinite. The number of sky islands in each region is fixed, and the number of special sky islands in each region will be less than 3. After the region is merged, there is a probability that special sky islands in other regions will be encountered. Open a new chat channel, Blue Star Chat Channel. Open a new Blue Star Trading Market. Open Universal Currency, Block Coin. Trade can choose between barter and coin for goods. Each time a product is put on the shelf, a certain amount of block coins must be provided based on the approximate value of the product. The value of these block coins is about 1/10 of the product. At the same time, all large sky islands and all block world currencies can be exchanged for block coins with a game system based on local purchasing power. The game system will charge a 1/10 handling fee. And anything you own or don't need can be exchanged for block coins, and a 1/10 handling fee is required. Open a new ranking list. Regional ranking list. 100,000 regions will be ranked, and according to the ranking, all members in the region will receive different block coins according to the ranking every Sunday. Note, regions after 50,000 will not receive block coins. Open a new ranking list. Blue Star ranking list. All 1 billion players will be ranked, and players who are ranked every Sunday will receive different block coins according to their ranking. Open a new chat channel. Blue Star Chat Channel. All players can speak in it. Open a new function. Block Mall. The Block Mall has a large number of basic materials, basic drawings, and basic equipment. Special items will be updated from time to time. The items in the Block Mall are different for each person. The materials refreshed by each person are not quite the same, but there are also most of the same materials. The second stage of the novice has passed, and the game system will no longer support the exploration function. All enemies, items, and blocks need to be distinguished by themselves, or different block coins can be used to explore items of different values. Today is January 1st, Week 1 in the Void Cube main world, in the Blue Star region. The time progress is January 1st of the Void calendar, following the Blue Star's strongest country Yingwa calendar. I wish all players a happy new year, getting stronger and stronger, more and more cubes, and living better and better in the new world. The announcement rang in my ears 5 times, and even the entire game panel changed. Click the avatar in the upper left corner to see the attribute panel. At the same time, there is a calendar time display next to the avatar in the upper left corner, January 1st of the Void calendar, Week 1, 1353. Next to the time, there is also a record of cube coins, but the number is displayed as 0. At the same time, below is the new rankings, chat channel, trading market. Clicking on these 3 categories can also be divided into several subcategories, such as the chat channel is divided into Blue Star chat channel, regional chat channel. The trading market is divided into Blue Star trading market, regional trading market. At the same time, there is also Cube Mall, exploration below. In addition, there are previous private messages, adding friends, etc. Xia Shulan was stunned for a long time in Gu Fan's arms, and her mouth opened slightly in surprise. Soon, she also reacted and digested the news. The region has been integrated, and there are so many more functions. Gu Fan, you said that we have so many things. If we sell them to the game system, there should be a lot of cube coins, right? Of course, this integration is completely beneficial to us. After speaking, Gu Fan opened the ranking list. As expected, in the Blue Star Combat Power ranking, the combat power values of himself and Xia Shulan have actually been materialized, and the combat power value is more than 5,000, ranking first in the entire Blue Star. However, the combat power of the 2nd to 10th place was also closely tied, until the end, when it was a cliff-like break. The combat power of the 2nd place was also more than 4,800, with only a few hundred points difference. In other words, there are many powerful players in the entire Blue Star. Although Gu Fan has been getting stronger, and the speed of getting stronger is also very fast, there are also many players in the entire Blue Star who are very lucky. If you can get a few diamond quality skills, or subdue some pets and armors of the 1st and 2nd forbidden, according to the judgment of the system, it is not surprising to get a combat power of more than 4,000 and keep up with Gu Fan and the others. However, Gu Fan promised that if they really fight and meet, if the opponent does not have the strength of the 2nd forbidden and the ability to remove the dead silence, then I'm sorry, just become a thug in your own camp. So this also shows from the side that the combat power judgment of this game system is not standard, and it is only judged according to the player's attributes, talents, skills, and equipment. Chapter 142. However, although the 2 of them are ranked first in the Blue Star combat power ranking, their region is probably ranked very low in the Blue Star regional ranking. After all, the population of the 11562 region, where the 2 of them are located, dropped to more than 10,000 very early on, which is really not enough compared to the region that only dropped below 10,000 later. Gu Fan clicked on the Blue Star regional ranking. The 1st place happened to be Region 1, and I don't know if it was a coincidence. The 2nd place was Region 10. The 3rd place was Region 8856. The 3rd place was Region 723. The 4th place was Region 963. The ranking of the 2 of them was actually 50,862. More than 50,000. The overall combat power of the region is only 2.17 million. The combat power of the 1st place, Region 1, is actually more than 8 million. This also shows that most of the players in Region 1 have combat power values between 700 and 800. As for the 11562 area, it was simply unbearable to look at. The number of people had been declining for a long time, and the average combat power per person was estimated to be less than 200. Then, there was a note next to the regional rankings, which was a point that was not mentioned just now. Regional rankings. Note, if the combat power of each area drops below 300,000 or the number of people drops below 1,000, it will be merged with other areas. Merger rules. It will be merged to the area that killed the most players in this area. The reason is obvious. It is still the mechanism of the Battle Royale. For example, if the players in the neighboring area 11561 killed the most players in the 11562 area, they will be merged into the 11,561 area. This is obviously to unite all the players in this area. This is too much of a mental problem. Why do you say that? It's very simple. Before this, players in the region were competing with each other. After this, players in the region had to cooperate with each other, otherwise they would be killed by other regions. The integration of regions is really a bit. GooFan also looked at the last regional combat power of only a little over 1 million, and he didn't know how the players in those regions survived. The average combat power is only 100, and there are still 700,000 to 300,000 combat power values, and they will be integrated at that time. After looking at the regional rankings, GooFan took another look at the pet rankings of Blue Star. This time, GooFan's Silent Lion Tiger Beast is not the first, but in the top 20 of Blue Star. Of course, this is also a very good ranking. Afterwards, GooFan opened the chat channel of Blue Star again, and Xia Shuan also leaned in to see everyone's reaction. Blue Star chat channel. Everyone, are all of us Blue Star people here? It looks like it is. I am a little excited. I didn't expect that after becoming one of the 110 who survived, I could actually see the chat channel of people from all over the world. Alas, but it will be dangerous next. I have been to 3 special sky islands in my area. My luck is very bad. Every time I go to a special sky island, I am almost dead. Damn, it's Kong Hitian, the 20th ranked boss. Master, please accept my respect. I am not a boss. The first ranked boss Goo is terrifying. He has a combat power of more than 5,000. One person is comparable to a division. The one called Kong Hitian hurriedly shirked. Mention GooFan and the other two. So what? What's wrong with ranking first? Now it's about regional operations. I am District 1, which ranks first among all regions. District 1 will definitely rule the world in the future. Stupid, the person above, the unevenness of the regions is a probability problem. Moreover, in the current situation that not everyone can necessarily encounter, how many people can form a team? They are the first, they can definitely crush 100 trash like you. That's right, players don't have any transportation. Foreigners, life-owned people? Awesome, the translation function is installed. I don't know where the life-owned people are. But our great Yin country is the largest country on Blue Star. Even the game system uses the time and date of the Yin country calendar, and today is the new year of our Yin country. The two were stunned. However, people from other countries also appeared next. But compared with the population of the great Yin country, it is not worth mentioning at all. Basically, 7 or 8 out of 10 chats are from Yin country. The remaining one is either from life-owned country or Stan country. Of course, there is also Damao, but other developed countries have a higher elimination rate in the harsh block world because of the population-based problem, and some countries have been pampered for many years. Or maybe Yin people prefer to chat on social platforms and type fast. So most of the chat channels are filled with Yin people. Everyone, have you found anything in the block mall? There are actually elevators and thrusters for sale. Isn't this going to solve the problem of teams not being able to find each other? Seeing someone mention the block mall, GooFan also curiously opened it. Sure enough, the goods inside are indeed dazzling. There are 3 basic items, and there are also many things, probably dozens of kinds. Random ordinary food, 1 block coin. Random luxury food, 10 blocks. Mud block, 1 block coin. Wooden block, 1.5 blocks coin. Stone block, 3 blocks coin. Iron block, 10 blocks coin. Quartz block, 5 blocks coin. Random tool blueprint, 80 blocks coin. Random black iron equipment, 100 blocks coin. At the same time, the elevator and thruster mentioned by the player are actually also available in GooFan's mall. Elevator can consume resources such as wood to raise and lower blocks. The more blocks there are, the more resources it consumes. 500 coins. Thruster can consume resources such as wood to propel blocks. The more blocks there are, the more resources it consumes. 500 coins. It seems that this thing is not even half as useful as our driving platform? Xia Shuan said in a glutinous way. Let's buy it, and have a look. It's not expensive anyway. Although 500 Sky Island coins are not a small amount of money, if this kind of thing appears with a high probability, then basically all player teams will be equipped with it. Very simple, this thing is too convenient. Not only is it easier to obtain daily basic supplies, but you can also find Sky Island. Speaking of Sky Island, the two of them seem to have never encountered it since they came out of the dead Sky Island. It seems that they have come to an area without Sky Island. Chapter 143. I don't know if it's because of bad luck or something else. After buying the so-called elevator and thruster, GooFan first tested it, and found that the effect was indeed not as good as the driving cube. However, they can be used together. For example, the elevator and thruster can be installed at the back of the base. The driving cube is placed in the front, and the power is more sufficient. You know, GoFan has also experienced the situation where the driving cube is not powerful enough. For example, when GoFan came to the Dead Silence Island before. Because of the fear of the Dead Silence Island, there was an attempt to escape using the driving cube, but the power of the driving cube was not as attractive as the Dead Silence Island. Of course, if it weren't for the Dead Silence Island, it's still unclear whether GoFan could become the world's #1. Then, GoFan opened the trading market, because according to the content on the chat channel, it seems that there are more things in the trading market, including some strange things. This is because the current trading market is open to all Blue Star people. The previous trading market was just an area with less than 10,000 people. This is like the difference between a big mall and a small street stall. After opening the Blue Star trading market, GoFan got a hint. New rules of the Blue Star trading market. 1. Every time you put it on the shelf. 2. You can choose the form of leasing promotion, provide a certain amount of cube coins, and rent a certain location for a certain period of time. No handling fee will be charged during the leasing period, and it can be displayed to more players, and the chance of selling it is very high. The first rule is the handling fee rule. You need to collect 1/10 of the value of the product in cube coins when you put it on the shelf. Of course, you can also choose to directly recycle it to the game system, but the game system also needs a handling fee for recycling, which will be reduced by about 10%. But it is definitely not as flexible as the trading market. There are more players in the trading market. If something happens to be rare and an urgent need, the price will go up. Water and food are examples. The current price of water and food, if you just want to eat enough and don't care about your appetite, is about the same as mud and wooden blocks, and only needs 1 square coin. But if you want to eat well, such as the barbecue dinner from fishing a long time ago, and other delicious and filling food, you can choose luxurious food for 10 square coins. Moreover, because the game system must produce high-quality products, there is no so-called food safety concerns. Of course, random food may also have raw meat and raw rice, and you need to cook it when you buy it back. Although food is cheap now, it was even similar to the price of blueprints, energy cores, and energy crystals at the beginning. It is worth mentioning that GoFan and Xia Shuan did not get the blueprint of the energy core, and their luck was not good. And the price of these two is 1,000 square coins according to the content in the chat channel, which is also a normal price. GoFan thought about it, and decided that the second rental method was worth a try, especially for players who have talents that can provide business opportunities. For example, the previous quartz player, and some people who specialize in selling blueprints. Although GoFan's things are varied, he has a lot of resources. Selling to people in need is much more valuable than selling to the game system. Bao, do we want to start a rental promotion? GoFan asked. Yes, we have so many sheep, and we can sell wool blocks at that time. The value of wool blocks is not low. Those real wool coats were not cheap before the time travel. In addition, wool is not only a universal basic material, but also not as cheap as basic materials. GoFan thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Plus the large amount of fruit in the Chinquan bag. If he could go to the Savage Sky Island to explore, GoFan would definitely plunder it again and bring back the dead Savage King, the dead Savage Woman, and other strong men to develop together. So, GoFan clicked the second rental. Open your own stall and promote it to more players. The second rental promotion has been selected. Note, it is detected that the player's cube coins are scarce, and the amount of materials is large. Do you want to sell some of the materials in bulk? GoFan sold some of his unnecessary silver equipment. The price of silver equipment is about 5 times higher than that of bronze equipment, and the price of bronze equipment is 5 times higher than that of black iron equipment. So, a piece of silver equipment is 2,500 cube coins, but it also needs a handling fee of 250. After selling 10 pieces, GoFan became a 10,000 coin household. Of course, selling a system must be a loss. Why? Because the value of silver equipment is different. Some silver equipment is comparable to gold low-grade equipment, but the price is the same as some garbage silver equipment. Gold low-grade equipment is more expensive, 3 times the price of silver equipment, 7,500 yuan. Gold medium-grade equipment is 10,000 yuan. Gold high-grade equipment is 5 times, 12,500 yuan, and gold high-grade equipment is 6 times, 15,000 yuan. Of course, don't look at it as a lot. In fact, 10,000 cubes can only be exchanged for 2,000 quartz cubes, and it is estimated that it can be doubled if sold separately to players who need it. Building a large base requires consumables, and many gold equipment are also useful to Gu Fan. Once the equipment worn on the body is completely replaced with platinum, diamond, and gold equipment, it can be sold at a high price. After Gu Fan has enough funds, the system spoke again. You can choose different promotion modes and promotion time. The promotion modes are divided into level 1 to level 9. The promotion time can be freely selected. Gu Fan fiddled with it a little, and found that in the promotion mode, level 1 requires 10 square coins a day. Level 2 is 20 a day, and so on. Level 9 promotion requires more than 2,000 square coins a day. This is still 1 day. Gu Fan thought about it, and was about to use level 4 promotion to test the waters. However, note, all players have the opportunity to have permanent level 9 promotion rights in the first lease. When the player leases for the second time, the permanent level 9 promotion rights will disappear. When all players purchase permanent level 9 promotion rights, the permanent level 9 promotion rights of all players will also disappear. Permanent level 9 promotion rights price: 1 million square coins, valuable, only available for the first promotion. Xia Shulan is good at math, and her eyes lit up at the first sight. 1 million cube coins, permanent level 9 promotion, that is, a market dominated by 1 billion players for a long time. Whoever can get it will be a wealthy man. No kidding. Oh my god, this thing is great. Gu Fan also nodded. Only one player can get the rights of this promotion. And this player must be selected when renting for the first time. In general, if it is an ordinary player, there is really no way to get it. But what does Gu Fan have? There is a copy. Chapter 144. If a gold top quality item is sold to the system, it will be 15,000 square coins. Then a platinum top quality item will be sold to the system for 90,000. The deathly silent staff in Gu Fan's hand is a diamond lower grade. Then, the price given by the system is 270,000. Of course, this is Gu Fan's reasoning. I just don't know how much it can be sold for. Gu Fan, buy my big staff first? Anyway, just keep one. Xia Shuan said. Gu Fan nodded. He still has 3 chances to copy. Always keep it. I just don't know if the platinum and diamond items are sold to the system at such multiples. Then Gu Fan tried to sell the deathly silent staff again. Sure enough, it was 270,000. So, Gu Fan checked the special items again. The result was unknown, and he was shocked. The price of the Qianquan bag was 200,000, and the price of the purple gold Qianquan bag was 600,000. In other words, according to the judgment of the game system, the value of the purple gold universe bag is higher than that of the deathly silent staff, but it is normal to think about it. The purple gold universe bag is a special item. Special items and skills are all relatively rare. If things are rare, their value is naturally higher than that of ordinary quality. Then Gu Fan asked about the value of the flame crossbow. The flame crossbow is 300,000, which is also higher than the deathly silent staff. In this case, there is no need to sell the deathly silent staff to the game system. Gu Fan now has 3 copies, and gave 2 copies to the purple gold universe bag. Then he sold the 2 purple gold universe bags to the game system. Sold successfully, received 1.08 million coins afterwards. Gu Fan purchased the permanent level 9 promotion again. After the purchase, only less than 100,000 coins were left out of more than 1 million. Congratulations to Team Gu Fan and Xia Shulan for obtaining the permanent level 9 promotion rights. The trading posts posted by Team Gu Fan and Xia Shulan will always be the first in the list of other players. Do you want to announce it globally? Choose Global Announcement to get a random reward. My dear, do we want to choose Global Announcement? Gu Fan asked. Because this is bound to be high profile, the two have been keeping a low profile so far, and rarely chat in the chat channel. Choose it, scumbag husband. Now you can't even meet our parents, aunt and uncle. If you choose to announce it, if they are still alive, they can rest assured knowing that it is us. Xia Shulan said in a somewhat depressed tone. The two saw Gu Yun'er's team ranked at the top of the region before, but it was a pity that it was only for those few days, and they would never see it again. If you open the private message, you will be easily attacked by a large number of players. If you close the private message, you can't contact them. There are too many people. Before, Gu Fan and his partner also tried to open the private message, and they would also look for the elders in the chat channel. Unfortunately, the message was quickly deleted. Now that the regions are integrated, it is probably more difficult to find their traces. However, if the global announcement is sent and the transaction post is sent after promotion, there is still a chance to contact the aunt and the aunt, as well as Xia Shulan's parents. Gu Fan nodded. Moreover, the global broadcast can also get free rewards, so of course he can't let it go. Select Global Broadcast. Global Broadcast. Congratulations to Team Gu Fan and Xia Shulan for purchasing the permanent 9th level promotion rights and becoming the richest. Reward Team Gu Fan and Xia Shulan for the title. World's Richest. The rights of all players to choose permanent 9th level promotion for the first time disappear. Global. After broadcasting 3 times, the two check the effect of the title. World's Richest. World's Richest. Every time you put a product on the shelf or sell an item, no handling fee will be charged. The reason why the title is called the World's Richest, according to Gu Fan's guess, is probably because the player who can promote and purchase this permanent right for the first time is estimated to be no player in the entire Blue Star. Gu Fan was a little speechless. He didn't expect that he could become the richest man by relying on the talent of copying. But it's also normal. The real anti-Sky is the ability to combine critical strikes and copying. If Gu Fan copies a purple gold bag every day in the future, he can get 600,000 every day. Of course, his goal is definitely not this. Getting 600,000 every day is still a short-sighted goal. Before crossing over, Gu Fan had seen a blogger named Wang Luxiang when he was watching short videos on a certain audio platform. According to the Xiangdao tutorial in his short videos, business thinking, even making 1 trillion a day is very simple. Gu Fan intends to achieve that level. Then, he opened the global chat channel to see everyone's reaction. Can any player really buy this permanent level 9 promotion right? I give up. I was planning to save up 1 million to buy it, but it was sold on the first day. The above, are you stupid? How long does it take to save up 1 million? I feel like there is something insider about this. How could someone get 1 million on the first day of the block coin issuance? I agree. This must be a bug in the card system, or it must be cheating. Which good person has 1 million supplies? Protest, we want to protest. Wait, is this Team Gu Fan's team? Aren't they the team with the strongest combat power? If you don't tell me, I don't know. If they are the team with the strongest combat power, if they can sell 4 or 5 diamond quality equipment, 1 million is not difficult. Will the combat power not drop in this way? I saw that their combat power is still the first, so what's the drop? So, this team with the strongest combat power has equipment above diamond? Looking at everyone's wrong guesses, Xia Shulan couldn't help but laugh. Hubby, these people can't imagine that you have the bug ability to copy. It doesn't matter, ignore them. We can try to send the first trading post. Gu Fan chose to edit, and sent a piece of gold equipment. The name of the gold equipment is Tianheng Sword, which is simple and crude, and can increase 250 points of attack. Compared with the previous Frost Sword, it is almost 2 or 3 times higher. Of course, the Frost Sword is also excellent. It has its own skills, and it also has the effect of ice and snow buff, which can cause a critical hit. Soon, Gu Fan sent out the first post. And it was in the form of an auction. Gold inferior weapon, Tianheng Sword. Increase 250 points of attack. Sold in the form of an auction, the reserve price is 7,000 square coins. Each increase is not less than 100 square coins, and the duration is 2 hours. After Gu Fan sent it out, almost all the players who were browsing the trading market now got a pop-up window, and then a trading post from Tianheng Sword appeared at the top. I don't know how far away it is. In a sky villa also made of quartz blocks. A sexy woman was selecting things she wanted to buy in the trading market. As a result, she heard the broadcast beside her ear, and the pop-up of the Tianheng Sword trading post. Her eyes flashed with surprise, and then a strong sense of pride. Husband, Feiner and Shulan are really promising. Look at the battle power list and the current trading posts. Really? Let me see. A handsome man in a coat came to the woman's side, and then saw the information of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Yes, these two people are Jiang Ming and Gu Yuner. Chapter 145. Not bad, Feiner and his friends have really made progress. Jiang Ming also praised, I was originally worried about whether Feiner, who had no parents since childhood, could adapt to this cruel world after traveling through time. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Such high-damage equipment can be sold as soon as you say it. You are really worthy of being my nephew. Gu Yuner's pretty face flashed with surprise. Afterwards, Gu Yuner tried to contact Gu Fan and the others. It's not that she had not contacted them before, but either the news fell into the sea or she could not contact them. This is understandable. Jiang Ming and Gu Yuner have always been a dink family and have never raised children. So, the two cherished the children of Gu Yuner's elder brother very much. Especially because Gu Yuner's elder brother died young. so the two almost treated Gu Fan as their own son. However, luck seemed to favor Gu Fan this time. Gu Fan had just sent out the transaction post. He saw a private message from Gu Yuner. Xia Shulan's eyes also flashed with surprise. As a counselor, Gu Yuner also took care of Xia Shulan in college life. Even though Xia Shulan was not a college student cadre, those who understand know that in college life, with the care of counselors, life must be very smooth, whether it is evaluation of excellence or joining the party. At that time, Xia Shulan did not understand. Now think about it. Gu Yuner probably tried every means to match the two of them. Husband, is it our aunt? Gu Fan nodded. His expression was also a little excited. Gu Yuner, is it Fanner and Shulan? Gu Fan, aunt, it's me. Are you doing well during this period? Gu Yuner, of course, you forgot that your uncle and I were ranked well in the region before, and we were lucky, and we both awakened our talents. My talent is A-level super critical hit, and the critical hit force is higher than the attack caused by other players. Other players have 200%, and I have 250% critical hit force. At the same time, the probability of causing critical hit force in each attack is as high as 50%. Then, Gu Yuner talked about Jiang Ming, Gu Fan's uncle's talent. Jiang Ming is a university professor, and he also provided Gu Fan with tuition and living expenses since he was a child. For Gu Fan, he is like a father. Jiang Ming's talent is more economical, which is A-level daily blocks, and he can get 100 random blocks every day. So far, Jiang Ming has relied on his talent to get a set of diamond equipment and a set of hematite equipment for free, and built a large villa. The platform base looks similar to Gu Fan, but it is much smaller than Gu Fan's. This is also normal. Although Jiang Ming can get 100 blocks every day, he is still far behind Gu Fan and the others. Gu Fan also told the two elders about his and Xia Shulan's talents. He also added them as friends. Unfortunately, he couldn't find out the location of both parties, unless they knew each other's coordinates. Therefore, most of the cooperating player teams now either met randomly and cooperated together, or they cooperated online. Afterwards, Gu Fan sent a large amount of food, materials, and several platinum-level equipment, and also gave the copied flame crossbow and an extra purple gold universe bag to Gu Yuner. With these things, it is not certain that they will be invincible, but the survival rate can be greatly increased. Alas, why didn't my parents contact us? Xia Shulan kept swiping through the players, who sent private messages to the two through the trading post, but she didn't see her parents. Xia Shulan was also a little anxious. Baby, don't worry, your parents will definitely survive safely. Gu Fan hurriedly comforted her. Soon, 2 hours passed. The auction result of Tianheng's sword finally came out. It was worth more than selling it to the system. The price given by the game system was 7,500 cube coins. But Gu Fan sold it for 10,000 yuan. This also proves that the real value of equipment items is higher than selling it to the system. Of course, Gu Fan doesn't need to pay the handling fee, so he made a lot of money. Afterwards, Gu Fan took another look at the chat channel and the chat content below the trading post. There is no doubt that they were all compliments to the two. Gu Fan put a lot of equipment on the shelves again, and sold all the equipment he had previously looted on the Dead Silence Island. At night, Gu Fan and his partner's small treasury also reached more than 300,000 square coins. If they sold it to the system, there would definitely not be so many. This is enough to earn tens of thousands of square coins. Moreover, it is estimated that there is also a brand effect. Why? This is the equipment used by the top battle force, so this added value must be considerable. This is the effect of the permanent 9th level promotion. It is estimated that it will pay back in a few months. Afterwards, Gu Fan posted another trading post. It was a post for purchasing energy cores. Of course, there are also water attribute spirits, ice attribute spirits, and other things that Gu Fan needs. These are not available in the block mall, and need to be purchased on the trading post at a slightly premium. As expected, even the post for purchase was pinned on the trading market. With the help of hundreds of millions of players around the world, Gu Fan spent about 100,000 square coins to buy 100 energy cores. As for the post for purchasing spirit essence, no one has given a price yet, probably because not enough people have seen it, and not many people have it. Adding the energy cores accumulated previously, Gu Fan spent tens of thousands of square coins to make the number of energy cores up to 200. Upgrading a level 1 fishing rod to a level 2 fishing rod costs 1 energy core. And from level 2 to level 3, it costs 10. From level 3 to level 4, it costs 100. After Gu Fan upgraded to a level 4 fishing rod, as expected, he needed 1,000 energy cores to reach level 5. That means more than 1 million square coins to reach level 5. However, there are still new things in the level 4 square. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan both gained some luck points. Gu Fan did not hesitate and directly added points to the highest level. From -3 to 22 to -3 to 23, Xia Shuan was very hesitant. She didn't know which direction to add points to. Miscellaneous fish husband, please help me choose, should I add points to the lower limit of -60 or the upper limit of 100? Gu Fan thought for a while. Add points to the upper limit of 100, -60 and -59 are both unlucky, and if it is the upper limit of 101, maybe it will be better when you are lucky. Xia Shuan nodded, so her luck value came to -60 to 101. However, a new report appeared in Gu Fan's ear again. The attribute point of the 4th level fishing rod is detected as physical strength, and the player Gu Fan has obtained the physical strength value. Do you want to change it to other rare values? Chapter 146. Faced with this situation, Gu Fan of course chose to change. The value that should have been materialized was physical strength. But physical strength is already available. Fortunately, the game system is fair enough to replace it with other attribute values. Choose to change. Change successfully. Congratulations to Gu Fan for obtaining a new value of critical multiplier. The initial value of critical multiplier is 200% at the same time. Xia Shuan also chose to change. The new value she obtained is also critical multiplier. At the same time, the number of fishing rods for both of them increased from 20 to 25. Added together, it is 50 times. In fact, this increase is still very small. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan, the level of players, have less and less demand for fishing supplies. But for ordinary players, the number of fishing also represents the speed of development. Because the probability of most ordinary players encountering special sky islands is touching. In addition, they dare not touch the dangerous creatures on ordinary sky islands, and only dare to search for some supplies on the edge. For ordinary people, the resources brought by fishing are more important. However, for Gu Fan and Xia Shuan, the benefits of upgrading the fishing rod are more about the embodiment of special values and adding points. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan took another look at what they can get after upgrading to level 5. Although the conditions are very high, 1,000 energy cores are required. But after upgrading to level 5, you can get 2 points of luck value. And get 20 points of percentage, the blessing of critical multiplier. In other words, after the fishing rod is upgraded to level 5, Gu Fan's critical multiplier will be upgraded from 200% to 220%. At the same time, a cloud floated over from the side. Slightly above the cloud, Gu Fan took out the driving cube and placed it on the platform. Then he raised the platform. Xia Shuan went fishing. Attribute Cloud. Fishing successfully. Get 5% more critical hit rate, then Gu Fan fished again. Fishing successfully. Get 7 more stamina. The two looked at each other and felt how important it was to materialize the values. For example, when fishing before, even if you encountered attribute clouds, you could only fish for the 4 basic items: health, attack, defense, and speed. Or any attribute point, but the probability of any attribute point is very small, and it can't add points to luck. But now after luck, stamina, mental strength, and critical hit rate materialize, fishing attribute clouds can also fish for these 4 items. In other words, for Gu Fan and the others, the upgrade of the fishing rod is more important to these materialized values, so that they can fish for these values and increase these rare values. Then, the two continued to fiddle with the new game system. Gu Fan kept putting unnecessary things on the shelves, and some food and water resources. Although most people can buy food and water resources on the Cube Mall. But after all, Gu Fan's things have a brand effect. In addition, the price is the same as the Cube Mall, and you can buy specific things. For example, the random food in the Cube Mall is 1 cube coin. But the random food purchased in the Cube Mall, whether it is bread, bento, or other food, depends on luck. Some people don't like to eat bread, but like to eat rice. Some people don't like to eat rice, but like to eat fruit. But Gu Fan stock, rice, fruit, everything is available. The resources of the Savage Sky Island are abundant, with the resources of 18 tribes. Therefore, compared with the Block Mall, more people are willing to buy the rice, bananas, apples, watermelon, cabbage, etc. that Gu Fan puts on the shelves. All of them are 1 block coin. Especially watermelon. Yin people love to eat watermelon, and the price of watermelon is also cheap, so Gu Fan stock is being consumed rapidly. At the same time, the block coins are increasing. Then, after selling about 500 portions of food and 5,000 portions of water in total, Gu Fan stopped putting it on the shelves. There is no way, after all, their resources are limited. In addition to the water resources, because the Snow Clan Sky Island is almost endless, the food resources are not as much as imagined. But soon, Gu Fan realized a problem. That is, the cube coins earned from selling food are actually not as good as a piece of gold equipment. The two discussed that in the future, food and water resources, as well as basic resources such as cubes, will not need to be sold. It is better to copy more than 1% of a purple gold bag every day. After the discussion, Gu Fan bought a large number of quartz cubes on the Cube Mall again, preparing to repair his airship. However, at this time, the appearance of an island appeared in front of him. Xia Shulan's face flashed with surprise. This is the first time they have encountered an island since leaving the Dead Silence Island. I just don't know if it is an island in this area or in other areas, but it doesn't matter. Now it has been integrated for a long time, and the islands in the area should be the same. At the same time, a base that looked like a large ship appeared in front of him. It seemed that Gu Fan and his partner were going to land on this new Sky Island with other players. Gu Fan could only put down his work first. Compared to such a small matter as construction, of course, landing on the Sky Island to plunder new resources was more important. At the same time, on the deck of the large sky ship made of wooden blocks in front, a young man in short-sleeved shorts was at the front, with a sharp look in his eyes, and at the same time, a golden light was faintly emanating from his whole body. Just as the young man was about to check the information of the new Sky Island, a burly man came behind him. "Boss, there is a large ship made of quartz blocks behind us. It seems to be slightly smaller than ours, but that quartz block, it is obvious that the players behind us have at least 5-digit block coins and assets," the man said with a hint of fear on his face. The young man quickly turned around and took the telescope handed to him by the man. Looking back, it was exactly as the big man said. A huge quartz ship was coming from behind. There were only 2 players above, a standard pair of a man and a woman. At this time, the cute and sexy female player was sitting on a chair holding something like a steering wheel. The male player behind was playing with the female player's ponytails, behaving very intimately, and the distance between the two seemed to be getting closer and closer. Seeing this scene, the young man's face changed immediately. "Quick, get out of the way, make way for the quartz ship behind." However, it may be that he felt that he was more efficient. The young man came to the tail of the wooden boat and placed a propeller on the right side of the wooden boat. At the same time, while the wooden boat was attracted by the Sky Island in front, it was also moving to the left to make way for Gu Fan and the other 2 behind. At the same time, other players also came out from the deck. There were 2 men and 3 women among them. It can be seen that this is a large team composed of 3 teams. One of the female players was tall and thin, with an ordinary figure, but her face was extremely beautiful, even stunning. After learning what happened, she took the big man's telescope and looked in the direction of Gu Fan. After seeing the face of the sexy and cute girl in front of Gu Fan, her pupil shrank immediately. Why is it her? Chapter 147. As soon as the words fell, a complex expression flashed across the face of the tall and thin woman, followed by resentment. It seemed as if she had some deep hatred with Xia Shulan. "Lin Qi, what's going on? Do you know them? If you do you think there is any way to get these 2 big guys to join us?" the young man said with shining eyes. "You know, there are probably not many teams in the world that can build such a huge quartz cube. There are not many teams in the world." A terrible guess appeared in Lin Qi's mind. She looked at the equipment and clothes of the 2 people through the telescope again. I saw that although Xia Shulan was petite, she had changed into a black coat that looked extremely mysterious. At the same time, she also carried a fiery red crossbow on her back. In her hand was a big magic wand taller than her head. Damn it, this damn lowly, this cheap lowly, could it be that she has become the world's #1? And the man behind her, could it be Gu Fan? This damn lowly really deserves to die. Lin Qi gritted her teeth. She is also a freshman, but because her grades are not very good, she is only a junior college student. And that Xia Shulan was her former high school classmate, and also her desk mate. When she thought of the bad things Xia Shulan had done, Lin Qi wanted to slap this stupid lowly to death. The 2 of them had more or less contact after they went to college. Now, after the national travel, Lin Qi saw that Xia Shulan was currently developing so well, and she was even more mediocre, ranking only above the middle, which made Lin Qi even more unhappy, and she felt like the sky was falling. There is a saying, "Lin Qi hopes, that all the relatives and friends she knows can survive and live well. But I don't want them to live better than me. And they are much better. They have become the best in the world. Lin Chi's back teeth were broken, and he said angrily, I don't know. I saw it wrong. At the same time, as the wooden ship in front avoided, the sky island in front became more and more obvious. I didn't expect this group of scum to be so sensible. They are still using wooden boards to expand the base platform. It's too low. Xiaoshuan mocked. Then, Gu Fan and the others took advantage of them not running far away and used telescopes to check. It doesn't matter if they look at it. Xiaoshuan exclaimed twice, damn, how could it be her? Looking at the lowly in his arms startled, Gu Fan was a little curious. It was probably an acquaintance of Xiaoshuan. But the two were not high school classmates before, so after checking, Gu Fan didn't recognize who it was. Instead, he saw a tall woman whose appearance and figure were far inferior to his good boy. Her expression was angry, as if someone owed her millions. My dear, who is it? Xiaoshuan's mouth twitched, and she said unconfidently, Ahem, you bastard husband. Do you still remember the school bully I told you about? School bully? Gu Fan was stunned for a moment before he finally remembered. You're talking about the threefold one, right? Xiaoshuan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and at the same time, an embarrassed look appeared on her face. Don't look at Xiaoshuan as cute and sexy, but in comparison, Xiaoshuan's characteristic is that she is more crazy. If cuteness and sexiness are both full marks of 100, then crazy can get a full 1,000 points. No one knows what's in this little thing's mind. It's said that women are made of water, so the water storage in Xiaoshuan's body must be in her head. But according to what she said, after entering college, she became more restrained. It's hard to imagine how interesting Xiaoshuan was in high school. But the eyes of the beholder are always beautiful. Although Xiaoshuan is very interesting in Gu Fan's eyes, it's different in the eyes of others. A real female ghost. Forget it, forget about her, and forget about the slap she gave me before. I'm generous, huh? Xiaoshuan hugged her chest and shook her head. Maybe Lin Chi was also looking at Xiaoshuan through a telescope. Looking at Xiaoshuan's iconic familiar movements, Lin Chi was angry and jealous. Lin Chi, you two don't have a grudge, right? For example, you cheated on that guy, and now everyone has traveled through time, he has awakened a powerful talent, and now you regret it? The young man may have read too many novels on Tomato, and blurted out directly. Zhou Jun, are you stupid, idiot? I am your first love girlfriend, how can you say that? Who knows? The young man shrugged his shoulders, his eyes shining, and his mind had already thought of the subsequent face-slapping plot. Ahem, Sister Lin, Boss Zhou, the base is getting closer and closer to the Sky Island. Let's be careful, and don't quarrel first. Who knows if the two opponents will attack us? The player on the side hurriedly persuaded. Zhou Jun nodded, and his expression became normal. That makes sense. After landing on the Sky Island, take all the valuables with you. If the two sides are close enough, then go in the opposite direction immediately after landing on the island. Why? A player asked curiously. It's very simple. The struggle between players comes from mutual distrust. If we don't go out and stay in the base, what if the other party thinks we want to steal our home? Zhou Jun explained. I see. But we walk too fast. What if they steal our things? What should we do? Cold. If you want to survive, just do what I say. I just tried to detect the information of two players. Because of the revision of the detection function, players can also detect but need coins. Guess what? The male player needs at least 100,000 coins to detect, and the female player needs at least 80,000 coins to detect. If we continue to add up, it will barely exceed 1,000. How can we fight? At the same time, Gu Fan also spent about 50 coins to detect Zhou Jun's information. Zhou Jun's strength is very average, even worse than the players on the Dead and Silence Island before. If it is to detect the information of creatures, whether they are players or not, the strength gap and combat power gap are the standards for price customization. For example, if the two sides have the same strength, the price of the investigation is the standard 1,000 square coins. If the gap between the two sides is too big, the strong one only needs 2 or 3 digits to investigate the weak one. The weak one may investigate the strong one with 5 or 6 digits. If it is an item, it depends on the quality. Of course, the investigation function is also divided into rough and detailed. If it is rough, the price will be more than half cheaper. In any case, with the emergence of the investigation function, you can also roughly understand the gap between yourself and the other party, which is much more convenient. In short, everyone, if you want to survive, you must lower your posture. If necessary, even if you give all your things to the other party, it is not a bad idea. Zhou Jun commanded calmly. Lin Qi on the side also shut up and stopped bickering. Although Zhou Jun's personality is also very jumpy, it is better than Xia Shulan before. And Lin Qi also wanted to say that Xia Shulan should not be such a robber. But thinking of what she did before, she began to feel unconfident. We're almost there, Gu Fan said calmly, as the quartz ship landed steadily on the sea of clouds of New Sky Island. The system notification sounded beside his ears. Chapter 148. Arrival at Sandy Sky Island area, 29,536 square kilometers. Duration of stay, 10 days. During the 10 days, the location of the quartz ship will continue to guide the location during the landing period. Please return to the quartz ship 3 days before. Teams landing on Sandy Sky Island, 9. Different from the previous Sky Island broadcast, there are 2 changes. The first point is that the name of the platform has been changed to Quartz Ship. Yes, the current base is indeed more like a ship than a platform. The second point, which is different from the previous one, is that the number of teams landing on Sandy Sky Island was broadcast again this time. If the 6 players next to it are included, that is, 3 teams, there are now a total of 4 teams known. There are 5 teams that are likely to land on other beaches. The area of this Sandy Sky Island is also very large, nearly 30,000 square kilometers. The login time is also 10 days. Sand Sky Island, is there a monster with sand on it? Xia Shulan asked curiously, but the next moment, she sneezed several times. At the same time, before reaching the beach at the edge of the Sky Island, the dust in the air was getting more and more, and every time she breathed, she felt a little uncomfortable in her throat. Xia Shulan quickly drank a sip of water to moisten her throat. It seems that this Sand Sky Island is not simple. It has become difficult to breathe. Gu Fan hurriedly checked the cube mall or the trading platform to see if there were dust masks or gas masks. After all, before reaching the beach, the air on the Sand Sky Island has obviously deteriorated, and there is countless dust in the air. Therefore, once you reach the top of the island and the center of the island, the density of sand and dust is estimated to be even greater. It can only be said that according to Gu Fan's analysis, dust masks are essential items for landing on the Sand Sky Island. However, the block mall is very simple, and there is nothing else except some of the ones I saw before. Gu Fan can only search on the platform. However, because all areas are integrated, 1 billion players fish every day, and the things they get are strange and weird. Naturally, some people sell unnecessary things in order to get block coins. Gu Fan bought 4 masks. 2 dust masks and 2 gas masks. Each mask costs several hundred block coins. This is also normal. The introduction of the dust mask seems to have a powerful effect. Gu Fan personally put on the dust mask for Xiao Shulan, and put it on himself. The two looked at each other, and laughed at each other's funny appearance. The dust mask covers the whole face, which can also prevent sand from entering the eyes. Oh, what a pity! Xia Shulan's soft voice came from the dust mask. Because of the mask, Xia Shulan's voice was a little muffled. What a pity! Gu Fan asked curiously. It's a pity that we can't kiss with the dust mask on. You can't kiss me secretly on the Sky Island. Xia Shulan narrowed her eyes, and said meanly. You know, the two of them don't care about the occasion when they show off their love. Basically, they do whatever they want. Wearing a dust mask can also prevent Gu Fan from doing bad things. Who would have thought that Gu Fan would easily move the mask up slightly, peck Xia Shulan's pink cheek, and then put the mask back on? Isn't this easy? Xiao Shulan, you are not saying this to attract my attention, are you? Gu Fan deliberately said in Xia Shulan's ear with a low bubbling sound. Xia Shulan wanted to refute, but she was enjoying Gu Fan's bubbling sound, and Gu Fan's breath blew on Xia Shulan's earlobe from time to time. This feeling quickly made her cheeks red, and she could only push Gu Fan with her little hand to show her modesty. Soon, the quartz ship crossed the sea of clouds, and was firmly embedded in the sand on the beach. At the same time, because of the propeller, the wooden ship next door was getting farther and farther away. It was obvious that the other party did not want to conflict with Gu Fan. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were of course the same. Under normal circumstances, as long as people did not offend them, they would not take the initiative to cause trouble to others. Of course, if it was a situation like the Dead Silence Island, where the rules clearly stated that only one team could survive, Gu Fan would definitely fight, all for his own interests. Afterwards, Gu Fan thought about it, and decided to let the Lion Tiger Beast, the Dead Man Lucian, and the puppet stay to look after the house. As for the dead snow girl, she used the pet ball to take 2 elves and followed the 2 people. Because the speed of the dead snow girl is not low, and she is a 2nd level forbidden strongman, her strength should not be underestimated. In addition, her freezing control ability is still very powerful, and the high damage of 700 points is enough to push all kinds of minions. As for the dead man Lucian, although he has the blessing of thunder and lightning, but his speed is not as good as the dead snow girl, so naturally there is nothing to say, it is better to stay in the big ship. However, if there is a place where he can be used, Gufan will let him come out to find himself. It wouldn't take too much time for the dead man Lucian to reach him at his fastest speed of 297. After crossing the beach, Gufan and the others seemed to have come to a new place. Unlike the previous forests and snowy mountains, this was a barren land with yellow sand all over the land, as if there were no resources at all. Gufan took out a diamond pickaxe and dug the desert on the ground. Get gravel blocks. Get gravel blocks. Get rock blocks. The bottom of the gravel blocks was rock blocks, and the entire huge sky island seemed to be made of sand. Damn, there's nothing here. Xia Shulan kicked the sand in front of her with her little feet and said speechlessly, "This place gives me a bad feeling." The dead snow girl had a weak expression on her face. Gufan realized that most of the entire sand sky island was desert. And from the sea of clouds to the desert, Gufan didn't feel the heat. This was because there was a snow girl emitting cold air behind him. Under the help of the snow girl, Gufan lived comfortably in the scorching sun and the hot desert. "It seems that, snow girl, it was right to bring you here," Gufan said with a chuckle. The silent snow girl was speechless for a while, and could only silently deliver cold air to the 2 masters to solve the heat brought by the big sun and the big desert. Keep going deeper. If there are signs of creatures or natives, we can find out the good things of the whole sky island, Xia Shulan said hurriedly. The 2 drove at a speed of about 200 or 300 yards, and soon came to the more central area. Although there was nothing but yellow sand here, Xia Shulan even used the previous method, which was to dig a tunnel to see if there was any treasure or something, but unfortunately no tunnel was found. There was nothing else except digging through the yellow sand and rocks. Of course, it might also be because it was not deep enough. But instead of spending time on mining, it is better to find the local natives and then negotiate. If it is a native island like the Savage Sky Island or the Snow Clan Sky Island, which are extremely xenophobic, then it is very simple, just have a refreshing blitzkrieg. If it is an island that is friendly to outsiders, that is, a sky island that is relatively friendly to players, then it is another matter. However, so far, the sky islands that Gufan has experienced are all extremely xenophobic. For example, the Savage Sky Island that likes to eat people, and the Snow Clan Sky Island that likes to transform people into snow monsters. Thinking of this, Gufan took another look at the snow girl, who was obediently delivering cold air. Chapter 149. At the same time, on the other side, Linchi actually wanted to contact Gu and Xia. Of course, that was based on the fact that both sides were about the same strength. But now it seems that staying away from Gufan and Xia Shulan is the right choice. Not to mention that Xia Shulan did a lot of bad things. If she were to rob them again, it would be even harder for them, the middle-level players, who were struggling to survive. Linchi, are you saying that you were high school classmates and enemies? Zhou Jun asked curiously. Linchi nodded, and finally she told the other players about what happened before. Then, the other players looked at Linchi with pitiful eyes. No, Linchi, you have a good temper, right? I remember that the price of the 3-folding machine was close to 30,000. Zhou Jun said in amazement. Forget about her. This happened in the past. Things have changed now. Even if she still owes me a lot of money, I can't ask her for it. Linchi sighed. That short girl looked cute, but I didn't expect her to have such a bad personality. You can't judge a person by his appearance. The sturdy man shook his head, looking terrified. Just as the few people were exploring the desert and chatting, a dozen lizards suddenly emerged from the sand. Then they attacked the few people. Damn, it's a monster with 500 HP. How could this happen? This monster has an attack power of 150 points. The whole team of 6 was in a panic. Under the siege of a dozen lizards, 2 people lost their lives. The remaining 4 were tied up and escorted to a place. As for the fact that Gufan and Xia Shulan had experienced this place first, but were not attacked. Those who understand understand. 2 people holding a mysterious and powerful staff, and a powerful monster emitting 2 forbidden things behind them, dare not attack at all. Once the 2 people and the monster have experienced it, these lizard monsters will run to other places and avoid the battle. except for Lin Chi and Zhou Jun, who were attacked. Other teams that landed on the Sand Sky Island also encountered attacks to varying degrees. On Gu Fan's side, he found some civilized villages made of sand, rocks, and wooden boards. Yes, it is a village with a large area, and there are not a few such villages. But how to say it, the area of these villages is very close to the center of the desert. I don't know what is across the desert, the border of the Sky Island, or other areas. The two don't understand. After running for so long, I have consumed a lot of physical strength. Xia Shulan suggested, "Husband, why don't we go and get in touch with the villagers here, take a break, and find out what good things there are?" The core purpose of players landing on the Sky Island is to find valuable things, or to find things that make them stronger. Other purposes, such as relaxing and traveling, or experiencing the local customs, are secondary. Gu Fan nodded, without being invisible, and walked in directly holding Xia Shulan's delicate little hand. As soon as they entered the village, a patrolling guard wearing wooden armor came to the two of them. The guard wearing wooden armor looked nervously at the two men and women wearing black coats and holding black staffs. At the same time, behind the man and woman, there was a female monster with pale skin and tall figure. The monster stared at the guard with one black and one white pupil, and the sense of oppression made the guard tremble all over his body. "You, who are you?" Looking at the nervous guard, Gu Fan tried to use a kind smile. "Don't be nervous, take a deep breath. Have you heard of outsiders? It's the human beings outside this empty island." Soon, the appearance of two people and one monster also attracted the attention of most NPCs. Many villagers and village guards gathered around. "Outsiders? Are you outsiders?" A village girl who was not tall and had only ordinary physical attributes asked in a curious tone. Obviously, she knew about outsiders. The guard at the beginning shouted hurriedly, "This is absolutely impossible. Under the rule of the Lord God, absolutely no living creature can step into the so-called Death Desert. Yes, the power of the Lord God is absolute. Any villager who wants to disobey the gods must be sacrificed." The key words are here. Lord God, Death Desert, sacrifice. Gu Fan was about to continue asking. However, the scene was noisy, with a group of villagers and NPCs chattering. Maybe it was because there were so many people. The village guards, who were trembling at first, also straightened their backs and looked at Gu Fan and the others. Gu Fan's face gradually showed impatience. He knocked the staff in his hand, and a large spider web cracked on the whole ground. At the same time, a black ball formed on the staff close to Gu Fan's height. The black mysterious ball broke away from the staff and fell accurately on a crop. Not long after, the entire 20 by 10 crop was destroyed. Under the powerful force, even the entire ground had aftermath. This strength made the faces of these villagers change. The guards also became weak in the legs. "You are too long-winded. Who can send a representative to provide me with the information I need?" Gu Fan said coldly. God, the power is no less than that of the lizard god. Yes, this is definitely the power that only gods have. The lizard god has mastered the power of sand, and the god in front of him has mastered the power of darkness. The honest villagers around began to discuss again. Then, a white-haired old man came out with a cane, and he looked at the two people with forced calmness. "Lord God, I am the village chief of Huasha village, please follow me." He lowered his head and looked very nervous. Gu Fan nodded. For these villagers, who did not threaten him, he and Xia Shulan would not do anything to them. The two people and the monster came to the village chief's house in a few steps. Compared with the wooden house and stone house built by Gu Fan before, the village chief's house has a more three-dimensional sense and a special architectural style. Chapter 150. The interior of the village chief's house is very simple, with several rows of bookshelves, as well as furnaces and blast furnaces for baking food and refining materials. At the same time, there are also two large boxes. It seems that these two large boxes contain various resources of the villagers. Gu Fan used the detection function to remotely detect the contents of the box. As a result, there are not only various foods and metal materials, but also strange black crystal stones. In addition, there are green gems that Gu Fan has never seen before. There are a full 35 emeralds. Gu Fan hurriedly identified the emeralds again. Life gem. There is a small probability of increasing one life value when taken. These life gems are things that have never been seen before, which also proves that these life gems are new things, and perhaps only these villagers have them. The honest village chief hurriedly took out some fruits and bread from the box to entertain the two. At the same time, he also looked at the dead snow girl behind Gu Fan and Xia Shulan with some fear. After all, although the dead snow girl looks like a human, with long hair, she is definitely a beauty if you don't look at her face. It's a pity that with that cold and pale face and black and white pupils, it's really a bit scary. This is my servant, don't worry, without my order, the snow girl will not attack you villagers. Gu Fan saw the fear of the village chief and explained quickly. Okay, 3 gods. The village chief nodded, then drew the curtains, and knelt down under the slightly surprised eyes of the 3 gods, please save our Huasha village. Seeing this situation, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan looked at each other, and also imagined some plots. First, the villagers mentioned lizards before. In this kind of desert landform, the probability of lizards appearing is indeed very high. Secondly, the lizards mentioned by these villagers are probably the so-called gods. I don't know if the head of this lizard is strong or not, and whether there is a way to transform it into a dead lizard, Gu Fan thought secretly while holding the big staff. Private message Xia Shuan. Husband, I guess we can take away their life gems by saving these villagers. What Xia Shuan said is not without reason. Now the biggest shortcoming of the 2 is their attribute values. Of course, this is also because they have only been in the block world for more than a month. All kinds of equipment, ability and talent are top-notch, but the most basic attributes are not very good. So no matter what method is used, these life gems need to be taken away. Tell me everything you know. Gu Fan said slowly with a blank expression. Although it is indeed touching to see an old village chief kneeling in front of him. However, if the rescue is too difficult or there is not enough reward and benefit, Gu Fan will not choose to help these villagers. To put it bluntly, the black-bellied little Shulan wanted to rob the village and run away. Soon, the village chief knelt down and told Gu Fan and the others everything. It turned out that the overlord of Sand Sky Island was not these indigenous humans, but the lizard monster clan. The lizard monster clan and the human race previously divided the world on Sand Sky Island. However, the lizard monsters grow faster, and the strength of the Lizard King has broken through to the second forbidden level. The living space of the human race was constantly suppressed, and all the strong ones, who were close to the first band, were beheaded by the lizard monsters. Only the weak humans were left, and most of them were women and children. Moreover, all humans lived in the form of villages, and were kept in captivity by the lizard monsters. The lizard monsters lived around the desert, on the periphery, and under the inner circle. The bottom of the entire desert was the real kingdom of the lizard monsters. At the same time, the real purpose of the lizard monsters, to keep humans in captivity, was very simple. First, the lizard monsters like humans very much, especially those village women. In the aesthetics of the lizard monsters, most village women could be used for reproduction. Because of the strong genes of the lizard monsters, 90% of the children born looked like lizards, and they were the future warriors of the lizard monsters. The reason for this aesthetic was also very simple. When the lizards and humans divided the Sand Sky Island. Once, on the human side, for humans committed bad things to a lizard named Komodo. Komodo was the lizard princess of that era, and she aroused the anger of all members of the lizard monster tribe. They swore to take revenge on humans, so through the evolution of generations, the lizard monster tribe's aesthetic taste for humans was subtly changed. Secondly, the taste of human boys and girls was like a delicious food for lizards. So, the lizard monster tribe began to keep humans in captivity. Wait, village chief, are you lying? If the lizard monsters really oppressed the villagers here a lot, why do you all call them gods? Xia Shuan felt sick after hearing these contents. Although she was treacherous and not a good person, she still felt sad for the villagers on this empty island. Especially these simple and honest village girls and children. Xia Shulan's heart was also filled with anger. However, anger could not solve the problem. The key was that there were also illogical reasons. Even if Xia Shuan agreed to help these villagers, she had to find out the truth of the whole matter. It's very simple, because the lizard monster started to create conflicts among the villagers after they kept us in captivity. You can see that after the lizard monsters kept us in captivity, they needed women and children, but they didn't need men. A familiar feeling appeared in Gu Fan's mind. It vaguely reminded Gu Fan of some shameful things before he crossed over. So, the lizard monsters give preferential treatment to your working men, and then oppress your village girls, women and children, thus transferring the external conflicts of your human race to the inside? Gu Fan remembered that most of the villagers, who had just talked about the lizard gods, were strong working men. That's right. I don't know about other villages, but in Huasha village, we need to sacrifice 10 women and 10 children every month. Disasters don't fall on the men of our Huasha village, so they naturally don't care too much. On the contrary, With a lot of resources, many men think that the lizard monsters are right. Can those women and children who were taken away come back? Xia Shuan asked a stupid question. The village chief still shook his head and said nothing more. Are the men in your village bloodless? Their wives and children were taken away by monsters, and they didn't stop it. Gu Fan sneered. Because they can't resist. The snow girl behind him slowly said, strength is the most fundamental issue. If it doesn't concern you, just ignore it. That's right. It's better to live than to die. This is what all the villagers think. After all, the village has a population of thousands. Only 10 women and 10 children will be affected every month. There are also quite a few women who think that instead of resisting and dying immediately, it's better to wait to be caught slowly, or at least choose to enjoy it. The village chief sighed again, and said something shocking. Chapter 151. What about you? As the village chief, this disaster won't happen to you, right? Gu Fan asked curiously. It is precisely because my wife and daughter will be randomly selected as sacrifices on the 3rd of next month that I will take the risk to ask you. Although as the village chief, I should not refuse, but when it really happens to me, I feel like the sky is falling. Of course, I can't resist. Once I resist, the lizard monster tribe can choose a new village chief in Huasha village. The village chief of Huasha village said honestly. Soon, the bedroom door was opened. A sturdy woman, holding a little girl, walked up to the two and knelt down in front of them. Looking at the kneeling villagers. Gu Fan nodded, I can try to help you, but you have to provide enough compensation. Gu Fan got to the point. The second forbidden strawman cannot be transformed by dead silence, and cannot be collected into the pocket for his own use. At the same time, these villagers also know the so-called realm, 1 forbidden, 2 forbidden. According to Gu Fan's guess, they must have a lot of good things. Although the human race on Sand Sky Island has declined, it was glorious after all. Yes, give us enough rewards, I can help you take down these lizard monsters. Xia Shuan added. 2 gods, rewards are not a problem, have you agreed? What do you want? We have bread, cabbage, and all kinds of food. The village chief hurriedly said in surprise. In his eyes, it is really worth it to exchange precious food for the help of 2 foreign gods. Food and basic materials are of no use to me. It seems that there are dozens of emeralds in your box? Gu Fan glanced at the big box next to him. For a moment, the village chief was silent. Obviously, he knew the value of the emeralds. If you are not willing to provide these emeralds, then I have nothing to say. Gu Fan stared at the village chief coldly. I understand, Lord God. The village chief sighed. Back then, when humans were glorious, they were blessed by a powerful god of the forbidden level. The foreign envoys traded with the villagers with emeralds. Now that they are in decline, they need to give the precious emeralds to the 2 outsiders. Do these 2 gods really have a chance to defeat the lizard monster? Although the village chief called the 3 people gods, he knew very well that although the 2 outsiders seemed powerful, they actually only reached the level of the forbidden level. The reason why he could seek help from these 2 outsiders was because the village chief was desperate. But after thinking about it, although the value of emeralds is high, what if the 2 people in front of him really have a way? 2 gods, if I give you more than 30 emeralds, can you save us? No, we need emeralds from the whole village, all the villages. Gu Fan shook his head. The role of life gems is obvious. Even if the probability is very low, if there are hundreds of them, it is not impossible for the naked health value to reach 4 digits during this trip to Sand Sky Island. More importantly, the health value reaches 1,000, which is very likely to be the watershed between 1 ban and 0 ban. Gu Fan's lion-like mouth surprised the village chief. This is impossible. The village chief shook his head hurriedly. This green gem is the property left to us by our ancestors. Even if I persuade a few more families to give you the green gems, it is impossible for the whole village to agree. Gu Fan sighed slightly. This village chief is really ignorant. Are some emeralds more important than saving the entire village? To be honest, Gu Fan and his men are willing to do a good deed. Maybe it's because of Gu Fan's lion mouth. The 2 kneeling mother and daughter have stood up and looked at Gu Fan with a little vigilance. Obviously, they are unwilling to agree to Gu Fan's request. The next moment, a young man's voice sounded from outside the door. Father, don't agree to the 2 robbers. I have found more suitable candidates. The door of the wooden house opened, and a young boy walked in with 2 men and women in modern jackets. The 2 men and women are obviously players from a small team. They are also covered with some blood. Obviously, they have experienced a battle. Son, how can you say that to the 2 gods? The village chief looked at Gu Fan with some fear, mainly because he had seen Gu Fan's ability with his own eyes. The staff in his hand can create a black magic ball that can swallow a large crop, which is extremely powerful. These two new outsiders are the ones we really want to follow. Look at these two bandits, they look younger than me, especially the little girl who is not even as tall as my shoulders. What real strength can she have? On the other hand, my two outsiders are truly powerful. At least they survived the attack of the outer lizard tribe. The young man's words stirred up waves in his family. What did you say? Under the attack of the outer lizard tribe, these two outsiders defeated those lizard tribes? The village chief's face flashed with joy. Because the lizard tribes outside are all brave and powerful. The outsiders who can break through the lizard tribe outside undoubtedly have the strength of a band, which is really the power of gods for mortals like them. Hearing the compliments from the village chief and the young man, the male and female team couldn't help but look at Gu Fan and the others with a proud expression. However, it may be that they found that the price of investigating Gu Fan and the others was abnormally high, and it would take nearly 5 figures. The expressions of the two people suddenly changed, from the initial pride and contempt to horror. You know, the strength of the two has completely surpassed the ordinary first band, and they are also in the top 100 on Blue Star. They think they are invincible. As a result, in such a small sand sky island, they actually encountered a team with such a big gap in strength, and the price of exploration is actually close to 10,000. How big is the gap in strength? Could it be the top 10 players? Yes, village chief, and they didn't ask for all the emeralds in our Huasha village. They are completely unlike these two robbers. Drive them out, village chief. New player team. Please don't say anything more. Their faces flushed, and they couldn't advance or retreat. A sense of crisis appeared in the hearts of the two players. You villagers are really interesting. Gu Fan grinned. Big boss. The leading male player wanted to cry, but had no tears. He knelt down quickly, and stared at Gu Fan with a face full of fear. The slightly attractive female player behind him also knelt down, and winked at Gu Fan, showing off her body, hoping that this collision would be forgiven by Gu Fan and Xia Shuan. My lords, what are you doing? With your strength, isn't it easy to deal with these two robbers? The young man asked curiously, not understanding the current situation at all. Chapter 152. Shut up. The male player slapped the village chief's son. After a while, the huge force knocked the village chief's son away, and several teeth flew out with blood foam. There was a red and swollen area on his face, and at the same time, he looked at the two new outsiders in disbelief. He had been treated to delicious food and drinks along the way, but he was beaten up until now. However, a terrible guess appeared in his mind. Xia Shulan covered her mouth and laughed secretly, and almost laughed out loud. Big boss, I didn't know it was you. These life gems are all yours, these cubes are all yours, and our lives can also be yours. The player who slapped the village chief's son away stared at Gu Fan and the others with a scared face and said, although he didn't know who Gu Fan and the others were. But the high price of intelligence exploration told him that the strength gap between the two teams was very different. Perhaps, if they really met, it would not be impossible to be killed instantly. Then he took another look at the well-made black staffs in the hands of the two people, which exuded a strong pressure. What level of weapon is this? Could it be platinum level? The male player thought secretly. Go away. Gu Fan said indifferently. As a player who knows the times, Gu Fan didn't bother to care if there was no conflict of interest. The one who keeps showing off his coquettish posture, if you twist and turn again, I will dig your eyes out. Xia Shuan stared at the female player and scolded. Gu Fan is hers. Even if the female player looked at Gu Fan and had such thoughts about Gu Fan, it would make Xia Shuan feel very uncomfortable. To describe it in 2 words, it is jealousy, and to describe it in 3 words, it is possessiveness. I was wrong, I'm sorry. The eye-catching female player quickly bowed her head and apologized. After they gave all the cube coins to Gu Fan, they all left in disgrace. Plop! Plop! The village chief, as well as the mother and daughter of the village chief's family, knelt down again, looking at Gu Fan and the others in horror. How could they have imagined that the 2 strong men who had passed the outer desert were so weak in front of Gu Fan? How could this be? The village chief's son muttered to himself. You don't need me to tell you what to do you? Gu Fan smiled kindly. Of course, Lord God, the whole village is yours now, and we will not stop you from doing anything you do. The village chief said with an awkward laugh. Not long after, the village chief summoned all the villagers to gather, and asked them to hand over all the emeralds. For the villagers, emeralds are their lives, so they naturally objected. However, after Gu Fan made an example of them, all the villagers obediently handed in their emeralds, which are life gems. Of course, These villagers seemed to only know that these emeralds were valuable, but they didn't know that their real name was life gems. A total of about 700 were collected. At the same time, several little girls came close to Xia Shulan. Maybe it was because Xia Shulan was very cute and not fierce at all, which made these little girls feel close to her naturally. Xia Shulan looked at them curiously, and realized that these girls were not yet minors, but their height was close to her, a 20-year-old lowly. For a moment, Xia Shulan's face was a little dark. Even if Gu Fan admitted that he liked her like this, Xia Shulan would still be entangled in these things. The little girl in the lead said to Xia Shulan weakly, Big sister, I'll give this to you. Can you save our mother?" Xia Shulan said quickly, "Don't worry. We will do our best after receiving your things." Xia Shulan touched the little girl's head and said gently, "Wait until all the life gems are obtained." Gu Fan found that these life gems can also be fused into blocks, called life blocks, which are also green blocks in the mouths of these villagers, and 10 are also required. Of course, life blocks do not have the effect of life gems. The effect of life gems is actually the most important. But now is not the time to take it, and I don't know if using this kind of thing that increases attribute values requires a process. How to get to the lizard monster? Gu Fan turned around and asked. The village chief was delighted and said quickly, "I'll take you there, two gods." The ignorant village chief saw that the two were willing, and he called the gods again in a flattering manner. Not long after, the village chief brought Gu Fan and Xia Shulan to an abandoned well. Because the lizard tribe is an underground kingdom, and it is very deep, it is impossible to dig from the ground, so we can only choose a ready-made passage. This abandoned well happens to be the entrance to the lizard tribe's territory, and also the entrance to our Huansha village. The village chief looked at the puzzled eyes of Gu Fan and the others and explained quickly. "I understand." Gu Fan nodded, and then the coat wrapped around him fluttered. Soon, a corrupted skeleton materialized, followed by rotten internal organs and pale and twisted skin. The dead man summoned by the dead coat appeared in front of him. This is the ability of the dead leader. It is a bit useless for combat skills, but it is most suitable for exploring the way. Soon, the dead man jumped from the well. After a relatively long time, the dead man fell into a meat pie. This strange and powerful method shocked the village chief again. The village chief looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan with awe. The woman next to Gu Fan was also wearing the same coat, so could it be that this woman also has the same ability? At the same time, the village chief also thought terribly in his heart. Soon, the feedback of the dead man before his death and his perspective told Gu Fan that this was indeed a safe pupil. Except for the spider webs that appeared from time to time in the corner, it was not a trap, but the height was a bit high. Then Gu Fan gestured to the Snow Girl of Death again. Although the height was very high, for the Snow Girl of Death, who was in the second forbidden area, even a height of 100 meters was not a threat to her. The Snow Girl of Death nodded quickly, and followed the snowman and jumped down, following its pace. At this time, Gu Fan picked up Xia Shulan. Looking down, it was indeed very high, more than dozens of meters. Below, the Snow Girl raised her head, and was still waiting for Gu Fan and the others. In the meantime, a blue lightning flashed, and the eyes of the village chief beside him were almost blinded. The blue lightning rushed straight to the bottom of the cave. Gu Fan held Xia Shulan, and came to the bottom of the abandoned well in a blink of an eye. This is a real god. The village chief knelt down again, looking at the lightning that occasionally emerged from the bottom of the cave, his eyes exuding confusion, and he sighed with fear. This stupid son, I want to beat him to death. He almost became the center of our entire village. And that woman and daughter, they were obviously saved by two gods, but they were saved by this stupid son. Alas! The village chief was almost in tears. Such a powerful strongman was willing to protect them, but they were so stupid. However, the village chief had forgotten that he actually did not trust his son when he brought two new outsiders. But fortunately, these two gods did not kill innocent people. At the same time, Xia Shulan's experience was full. Gu Fan just felt like flying in the sky and hiding in the ground. His little face was flushed, and he obviously felt very excited. My husband. It's so exciting, Xia Shulan said with a red face. Chapter 153. Xia Shulan hugged Gu Fan with an admiring look on her face, and said, Indeed, with the talent of controlling lightning, Gu Fan can almost try to fly. But he didn't try to do this when he was at the base. Mainly because he was afraid of falling. At the same time, Gu Fan also checked the physical and mental strength consumed, and both sides dropped a few points in total. I can only say that these two blue bars are worthy of my shortcomings. Gu Fan said with emotion. At the same time, Gu Fan also felt numb, and Xia Shulan, who was hugging Gu Fan, also felt numb. This is because the side effect of using lightning will make Gu Fan's body feel slightly numb. Of course, because it was only used for a short time, this numb feeling is not serious. Xia Shulan, with a ruddy face, looked at Gu Fan with a little surprise. This charming expression made Gu Fan look a little strange. Gu Fan put his fingers into the dust mask and pinched Xia Shulan's little face. I found that the other party didn't react at all, but looked at me with hazy eyes. It made me want to hold him in my arms and bully him. What's going on? Gu Fan was puzzled. Xia Shulan dear, what's wrong with you? Xia Shulan felt the tingling sensation brought by Gu Fan's body and immediately closed her eyes and enjoyed it. However, soon, she was afraid that Gu Fan would find out something, so she let go. Ahem, Gu Fan, let's keep going. Xia Shulan, what happened to you just now? Gu Fan asked curiously. It's okay. Let's go and avenge the villagers of Huasha village. Xia Shulan held Gu Fan's hand, blushing and not explaining the reason just now. Gu Fan was a little unhappy, and then secretly listened to her thoughts. Then, a smirk appeared on Gu Fan's face. He understood why. The dead snow girl led the way in front. The secret passage under the abandoned well was quite long, and the two walked for a long time. However, they soon saw a fork in the road. Several forks merged into a wide main road. However, this was not the point. Gu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw that the main road was covered with diamond or blocks. My god, is this the lizard monster tribe? Xia Shulan opened her mouth slightly, with a look of amazement. Gu Fan nodded. It seems that this lizard monster is richer than we thought. A dangerous look flashed in Gu Fan's eyes. A wooden block is about 1 coin. An iron block is 10 coins. A red iron block and a black iron block are 50 coins each. Gold blocks are more expensive, requiring 100 square coins. However, the most expensive is not gold, but diamonds. Diamond blocks require 5,000 square coins each. Among them, there are also many rare metal blocks between gold and diamonds. For example, ice crystal blocks and the like. So, in other words, these are all money. Xia Shulan's eyes also awakened the attribute of a little money grubber. She chanted quickly, and a dead man appeared in front of her. However, although the dead man in front of her still had pale skin and distorted features, he was about the same height as Xia Shulan, and he also had long hair draped over his shoulders. Xia Shulan looked like this after taking a bath, with her hair draped over her shoulders after removing her twin ponytails. Oh my god! Xia Shulan was shocked. The dead man she summoned looked like this. Gu Fan burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, the dead man you summoned is just like you, a small one. Xia Shulan, eh? She had no choice but to let the dead man pick up the diamond pickaxe and start mining here. Gu Fan wanted to summon a new dead man to help with mining. After all, 2 dead men would be more efficient. But unfortunately, the dead man summoned by the dead coat must be 1 hour apart. The duration is also 1 hour, and only 3 can be summoned a day. For a while, Gu Fan also had the idea of critically attacking the dead coat in a few days. After all, the effect of the dead coat is really good. Especially if it can be summoned permanently, it is not impossible to create a dead army. However, this depends on the critical effect. If the critical effect is not good, then forget it. However, Gu Fan remembered that he seemed to have low-level grade upgrade cards, and there are 3 of them. In this way, there is a guaranteed upgrade card that can be copied in the future, and there are 2 cards available. Thinking of this, under Xia Shulan's curious eyes, Gu Fan directly used 2 cards to upgrade his death coat from gold top quality to diamond top quality. Originally, the most powerful item was the diamond lower grade death staff. However, upgrade cards can only be used on items of quality below diamond. In this way, 2 cards can just upgrade the death coat to diamond top grade. The death coat after the change is also very powerful, but unfortunately, most of the increase is the attribute, and the powerful skill of death summoning is not strengthened much. Diamond top grade armor, Deathly Silence coat. Wearing it increases defense by 700 points, health by 900 points, and attack by 100 points. Self-contained skill, Deathly Silence summoning. You can summon 5 Deathly Silence people every day. The attributes of the Deathly Silence people will be 70% of their own when they are not wearing equipment. They can only be summoned 5 times a day. The cooling time between each summoning is 2 hours. The duration of the Deathly Silence people is 5 hours. Although the defense has increased to 700 again, the health has increased to 900, the attack power has been strengthened to 100, and the attributes are more comprehensive. The attributes, the number of summons, and the time of the deathly silence people have all been enhanced. However, the cooling time between intervals has also increased. Of course, this effect is still very powerful, especially the 900 points of defense, which is estimated to be higher than the defense of many second-level forbidden strongmen. This proves that most of the equipment of the second-level forbidden strongmen is of platinum and diamond quality, and a small number of second-level forbidden strongmen, like the Snow Girl, who have just broken through are still of gold quality. Fortunately, the cooling time of the Deathly Silence coat disappeared after the upgrade. Gu Fan summoned another Dead Silence Man, and then the big and small Dead Silence Man started mining. This looked a bit like the two of them mining when they were down and out before, with a tacit understanding. Then the two of them, and the monster continued to walk towards the diamond passage ahead. Gu Fan gave the unwanted Dead Silence coat to the Snow Girl. There was only one copy left today. Starting the day after tomorrow, equipment can be prepared for Xiao Shulan, the Snow Girl, and Lu Jin one after another. There will probably be a few more times to crit again. Gu Fan thought secretly in his heart. However, not long after they left, two teams appeared behind them. When the four saw the Dead Silence Man working, and the Dead Silence Man was holding a diamond pickaxe in his hand, and there were a few diamonds beside him, they immediately looked at each other. Chapter 154. Sister-in-law, what do you say? One of the male players asked greedily. The two dead men didn't use the cube coins to explore, but they must not be strong, especially the smaller dead man, who looked very weak. And the teammate matched by this male player was his sister-in-law. As for why his teammate was his sister-in-law, the reason was very simple. I don't know where the monster came from here, but since this monster has a treasure in his hand, we must snatch it. Another young woman with a charming look said with a smile. The young woman was wearing scanty clothes, and her snow-white skin was very dazzling. What do you say, one team against one monster? The young woman turned around and asked. We can all do it, but be careful, it's very wrong to have such a weird monster in this desert. After all, weird monsters only appear on special sky islands, which is common knowledge recognized by everyone. A slender man behind him said slowly. The two teams were not together at the beginning. Instead, after experiencing the attack of the lizard monster, they each came to a strange village. Then in the village, they learned that there was a path to the lizard monster territory in their village. Yes, they had the same idea as Gu Fan, but unlike Gu Fan, the two teams slaughtered the villagers in their respective villages and took away all their things. Even the male player, who called sister-in-law, killed several village girls before. And they were not short of food or these most basic resources, but they were pursuing the pleasure of killing the weak. There is no way. In the eyes of some players, these NPCs are just NPCs, not real people. There are even many players who share the process of killing NPCs in the chat channel. The chat content is cruel and detailed. When Gu Fan and Xia Shulan encounter such players, they will directly mark and block them to avoid polluting their eyes. And when they encounter relatively normal players accusing them in the chat channel, they will directly scold these players for meddling in other people's business and being saints. However, although most players have lives in their hands, most of them are fighting for interests, protecting themselves, or have reasons to take action. So, when the abandoned well went to the lizard monster tribe, the two teams met at a small fork in the road. Both sides found that the strength of the other party was not simple, so they cooperated temporarily. That's it, we picked that short dead man. After saying that, the young woman took out a golden long sword, tiptoed to the back of the short dead man, and then chopped it down with a sword. But this short dead man seemed to have eyes on his back. Although he was still mining, he twisted his butt and dodged the young woman's attack. The golden sword attacked the diamond mine, making a clanging sound. What's going on? The young woman was surprised. However, soon, something even more surprising came. Her next attack was dodged by the dead man. At the same time, on the other side, the other two players also attacked the tall dead man, but they also couldn't hit him. One of the players curiously used the detection on the dead man. Suddenly, his pupil shrank. How is it possible? This tall monster has a speed of more than 300 points. The dead man created by Gu Fan has 70% of Gu Fan's own attribute points. His health value is only 300 without any equipment, but the speed with the blessing of 2 talents is 450 by 70%, which is 315 points. The speed of this dead man is still so terrifying. Like their attribute points, the equipment does not pay much attention to speed, only a little over 100, and other attribute values are much better than speed. Speed alone is not better than these two dead men who can run 200 or 300 yards at full speed. Therefore, these two dead men did not sense being attacked, but just because of their speed, they brushed these players around. At the same time, Gu Fan was walking and suddenly stopped. Miscellaneous fish husband? But soon, Xia Shuan found something. In another perspective, for players were constantly attacking the little dead men they summoned. However, the little dead man seemed to be a replica of himself, twisting and turning while dodging attacks. It seems that these two dead men are really loyal to orders. They are still mighty even when they are attacked, Gu Fan said with a chuckle. Then, Gu Fan's expression turned cold. Dead men, get rid of them, Xia Shuan also said in a serious manner. At the same time, the male player who called sister-in-law and did something sorry to the village girl said irritably, I am really convinced. Are these two dead men sick? We have been attacking them, but they don't fight back. Instead, they are still looking for opportunities to mine. Isn't this looking down on us? Ajay, something is wrong. Why don't we just ignore them? The young woman felt something strange inside, and this feeling was very dangerous. What are you afraid of? As long as we can meet these two mice, who can only run, we will. Before the man named Ajay finished speaking, the short and silent man next to him stared at him coldly, and then quickly scratched him with his claws. The next moment, the power of death invaded. Warning, warning, you are infected with the power of death. If you don't receive symptomatic treatment, you will die and become a dead creature. Warning, warning. How could this happen? Ajay's eyes flashed with disbelief. At the same time, the young woman, the slender man, and his teammates were all attacked by Gu Fan's dead man. The four of them quickly used the healing potion, but the healing potion was completely useless. I'm going to kill you. Ajay looked at the short and silent man in pain, and punched it. However, the little dead man twisted again and dodged Ajay's attack. Ajay seemed to be able to feel the expression of the little dead man full of dark sarcasm. Soon, Ajay fell to the ground with a heart full of anger. In the fearful eyes of the other three, he staggered to his feet again, staring coldly at his sister-in-law who used to eat dumplings better. However, the three of them were not immune and were infected into dead people. However, since these four dead people were newly infected, they would not obey Gu Fan and Xia Shuan, but staggered around here. At the same time, Gu Fan, Xia Shuan, and the dead snow girl finally came to the end. Not far away, a huge brass door with a height of 5 meters appeared in front of them. On both sides of the brass door, there were lizard monsters wearing diamond armor, diamond helmets, and diamond tridents. The strength of these two lizard monsters is very good, with more than 500 HP and more than 100 attacks. With the trident, the attack is 200. It is hard to imagine that a little Luo has such strength. How strong must the boss behind him be? Gu Fan did not use invisibility, firstly because there would be movement after breaking the brass door, and secondly because there is no need to hide his current strength. When seeing the two people and one monster, the two lizard monsters hurriedly scolded, who dares to break into the position of the lizard monster tribe? In their eyes, humans are just food and playthings. Chapter 155. The one who wants to kill you. Looking at the two lizard monsters in front of her about to attack, Xia Shuan chuckled and knocked on the death staff. Suddenly, a huge black magic ball appeared out of thin air above, and then flew to the head of the lizard monster on the left. For a moment, the lizard monster's head was swallowed by the dark ball, and its headless body fell to the ground. The other lizard monster was shocked, but was also killed by the black ball shot by Gu Fan with the death staff. The death staff with 700 damage is simply a dimensionality reduction attack on these minions. After getting rid of the two guards, Gu Fan used the death staff to smash the brass door. Get brass X1. Get brass X1. Gu Fan ignored the prompt sound beside his ear, and pulled Xia Shuan to continue walking inside. The death snow girl rushed in front of him. As a second-level forbidden strongman, she naturally had to protect the two. My two masters, you can choose to be invisible, and I will attract most of the firepower. The snow girl knew that she was not invisible, so she could not follow the two to do bad things quietly. That's fine. If you feel something is wrong, you must tell us. Gu Fan nodded. Originally, he was planning to rush in directly. But since the snow girl chose this method, Gu Fan would certainly not refuse her kindness. Behind the brass door was a huge underground world, filled with yellow sand everywhere. Although the ground was yellow sand, the ceiling was a hard yellow substance. Gu Fan explored it a little, and found that it was actually sandstone. At the same time, there were buildings built of sandstone everywhere. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan chose to hide, and the appearance of the snow girl attracted the attention of most of the lizard monsters. Who is it? Damn, it's a monster. Don't be afraid, we are also monsters in front of humans. The lizard monsters look not much different from ordinary lizards. But there are also differences. Most lizard monsters prefer to stand like the previous guards, and use tools made by humans. They surrounded the snow girl. Everyone, don't tell me, this white female monster looks quite sexy, haha, I don't know what kind of species will be born after combining with the king. Brother, you are really hungry, don't you see the fangs in her mouth? Be careful to become a eunuch. The two lizard monsters, who were closer, did not care about the snow girl's mood and mocked directly. The snow girl looked gloomy. Although she didn't understand what these lizards were saying, she always felt that they had some bad intentions. Ice and snow. The snow girl directly released a big move. All the lizard monsters near the snow girl were frozen into ice. Then the snow girl took out the frost sword and her own ice sword and chopped the lizard monsters. To be honest, Gu Fan originally wanted to give the poison flame gun to the snow girl. The poison flame gun is stronger than the frost sword. Although the frost sword has its own skills, it is still too weak, especially the attributes, which cannot be compared with the more powerful weapons such as the poison flame gun and the dead silent staff. However, when the snow girl picked up the poison flame gun, she found that her palm was burned by the poison flame gun, and even snow water kept coming out of her hand. When seeing this scene before, Gu Fan realized that the snow girl's attributes and the poison flame gun were incompatible, so he had no choice but to give her the frost armor and frost sword. Fortunately, the snow girl is not picky. While the snow girl is fighting, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are constantly using the mind-reading skills of sight and hearing to explore intelligence information. Why are there so many outsiders in this batch? Damn it. We have previously arrested a group of 6, a group of 4, and 4 groups of 2 who broke into our captive village. This white female monster, could it be related to the outsiders who were not arrested? I know who she is. It seems that this female monster followed the 2 powerful outsiders in the 2-person team that asked the lizard captain to retreat. We let them go at that time, but they came to our side to be arrogant? The 6-person team is still in the sand prison. TSK, there is a tall and thin woman who is so beautiful. I really want to give her. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan summarized in intelligence. Among the 9 teams that landed on the Sand Sky Island, 8 teams were attacked and 5 teams were captured in the so-called sand prison. At the same time, 3 teams resisted the attack of the lizard monster. For a moment, Gu Fan seemed to understand something. In fact, they were also attacked by these lizards at the beginning. But the lizard captain should be strong, at least the ability of the first forbidden. It found that Gu Fan's team was not easy to deal with, so it chose to retreat. This can also explain why Gu Fan came to the Huasha village where he was kept in the center, and did not encounter any attacks. Not bad, you are quite sensible, right? The lizard captain. Gu Fan wanted to give him a good fortune. The good fortune of death and silence transformation. The snow girl came and killed one by one, and the powerful second forbidden strongman was enough to sweep the entire lizard monster. While the lizard monsters were attracted, Xia Shulan pulled Gu Fan's hand. Scumbag husband, these 6 people are not Lin Chi and others, right? Lin Chi is naturally the school bully, who was bullied by Xia Shulan. After all, her figure is indeed tall and thin. It's exactly the same as what a wretched lizard man thought before. Baby, do you want to say them? Gu Fan saw Xia Shulan's thoughts. Scumbag husband, do you mind? What's there to mind? Since they are your friends, it's not impossible to help them now, if you have the ability. Of course, if Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were as weak as they were at the beginning, they would definitely not choose to meddle in other people's business. TSK, this damn airport is not my friend. Xia Shulan shook her head quickly. We have the strength to do whatever we want, whether it's robbing these lizard monsters, or snatching any treasures we see, and oppressing these villagers. Or if there is enough food, give a piece of bread to the 2 children we met earlier. Since you want to rescue your friends, I certainly support you. This is the meaning of our becoming stronger. Gu Fan saw it clearly. It's just like they always want to find their parents and elders, and the purpose of becoming stronger is also this. Let's go, scumbag husband, hee, I really want to see her arrogant eyes. What will the school bully, who has been bullied by me for 3 years, think after knowing that I saved her? Xia Shulan took Gu Fan's hand and began to look for the location of the sand prison. Chapter 156. At the same time, there were 3 cells in the sand prison. The first cell was full of village girls and young women. They all had fearful eyes and trembling bodies, but some of them looked curious and even a little excited. The second cell was full of children. There was no gender distinction for children. Boys and girls had different flavors for lizard monsters. The third cell was full of outsiders, a total of 7. 3 died when they were arrested, and the rest of the outsiders were taken to this cell. At this time, Lin Chi and Zhou Jun were also tied up in this cell, and their eyes were full of fear. At this time, Lin Chi was tied up, and there was a gap on her shoulder. There were teeth marks on the edge of the gap, and blood was seeping from time to time. Zhou Jun was even worse. His entire right hand and right shoulder disappeared. A lot of blood flowed all over the ground, and his face was full of weakness. If Zhou Jun's health value was not as high as over 300, he would have bled to death long ago. Zhou Jun, are you okay? Although this couple was similar to Gu Xia in the early stage, always talking back and targeting each other, but now that the lips and teeth are cold, seeing Zhou Jun's current situation, Lin Chi has no time to think about it. I'm going to die, Lin Chi, Zhou Jun said weakly. He was full of despair. Each island is full of various dangers. This national crossing is just like hell. However, if you stay on the platform all the time, and don't go to the island to try your luck, it will not be enough to rely on the fishing supplies, and you will definitely not be able to keep up with the main force. Therefore, most of the players, no matter what, will choose to land and explore after encountering the Sky Island. It seems that our luck has run out, Lin Chi, cough cough. Zhou Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Jun. Lin Chi was filled with despair. However, soon, she gritted her teeth. If we had known earlier, we should have sold the skill fruit in exchange for strength. We have kept it all the time, and have no way to use it. The so-called skill fruit is a special item that the two had previously fished on a wooden boat. According to the introduction, a powerful skill without CD can be obtained. Those who know it know that whether it is a skill that comes with the equipment, or a dead silence transformation, there is a CD. Because there is a cooling CD, the skills are limited. Once the skills are not limited by CD, what is the difference between them and some talents? But unfortunately, the use of skill fruits requires sufficient mental power, and the mental power of the 6 partners is not up to standard. Zhou Jun moved his body, leaned his head on Lin Chi's shoulder, put his left hand around Lin Chi's shoulder, and said weakly, now that things have come to this, it's useless to say these things. Lin Chi, I'm very happy to meet you, even though you're in airport. Fuck you, damn brother Su. Lin Chi raised her eyebrows, and was about to refute, but found that Zhou Jun's breath had disappeared and his head drooped on her shoulder. At the same time, the notification sound of Zhou Jun's death appeared in her ears. For a moment, Lin Chi's pupils were dull, and her eyes were red. She hugged Zhou Jun's body, without crying or being angry, but just staring blankly. The players on the side all had a feeling of grief. For ordinary players, the national crossing is no less than a doomsday disaster. The weak ones have been eliminated long ago. The strong ones are free and easy, and have everything. The middle-level ones have the hardest time. Not only do they have to live hard, but they also have to face all kinds of pressure. Zhou Jun, rest in peace, Lin Chi said slowly. At the same time, Xia Shulan and Gu Fan just found the sand prison. After getting rid of the guards outside the sand prison, they obtained their inferior equipment and materials, and sold them to the system. The movement outside attracted the attention of the 3 caged prisoners. Gu Fan also smashed the 3 cells with his staff. Although the villagers in the first and second cells had nothing to do with Gu Fan and his team, since they had received the emeralds given by the villagers, this kind of thing that could be done easily was of course not a big deal. Although the village girls and children did not understand why the cells were broken, it did not prevent them from escaping. When the snow girl attracted most of the lizard men to besiege, these weak humans hurriedly fled outside. Several players did the same, except Lin Chi, who was still hugging Zhou Jun's body motionless. The 2 teammates on the side were still persuading Lin Chi. Lin Chi, hurry up, if you don't leave, those monsters will come. Lin Chi, the dead can't be resurrected, and Zhou Jun doesn't want you to choose to give up on yourself. Seeing that Lin Chi was still unwilling to leave, the 2 players gritted their teeth and chose to run away directly. Xia Shulan looked over curiously, and found that the reason was that her boyfriend Zhou Jun had died. Lin Chi, long time no see. Xia Shulan mourned in her heart for a moment, and then appeared from behind Lin Chi. A familiar and infuriating voice sounded behind Lin Chi. Lin Chi, who had just been persuaded to stay still, wiped her tears and looked in the direction of Xia Shulan. It's you, Xia Shulan. Lin Chi suppressed her inner sadness and said with a relaxed tone, Huh, didn't expect it? It was me, Xia Shulan, who saved you. Xia Shulan raised her head like a dragon and looked at Lin Chi with a proud look. You guys go, I won't leave. Lin Chi shook her head. But soon, she seemed to have thought of something, took out a fruit from the storage bar, and threw it to Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan took it. Lin Chi's things, don't waste it. Skill fruit. Take it to randomly obtain a special skill without cooling. The strength of the special skill depends on luck. Requirement: 200 points of mental power. Player Xia Shulan meets the requirements. Gu Fan also took it and looked at it. The result was similar to what Xia Shulan showed, but skill fruit. Player Gu Fan's spare mental power was insufficient and did not meet the requirements. At this time, Gu Fan's mouth twitched. Of course he understood why. It was nothing more than that he had too many talents and abilities. Especially the description of the skill fruit was a special skill, which was probably similar to the invisibility skill he had obtained before. You know, Gu Fan now rejects invisibility. Once invisibility is turned on, the mental pressure will be very great. He sighed slightly. This thing is indeed very powerful and can be copied, but it cannot be used by himself. But it doesn't matter. When the mental power barrier and physical strength barrier break through to a new level, Gu Fan's strength will definitely grow by leaps and bounds again. So what do you mean? Do you want to die with Zhou Jun? Gu Fan had investigated Zhou Jun before, so he naturally knew his name. He is a smart man, but unfortunately his luck is not very good. This is Gu Fan's evaluation. Well, I won't go alone. Lin Chi said softly. Forget it. How many cubes do you have? Xia Shulan asked curiously. A few thousand cubes? Lin Chi thought for a while and said, Give us all your cubes, otherwise I feel so bad. Xia Shulan smacked her lips and said darkly. Lin Chi? ? No, buddy. Gu Fan on the side twitched his mouth. He felt extremely embarrassed. Lin Chi looked gloomy and angrily at Xia Shulan. Female ghost, get out of here. Yo? I wanted to help you revive your boyfriend, but now it seems that you don't need it. Resurrection? Gu Fan frowned a little. How could they have such a powerful ability? But soon, he lowered his head and felt Zhou Jun's pulse. The pulse was still beating weakly, and Zhou Jun was still in a state of brain death. Gu Fan also knew how Xia Shulan wanted to save Zhou Jun. Well, this little darling is getting more and more evil. But I like it. Gu Fan thought secretly in his heart. However, instead of watching Zhou Jun die completely, it is better to let him survive in another way. This is also the only way. After all, there are no resurrection coins for sale in the trading market, right? Chapter 157. What did you say? Lin Chi's pupil shrank, and she looked at Xia Shulan in disbelief. Xia Shulan still has this ability? How is this possible? Resurrection is impossible. Are you serious? Lin Chi looked at Xia Shulan in a daze. But there is a price. Xia Shulan nodded and said. Lin Chi knelt down quickly, hugged Xia Shulan's calf, and cried bitterly. Xia Shulan, Sister Shulan, please save my boyfriend, even if it costs me anything. But soon, Lin Chi suddenly thought of something. Xia Shulan likes to play tricks on people. Could this be a lie, if this is really the case? Let me make it clear first, this is the reward you give me for the skill fruit, but I can't guarantee whether your boyfriend can wake up, but I can let him live by your side in another way. Xia Shulan said seriously, but it may not be impossible for him to really come back to life in the future. Everything depends on you. Xia Shulan's instructions made Lin Chi a little nervous. Sister Shulan, what price do you need me and him to pay? Let me make it clear first, if the price is too outrageous, I don't want it. After saying that, she looked at the two of them warily. Xia Shulan's mouth twitched. What does this damn airport think of itself? She quickly explained the reason. At this time, Lin Chi looked at Xia Shulan with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that Xia Shulan had such a terrible ability after just over a month of not seeing each other. A guess appeared in Lin Chi's mind. Could it be that Sister Shulan and her boyfriend spent a very strange and special Sky Island? It's not that she didn't know that only a very small number of players could pass through the special Sky Island. And once they pass through, the improvement in strength is absolutely huge. There is a saying that is circulated among players in the entire block world. Players who have passed through the special Sky Island must not be provoked. This also indirectly proves the strength of this type of players. Lin Chi hesitated for a moment and nodded. I understand. Sister Shulan, I'm not afraid, as long as there is a slight chance, please. Xia Shulan nodded, and then knocked on the deathly silence staff. While Zhou Jun's body was completely dead, the power of deathly silence transformation emerged in his body. Not long after, a force of deathly silence spread throughout his body. Gray-white ashes fell in the air. Zhou Jun's skin became pale, and his facial features became distorted and chaotic. Soon, it staggered to its feet and looked at Xia Shulan with a loyal face. From now on, she is your master, and you will always obey her. Xia Shulan pointed and ordered. The dead man Zhou Jun nodded, and then guarded around Lin Qi. Okay, you can go back. The strength of this sky island is still too much for you. Zhou Jun's strength has been greatly enhanced. It should not be a problem to protect you back to your wooden boat, Gu Fan said slowly. Okay, I know, thank you. I owe you a favor. Lin Qi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said with a firm face. She wanted to ask the two why they didn't leave, and what they were doing here. But soon, Lin Qi didn't have this idea. What else can she do, with the powerful strength of Sister Shuan and others? Before leaving, Lin Qi and Xia Shuan added a friend. Watching Lin Qi leave, Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan's slender waist. I didn't expect that you, a black-bellied little lowly, had this side. So what? She is indeed my good friend? Xia Shulan yawned. Let's go and continue to see what good things there are in this underground desert. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were about to continue shopping when they received a message from the Snow Girl. It was almost like they encountered a strong enemy and needed reinforcements. The two rushed back to the Snow Girl without stopping. This is the advantage of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. The support is very fast. I saw that there were 5 lizard monsters wearing khaki armor in front of the Snow Girl. These 5 lizard monsters were like 5 moving hills, more than 3 meters tall. Their bodies are covered with dark green scales as hard as iron, which gleam with a cold luster in the dim light, like a carefully forged shield, indestructible. Coupled with the khaki armor, the combination of the two is more than just 1+1, and the defense is extremely strong. As for the lizard monster in the lead, it is nearly 4 meters tall, with thick limbs, like a 100-year-old pine tree rooted in the ground. Muscles are tight, veins are bulging, and it contains endless explosive power. The long tail is like a heavy mace, waving it with a whirring sound of breaking wind. The khaki spear in his hand is also 3 meters high, and a sharp cold light flashes on the tip of the spear. According to Gu Fan's exploration of the cube coins, the strength of the 5 lizard monsters has reached the first span, especially the defense, which is extremely outstanding, with a full 600. Suddenly, Gu Fan's face showed a solemn look. 5-1 Forbidden Strongman. Just when Gu Fan was about to use the Dead Silence transformation, he was stopped by Xia Shulan. She kept chewing steak to restore some health points. Husband, be careful. After all, using the Dead Silence transformation requires 300 health points, and there is a pre-swing during the period. Be careful not to be attacked by a group. After saying that, Xia Shulan took out 2 purple gold Qianquan bags and threw one to Gu Fan. The risk of using the purple gold Qianquan bag is lower. Human, you are very powerful, but we are the captain of the lizard monsters, and the subordinates of the lizard king. The leading lizard monster captain spoke in human language. I am very curious. Why do you want to attack us lizard monsters? Is it to protect those weak human races? Chapter 158. Gu Fan shook his head. The human race gave us things, and your territory has resources and treasures, that's all, and it has nothing to do with the human race here. What treasures can we have? How come I don't know? The captain of the lizard monster frowned and asked. I don't know either, but since you are so powerful, you must have a lot of gold and silver treasures. After Gu Fan finished speaking, he took out the purple gold Qianquan bag and opened the bag to the captain of the lizard monster. Captain of that weird thing, if I call you, do you dare to answer? Why don't you dare to answer, weak human? What do you think of me? The lizard monster laughed loudly, his face full of ridicule. However, the next moment, a terrible suction appeared on its whole body. Its face changed drastically, and before the most powerful lizard monster captain could say anything, it was sucked into the purple gold Qianquan bag. The Snow Girl in front of him trembled and glanced at Gu Fan and the others without paying attention. Lauda. Where's Lauda? Are you blind? Lauda was sucked into the bag. Oh no, what should we do? The 4 powerful but low IQ lizard monster captains hurriedly said anxiously. Gu Fan always felt that the IQ of this group of lizard monsters was not as high as that of the Snow Girl. The Snow Girl was already very low. Could it be because these lizards did not turn into humanoid forms? Gu Fan thought secretly. Just when Xia Shulan was about to make a move, a lizard monster suddenly realized, and it narrowed its eyes, and looked at the terrible bag in Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's hands. Everyone, I understand why. Old 3, tell me what happened. Why is this happening? The man used the bag before and asked the boss if he dared to agree. That's the problem. If we don't agree to them, then nothing will happen. The lizard monster called the third brother said with a solemn oath. Die, human, you slaughtered the people of my lizard monster clan. Next, we will let you feel what it means to. The third brother rushed up, and the claws in his hand surrounded the yellow sandstorm. The next moment, the third brother was sucked into the purple gold bag in Xia Shulan's hand, with the yellow sand under the strong suction. Please join my team, smart guy. Gu Fan complained. Put away the bag containing the first brother and the third brother. Gu Fan shouted, Xiao Shulan, Xuan Nu, let's deal with one each. The other three lizard monsters changed their faces. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan kept using the dark ball of the deathly silence staff, while Xuan Nu used the ice and snow, plus the power of deathly silence to continuously erode the enemy. In less than a quarter of an hour, the three lizard monsters were lying on the ground dying. Gu Fan used deathly silence transformation on one of the lizard monsters with stronger attributes. According to their names, this lizard monster seemed to be the fifth one, and the other two lizard monsters were killed. But it was a pity that the fifth one was not upgraded to the second forbidden. Deadly Silence King Kong Lizard. Realm, first forbidden HP, 1856. Attack, 356. Defense, 859. Speed, Skills, Lizard Claw, gather yellow sand in the claws, and then claw the enemy fiercely, causing 650 damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Sandstorm, gather sand scrolls in your hand and throw them at the enemy. If you roll up the enemy, it will cause 200 points of damage, and the enemy will be controlled for 5 seconds. Cooling time, 10 minutes. This sandstorm was also used by the 3 enemy lizards in the previous battle. But unfortunately, the 3 of them only rolled up the snow girl. Xia Shulan and Gu Fan had a sense of sight and hearing, and they dodged the attack of the sandstorm directly. However, the ability of this sandstorm is still very good. Thinking of this, Gu Fan nodded with satisfaction. Although this lizard monster is not as powerful as the snow girl, it has nearly 1,000 points of equipment and its own defense, which is also a very powerful meat shield. Not to mention, there are 2 more in the Chinquan bag. Of course, because Gu Fan insists that the members of the big ship will be elite in the future, and there is no chance of cooling. So, the weakest 2 were still killed by Gu Fan. Get Diamond Lizard Skin X2. Get Yellow Sand Diamond Armor X2. Get Yellow Sand Diamond Sword X2. The quality of Diamond Armor and Diamond Sword are both Platinum level. The effect is simple and crude. There is no skill, all attributes. The function of Diamond Armor is to increase 300 points of health, 300 points of defense, and 50 points of attack. The Diamond Sword increases 600 points of attack. The former lizard skin is the material. Gu Fan put away these precious things. Then the 2 of them looked for the so-called Lizard King again, and let Lao Wu lead the way. However, Gu Fan was a little strange. Why didn't the Lizard King come out to attack Gu Fan when killing these 5 diamond lizards? Could it be that it is really like the game? The boss must be left to fight at the end? Gu Fan was very confused. But he didn't think too much. Gu Fan asked the old man who led the way, Old man, are you still conscious? Old man didn't say anything. His consciousness obviously disappeared. He would only follow the remaining memory to lead Gu Fan. This is different from the snow girl. It's not right. These 2 monsters are obviously one forbidden strongman. What's going on? Suddenly, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other, and they looked at the snow girl again. The snow girl's expression also showed a strange look. 2 masters, don't look at me. I don't know why. She was a little scared. If these 2 masters were worried about her, she would be finished. The key is that she, the snow girl, really has no ulterior motives, and she doesn't know why she is still conscious. Forget it, I guess your Snow Clan Sky Island has some secrets. If you encounter the Snow Clan Sky Island next time, you can go and see it again. Gu Fan shrugged his shoulders. The snow girl didn't say anything. She didn't miss the Snow Clan Sky Island. It's good to stay here. There are also quartz ships and ice crystal houses to live in. The key is that these 2 owners are too mysterious. Maybe there are ways to make her stronger. Not long after, Lao Wu finally found a sand gate. The sand gate is in the deepest part of the entire underground desert. As long as you open the sand gate, you can encounter the Lizard King. Husband, let's take a break. We have been running and fighting all day today. It seems that the lizard monsters here have been killed. Even if there are some left, Lao Wu and the snow girl will protect us. Xia Shulan yawned and said. Gu Fan nodded. Xia Shulan was right. His physical and mental strength is less than half. You know, he didn't use the lightning talent when fighting with the lizard captains just now. The purpose is to save physical strength as much as possible for emergency use. Of course, Gu Fan also has a killer move, that is the talent of the life pistol. Now his life is just over 1,000, and using the life pistol, one shot is 1,000 points of damage. Then, Gu Fan used wooden boards to build a simple wooden hut and took out a bed. The two looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Gu Fan calculated the number of assists. The last critical hit was given to the deadly staff, and then copied to various equipment: poisonous flame gun, flaming crossbow, black crystal pants, deadly coat, deadly staff, and the lightning talent, and 2 purple gold bags. There are 2 more times to crit. Gu Fan analyzed. Honey, have you decided which one to give the next critical hit? Gu Fan thought for a moment. The most powerful treasure chest now is the platinum treasure chest, which has never been used, but this thing depends on luck. If you want the best value for money, the death coat with a diamond top grade critical hit is the most cost effective, or the death staff with a diamond lower grade, or the skill fruit. Gu Fan analyzed. His copying is omnipotent. The only limitation is time, and it can only be copied once a day. In this regard, Gu Fan always feels that the talent of copying is completely underestimated. Perhaps, it is because the help in the early stage is not as great as other talents. Time is in a hurry. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and gently held her in his arms, and then the two of them briefly browsed the chat channel. I found that everyone was talking about the Sky Islands they encountered today. Because of the fusion of planes and regions, the Sky Islands encountered are all different. There are various Sky Islands named after elements, such as Volcano Sky Islands, Thunder Sky Islands, and Poison Sky Islands. There are also various Sky Islands named after monster races, such as the Special Sky Islands, the Ghoul Sky Islands, the Pig-Headed Human Sky Islands, etc. However, soon, Gu Fan saw a familiar name. Everyone, have you heard of the Dead Sky Island? Special Sky Island? The name looks very similar, this kind of weird type. Yes, I have a way to check the survival rate of players who landed on the Dead Sky Island. The survival rate is less than 1%. This seems to be the saddest Sky Island among all the Sky Islands. Really? Is it the same even if a big shot goes? If a big shot goes, it should be better, right? The problem lies in the matching mechanism of the Sky Island. Have you noticed that the strength of the Sky Islands you encounter each time is about the same as the average player who lands on it? Under this matching mechanism, the survival rate should be at least 30, not 50, right? Indeed, by the way, everyone, I have experienced 5 special Sky Islands. The special Sky Islands now no longer have the Battle Royale mechanism. Players can cooperate to survive together. The key is that this most difficult mechanism has been lifted. The pass rate on the Dead Sky Island is still so low, it's terrible. Damn, the above is a real big shot, who has gone through so many special Sky Islands. Let's take it one step at a time. I hope to pay a lot of money to ask for a tutorial on how to pass the Dead Sky Island. I heard that the number of players who land on the Dead Sky Island is the largest every time, and the area of the Dead Sky Island is also very large. Players who don't have a 3-digit speed will be exhausted to death. See this message. Gu Fan was hesitating whether to sell the above information on the trading market. After thinking about it, he sorted out a piece of intelligence on the Dead Sky Island, which was much more detailed than the previous player whose daughter died. Of course, it was not completely correct. Just when Gu Fan was about to upload the intelligence for sale, suddenly, a message came to his ear. It was detected that the player Gu Fan is the richest man in the world, and the only permanent 9th level promotion owner. Do you want to conduct official certification of Dead Sky Island intelligence? Choosing official certification can increase the credibility percentage and increase the trust of players. At the same time, if you choose official certification, the copyright will be in the hands of player Gu Fan. The players who bought it will not be able to give it to other players except to show it to their teammates. The new news in his ear made Gu Fan full of joy. This is a good thing. In this way, people who bought the intelligence cannot resell it, and there is also a credibility percentage. Yes. Gu Fan chose yes, and soon, the sound of the game system rang again in his ear. Game system fairing has been performed. Dead Sky Island information credibility is 78%. How could it be? Only 78%. This doesn't look good. Gu Fan thought about it, and slightly changed the content. The credibility percentage reached 80%. As for whether there would be complaints that it was not 100%, of course not, The Dead Sky Island is so big and the difficulty is so high, how can a player achieve a 100% strategy? In addition, Goofan always felt that even if he wrote down everything he knew, it would probably only be a little over 90%. After finishing these, the copyright was also settled. Goofan posted a new post, selling the information for 999 cube coins. I am Goofan, this is the information about the Dead Silent Sky Island, and I am one of the few players who have passed. The information is verified by the system, and the credibility is as high as 80%, all of which are my personal experience. As soon as the post was sent out, it immediately attracted a lot of players. It turns out that the team that passed is the world's #1 team, so it's not surprising. Yes, with this information, you can also improve your survival rate. Everyone, I plan to collect this transaction post. If I really come across it, I will definitely buy it. That makes sense, I will do the same. I am really curious about how the big guy survives such a difficult special sky island. I will buy it to see. By the way, why is the credibility not 100%? Isn't this deceiving consumers? The person above, are you stupid? Who can pass the special sky island perfectly and make a complete and accurate guide for the special sky island information? Okay, just 3 digits, that's enough. What can 3 digits do? Awesome, you don't treat money as money. Anyway, I won't buy it. There are so many players in the world, how can I meet it? Goofan just released it, and 5 players bought it. Later, more and more players bought it. Goofan's deposit is also increasing. After a brief visit to the trading market, I found that Xia Shulan in my arms had fallen asleep. Not only because of tiredness, but also because Goofan's arms were full of security. And Goofan also relaxed, drooping his chin on Xia Shulan's head, hugging her tightly, curling up in the quilt. Outside the wooden board, the snow girl leaned against the wooden door with her eyes closed, and 2 elves jumped around to lower the temperature around. Laowi was constantly patrolling, and cleaning up the few remaining lizard monsters nearby. After waking up the next day, Goofan gave the penultimate copy to the skill fruit. Although he didn't have enough mental power now, he could give it to Xia Shulan. There was another skill fruit left to continue copying. Xia Shulan took off the dust mask, peeled off the dust mask on Goofan's face, and kissed Goofan habitually. Good morning kisses, and the like are not only the requirements of the two to each other, but also the habits of the two. After the two kept each other warm, Xia Shulan ate the copied skill fruit with some anticipation. Maybe the skill fruit has not cooled down, and the mental power required is very high. After Xia Shulan ate it, she also felt confused. Chapter 159. Ding! Get a special skill, Moon Step in the Air. Moon Step in the Air. Consume some physical and mental strength, and can walk in the air. Each step will consume physical strength. If you don't step for a short period of time, you will fall. Moon Step in the Air is actually to step on the ground or air multiple times in a short period of time to gain propulsion to float and move, not to master the real flying. Xia Shulan scratched her dizzy head, and then told Goofan about the skill she got. It's Moon Step? Goofan was slightly surprised. But this is also a very practical skill. But Goofan doesn't need it. After controlling the thunder and lightning, he can fly in the air at will. For example, from the top of the abandoned well at the beginning, holding Xia Shulan in his arms, he instantly came to the deep bottom. Does this mean I can fly? Xia Shulan was a little excited, and then hurriedly stepped on the ground with her left foot and right foot, and began to step in the air. Her fleshy white silk calves kept stepping in the air until the whole person came to a height of about 3 or 4 meters. Woohoo! Xia Shulan's face was full of excitement. Although the speed was very slow now, it was a bit useless to step many times to reach a height of 3 or 4 meters. But this was also because Xia Shulan's attributes were too biased, and her attack and defense attributes were very average. It would take some time to practice while fighting in midair. At least that's what Goofan thought. Soon, he jumped up, grabbed Xia Shulan's perfectly white silk calf, and pulled her down. Xia Shulan's balance in the midair moon step was broken, and she shook a few times and fell down, and then accidentally sat on Goofan's head. Paw! Xia Shulan was not ashamed, but angrily hit Goofan's head with her fist. You stinky fish, are you poisonous? Why did you pull me down? Goofan stood up, a little embarrassed. Ahem, let's see if you can carry someone. This aerial moon step requires kicking your legs back and forth. You pulled my calf. It would be strange if you can carry you, you stinky fish. Xia Shulan said unhappily, even the word husband was omitted. This skill always feels SOSO. Why are they all auxiliary types? The previous invisibility, plus the current moon step. Gu Fan was very confused, but he didn't care too much, just thinking that Xia Shulan was unlucky. But to be honest, this skill is still useful at critical moments. For example, the reason why he was able to catch the snow girl before was that he broke into her boudoir first, and then used invisibility, so that the snow girl could not see him, avoiding a conflict with a forbidden strongman when he didn't have the purple gold universe bag. Afterwards, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan divided all the life gems when they entered the boss fight, and gave some to the snow girl. Putting aside the 900 health points of the death coat, and the 500 health points of the title, Gu Fan's naked health points increased to 650 points. Now, with the help of equipment and title, Gu Fan's health points reached 2050. Xia Shulan's naked health points reached 730 points. Obviously, this is the effect of luck. The snow girl's health points also increased by dozens of points. All the life gems were consumed. However, the enhanced death code has not been copied yet, but it doesn't matter. With the sense of sight and hearing and the moon step in the air, Xia Shulan's survivability does not need to be worried at all. After the two men and the monster strengthened themselves, Gu Fan used his staff to break the sand gate in front of him. Behind the sand gate was a wide staircase, and there was a lot of sand on the stairs. Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, the dead snow girl, and Lao Wu slowly walked down the stairs. The further down they went, the more sand there was under their feet. Not long after, Gu Fan and his companions came to a desert again. It was like the second layer of desert under the ground. Of course, this layer of desert was obviously not as big as the one above. The desert above had sand prisons, and houses made of various gravel. Most of the lizards were solved, and a few lizards escaped outside. In the center of this layer, a huge and thick sand pillar appeared in front of them. In the center of the pillar, a lizard monster wearing earth-black armor was sealed. Unlike the lizard monsters encountered before, this lizard monster was even bigger, 5 meters tall, but it had long black and beautiful hair, and seemed to be a female among the lizard monsters. The center of the pillar is made of glass. It is not surprising to have glass on such a sandy island, because there is also glass in many villages on the surface. The long-haired lizard monster soaked in the glass is a slightly green, unknown liquid. Could this be the Lizard King? Gu Fan explored it, but the exploration price of this so-called Lizard King is not expensive, and the attributes are not high. It is just an ordinary lizard monster, and it doesn't even have the 2 words in the prefix, King Kong. This made Gu Fan very confused. What kind of lizard is this, and why is it trapped in this pillar? She is my mother, named Komodo. A cold male voice sounded from the surface of the desert. The next moment, a yellow sand whirlwind appeared on the surface of the sand demon, and countless sand and dust flew around. Fortunately, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan both wore dust masks. Otherwise, they would definitely have a mouthful of sand. Xia Shulan pulled the corner of Gu Fan's clothes, feeling a little scared of this phenomenon. Gu Fan blocked her behind him, and Xue Nu and Lao Wu blocked the two of them, one in front and one behind. Suddenly, Xia Shulan's sense of security became overwhelming, and her 2 small hands tightly held Gu Fan's arms. Soon, a man with long hair, half-naked upper body, slowly emerged from the sand and from under the surface. His body was covered with sand. Unlike ordinary humans, this man's skin was full of emerald green scales, but his face had no scales, just normal human facial features, and he looked quite handsome. Looking at Gu Fan's surprised and slightly thoughtful expression, the man smiled and took out a golden broadsword, which exuded an unimaginable pressure. Yes, you are right. I am the offspring of the previous lizard monster princess, and one of the beasts on the human side, and the king of this generation of lizard monsters. Gu Fan quickly used the probe and found that the price of the probe reached 4 digits, which also proved that under the judgment of the game system, the strength of the lizard king in front of him was about the same as his own, or even stronger than his own. After all, 1000 is the standard. Soon, the information of the Lizard King appeared in Gu Fan's mind. King Kong Lizard King, killing has a high probability of obtaining a platinum treasure chest, and a small probability of obtaining a diamond treasure chest, realm. Second forbidden. HP, 4520. Attack, 860. Defense, 950. Speed, 650. Skills, Desertification. When attacked, you can choose to turn your whole body into sand, elementalization, to avoid the attack. Cooling down, 5 minutes. Desertification. Hold the enemy's body, absorb the moisture in the enemy's body, make the enemy appear shriveled and weathered to death, which takes at least 2 minutes, cooling down, 10 minutes. Sand Moon Slash. The right hand transforms into a huge sand blade, slashing the enemy, causing 1,000 points of damage, cooling down. 5 minutes. Desert Vajra Slash. Summon a large amount of sand, control the environment of the surrounding desert, and spread from the ground to form a huge sand blade, slashing the enemy to cause 3,000 points of damage, cooling down. 5 hours. Terrible Sandstorm. Consume a lot of physical strength, jump up, come to the front of the enemy, create a sandstorm with a range of 100 meters. In the center of the sandstorm will be eroded by the terrible yellow sand. The speed will drop by 80%, and 50 points of real damage will be received per second for 40 seconds. At the edge of the sandstorm, it will be under wind pressure, and will be controlled for up to 5 seconds. When the sandstorm is cast, it will be unable to move. Cooling, 3 hours. Gu Fan saw the information of the Lizard King and his mouth twitched. This horse is a second forbidden strongman. Then, Gu Fan looked at the snow girl next to him again. No, they are both second forbidden strongmen. Why is there such a big gap between the two? Gu Fan put away the staff in his hand. Let alone the nearly 1,000 points of defense. The big staff can't cause any damage at all. Just those 5 skills. Xia Shuan also saw the attribute panel set by Gu Fan, and was so surprised that her mouth opened wide, and it was not impossible to stuff a goose egg into it. Chapter 160. Looking at the shocked eyes of the two. The Lizard King's eyes were full of anger. Yes, it's exactly what you think. It's because of my mother that the grievances between the lizards and the humans have become deeper and deeper. All this is because of you humans. You humans are inhumane and have occupied my mother Komodo. If it weren't for you humans, the lizard monsters wouldn't have fallen to this point. At the end, the Lizard King's expression actually changed from anger to crying. You don't know the grievances between the two tribes in our territory from generation to generation. You only know to help your human race, you evil outsiders. The Lizard King roared. Gu Fan pretended to be calm. Although the Lizard King was a numerical monster, he was not without means to hurt him. Thunder and lightning, including the life pistol, these two trump cards have no problem dealing with the Lizard King. If it doesn't work, just give the death staff a critical hit. This is the last trump card. Gu Fan tried his best to calm down his panic. In a calm tone he said, Lizard King, what you said has nothing to do with me. How can it have nothing to do with me? Are you trying to say that we have different positions? If your mother encountered such a thing, wouldn't you be angry? The Lizard King asked angrily. The problem is very simple. I got all the resources from the human side that are useful to me. If you lizards give me enough resources, I can also help you deal with the human race. Gu Fan shrugged his shoulders. Xia Shuan asked curiously, wait, Lizard King, is there a possibility that if there were no 4 bad guys, you might not have been born? Why don't you dare to thank us humans? The snow girl covered her face and sighed. She didn't know why she felt ashamed. Gu Fan was the same, his eyebrows kept twitching. But Xia Shuan didn't seem to be wrong. The Lizard King was confused. He thought about Xia Shuan's sophistry. It seemed to make sense. He squatted on the ground, thinking about the logic. Without 4 men, Komodo would marry a powerful lizard captain or lizard warrior in the lizard tribe. And the one who was born would not be half human and half demon, so he would disappear. While Komodo's son was thinking about life, the Lizard King was thinking about life. The Snow Girl hurriedly persuaded 2 masters, why don't we leave? Even if the Lizard King figured it out, it won't let us go. We hurt its people. The breadth and strength of the Lizard King are not something we can deal with. Husband, are we going to escape? At our speed, the Lizard King can't even get our tail gas. Gu Fan shook his head. Xuan Nu, take Xiao Wu away from the scene. According to your attribute values, you will only be used as a soldier by the Lizard King in front of you. Then you. Xuan Nu, you shouldn't worry about it. Why are you worrying about it? Xia Shuan quickly pointed at Xuan Nu's nose and shouted. The Xuan Nu's persuasion came to an abrupt end, with a little resentment in her black and white eyes. However, she still brought Xiao Wu to the far side of the battlefield, of course not too far, so that they could reinforce in time and the distance would satisfy them. In fact, Gu Fan also wanted Xia Shuan to stay away. After all, it was a bit dangerous. The only means she could use to hurt the Lizard King were the poisonous flame gun and the flaming crossbow. But thinking of the title of the 2 of them being loyal to death, he had to forget it. Moreover, Xia Shuan's survivability was only higher than his own. The Lizard King also figured it out at this time. He looked at Xia Shuan with anger, human, no matter what, you must die. My mother raised me, and helped me become king. And you killed my subordinates while I was asleep. After saying that, the Lizard King gathered a sand blade in his right hand, and attacked Gu Fan. Gu Fan looked indifferent and dodged the attack of the sand blade. Be careful. However, the next moment, Xia Shulan reminded him and felt his own crisis. A flash of lightning passed by, and Gu Fan once again dodged the sudden attack of the sand blade on the ground. Gu Fan seized the opportunity, took out the life pistol, and shot the Lizard King's head. The Lizard King immediately warned of danger. Although the damage of this shot would not kill him, it would definitely seriously injure him. He quickly used sandification. When the bullet passed through his head turned into yellow sand and quickly penetrated through. You know, the strength of the life pistol increases with the higher the life. Especially now, Gu Fan is in the best condition. With the equipment title, it has a full 2050, plus a critical hit. It is more than 4,000 damage. If you are lucky, 2 shots can kill the Lizard King. Of course, once Gu Fan is injured, or the number of times he uses the life pistol increases, more than 3 times, the life pistol will become weaker and weaker. This is why the life pistol is an A-level talent. Its limitations and weaknesses are still very obvious. Although the Lizard King used the desertification, it still felt the powerful force of the shot just now. It is no exaggeration to say that this terrible shot can seriously injure itself. Chapter 161. Human, I didn't expect your weapon to be so powerful, the Lizard King said with a fearful look on his face. Xia Shulan took out the flaming crossbow and fired at the Lizard King. The crossbow, with flames, accurately hit the Lizard King's head. Although it did not cause any damage, the subsequent burning was slowly causing continuous damage. In this case, I have nothing to hold back. After saying that, the Lizard King seemed to teleport to Gu Fan. Gu Fan's pupil shrank, and he dodged away. Xia Shulan did the same. Because Gu Fan didn't know what kind of big move the Lizard King wanted to use to attack him. It has 2 big moves in total. The first one is the Desert Vajra Slash. Gu Fan's current defense is only more than 700, and because of the Deathly Silence coat, the actual defense is pitifully low. This is because Gu Fan's points are all taken into account the health value. So once hit by the Desert Vajra Slash, he will definitely die. The second is the Terrifying Sandstorm with the ability to control the field. Once you are trapped by the Terrifying Sandstorm, it will be 50 points of real damage per second. During this period, you can only run towards the edge. But the edge of the Terrifying Sandstorm will cause 5 seconds of wind pressure control. During this period, you cannot move. And no matter whether it is Gu Fan or Xia Shulan, once they are controlled by the wind pressure, they are finished. They will definitely die. So when they saw the Lizard King approaching, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan desperately retreated. Damn it! The Lizard King missed, and he just wanted to use the Terrifying Sandstorm. However, due to the distance problem, he had to give up. How could there be such a speed? They are just 2 humans who have not reached the first forbidden level. No, although the blood and chi of the flesh have not reached the first forbidden level, the coat and the weapons in their hands are definitely above the first forbidden level. For a moment, a trace of greed appeared in the eyes of the Lizard King. Human, where did all these treasures of yours come from? Give them to me, and I can keep you alive. Xia Shulan sneered. Give them to your mother. After that, she shot the crossbow at the Lizard King again. The crossbow with sparks tickled the Lizard King again. Although it did not cause much damage, Xia Shulan knew that fighting side by side with Gu Fan could provide him with high health points, and it could also attract the attention of the Lizard King. The Lizard King's face flashed with rage. He hated people insulting his mother the most, especially humans. I will kill you, bitch. The Lizard King gathered a stream of sand in his hand and rushed towards Xia Shulan. However, Xia Shulan and Gu Fan looked at each other and kicked back at a speed invisible to the naked eye, retreating 100 meters away, leaving the Lizard King in a daze at Xia Shulan's position. His face was slightly sluggish. However, in a flash, a blinding lightning flashed behind him, as if the night sky was torn open by a sharp blade, dazzling. The Lizard King looked back in astonishment, and saw Gu Fan's figure flashing behind the Lizard King like a ghost. Gu Fan stood tall, his clothes rustled, and the lightning in his hand surged wildly and gathered, and the blinding electric light seemed to tear this space apart completely. He stared at the Lizard King coldly, and the lightning flashed all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the surging lightning quickly condensed, and an extremely sturdy and majestic thunder beast appeared. Electric snakes danced wildly around it, and each electric current made a terrifying sizzling sound, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of ozone. The thunder beast opened its bloody mouth, and lightning flashed between its sharp teeth. The next moment, the thunder beast jumped high, wrapped in violent power, and slammed down on the Lizard King. The powerful force of thunder instantly enveloped the Lizard King's body. Thunder Beast. Chapter 162. In order to make the side effects less obvious, and because the number of times the lightning power was used was not too many, Gu Fan used thunder damage that was about the same as his health value, and transformed it into a beast. Soon, under the Thunder Beast's thunder attack, the Lizard King's health value dropped by about 1,000. After all, Gu Fan's health value at this time was just over 2,000, and the Lizard King's defense was close to 1,000. At the same time, a small azure current appeared on Gu Fan's body. His physical and mental strength were also consumed a little. My physical strength was consumed by about 50 points, and my mental strength was more than 70 points. The ability to control lightning consumes more physical and mental strength than I thought. Gu Fan glanced at the data panel and muttered, "Warning, the body accumulates 1 point of lightning value. When the lightning value reaches 10 points, it will cause 3 seconds of stiffness." Gu Fan's ears rang with a warning from the game system. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about this lightning value. It caused lightning damage of about the same amount as its health value, and only increased the lightning value by 1 point. In other words, Gu Fan would suffer the side effects of his lightning talent only after performing this level of damage 10 times. So, apart from physical and mental strength, the side effects of stiffness on oneself can actually be ignored. Ah! The violent electric current tore through the Lizard King's body. Just when it was attacked by the Thunder Beast and could not move, Gu Fan took the opportunity to take out the life pistol and put the pistol against its head. "Lizard King, goodbye." Just when Gu Fan pressed the firing button of the life pistol, soon, he opened his eyes wide and felt an inexplicable crisis next to his head. A burning sensation appeared next to his head. Gu Fan's pupil shrank, and he turned his head away. An armor-piercing bullet with strong kinetic energy passed through Gu Fan's ear, causing Gu Fan's eardrum to shatter directly, and the whole ear was rotten, and a severe pain came. This armor-piercing bullet obviously carried at least 4-digit damage. If Gu Fan was hit, although he might not die immediately, he would also lose his ability to move temporarily. Gu Fan looked back angrily. A man in a black robe was several hundred meters away, holding a black and futuristic sniper rifle. Seeing that one shot did not hit Gu Fan's head, he was shocked and put away the gun to escape. It seems that he was a player who landed on the Sky Island later, and when he found Gu Fan and the Lizard King fighting, he was ready to shoot Gu Fan and the Lizard King's heads together from behind Gu Fan, six them. At the same time, when the man fired, the Snow Girl started to move and ran towards the black-robed man. She held the frost sword in her hand, and her eyes were full of anger. Xia Shulan also kicked her feet and came to the air with a few air steps. After exploring and discovering the man's defense, she quickly took out the deathly silent staff and used the long-range dark magic ball directly on the sniper rifle man. Just when the dark magic ball was about to hit the black-robed man, and the Snow Girl approached the 100-meter range, a flash of light passed by, and the black-robed man disappeared on the spot by some unknown means. At the same time, the Lizard King, who had come to his senses, slashed at Gu Fan with a Desert Vidra in his hand. Gu Fan was startled, lightning flashed all over his body, and he quickly retreated again. The Desert Vidra slash, which had a damage of up to 3,000 points, would be enough to kill Gu Fan if it hit his body. However, because he was too close, and he dodged the Desert Vidra slash and fainted in his head, the Lizard King still used his strongest move again. The Lizard King was surrounded by yellow sand. It jumped up, and while Gu Fan was dodging, a yellow sand cover with a diameter of 100 meters appeared out of thin air and covered Gu Fan. Xia Shulan was no exception. She was stuck in the air and fell down quickly under the force of the wind pressure. She fell again and sat on Gu Fan's head. "Horrible sandstorm," Lizard 3 said softly, with his hands facing Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's necks, and used his skills again. Desertification. The terrifying suction came, and Xia Shulan's white and tender skin began to shrivel before it came into contact. But what shocked the Lizard King was that even in the sandstorm, Gu Fan was still faster than him. He held Xia Shulan, who was unable to move due to the wind pressure, and quickly rolled a few times on the sand, avoiding the attack of the lizard man together. After all, Xia Shulan was the only one under the sandstorm pressure. He was just inside the sandstorm, and would only be affected by the speed suppression. So Gu Fan could move, but Xia Shulan could not. Gu Fan's rhythm was completely messed up at the moment. It was all because of the sniper who suddenly appeared. The player who had that terrifying sniper was most likely a player on the list. At the same time, the Snow Girl also came to the edge of the sandstorm. Ice and snow. The snow girl inserted her hands into the sand, and the surface was covered with ice and snow. The ice and snow kept climbing, covering the whole body of the Lizard King. The powerful freezing ability completely froze the lizard man, making him unable to move at all. Gu Fan found the right time, took out the light pistol, and shot the Lizard King in the head twice. Bang! Bang! Instantly, after 2 shots, the Lizard King's head exploded, and the whole body fell to the ground, then slowly disappeared, and 2 azure boxes exploded. At the same time, the surrounding sandstorm slowly dissipated. Gu Fan fell on the sand and took a deep breath. At the same time, Xia Shulan, who was controlled, chanted for 3 seconds, Great Recovery Spell. Because of the Great Recovery Spell, the two were constantly attacked by the sandstorm, and Gu Fan's entire ear was shot off by the sniper rifle, and the deducted health points were restored by 500 points. At the same time, the Snow Elf and the Ice Elf were also jumping around the two. The Snow Elf used its skills to slowly restore the lost health of the two. The Ice Elf was a little anxious. Its ability was to increase defense, but it had been paddling just now. It was not until the bullet of the sniper rifle smashed the owner's ear that it reacted, and this battle was of no use at all. Gu Fan's ears were still aching. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the treatment of Xia Shulan and the Snow Elves. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Defeat the second forbidden strongman, Lizard King. Get Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to player Gu Fan for becoming the first player among all Blue Star players to kill the second forbidden creature. Reward Gu Fan to get 500 points of any attribute points. Reward Gu Fan to get Diamond Treasure Chest X1. Hearing the news in his ears, Gu Fan grinned. Although there were changes later, it was still worth it overall. 500 attribute points are enough to raise his and Xia Shulan's strength to a new level. At the same time, Xia Shulan also took out a lot of food, stuffed it into her mouth, and fed it to Gu Fan by the way. After the two people's health points were full, Gu Fan was full and his ears were intact again. Xia Shulan's neck skin was also intact, tender and white. I don't know if it's because of the game datization. Even if you are disabled, you can succeed by restoring your health. So, if a disabled person travels to the block world, smashes the broken limbs, and then restores his health, can he become a normal person again? Gu Fan found this and thought secretly. Husband, are you feeling better? Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan in amazement. She just saw the process of Gu Fan's ears being repaired. She pinched it with her hand, and it felt exactly the same as before. Gu Fan nodded, and quickly hugged Xia Shulan, who was watching him, and was a little frightened because of the battle, and then said seriously, the Lizard King is simply the most powerful monster I have ever encountered. It is really powerful when several skills are combined. Of course, if it weren't for the sniper, we wouldn't be so embarrassed. Gu Fan sighed. Chapter 163. A few minutes ago, at the edge of the sandy sky island, a ray of light flashed on a platform made of quartz blocks. The sniper carrying a black gun just now appeared above the platform, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The black light ball was enough to hurt himself. That was fine, the problem was the scary black and white female monster. Once he was entangled by her, he had a premonition that he would not be able to escape. Huh? Brother, you came back so soon this time? A hot woman wearing a pink jacket turned around and asked curiously. Let's go, use the thruster to leave. The sniper didn't say anything nonsense, shook his head, and put away the sniper rifle. Then, he came to the thruster and used the thruster without saying a word to let the platform leave the sandy sky island. What happened? It's been 10 days? Why are you so flustered? 6 people didn't succeed. If I'm not mistaken, the opponent is stronger than us. How is this possible? We are the top 50 players in the world. The woman was a little surprised and obviously didn't believe what the sniper said. He sighed and was about to explain what had just happened. As a result, the sound of a global announcement came to his ears. Global announcement. How is this possible? That pair is actually the world's number 1. The sniper's face changed drastically. He realized that he seemed to be in trouble. If it was the top 10 or top 5 in the world, why did they have to offend the number 1? You know, Gu Xia and his partner, who have level 9 promotion, have an extremely strong influence on the world. Anyway, since he has interfered with our battle with the Lizard King, no matter how he escapes, I will never let him go. Gu Fan said coldly. Xia Shulan nodded in agreement. Hubby, if you get shot in the head, you're done. I feel that the damage of that sniper rifle is higher than yours. Then, the snow girl went to the desert and searched for a long time. Then she found the bullet, and handed it to Gu Fan. Gu Fan spent some coins to find out the information of the bullet. Armor-piercing bullet. It's a pity that I don't know the source of this armor-piercing bullet. Gu Fan took a photo with the game system. Then he opened the trading market and posted a trading post. But it's better to say it's a trading bounty post than a trading post. Armor-piercing bullet. This is a bounty post. Everyone, when Xia Shuan and I were fighting the second forbidden monster, the Lizard King, someone attacked us, and I almost fell into the hands of that person and the Lizard King. This is a picture of a bullet. Who can help find a player who has this type of bullet? If you provide location information, you will receive 10,000 coins. If you provide important information, you will receive 50,000 coins. If you kill that player, you will receive 300,000 coins. 300,000 coins are not much, at least for Gu Fan. Gu Fan has made a lot of money selling intelligence these days. One piece of intelligence is 999 coins. There are hundreds of millions of players in the world, and thousands of players have purchased it. Although this proportion is small, Gu Fan has at least made millions of coins. Gu Fan is not sure whether it is the ability of promotion or the deterrent effect of the Dead Sky Island on players below the first ban. The chat channel was abuzz with all the talk about Gu Fan killing the second forbidden warrior and the players who offered a bounty for 6 Gu Fans when he was fighting the second forbidden warrior. Oh my god, my health just broke 400 and my defense just broke 40, and Gu Fan killed the second forbidden warrior. Too surprising, there is no one in the world who can do this, right? How powerful is the second forbidden warrior? How come I don't have any idea? It's very simple. I detected a leader-level monster from a distance before, and its health was 1960, but after the detection, it turned out to be a first forbidden warrior. Oh my god, doesn't this mean that the health of the second forbidden warrior is at least 2,000 points? Wait, didn't you notice? Gu Fan was able to kill the second forbidden warrior even when he was being attacked by that player. Moreover, being able to escape after provoking Gu Fan, it is obvious that the strength of these 6 players should not be underestimated. Details are coming. 300,000 coins? I only have over 20,000 in my bank account now. I am so greedy. Are there any more details at Gu Fan? Seeing someone asking, Gu Fan replied, being able to flash and teleport, I guess he returned to his base. He is probably not on the island now. As Gu Fan spoke, most of the players also started to discuss. However, they did not come to a conclusion. Just when Gu Fan was about to end the chat and start unpacking, suddenly, someone sent him a private message through the trading post. Boss Gu Fan, I know the basic information. Gu Fan's eyes turned cold, and he quickly opened the dialogue box. Tell me about it. The man's name was Hanli. Gu Fan looked for it, and found that he did not appear on the global rankings. He did not know if his ranking was hidden. Soon, Hanli replied, this person's name is He Xiaofeng, nicknamed Hawkeye, ranked 45th in the world. His characteristic is that he often carries a sniper rifle on his shoulder, and can teleport. I suspect it is a talent of him or his partner. He and I are from the same region, and I had a conflict with him some time ago. He Xiaofeng? Gu Fan checked the global rankings and indeed saw that he was ranked 45th in the world, which happened to be He Xiaofeng, with a combat power of just over 3,000. Gu Fan thought about it, and used the system notarization to prove whether what this person said was right. Unfortunately, this ability can only be used when selling, and it seems that no one else can use this function except himself. Soon, Gu Fan transferred him 10,000 square coins. After all, it was just rough information. Chapter 164. And it is not certain whether the news is accurate, although it is only 10,000 square coins. But Hanli was very surprised and replied excitedly, Thank you, Gu Fan. If I meet He Xiaofeng, I will tell you his whereabouts and more information. Then, Gu Fan looked at some private messages again, but did not see more useful information. Forget it, the news has been released anyway. No matter whether it is He Xiaofeng or not, the sniper will become a rat crossing the street anyway, right? Gu Fan said secretly. This is the power of the 9th level promotion. No matter what news or posts are released, most players can refresh them and buy his things, or provide supplies, provide information, etc. Xia Shulan's attention is on Gu Fan's ears. Looking at Gu Fan's intact ears, she is very surprised. Then, she stood up, hugged Gu Fan, and kissed Gu Fan's ears. At the same time, Gu Fan could also feel Xia Shulan's breath like orchid. Suddenly, Gu Fan's forehead veins popped. Whether it was this posture, Xia Shulan's movements, or the smell coming from Xia Shulan from time to time, all of them made Gu Fan think of losing his mind and then. Little bitch, you are playing with fire. Gu Fan held Xia Shulan's face and said viciously, "Heh, your head is full of stinky fish. I'm checking your ears. Do you know how sad I was when your ears were broken by a sniper bullet? If you didn't have my talent, you might have been shot in the head by Lao Lu." Xia Shulan said a little excitedly, looking very worried about Gu Fan. Seeing Xia Shulan like this, Gu Fan felt a little guilty. He had just thought of that thing, but he didn't expect Xia Shulan to be so sad. He really deserved to die. I think so. If he saw Xia Shulan's ears being broken, he would be very worried. However, Gu Fan didn't notice the cunning in Xia Shulan's eyes. Then, the two waited until their life, physical strength and spirit were completely restored. Gu Fan took out 3 diamond treasure chests, and showed 2 diamond treasure chests to Xia Shulan. Then, he gave the diamond treasure chest a critical hit. Critical hit successful. Congratulations on getting the star treasure chest. The diamond treasure chest in his hand did not disappear. At the same time, a rosewood treasure chest appeared in front of Gu Fan again. The size of the treasure chest was obviously larger than the light blue diamond treasure chest. Seeing Xia Shulan's expectant eyes, Gu Fan first put away the star treasure chest and chose to copy it tomorrow. Of course, because I need to save the number of copies for a few days, I will wait a few days after leaving the Sand Sky Island. Honey, let me open it. Xia Shulan snatched the diamond treasure chest from Gu Fan's hand with her little hand, and looked at Gu Fan with a pitiful look. Open it, you can open it. Gu Fan gave Xia Shulan the platinum treasure chest he had obtained earlier. Xia Shulan opened the 4 things together. Get any attribute point x 200. Get the weird black crystal spear blueprint x1. Get the diamond top grade skill book, Horrible Sandstorm. Use a lot of physical strength, jump up, come to the enemy, and create a sandstorm with a range of 100 meters. In the center of the sandstorm, the enemy will be eroded by the terrifying yellow sand, the speed will drop by 80%, and 50 points of real damage will be received per second for 20 seconds. At the edge of the sandstorm, you will be under wind pressure, and will be controlled for up to 3 seconds. Cooling, 24 hours. Obtain a diamond low-grade skill book, Sandification. When attacked, you can choose to turn into sand to avoid the attack you encounter. Cooling, 1 hour. Obtain a diamond medium-grade skill book, Sand Moon Slash. The right hand transforms into a huge sand blade, slashing the enemy, causing 1,000 points of damage. Since it is performed with the right hand, the damage can be superimposed with its own attack. Cooling, 20 minutes. Among them, 200 points of arbitrary attribute points are open from platinum treasure chests. The strange black crystal spear, including 3 skills, is open from 3 diamond treasure chests. Moreover, the last 2 skills are open from a diamond treasure chest. There is nothing much to say about the strange black crystal spear. The effect is average. It is estimated to be useful when you venture into the dead world in the future. These 3 skills cannot be said to be similar to those of the Lizard King. They can only be said to be exactly the same. Except for slight differences, the damage and control capabilities of the terrifying sandstorm are weakened. Moreover, the cooldown time of Horrible Sandstorm, Desertification, and Sand Moon Slash is increased. However, this is understandable. The Lizard King controls the sand element. Although his mother is indeed miserable, it is undeniable that the Lizard King is really powerful. However, even if it is weakened, it is still a powerful skill. Gu Fan is a little curious. He is very curious whether Xue Nu and Lu Xun can learn it. If possible, it is enough to teach them a Horrible Sandstorm and Desertification, and their control and survivability can be increased. However, Gu Fan's number of copies is limited. It is impossible to copy so many times for subordinates and servants. Hubby, why don't you praise me? I'm so lucky. Xia Shulan said excitedly, hugging Gu Fan and rubbing her little face against Gu Fan's chest. She was so excited that she choked and almost sprayed snot bubbles. Hey, you're a little disgusting. Gu Fan rubbed Xia Shulan's head. Although he scolded her for being disgusting, his behavior was very doting. Hee hee. Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan with an expression that said, praise me now. Seeing this, Gu Fan held Xia Shulan's hand and kissed her in the latter's curious eyes. After a long time, he let it go. You're lucky, so I'll reward your hand. Are you satisfied? Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head and said gently. Xia Shulan almost fainted. Gu Fan was so good, even better than herself. After fainting for about dozens of seconds, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan divided the attribute points equally. 700, 350 points for each person. Gu Fan added all of them to his health, hoping to get his health over 1000 as soon as possible. However, soon, Gu Fan got a prompt. Gu Fan's defense and attack are detected to be particularly weak, in order to balance his physical fitness. Please increase defense and attack to 100 points before your health can break through 1000 points. Honey, how is it? Did your health break through 1000? Xia Shuan asked curiously. Gu Fan shook his head and told the situation just now. So, he could only add 349 points of health to 650 points, and then to 999 points first. Then, 1 point of health was added to the defense. You too, it seems that according to what you call datization, the requirements for one ban are 1000 points of health, 100 points of attack, 100 points of defense, and 100 points of speed. The dead snow girl looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shuan and suddenly spoke. Well, it looks exactly as you guessed. Come to think of it, Snow Girl, it was thanks to you just now. Without you, Xiao Shuan and I might have died long ago. Gu Fan nodded and said. The terrifying desertification, even before it touched Xia Shulan's neck was shriveled. The narrow place is so small that it is easy to touch the edge of the wind pressure. Without the assistance of the Snow Girl, it is still unknown who will win or lose. Moreover, the Snow Girl did react quickly. Although Gu Fan and Xia Shuan did not ask the Snow Girl to join the battle, when the two were in danger, the Snow Girl chose to go and fight the sneak attacker. After the sneak attacker teleported away, she rushed back without stopping. On the contrary, the old five was not very powerful. I am afraid this is also the weakness of the Dead Silence. Whether it is the old five or Lu Xun, they will only rigidly complete the orders given by the master. The Snow Girl with independent consciousness is different. But, why does the Snow Girl have consciousness? It is my honor to serve the two masters. The Snow Girl of Death knelt down halfway, and although her face was still pale, she looked at the two with respect. If Gu Fan and Xia Shuan had only relied on the rules of death to order her before, she had to help them. However, through this battle, the Snow Girl also found that the two did not treat her as cannon fodder or as a purely emotionless tool, encountering a monster that she was not an opponent of. The two masters would choose to let themselves stay behind, and they chose to stand up, which shows that they also care about their own life and death. Snow Girl, you did a good job. I am very optimistic about you. Xia Shuan looked like an old man, jumped up, and patted the Snow Girl on the shoulder. Then, she added all 269 attributes to her health, reaching 999 points. The other 81 attribute points were given to attack. Finally, Xia Shulan's naked attack reached more than 100 points, which was not easy and was a little higher than Gu Fan. In terms of attack and defense, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are two weaklings. After handling all this, Gu Fan glanced at the attribute panel and found that there was no problem. Then he asked the Snow Girl to look at the 3 skill books to see if she could learn. Of course, it was not necessary for her to learn now, but to see if she could. After all, she and Xia Shulan were the most important. As a result, the Snow Girl picked up the skill book, shook her head after a moment. I'm sorry, two masters, I don't have the sign to learn. How could this be? Gu Fan frowned a little. In this case, won't the Snow Girl be able to learn it? Master, it's probably because of the different elements. I'm a snow element, and this is a skill of a sand element. The Snow Girl hesitated. Afterwards, Gu Fan asked Lao Wu to try again. But Lao Wu couldn't do it either. Ding! Only players can learn skill books. The game system suddenly took the initiative to answer Gu Fan's doubts. Gu Fan suddenly realized skill books can only be produced by mysterious systems. Although the Snow Girl and Xiao Wu can digitize the attribute panel, they are not players. Just like Lu Xun was deprived of his player identity before, Gu Fan realized how precious the identity of player is. Learn it for me, Gu Fan, so that you can copy it on my attribute panel later. Xia Shulan was ready to fight. Gu Fan first gave her Sandification and Sand Moon Slash, but not the powerful Sandstorm. After all, this is a very powerful skill, which can be used as a backup critical hit item together with the Star Glory treasure box. Of course, it is just a backup. After copying it in a few days, it can be given to Xia Shulan to learn. Who knows if the Star Glory treasure box can explode something more powerful. Xia Shulan sat cross-legged on the ground and learned these two skills. Gu Fan helped her keep watch. Looking at her cute face and sexy body, Gu Fan had the idea of going forward to do something bad. Soon, Xia Shulan finished learning the two skills. Gu Fan, you try to hit me? Xia Shulan said excitedly. The sandification she mastered can avoid all damage, so she wanted to try the strength of this sandification. Okay, you have to be careful. Tell me if you feel something is wrong. Gu Fan punched Xia Shulan's heart. Gu Fan's naked attack was very weak, so he could avoid hurting Xia Shulan. However, the next moment, the softness suddenly turned into yellow sand, and Gu Fan's palm pierced Xia Shulan's heart. The yellow sand kept circling Gu Fan's palm. Gu Fan took his hand back in surprise. Huh, you trash, you can't hit it, right? Uh-huh. Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan with disdain. She suspected that Gu Fan was looking for an opportunity to take advantage, not to test the ability of sandification. Can't hit it? Taking advantage of the cooling value of sandification, Gu Fan bullied Xia Shulan. After handling everything, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan used the furnace they carried with them, and flint to roast the meat of the King Kong lizard monster. In fact, some meat was also dropped when the Lizard King died just now. But the Lizard King has human blood, and he and Xia Shulan are not cannibals, so they didn't care much after selling it to the system. And the former colleagues of Lao Wu, Lao Air and Lao Si, it seems. Because Lao Da and Lao San are in the purple gold bag. Lao Air and Lao Si are pure lizard monsters, which can be used for eating. The two of them, the dead snow girl, and Lao Wu had a good meal of lizard monster meat. Eat King Kong lizard monster, gained 30 points of defense. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan gained the defense value when they ate the first bite of King Kong lizard monster. This surprised Gu Fan a little. But think about it and understand, after all, this is the meat of a forbidden monster. It is hard to imagine how many attribute points the meat of a second forbidden monster can add. Gu Fan more or less regretted selling the meat of the Lizard King. Then he looked at the lizard princess named Komodo. Hubby, you don't want to eat the mother of the Lizard King, do you? Xia Shulan said with some disdain. You can eat it, I won't. No, I'm just curious, whether this Komodo is alive or dead. Komodo has been in that pillar all the time, soaked in an unknown liquid. Gu Fan made a little investigation and identification. Biological preservative. Contains a large amount of formalin and other substances that can be used to preserve the body of a living thing, but it needs to be replenished frequently. In other words, this biological preservative is used by the Lizard King to preserve the body of Komodo? What kind of burial method is this? Isn't this too filial? Gu Fan didn't care much. Whether it was Komodo's strength or experience, he didn't care much. After eating and drinking, Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan's slender waist and left this place with Snow Girl Lao Wu. However, what they didn't know was that when they left this place, Komodo's fingers moved very slightly. Chapter 165. One day, late at night, stars twinkled in the night sky, and a bright moon hung in the sky. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan, sitting side by side on the surface of the desert, with a simple wooden house and a bed next to them. Maybe because of the dust, there were not as many stars in the night sky as on the quartz ship before. During the day, the two looted a lot of new blocks, gravel blocks, in the underground desert. Although the hardness of gravel blocks is not as good as that of iron blocks, they are also unique blocks on the Sand Sky Island. In addition to blocks, there are many other materials. For example, these lizard monsters looted human tools, crops, food, water resources, etc. Gu Fan put the food and drinks into the Chinkuan bag. Other things were sold to the game system. In addition to the harvest of the lizard clan, Gu Fan also harvested 3 younger brothers. The 5th, 3rd, and eldest of the King Kong lizard monsters. Yes, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan used the Deathly Silent Staff to transform the remaining 2 King Kong lizard monsters. For the sake of naming, and to better reflect the identities of the 2 masters, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Gu Fan plans to name the number 1 lizard monster, number 3 lizard monster, and number 5 lizard monster. The previous shadow puppets were 001, 003, 004, and 005. The iron puppet is 006. In this case, if the puppets can be named like this, then the lizard monsters can also be named like this. At the same time, news came from Lucian. The base was attacked by a group of more than 10 players. Lucian and the Lion Tiger Beast solved all the 10 players, leaving only one breath waiting for Gu Fan and Xia Shulan to deal with. My scumbag husband, it seems that you are right. If we keep 1 or 2 guards in the base will not be afraid of theft. Xia Shulan said with emotion, although the valuables of our base have been brought upstairs, there are still many animals under the base, and there are puppets on the deck. Yes, after Gu Fan built the big ship, those 4 animals, pigs, cows, sheep and chickens, were placed at the bottom of the big ship. Gu Fan's idea is that the quartz big ship has 3 floors including the deck. The first floor is where Gu Fan and Xia Shulan usually stay. Yes, it is on the deck. The underground floor, that is, the first floor of the big ship, is where servants and pets live. Their status is slightly lower than that of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, and this place is managed by the dead Snow Girl. Moreover, the area of the underground floor is also very large, and many bedrooms can be built. As for what the bedrooms are used for, don't think wrongly. If you meet uncles and aunts, parents, or relatives and friends in the future, you can let them live on the underground floor. The second floor below ground is naturally a place for storing and placing pigs, cattle, sheep and chickens. Of course, crops that do not require much sunlight can also be grown. If you really need sunlight, dig some windows or see if there are fluorescent lamps in the trading market. Yes, this is what Gu Fan thought next. Now there is only a rough outline, and it has not been carefully manufactured. Of course, when did your husband miss it? It's getting late, go to bed early, and you have to search for life gems in other villages tomorrow. After searching for lizards, it is natural to search for the indigenous humans here. After the humans here are searched, the two can return to the big ship. After all, there are still 8 days left. Honey, I feel a little dirty and sticky, I want to take a bath. There are no rivers, lakes or oases in the desert. If it were any other sky island, they could find a clean lake to wash themselves, and the two had done this more than once. But it was not possible on the Sand Sky Island. Really? Let me check it out. Gu Fan made a slightly exaggerated expression, seemingly not believing that Xia Shulan was dirty. How could such a sweet and soft girl like her be dirty? Go away, you bastard. Carry me back to the boat to take a bath, I'm a little tired. Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at Gu Fan, opened his hand, and then took the initiative to lie on Gu Fan's back. With Gu Fan's speed, he could reach the big ship in the blink of an eye. His own speed was not as fast as Gu Fan's. It was very simple, because of the speed of controlling lightning, plus the super strong sense of sight and hearing, plus Gu Fan's current health value was 999. Another 900 points for the Dead Silence coat. Another 500 points for the title of Unwavering Until Death. Adding various equipment, a total of 2,399 health points. At the same time, with the blessing of sight, hearing, and control of lightning, Gu Fan's speed is enough to reach 3,598.5 points. Rounded to 3,600 points. Gu Fan's maximum speed is more than 10 times the speed of sound. Of course, it can't be maintained for a long time, simply because Gu Fan's physical strength can't keep up. However, it's no problem to go back and take a bath with my little wife on my back. Hold on, baby. Well, husband. As a flash of lightning flashed, Xia Shulan suddenly felt numb and tingling, and her eyes stared at the back of Gu Fan's neck with a little confusion. In a flash, the environment in front of him changed. Gu Fan appeared on the beach far away from the coast with Xia Shulan on his back. Only the confused Snow Girl and 3 lizard monsters were left there. At this speed, in a one-on-one situation, who is the opponent of the master? The Snow Girl sighed. Woohoo! At this speed and air pressure, Xia Shulan felt that she was almost crushed. Back to the big ship, Gu Fan saw more than a dozen players on the big ship who were tied up by the puppets and Lucian. They looked at Gu Fan in horror. The lighting just now was like a god descending to the world. Could it be that this monster who controls lightning is the owner of this big ship built with thousands or even tens of thousands of quartz blocks? The leading player took a look at his exploration price and suddenly widened his eyes with fear in his eyes. Wait, sir, we didn't do it on purpose. We were just curious about the size of this ship and came up to take a look. Boss, don't kill us. Gu Fan looked at the leading player with a look of idiot. Just by raising his hand, lightning gathered in his palm. In an instant, Gu Fan smashed the ground and released lightning damage equivalent to his own health. Under the dense electric current, all the bound players turned into charcoal. Palm Thunder. This way of releasing thunder has the widest range, but it also consumes the most physical and mental strength. Just approaching the speed of teleportation, it consumed more than half of the physical strength, and this time releasing Palm Thunder drained the remaining physical strength, and also consumed a little mental strength. Sure enough, the physical fitness is still too poor, the upper limit of the lightning ability is still very high, with enough physical strength and spirit, this thing is like cheating. Gu Fan commented. Hubby, you are so awesome. Xia Shulan held Gu Fan's hand with admiration. You know, just now, she was still calling Gu Fan a stinky fish with a look of disgust. It can only be said that changing faces is commonplace for Xia Shulan. Gu Fan did not reply, but smiled evilly and hugged Xia Shulan like a princess. Xia Shulan didn't understand and looked at Gu Fan curiously. Hubby, what are you doing? Aren't you going to take a shower? Then, what does that have to do with you? Why are you holding me? Let me go. Xia Shulan didn't understand. However, she soon understood and wanted to escape immediately. She blushed and broke free from Gu Fan's arms, and ran into the bathroom quickly, moving very quickly. Gu Fan scratched his head. It seems that the progress is still too fast. No, it has come to this point. It should be okay to take a shower together, right? Gu Fan sighed, and began to clean up the supplies of these thieves. Forget it, take your time. Chapter 166. Early the next morning, Gu Fan woke up and felt his chest sink. Speechlessly, he put Xia Shulan, who was sleeping on her back, aside. Xia Shulan also woke up with a moan. After the two of them dealt with the morning chores, Gu Fan thought about it. On the one hand, he was not under much pressure, and on the other hand, he could not help it. He directly gave the number of refreshes for the new day to the Star Glory treasure box. Husband, didn't you say you wanted to save the number of copies? Yes, since the regional integration, which was 2 days ago, Gu Fan has not saved it, but consumed the number of times. Use it early and enjoy it early, don't rush. I mainly want to see what the Star Glory equipment can produce, and save it after today. Gu Fan said slowly. Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan with contempt. Since you are so interested in the Star Treasure Chest, I will be merciful and let you open it. I copied it originally. Gu Fan complained. I don't know when Xia Shulan began to shoulder the responsibility of opening the treasure chest. Just when Gu Fan was about to open it, Xia Shulan smiled evilly, butted Gu Fan's chest with her head, snatched the treasure chest with her little hands, and opened it immediately. Perhaps because of the success and teasing Gu Fan, Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with excitement. Gu Fan, ? Xia Shulan, you little bitch, you are so stupid. Ding! Get a special item, Taotai Magic Book. Taotai Magic Book. Food that can store a total of 100 energy points. 1 energy provides 10 health points and 1 physical point. Deposit method. You need to place the food on top of the Taotai Magic Book, then click the Devour button, and the Taotai Magic Book will devour the food and deposit energy points. How to use. Take the Magic Gluttonous Book in your hand, click the Eating button, consume 10 points of life to start a one-time energy intake, up to 100 points. Note, when the life value, physical strength, and fullness are full, you cannot click to eat. If you click, you will bear the consequences. It is a magical magic book that can store food and give the host the necessary life and physical strength when necessary. The magic book has a variety of strange effects, and is abundant in the Witch Sky Island. Generally speaking, only witches at the 3rd forbidden level are qualified to own the gluttonous magic book. The prompt sound beside his ear made Gu Fan hesitate to speak. He didn't say the word bye, and his eyes also showed some embarrassment. Xia Shulan is really a treasure. This kind of thing can also be opened, a treasure that can only be owned by witches at the 3rd forbidden level. How precious is it? Looking at Gu Fan, who was hesitant to speak. Xia Shulan was angry and amused. What are you saying, you idiot? I'll bite you to death if you don't explain yourself. Gu Fan, Stinky Baby, it's great to have you. Come on, give me a smack. Heh man. Although Gu Fan's expression changed very quickly. But Xia Shulan didn't refuse to give him a smack. After that, the two began to study the Taotai book. The Taotai book looks very ordinary. Except that it looks exactly like an ordinary book and is brown in color. The only difference may be the appearance of a Taotai monster on the cover of the book. With this Taotai book, if the two have low health and no physical strength in future battles, they will not need to temporarily replenish various foods. They can just use the Taotai book to replenish them at one time. Although there are only 100 energy points, it corresponds to 1000 health points and 100 physical strength points. But Gu Fan has replication and critical strike, and this kind of numerical defects is particularly easy to solve. You know, the meat of the 4 basic creatures now is already a bit useless for the 2 to restore health and physical strength. Yesterday's lizard meat, because it is a forbidden monster, is much better than the meat of ordinary animals. The restored health and physical strength are the same. The more powerful the monster's meat, the more it can be stored separately, and the weaker the monster and animal's meat, the more it can be stored through the Taotai book. The two took out all the lizard meat they had collected in the past few days. In addition to the remaining forbidden creature meat, there is also the ordinary lizard meat collected by the Snow Girl. Gu Fan took out the steak with the highest energy density and value among pigs, cattle, sheep and chickens. Then, he first placed the ordinary lizard meat on top of the Taotai book and clicked to absorb. I saw that the Taotai book, which had only 0 energy points, actually increased by 3 points at once. In other words, according to the judgment of the Taotai book, ordinary lizard meat can restore about 30 health points and 10 physical points. Xia Shulan put a piece of steak again, and found that the steak could only give 1 energy point. Wait, I remember that the health points restored by steak didn't seem to be so low, right? Xia Shulan asked curiously. Although Gu Fan was also confused, he also forced an explanation. I think that all things lose energy when consuming energy, which is because when the Taotai book devoured steak and lizard meat, the energy was also reduced. Xia Shulan also thought this made sense. After all, it has to be scientific. The two stuffed a lot of stored ordinary food into the Taotai book. Among them, Kuen's eggs can increase 0.1. Chicken is 0.3, lamb chops and pork chops are 0.7. Rice is 0.5. Vegetables and fruits are the same as Kuen eggs, which are 0.1. After the two consumed a very small amount of food, they filled the Taotai book. Soon, the Taotai book in their hands, which looked ordinary and had a Taotai monster on the cover, suddenly emitted a faint purple light. Is this the magic book? I don't know what kind of magic book there is on the Witch Sky Island. Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with surprise. According to the introduction of this magic book, the Witch Continent must be extremely dangerous. Only witches with 3 forbidden levels are qualified to own magic books. This means that the strongest person on that special Sky Island is very likely to reach the 4 forbidden levels, Gu Fan said slowly. Of course, this level of Sky Island is definitely not encountered at this stage. After putting away the Taotai book, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan continued to wander around the Sand Sky Island. At the same time, Lin Qi, who was rescued by the two days ago, suddenly contacted Xia Shulan. Chapter 167. Lin Qi, Shulan, there seems to be a magical mineral here. Do you want to come and see it? Xia Shulan originally wanted to go with Gu Fan to plunder the supplies in these villages. But she saw the message sent by Lin Qi. It seems that after Lin Qi escaped from underground, she did not choose to leave this empty island. In this way, Lin Qi is also quite smart. Because she may know that Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are very powerful, so they made a big fuss underground. The surface is safe, and there is the protection of the dead Zhou Jun. Therefore, Lin Qi and her teammates did not escape, but chose to continue plundering. Xia Shulan, hey coward, I thought you ran away? Lin Qi, are you coming or not? If you don't come, my teammates and I will go to divide it up. This mineral emits green light. It has not been explored yet. The exploration price is a bit high. Xia Shulan, come on, help guard it, and explore it by the way. After that, Xia Shulan gave Lin Qi a few hundred square coins. Green light mineral? Could it be related to the life gem? Gu Fan asked curiously. Not long after, Lin Qi sent a message again. Lin Qi, Shulan, it seems to be the life mine, and the life gem can be dug out. The effect of the life gem. Sure enough, let's go, take the snow girl and the 2 elves to have a look together, Gu Fan said with a bright look in his eyes. He pulled Xia Shulan. Wait, husband, we haven't asked where we are yet. Why are you so anxious? The snow girl had returned to the ship last night and was resting at this time. When she learned that her masters wanted her to protect the way, she immediately got up and grabbed the 2 elves and came to the side of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Because the game system does not have a positioning function, Lin Qi said directly, are you on the beach? I'll take you here, it's not far away. At the same time, in a desert mine, 2 players looked at Lin Qi with some dissatisfaction. They were the survivors of Zhou Jun's team of 6, 1 man and 1 woman. The man had 2 eyes and 1 nose, and the woman had 2 eyes and 1 nose. Lin Qi, this is a bit unfair. We discovered this mineral first, so are you going to expose it to others? And it's the world's #1 Gu Fan, Xia Shulan team. The male player said with some dissatisfaction, with a tone full of blame. The female player was the same, Lin Qi, what if all these precious minerals are taken away by them? Looking at the 2 people blaming, Lin Qi couldn't help but laugh. Wait, what are you talking about? We were able to escape, and even boss Zhou Jun is still alive. Isn't it all thanks to them? This? Alas. The male player sighed, his tone full of reluctance. But Gu Fan is indeed his savior. Boss Zhou Jun is dead. Look at him now, he looks like a ghost. The female player pointed at Zhou Jun next to Lin Chi and roared. At this time, Zhou Jun's skin was full of wrinkles, his expression was hideous, and a black aura emanated from his whole body. He looked like a monster at first glance. Zhou Jun is dead? No, it's impossible. He can't be dead. He's still alive, right, Zhou Jun? Lin Chi was dazed for a while, then a strange emotion appeared in his eyes, and then his expression became very excited. Suddenly Lin Chi hugged Zhou Jun and kissed his fangs. I tell you, Boss Zhou Jun is still alive. If anyone says bad things about my husband again, I will let Boss Zhou Jun kill him. Do you understand? Lin Chi's emotional change made the two players stunned, and then they dared not speak. These 2 days, Lin Chi seemed to have changed into a different person. Especially when talking about Zhou Jun. Her emotions would become very excited. Obviously Boss Zhou Jun has turned into a monster. After saying that, Lin Chi took Zhou Jun away, and they were going to receive Gu Fan and Xia Shuan. After the two left, the female player sighed. You said, Boss Zhou Jun has become like this? Why does Lin Chi insist that Boss Zhou Jun is not dead? Is this the power of love? When they were in love, they quarreled every day, and they didn't feel like a couple. Forget it. Let's live one day at a time. I just hope Zhou Jun doesn't suddenly lose control and hurt us. Soon, Lin Chi took Zhou Jun to the beach and found Gu Fan and Xia Shuan, and then came to Gu Fan and Xia Shuan. Seeing the equally dead Snow Girl, Lin Chi asked curiously, Xia Shuan, did you save the sister because she was dying? Xia Shuan shook her head. The Snow Girl said coldly, I volunteered to be a slave of 2 masters, so I became a dead monster, not because I was dying. Seeing this scene, Lin Chi was a little surprised. Then why? Why are you conscious? If Zhou Jun was also conscious, Lin Chi said a little wishful thinking. However, after some understanding, it was found that there were many dead creatures on Gu Fan's ship, but the only one that was conscious was the Snow Girl. Helpless, Lin Chi could only say unwillingly, Xia Shuan, Gu Fan, is there really no way to restore the sanity of the dead creatures? Gu Fan shook his head. The power of death is a curse. So far, I haven't comprehended much. Perhaps, when you become stronger in the future, there will be a way. By the way, where is that mineral? Time is running out. Take us there quickly. If I am not mistaken, the difficulty of extracting this mineral should be very high. Lin Chi didn't bother with this question. Soon, Lin Chi took them to the edge of a desert, and Gu Xia saw an underground passage. Underground again? Gu Fan was a little curious. However, unlike the underground desert through the abandoned well, this underground is just a small mine. Following Lin Chi, they came to a place emitting green light. When they walked in, they found that it was a green mineral. After exploration, it was the life mine, as Lin Chi said. Life mine. Mining can obtain life gems, and 10 life gems can be synthesized into a life block. 1 life gem has a chance to increase health by 1 point. Gu Fan was just about to use a diamond pickaxe to see if he could dig it. As a result, the strange player who was on Zhou Jun's ship suddenly said, Boss Gu Fan, the diamond pickaxe can't dig it. I just tried it, and the only diamond pickaxe was broken. He touched his head, and said a little embarrassedly. He didn't want Gu Fan to take advantage of him, so he took the lead in collecting. As a result, after collecting for half a day, not only did he not get a life gem, but he also lost a diamond pickaxe. Is that so? It seems that the life mine is really not easy to collect. It's true. Life gems are too precious. 1 life gem has a chance to increase health. If it's so easy to dig, it would be a bit strange. Hubby, if the diamond pickaxe doesn't work, try a pickaxe made of more advanced materials than diamonds to dig? Xia Shuan suggested. Gu Fan suddenly remembered that the strength of the strange black crystal stone is much higher than that of diamonds. Previously, Gu Fan used a diamond pickaxe to dig the strange black crystal stone. However, Gu Fan didn't seem to have the blueprint for the strange black crystal pickaxe. He did have the spear and pants. He browsed the trading market. He wanted to see if there was a strange black crystal pickaxe or other powerful pickaxes in the trading market with hundreds of millions of people. Chapter 168. After searching for a while, I found that there was no black crystal pickaxe made of black crystal blocks for sale. That makes sense. After all, the origin of black crystal blocks is the Dead Silence Island, and there are too few players who can pass the Dead Silence Island. However, there are pickaxes made of other blocks. For example, the lapis lazuli pickaxe made of lapis lazuli blocks. And the price is quite expensive, requiring a full 4,000 cube coins. But it was not a problem for Gu Fan at all, and he bought more than 10 pickaxes directly. One for himself, one for Xia Shulan, then one for the snow girl, and one for the two elves. For the remaining 5, Lu Xun brought the puppets on the ship over. Because of the master-servant relationship, Lu Xun knew his position. Soon, Lu Xun brought the 5 puppets on the ship over. Then, a flash of lightning flashed, and Lu Xun returned to the quartz ship to guard it under Gu Fan's order. His role is to guard the house, or provide quick support. With the ability to control lightning, there is no need to worry about Lu Xun's speed. Gu Fan certainly did not forget to continue to create the dead man. For a while, the entire mine was crowded with people on Gu Fan's side. Suddenly, Lin Qi and her 2 teammates were stunned. What is this operation? Originally, Lin Qi thought that the weakness of Gu Fan's side was that there were too few people. After all, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan did not team up with other teams. As a result, it was so awesome. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were simply one man in one army. Of course, Gu Fan did not forget to give Lin Qi and her 2 teammates the lapis lazuli pickaxe. You 3, there are about 11 of us, march 11 points, the pickaxe is provided by me, and the position is yours. It's reasonable, right? Gu Fan mentioned it. Of course, boss Gu Fan, thank you so much. The male player hurriedly thanked. He had completely forgotten his previous expression. However, it was not surprising, because people are selfish. Gu Fan Xia Shulan. Lin Qi was a little moved, holding the lapis lazuli pick in her hand. Don't get me wrong, this is just my compensation for your high school days. Xia Shulan said with her hands on her waist, and tilted her head. Okay, stinky baby, hurry up and mine. Gu Fan pinched Xia Shulan's face, and said dotingly. For a while, the whole life mine was filled with the sour smell of love. Heh, don't try to pinch my little face, or I'll bite you to death. Xia Shulan was obviously very comfortable with her face being pinched, but she was still stubborn and arrogant. Lin Qi looked at this warm scene with envy. If Zhou Jun was still alive, how great would it be? After 4 days of mining, the few people finally dug through the life mine. Gu Fan also accumulated 4 replications. At the same time, Gu Fan also knew the names of the other 2 people. They were Zhang Xiaowei and Lu Shui, and their strength was even worse than Lin Qi. But of the 6 people in the team, the sturdy man died, and another female player also died when fighting against the lizard monster. On the contrary, the weak Zhang Xiaowei and Lu Shui survived to the end, and Lin Qi was still alive, which was also because Gu Fan and the others gave Lin Qi hope to live. As for Zhou Jun, he is still half dead, and has no intention of moving at all. The power of dead silence is still too profound, and there are several symptoms of infection alone. For example, the conscious dead silence residents before are actually also in a state of infection. For a moment, Gu Fan was also thinking. The performance of the Snow Girl seemed to be very similar to those conscious dead residents. Huh? But there was no sanity value on the Snow Girl's attribute panel, and there was no state of losing consciousness when the sanity value decreased. The copy was not used in the past few days, of course, to avoid suspicion. As for eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, they were all solved nearby. For example, Xia Shulan would drag Gu Fan with her every time she went to the toilet, hoping that Gu Fan would accompany her. Finally, tonight, several people dug up the life mine. Because of the different efficiency, the actual ratio of life gems obtained by both sides was also different. Gu Fan obtained about 1,400 life gems, which conservatively estimated that it could increase hundreds of life points. Afterwards, Gu Fan gave 200 to the Snow Girl, wanting to see if the Snow Girl could absorb it. As expected, the Snow Girl absorbed the life gems, and her vitality increased by about 100 points, and her life value increased from 2,700 to 2,830. After all, life gems are not abstract skill drawings, of course they can be learned. Wait. Since the blueprints are not allowed, what about the fruit of life? Gu Fan suddenly thought of the fruit of life. The Snow Girl should be able to eat it, right? Gu Fan, Shulan, we are ready to leave. This place is too dangerous. Since we have already obtained what we want, we will naturally not stay in this sad place anymore. As for why it is sad, those who understand will understand. Lin Qi and the other 3 dug about 300 during this period, which is enough to increase the life value of each person by dozens of points. It is still very profitable. It's a pity that Zhou Jun can't enjoy these. Don't worry, there are still 2 or 3 days. Xia Shulan tapped her nose with her little finger, and then said, don't you want to plunder the life gems of these villagers? Lin Qi blinked. Ah, there are still villagers here? Lin Qi understood after Gu Fan and Xia Shulan explained. Moreover, the lizard monster is now seriously injured, and only a few weak chickens have escaped, so the whole island is safe. Forget it, Shulan, Gu Fan, we still don't go. It's enough to get so many life gems, so I won't bother you. Lin Chi still shook her head. Xia Shulan was a little surprised. Gu Fan reached into the Qingquan bag, held the skill fruit, and then used a copy on the skill fruit. Take out the copied skill fruit. This is back to you. Gu Fan threw the skill fruit to Lin Chi. Lin Chi took it. Didn't you use this skill fruit? This skill fruit is very precious. Gu Fan only spent one copy. However, in Lin Chi's eyes, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan did not choose to eat this precious thing, but instead returned it. For a moment, Lin Chi was moved to tears. The other two players were also ashamed. Zhang Xiaowei suddenly slapped himself. Gu Fan, brother Gu Fan, I am really not a human being. Me too, I am simply a beast. Lu Shui also said. Pia slapped herself twice. Chapter 169. Looking at the sudden scene, Gu Fan was a little stunned. What was going on? It seems that these two players seem to be quite honest. Did they do something to let me down? Then should I say it is human nature? Xia Shuan widened her eyes, also full of doubts. Boss Gu Fan, are you really going to give me the skill fruit? Lin Chi asked again. She had a vague guess in her heart. Gu Fan is so powerful, he must have a very strong talent. Is there a possibility that Gu Fan has used his talent and this skill fruit to gain enough benefits? After all, if Gu Fan really didn't need it, but accepted it at that time. But soon, Lin Chi didn't make a deep guess. No matter what kind of talent Gu Fan and Xia Shuan have, it's their business. Flat-chested boy, why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't want it, just give it back to us. Xia Shuan said with contempt, with impatience in her tone. Lin Chi was not angry after being retorted, but was grateful. Boss Gu Fan, Sister Shuan, if our team needs help in the future, we will do our best. After the two left, Lin Chi and Zhang Xiaowei also returned to their wooden boat. With the start of the propeller, they left the Sand Sky Island and headed for the next Sky Island. At the same time, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan prepared to go to the village. In order to prove that he had solved the underground desert lizard monster clan, Gu Fan did not forget to bring Xiao Wu and others. During this period, Gu Fan's 3 copies gave 2 of them the terrifying sandstorm, and 1 of them gave the upgraded version of the Deathly Silence coat. It's very simple. The life value given by the Death coat is still very strong, and even if there are more powerful protective gear, its ability can be achieved by himself and Xiao Shuan each holding one. As for the Horror Sandstorm, the 2 of them learned it. Xia Shuan mastered it perfectly, but Gu Fan had some difficulty. But it is better than the previous skill fruit. The reason is that the special skills mastered by the skill fruit have no cooldown, and the requirements for one's own mental and physical strength are higher. However, even Gu Fan, after learning the Horror Sandstorm, still felt dizzy and muscle sore. It seems that it's time to find a way to improve my mental strength, Gu Fan said slowly. I don't know if the mental strength value can be improved after the realm is upgraded to the first forbidden. The snow girl on the side looked at Xia Shuan with some envy. She knew that Gu Fan was the backbone of the team, and that powerful copying ability was also. Don't worry, I will copy a coat for you in a few days, Gu Fan said slowly. Thank you, master. The Death Snow Girl hurriedly said respectfully. The village chief and the village leaders saw the intact Gu Fan and his companions, as well as the 3 new King Kong lizard monsters, and they were immediately trembling with fear. Don't worry, the lizard monster clan has been dealt with by us, Gu Fan said slowly, with a relaxed tone. After that, the 3 King Kong lizard monsters knelt on one knee in front of Gu Fan. The 3 of them are my subordinates, and they are among the best captain-level figures among all the lizard monsters. They have surrendered to me, Gu Fan introduced. So my wife and daughter will not be captured by the lizard monsters? The village chief muttered to himself. The villagers and village girls beside him were all excited, especially those who had daughters and wives at home, or village girls, who were often caught giving birth. But some single villagers didn't care. In their eyes, whether there were lizard monsters or not had nothing to do with them. Great, our painful days are over. Yes, with the help of the 3 gods, the lizard monsters are nothing more than that. It's really profitable to spend some emeralds to get rid of these monsters. However, there were also a few village girls, who were often caught giving birth, who were somewhat dissatisfied. Wait, so now that the lizard master is gone, who will satisfy me? Yes, don't meddle in other people's business, outsider. Ah, my lizard husband is gone. What should I do? Yes, my lizard husband told me that I am the most beautiful village girl he has ever seen. But soon, they were stopped by the village chief and dragged away so that they would not pollute the eyes of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan's mouth twitched, and her eyes were full of shock. Gu Fan was not surprised. The two looked at each other, a little angry and funny. It can only be said that there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. For example, the very few Yin country women who worship foreigners and fawned on the blacks before crossing. The lizards to these very few village girls are like the blacks to those very few Yin country women who worship foreigners and fawned on the blacks. The snow girl was full of shock. Although she is a monster, she does not know nothing. Of course, for the snow tribe, reproduction is not necessary at all. The previous snow girl only needed to melt the outsiders into snow to have an extra snow monster baby. I'm sorry, three gods, I made you laugh. The village chief wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with shame. Soon, he brought Gu Fan and others to his house. The snow girl and the three lizard monsters were guarding outside. God, these are all for you. They are the gold and silver treasures collected from the surrounding areas and our Huansha village. There were several boxes on the table. The village chief opened the box and pointed at the gold and jewelry inside. Gu Fan frowned. Wait, village chief, you seem to have misunderstood something? Gu Fan's eyes showed a sharp look, and the atmosphere was a little solemn for a while. Ah, God, don't you need these treasures? The village chief was a little stunned. Gu Fan smiled, waved his hand, and put away the two large boxes. Yes, of course, but don't forget what we really need. Xia Shulan also snorted coldly. You foolish guys, my husband and I saved the human race on your sky island, and you only give us these to get rid of? Collect all the emeralds from all the nearby villages, and only give you 1 day. Do you understand? Not to mention, the short and cute Xia Shulan, with her hands on her hips threatening people, is quite interesting. Gu Fan embraced Xia Shulan's slender waist. Yes, try to gather all the emeralds in 1 day. If you can't do it, you know the consequences. Under the threat of the two, the village chief nodded in fear. Snow Girl, follow the village chief and help together. Got it, master. The Snow Girl came behind the village chief and stared at him coldly with 1 black and 1 white pupil. Take me with you. Don't try to play any tricks. Yes, yes. Soon, a day passed, and all the emeralds in the surrounding villages were gathered. Of course, there must be some people who took advantage of the situation. But with the Snow Girl's deterrence, I think every household handed in their emeralds. Gu Fan didn't have any psychological burden. You know, emeralds are just money to them. Precious things like food and water were not taken away. Gu Fan and his friends were kind enough. A total of 6,352 emeralds. If all of them are converted, even if the luck is bad, it will be 2,000 or 3,000 health points. Of course, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan can't use it. The reason is very simple. The attribute values of defense and speed are not up. After thinking about it, Gu Fan gave another 1,000 emeralds to the Snow Girl. The Snow Girl's health value increased to 3,350 points. If you copy another Deathly Silence coat, the Snow Girl's health value will be more than 4,000 points, which is also a leader among the 2 forbidden. In addition, the 3 King Kong lizard monsters also increased their health points, and each of them spent 300 emeralds. Let's go, it's almost time to go back. Gu Fan said slowly, his tone full of relief. There are still 2 days to leave the Sand Sky Island. In these 2 days, you can take some time to renovate the base a little. Well, scumbag husband, carry me back. Xia Shulan climbed up Gu Fan's back clumsily. After carrying this lazy stinky baby, Gu Fan dragged his hands behind him, and a flash of lightning flashed. Not long after, Gu Fan carried Xia Shulan back to the quartz ship. Chapter 170. Gu Fan distributed the life gems uniformly. First, 3,000 life gems belonged to himself and Xia Shulan. After the life value limit is lifted in the future, life gems can be used. Secondly, more than 1,000 life gems were distributed to Lucian, Liger, and 2 elves. Lucian and Liger each had 500 life gems. The Snow Elves and Ice Elves each had more than 100 life gems. At this stage, the Snow Elves and Ice Elves are not very useful. On the contrary, Lucian and Liger have increased their life value by a lot with these life gems. Lucian's life value has reached over 1,100. Liger is over 1,200. Moreover, in the introduction, Lucian and Liger both reached the first forbidden level. In this way, Gu Fan's forces have 1 second forbidden level and 5 first forbidden levels. Oh, by the way, there is also Xiaomi and 2 elves. Gu Fan suddenly remembered these 3 pets. Xiaomi is currently the weakest, and with all this time, it has trusted the Snow Girl. Although it did not perfectly submit to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan like other dead creatures. But it also listened to the words of the two, lowered its posture very low, and regarded the Snow Girl as its master. The master of the master is a more powerful existence for him. As the saying goes, keycaps eat dragon fruit. What do good cats eat? Good cats of course eat good things. Xia Shulan grabbed Xiaomi in her hand, and Xiaomi did not resist, but looked at the two with a flattering face. It is hard to imagine that this is an expression that a terrible dead creature can make. Husband, is Xiaomi's strength a little weak? Do you want to share some good things with it? Then divide the remaining fractions among the 3 pets. Gu Fan nodded. Xiaomi, the Snow Elf, and the Ice Elf swallowed the extra life gems and increased their health points. Afterwards, Gu Fan seemed to remember that he had obtained the spirits needed by the Snow Elf and the Ice Elf in the trading market, but forgot to fuse them. This was also because of the appearance of the Sand Sky Island, so he ignored this point. Gu Fan took 2 ice spirits and 1 water spirit in his hand, and clicked on the attribute panels of the 2 elves. Ding! Water attribute homologous elves are detected, and the Snow Elf and Ice Elf can be fused. Fusion requirements: Snow Elf X1, Ice Elf X1, Energy Core X10, Energy Crystal X10, Water Spirit X1, Ice Spirit X2. The conditions are detected to be met. Do you want to fuse? Note: after fusion, it will be irreversible. Master, do you want to fuse the Ice Elf and the Snow Elf together? The Snow Girl asked curiously. Gu Fan nodded and clicked on the fusion. 2 rays of light soon appeared above the 2 elves. Gu? Gula? The next moment, the Snow Elves and Ice Elves merged together. A burst of cold air broke out, and the temperature around them instantly dropped several degrees. Master, I didn't expect you really have the means to merge our Snow Elves and Ice Elves. The dead Snow Girl said in surprise, and then she soon became excited. Rumor has it that once the Snow Elves and Ice Elves merge, a powerful and loyal creature will appear. The light continued to surround, and soon the next moment, a creature that looked like a milk dragon appeared in front of him. However, milk dragons are usually yellow, but this strange creature in front of them is blue. The blue milk dragon touched its round belly, and looked at the two curiously. When it saw Gu Fan, it looked respectful, but when it saw Xia Shulan, it looked terrified and a little scared. Then it took small steps to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. My 2 masters, please give me a name. The new pet that looked like a milk dragon said hesitantly. Gu Fan clicked on the attribute panel of the milk dragon. Ice and Snow Elf monster. Realm, second forbidden. Health, 2052. Attack, 250. Defense, 358. Speed, 369. Ice and Snow power, 100 points. Skills, Ice and Snow supplement. It believes that friendly units can provide a certain amount of supplementary Ice and Snow power, and can also provide Ice and Snow power for itself. Snow treatment. It can consume all the Ice and Snow power in the body, instantly restore the health of friendly units, and remove all negative states, including illness, poisoning, burning, infection, etc. Cooling, 2 hours. Ice shield. It can consume all the Ice and Snow power in the body, and provide infinite shields for friendly units. The shield can resist any damage except true damage. Cooling, 1 hour. The treasure of the Ice and Snow clan can provide the most powerful treatment and the most powerful shield in the world. Gu Fan widened his eyes, full of shock. He regretted not merging the 2 useless little guys when he went to Sand Sky Island. Unexpectedly. After fusion, it turned out to be so powerful. You know, these 2 guys only have 0 bands. It can only be said that these 2 skills, part-time is the most powerful auxiliary ability. Although the conditions are a bit harsh. It takes 100 points of Ice and Snow power to use it. Although the cooling value is only 2 hours and 1 hour, the time to restore full Ice and Snow power is definitely longer. In other words, if there is a blue milk dragon next to you in a battle, you don't have to worry about being attacked by that old man. Of course, this also requires it to be able to react and provide help in time. Honey, have you noticed that it looks like a milk dragon? Xia Shulan smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Round head, round belly. If it weren't for the frost covering the whole body, the 2 really thought it was a milk dragon. I saw it a long time ago. You don't need to remind me. Gu Fan was a little speechless, covering his forehead. I am a milk dragon, I am a milk dragon. The stars are shining tonight, and I love you with all my heart. Xia Shulan made a tongue-out expression in front of Gu Fan, and then waved her slender arms up and down. Gu Fan, Chapter 171. Miss you night after night. Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan, who was jumping and dancing rap, and said slowly, I can see it. Should I give you an award? What do you mean? What did you say you were? Gu Fan's eyes moved down slightly. Xia Shulan, TSK you bastard. I'm just playing a joke, do you understand? Playing a joke. I'm not talking about myself. Haha, you're so cute, stinky baby. Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head and gave her a kiss. Well, I don't stink at all. Yes, Xiang Beibei Xiang Bao, okay? That's more like it. Gu Fan picked up Xia Shulan in a princess hug and prepared to return to the quartz villa. Well, bastard husband, what are you doing? Seeing that Gu Fan didn't answer, but just looked at her with a meaningful expression, Xia Shulan blushed and buried her head in Gu Fan's chest. Seeing the two masters talking about love and not knowing what to do when they leave, the elf beside them asked curiously, Two masters, what is my name? You haven't told me yet? But the two ignored him and went to do something else. Just call me Ice and Snow Milk Dragon from now on. Don't bother the masters. They have important things to do. The dead snow girl grabbed the Ice and Snow Milk Dragon, who wanted to follow. Okay. Although the Ice and Snow Milk Dragon didn't understand, it also had a premonition that if it followed, it would definitely be kicked out. 2 hours later, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan came out happily. Husband, there are so many pets and subordinates now. Let's make a home for them together. Just according to your previous idea. Xia Shulan asked. Because they had just fed the fruit of life, except for the puppets, almost all the members of the quartz ship were here. Dead Snow Girl, Ice and Snow Milk Dragon, King Kong Lizard Monster X3, Dead Man Lucian, Dead Lion Tiger Beast Xiaomi. Okay, let's do it. Gu Fan nodded, hugged Xia Shulan's waist, and ordered everyone to go down to the second floor of the deck, which is the first floor below ground. When Xia Shulan heard the last word Gu Fan said, her pretty face turned slightly red. Mumbled a few words in a low voice. Afterwards, Gu Fan built a staircase by the way, and built a small house outside the staircase to make it look like that. Entrance to the first floor below ground of course. Gu Fan did not forget to build a staircase for the second floor below ground, which is the third floor. The third floor is used for breeding, but now the houses of the subordinates must be built first. The first thing is to manage the room of the dead Snow Girl on the second floor. Snow Girl, you can live with the Ice Snow Milk Dragon. I happen to have a lot of ice crystal blocks, so I can build you an ice crystal hut. Okay, master. Gu Fan began to build, while Xia Shulan kept passing blocks to Gu Fan. She seemed very busy, but she didn't really help. Instead, she was full of emotional value. For example, when Gu Fan was seriously building blocks, Xia Shulan suddenly kissed Gu Fan, or teased him in other ways. Soon, the home of the Snow Girl and the Ice Snow Milk Dragon was built by Gu Fan. Dead Snow Girl, Ice Snow Milk Dragon's home. Interior Snow Girl, how is the temperature? There are ice crystal blocks on both sides, and there are also ice crystal blocks next to the bed. Gu Fan asked. The Snow Girl of Death nodded. I feel very comfortable. It's good to stay here, thank you master. Even if the Snow Girl of Death becomes a monster of death, it still has the characteristics of ice and snow. Obviously, the ability of the Snow Clan is not weak, on the contrary, it is very powerful, and can compete with the power of death. Okay, then you and the Milk Dragon can stay here at ordinary times, and I will call you if there is anything. After that, Gu Fan walked out of the ice crystal hut. Xiaomi was a little hesitant. It didn't know whether to follow the Snow Girl, but that place was too cold, but after thinking about it, it followed. Xiaomi, the Snow Girl of Death, picked her up, and a touch of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Master, Xiaomi will stay here too. I will train it to become a powerful creature of death. Gu Fan did not refuse. Anyway, Xiaomi's role is to be cute. Then, he looked at the 3 dead lizard monsters. You are also very strong. 3 of you are forbidden. Live right opposite the Snow Girl. Gu Fan took out the gravel block and built a small house for the lizard monster. Where did the lights come from? Of course, they were bought in the mall. After ordering the lizard monster to stay in this small house, Gu Fan planned to build a house for the dead man Lucian. After thinking about it, he decided to build the dead gate as well. I don't know if the terrible creatures in the dead gate will come out. Xia Shulan hesitated. That's right, let's build it first. Maybe there will be a description after exploring it. Gu Fan built a small house made of black iron stone opposite the negative first floor, and Lucian lived in this house. At the same time, Gu Fan built another dead gate, activated it with flint, and explored it with the game system, spending a few hundred cube coins. Dead Silence Gate can go to the real dead world. The creatures in the dead world cannot go to the main world. Each time you enter, you need black crystal equipment as a medium. The same is true for coming out. Lucian, Dead Silence Gate. Seeing this situation, Gufan breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine as long as it can be built. Dead creatures won't come out. Xia Shulan looked at the tall portal, and shock flashed in her eyes. As for why she was shocked, it was of course because this door was as high as 3 or 4 Xia Shulans. Do you want to go in and take a look? Gufan suggested. His speed is as high as 3 or 4,000. It is certain that even a third-level monster cannot have his speed. Well, forget it. Xia Shulan shook her head. I heard that you have 3 forbidden monsters and 4 forbidden monsters everywhere. I'm a little scared. In that case, send a cannon fodder to take a look. Gufan smiled, and the dead coat behind him began to flutter in the air. The dark skeleton slowly formed, and the dead man appeared in front. Oh, that's right. You're really smart, you bastard. Gufan ordered the dead man to put on a pair of black crystal pants, and then stand on the purple light curtain. As the dead man walked up, Gufan was a little confused. He didn't know how the dead man went from this so-called main world to the dead world. I'm going to go in. Xia Shulan was also nervous. Hey, don't say things that will make people misunderstand. What's the matter? The next moment, with a wave of space fluctuations, the dead man disappeared. Afterwards, Gufan covered his left eye and turned his perspective to the perspective of the dead man. This seems to be a land swallowed by endless darkness. Most of the blocks on the surface are strange black crystal stones. In addition, there are some black, dark, and purple blocks that have never been seen before. In the sky, 9 bright moons hang high in the sky, casting pale and cold light, but still can't dispel the inky darkness of the earth. On the earth, the barren soil is dry and cracked, without a trace of green life. Only the dry river and weathered rocks silently tell the vicissitudes of the past. The air is filled with a strong power of death. It is no surprise that if Gufan and Xia Shulan had not swallowed the death recovery potion, they would definitely become dead creatures in an instant. The concentration of the power of death here is too high. Seeing Gufan's expression so solemn, Xia Shulan was also very curious. She also summoned a dead man, then hid behind Gufan and pulled the corner of Gufan's clothes. Another dead person, who looked somewhat similar to Xia Shulan, disappeared through the purple light curtain and appeared in the dead world. Xia Shulan's dead person was born in the same place as Gufan's dead person. They soon joined together and explored together. Not long after, they finally saw the dead creature. On the dark ground, staggering dead people appeared. Through exploration, most of them were the strength of the second forbidden, with a life value of more than 1,000, and attack, defense, and speed of more than 100. Some exploration prices exceeded 5,000, which was ridiculously expensive. Gufan chose to explore because this was very likely a creature of the third forbidden. 3 forbidden dead people, killing has a high probability of getting a diamond treasure chest, and a small probability of getting a star treasure chest, realm. 3 forbidden. HP, 6,200. Attack, 1025. Defense, 750. Speed, 628. Residents eroded by the power of death, and living things attacked by it will be eroded by a trace amount of death, and their strength will reach the 3 forbidden. Sure enough, the 3 forbidden are everywhere. The game system is not deceiving me. Gufan said seriously. Is this the real dead world? Why is there no civilization? Xia Shulan asked curiously. However, the next moment, the dead people who were closer saw that the dead people summoned by Gufan and Xia Shulan were so weak, and immediately rushed over, knocked the 2 dead people to the ground and ate them one by one. In order not to be eaten, or unwilling to watch themselves being eaten, Gufan and Xia Shulan turned their perspective back to themselves. It seems that the place is quite dangerous. There are dead people with more than 2,000 HP at random, and there are even more than 2 forbidden and 3 forbidden creatures. I don't know where the 4 forbidden creatures and 5 forbidden creatures are. Gufan muttered to himself, it's quite dangerous. Without enough recovery potions, we still can't go to this place. Husband, it's getting late now, let's go back to the room. Anyway, as long as we know that they can't get out, it's fine. That's right. Gufan hugged Xia Shulan and returned to the deck. However, he soon thought of the eggs that had not yet hatched. He took out the mysterious egg from the storage bar. You said, why is this thing still not moving? Xia Shulan knocked on it and said speechlessly, is it stillborn? I don't know what it can produce. Can it be stronger than the milk dragon? Gu Fan didn't understand it either, but an idea came to his mind. Yu said, could it be that this egg can only be hatched in a specific environment, such as constant temperature, or other conditions? Who knows, forget about the eggs, husband, you can go to bed after taking a shower. Xia Shulan put away the eggs, and hurriedly ran into the bathroom. After washing up, the two of them casually fished for some supplies. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening. Gu Fan, with a smirk on his face, hugged Xia Shulan and returned to the room. 2 days later, the quartz ship set sail as expected. The number of copies in the past 2 days was not used, and was stored. At the same time, Xia Shulan became more and more dependent on Gu Fan in the past 2 days. Except for taking a shower and going to the toilet, she stayed by Gu Fan's side at other times. She would be anxious if she couldn't see Gu Fan for a moment. Of course, the two did not forget fishing. Ding! Fishing is successful, and you get the Beast Sky Island Guidance Drawing X1. Beast Sky Island Guidance Drawing. After using it, the quartz ship you are on will go to the Beast Sky Island. Introduction to the Beast Sky Island. There are many beast tribes on the Sky Island. The strength of each beast tribe should not be underestimated. The strongest reaches the 3 forbidden levels, and the weakest has 1 forbidden level. The flesh of these beast men is also extremely nutritious. Some beastmen's meat has special effects, including increasing physical strength, mental strength, other basic attributes, etc. Xia Shulan carried Gu Fan on her back, while holding a fishing rod, and a new blueprint she had just caught. At the same time, her 2 little feet exposed to the air were shaking desperately, kicking again and again. What is she doing? It turned out that Xia Shulan was practicing the moon step in the air. As a skill that can move infinitely in the air, and each step consumes little physical strength, the moon step in the air is indeed a skill worth practicing. That's why she asked to carry Gu Fan on her back, use the moon step to kick around in the air, and use a fishing rod to fish around the big ship. Gu Fan also teased Xia Shulan from time to time, such as pulling her hair, scratching her face, and so on. Of course, don't think wrongly, this is also Xia Shulan's request, asking Gu Fan to help set up some obstacles. In this way, Xia Shulan can use the moon step more easily during the battle. Old husband, I can't afford to mess with you. Xia Shulan suddenly had a calf cramp and was about to fall, and at this time, Gu Fan's body was full of azure blue, and in the sky, he turned into a lightning and returned to the big ship while holding Xia Shulan. At this time, Xia Shulan showed a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. After adjusting, Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan's fishing items curiously. Beast Sky Island? Cho Bebe, are we going to land on the beast at the next stop? Yes, I'll listen to you, I'm fine with anything. Xia Shulan didn't come back to her senses, and just responded with a few words. Well, let's take a look first. If you encounter, or are about to land on a special sky island that is difficult to deal with next time, you can use the blueprint of the Beast Sky Island to avoid it. Gu Fan is not confident that he can perfectly pass every special sky island he lands on. Especially since he and Xia Shulan are so powerful, the special sky islands they encounter must be very terrifying. Just after Xia Shulan had a good rest, the two planned to continue to practice moon steps and thunderbolts, and complete fishing by the way. The prompt sound of the game system suddenly sounded beside my ear. The number of players has dropped to 500 million, and a new function has been opened. Ranked Battle. Resource Sky Island. Ranked Battle. Matching is carried out in the form of team participation. Players from both teams will compete 2v2 on a new and narrow sky island in a projection way. Players without teammates will bear the consequences at their own risk, 1 versus 2. If 2 team members die or fall off the island, the ranking battle will be considered a failure. The winner will receive points, and the loser will lose points. The loser will randomly deduct 10 attribute points and give them to the winner. At regular intervals, a certain number of attribute points and cube coins will be given as rewards based on the score rankings. Chapter 172. Resource Island. All players will have the opportunity to encounter Resource Island. Resource Island is small, generally within 10,000 square meters. There will be base core, defense facilities, guards, and economic facilities on the Resource Island. The base core is the center of the Resource Island. Destroying it can seize the Resource Island and become the owner of the Resource Island. Defense facilities include shields, machine gun towers, and other protective gear or weapon facilities. Guards are some of the original residents living on the Resource Island. Becoming an island owner will gain the loyalty of the guards. They will help guard the island, and you can also bring some guards to your side. Economic facilities are no less than lumberyards, quarries, iron quarries, or other block resource facilities. When the resource island is not occupied by a team of players, you can choose to destroy the base core to occupy it when you land. Each time you occupy it, the defense facilities and economic facilities on the resource island will be upgraded. At the same time, the island owner can enjoy the land of the resource island, and can breed, plant, and build houses on it, but he needs to take the responsibility of protecting the resource island. When the resource island is occupied by your own team, you can obtain the teleportation array of your own base and the resource island. Regardless of whether the resource island will be occupied by others in the future, once it has been occupied, the teleportation array will exist forever. Through the teleportation array, you can go from your own base to the sub-base of the resource island to collect the resource output on the resource island, or defend the resource island. Each teleportation requires a certain amount of cube coins. When the resource island is occupied by others, if you encounter someone else's resource island, you can choose to attack and occupy it to grab resources. When you destroy the core of the base on someone else's resource island, you will gain ownership of the resource island. When the resource island is attacked, or has been attacked and captured by others, you can choose to defend or re-rob it through the teleportation array. Note, every time you rob and occupy a resource island, all facilities on the resource island will be upgraded. For convenience, all players please give a name to the platform base, or the base camp such as the big ship where you are. A new ranking list will appear. The resource island ranking list, the more resource islands there are, the higher the ranking list. GooFan read it several times, and finally understood the two new functions. The first is the ranking battle. At that time, there should also be a ranking thing. Every time you win, you can get attribute points, and every time you lose attribute points. The strong will become stronger, and the weak will become weaker. The matching rule should be based on points matching. At the same time, every once in a while, it is very likely that a season will pass, and rewards will be given for the points ranking. The higher the ranking, the more rewards, and the rewards are no less than block coins and attribute points. This is easy to understand. The second is the resource island, a new kind of island. The sky island is small in size, but it can be occupied as one's own territory. There are economic facilities on it to obtain various resources, and it can also be used for breeding and planting. For example, most of the animals on the current quartz ship can be placed on the resource island for breeding. However, the resource island can be robbed. When robbing, in addition to coming to the resource island for protection through the teleportation array, you can also use the defense facilities on the resource island. Because the resources on the resource island are definitely not as good as those on normal islands. Therefore, it is very likely that when going to other islands, such as the Sand Island or the Snow Island, your own resource island will be encountered by other players and then robbed by them. However, after the robbing, the facilities on the resource island will be upgraded. Therefore, being robbed is not a bad thing. If it is robbed, you can just rob it back. If all economic facilities can be upgraded, you will only become richer and richer. Of course, this also needs to be kept within a certain degree. No one knows to what extent the island's defense facilities can be upgraded. After almost being shot in the head by He Xiaofeng, GooFan does not think he is invincible. Xia Shuan on the side did not understand it at all, but finally understood it after GooFan explained. How come this thing is the same as a certain island game I played before? It is also a resource island, and the defense of the resource island is also occupied to upgrade. Xia Shuan sighed, but the difference is that this time it is a resource island, and there are indigenous people on it. Please give your quartz ship a name. The game system prompted them in their ears. It's time to name it, dear. What name should we give it? GooFan asked. How about calling it the Invincible Tyrannosaurus? Xia Shuan suggested. GooFan, ? I really want to open your head and see how much water is in it. GooFan sighed and said with disdain. Why, doesn't it sound good? You are invincible in my heart. Xia Shuan said admiringly, her eyes full of love. That's true, you are a Tyrannosaurus in my heart. You're looking for death. Xia Shuan was angry. She just expressed her true feelings, but GooFan was so unromantic. She pinched GooFan's ear and said angrily, then took GooFan's arm and bumped into him. GooFan thought for a moment, how about calling it Gulan? How about that? Then both of our names will be on it. Xia Shuan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, husband, I'll do whatever you say. Xia Shuan muttered while hugging GooFan, and seemed quite satisfied with the new name of the quartz ship. At the same time, after GooFan set up the Gulan, he opened the chat channel to see everyone's reaction. Chat channel. Brothers, this is simply a combination of pesticides and islands. I'm going to start playing first. By the way, why is there no limit on the number of times you can play ranked games? If you keep playing, wouldn't your rank get higher and higher? It's very simple. If you lose, you will lose attribute points, and if you win, you will add them. The same is true for points. Moreover, this thing is just a pastime. If you can land on other sky islands to plunder resources, you still have to plunder, not to mention the existence of special sky islands. I've already started playing. I just won a game, and my points increased by 5, and I got 4 health points, 2 defense points, attack points, and speed. Is this what random attribute points mean? I hope they don't take away my luck attribute points. Is this game sick? It's really stupid. I just lost. I lost 9 health points, and 1 upper limit luck point. Ah, my luck point. I don't dare to play anymore. Ding! It was detected that the player Li Yongwei insulted the game system. 10 health points were deducted, and the player Li Yongwei was banned for 1 day. Everyone was chatting, and the player named Li Yongwei was suddenly banned. Oh my god, this has never happened before. Gu Fan was a little shocked. How many people had insulted this damn time travel game in the chat channel before, but nothing happened. In other words, after this update, the chat channel was also quietly changed. At least you can't insult the game system. Oh my god, who dares to play now? If you fail, your luck points will be plundered. If you don't fight, we have 500 million people, there are plenty of people to fight, and this is very simple. Most of the time it's because the luck value of the other team is too different from that of Li Yongyue's team. Isn't it normal to be randomly assigned a bad luck value? Why are you waiting here? If I had known, I wouldn't have pushed my biological father down at the beginning. Now it's good, playing ranked games has to be 1 against 2. Chapter 173. The upstairs is the berth. Identification completed. Everyone, don't you want to talk about the resource island? Where can I see the resource island? I have already encountered it. Welcome everyone to challenge my resource island and help me upgrade. This is also mine. There is a quarry that produces lapis lazuli materials on it. It's really rich. My teammates and I plan to live and settle down on it. No one can take our lapis lazuli away. 666, my resource island is wood, and yours is lapis lazuli. Why? Lapis lazuli is a stone that is more powerful than diamond. Don't let me find it, or I will definitely knock it down. Have you noticed that if you fight with the enemy on the resource island, you can also avoid fighting after killing the enemy? Most people are talking about ranking battles and resource islands. At the same time, Gu Fan also got some views from other angles. After all, there are many people, and the perspectives are different. For example, if both teams are present, killing the players of the other team is also an option. Just when Gu Fan was about to try a ranking battle with Xia Shulan, after all, resource islands are just like ordinary islands and special islands, floating everywhere, and no one knows where they are, and they can't be touched in a short time. However, at this time, Aunt Gu Yuner suddenly sent a message. Gu Yuner, Xiao Fan, I seem to have caught a good thing here, this is for you. Friend Gu Yuner sent, Resource Island Guidance Blueprint X1. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a Resource Island Guidance Blueprint, if combined with the ability of copying and critical hit. At least the location and number of resource islands will not be a problem, right? Of course, the number of resource islands does not need to be too many, dozens or hundreds are definitely not enough. In this way, the focus will change, and you will have to compete with others frequently, which is a waste of time. Moreover, if the resource island only produces wood, ordinary stone, iron ore, and quartz, it is not necessary at all. At least it should be gold or diamond, right? Therefore, once you have this kind of guidance drawing, if you encounter an unwanted resource island, don't worry, copy it and go to another one. You can always refresh to an island that produces good resources. Gu Fan, and this thing is too precious, thank you. Then, Gu Fan traded a lot of basic materials and 100,000 cube coins to Gu Yuner. Now the information about the Dead Sky Island is being sold continuously, and many unnecessary materials on the Sand Sky Island have been sold. Now there are millions of cube coins, so there is no need to worry about not having enough cube coins. In the Cube Mall, if there are useful things, buy them. Gu Yuner, you are my good nephew, I will give you all the good things I have. Gu Fan was touched by the words. Our aunt is so nice, husband, I really want to meet the instructor aunt. Xia Shulan acted like a spoiled child in Gu Fan's arms. You know, before she traveled through time, Gu Yuner gave Xia Shulan a lot of preferential treatment, basically treating her like a niece. Because of the physical condition of the couple, Gu Yuner did not have her own children, and basically treated Gu Fan as a son and Xia Shulan as a daughter-in-law. There will be a chance. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with expectation. In fact, he did think of a way, such as buying some things related to GPS positioning in the trading market. But the whole so-called main world, the so-called void, is so huge that it seems that no one can fish for items related to maps and positioning. Moreover, some players with flying talents also said so in the chat channel. He was flying several kilometers in front of the base at that time, exploring intelligence, and looking through a telescope. There was nothing in front and nearby. As a result, after flying back, the next moment, a special sky island seemed to appear out of thin air. This kind of strange thing is not only encountered by this team. Many teams have appeared before, and the reconnaissance ability is related to talent, and the result is that they encounter strange things related to direction. It's like, before Gu Fan and Xia Shuan encountered the dead sky island, no matter which direction they turned the platform, they would encounter clouds of dead monsters, and Gu Fan always felt that no matter where they fled, up and down, front and back, left and right, they would eventually encounter the dead sky island. And our parents too, stinky baby. Gu Fan kissed Xia Shulan's forehead and said in a doting tone. Their goal, in addition to surviving, becoming stronger, and never being separated, is to find the person they love most and work hard for him. Husband. After kissing for a while, the two decided to participate in the ranking battle, and wait until tomorrow to copy and locate the new resource island. Anyway, there is no rush at this time. Gu Fan clicked the game panel, and clicked the new button ranking battle. Note, the battle is in the form of projection. If you fail, you will lose any attribute points x10, including rare attribute points. Do you want to participate in the ranking game? Instead of entering this interface immediately, a prompt was given. Gu Fan certainly didn't care. He and Xia Shulan were afraid of some 3rd and 4th level natives, but if the enemy was a player, there was no need to worry. You know, through this trip to the Sand Sky Island, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's combined combat power value has exceeded 8,000, more than 3,000 ahead of the 2nd place. Gu Fan clicked yes, and the next moment, the ranking interface appeared, with only one button: Team Battle. I don't know if the servants can be teleported. Matching successful, teleportation location, ranking Sky Island area, 10,000 square meters. Matching team opponents, Lin Shan, Lin Mei. After clicking, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan disappeared on the Gu Lan, and appeared on a small sky island of only 100x100. Ah, this area seems to be covered by a sandstorm. The diameter of the terrifying sandstorm seems to be 100 meters. However, the small sky island is about a cube, so the covered area is not all, but about 3.14/4. After all, the area of a circle. At this time, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan stood on one side, and the other side was blocked by a light curtain. Countdown 10 seconds, countdown ends, and the battle begins. 10, 9, 8. With only 3 seconds left in the countdown. Miscellaneous husband, let's have a refreshing sandstorm. Xia Shulan shouted excitedly. Listen to you, little darling. A flash of lightning flashed, and Gu Fan came to the air. Xia Shulan kicked her legs, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Gu Fan. To some extent, both of them can fly. When the countdown is completely over, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan fell from the sky, and launched a terrifying sandstorm on the enemy. Lin Shan, Lin Mei, ? Chapter 174. Instantly, 2 huge sandstorms enveloped the entire ranking Sky Island. Player Lin Shan encountered 2 terrifying sandstorms, deducting 50 by 2 points of real damage per second, lasting for 20 seconds. Player Lin Mei encountered 2 terrifying sandstorms. I'm really impressed. I actually met the world's strongest team in my first match. Brother, is this the power of God Fan and God Lan? Soon, within a few seconds, the 2 people with only a few hundred health points were killed instantly. The 2 layers of sandstorms around were still whirring. Obviously, the terrifying sandstorm may not be useful for some top strong men, but for creatures at the bottom of the 1st and 2nd forbidden levels, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. And it is also a skill to clear the field. Defeat the team Lin Shan and Lin Mei. Gu Fan gets 5 attack points and 5 defense points. Xia Shulan gets 5 health points, 2 defense points, 2 attack points, and 1 upper limit luck. The team gets points x how many points are gained rule. The faster you defeat your opponent, the more points you get. The more points the defeated opponent has than your own points, the more points you will get. Note, matching will try to match the points to the same or within a small range. The better the battle performance of the two, the more points you will get, and vice versa. Oh my god, my luck value has reached 102, Xia Shulan said excitedly. However, she found that the 5 points of health seemed to have been wasted and not saved, and the naked health value was still stuck at 999. But there was no way, because the other attributes were not qualified. The health value was stuck at 999, which was equivalent to losing 5 points of health. This scoring rule is quite special, because at the beginning of the fight, both my and the opponent's points are 0, but if we have more points in the future, then the points we get from defeating the opponent will be less. Gu Fan ignored the big lowly jumping in the air, and analyzed the rules for getting points. At the same time, the performance in battle, and the speed of defeating the opponent are also important criteria for getting extra points. So, in fact, if I use lightning or life pistol to kill the opponent in seconds, the defeat speed will be faster, and the combat performance will be better? Gu Fan understood the rules, and a few seconds later, he and Xia Shulan returned to the Gulan. Of course, the opponents Lin Shan and Lin Mei did not die, but they deducted the corresponding attribute points. At this time, on a simple mud platform, "Ah, brother, my luck value has decreased a little, I dare not fight." Woo woo woo. Lin Mei cried, "There is no way, who let the opponent be the world's #1 team?" Lin Shan sighed, and when he saw the matched opponent, his heart was instantly chilled. But my luck value was originally only 1 point at most, and now it has completely become 0. Lin Mei was still crying, her tone full of complaints. Alas, there is nothing we can do, we are so unlucky. Compared with the excited and active Xia Shulan, Lin Shan and Lin Mei were in a much more depressed mood, and even thought about not participating in the ranking battle in the future. At the same time, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan continued to match. But obviously, because the points reached 12 points, the matching time was a bit slower. As their points increased, the matching time would become slower and slower. This is also a kind of restriction. The higher the rank, the longer the matching time. 3 minutes later, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan successfully resolved another battle. This time, Gu Fan used powerful lightning to kill the opponent instantly, causing lightning with 1.2 times his health. The light curtain disappeared, and lightning with a damage of about 2,900 was sent down from the sky, which could kill most opponents instantly. Get attributes. Get points x13. Sure enough, almost killing the opponent instantly only adds 1 point, which is probably because the opponent's points are lower than ours. After all, most players are still in the first or second battle at this time, and their bonus points are not more than Gu Fan. In the last 3 battles, Gu Fan continued to use lightning to kill instantly, and he had a lot of fun. At the same time, his and Xia Shulan's defense and attack were also increasing. It is worth mentioning that Xia Shulan was not so lucky in the next few times. She still obtained ordinary attribute points, but occasionally she would also obtain physical strength and mental strength, but the probability of obtaining these 2 attribute points was much smaller than the normal 4 points. But once the speed and life value were obtained, they disappeared like a stone skipping a stone. In the 6th battle, Gu Fan did the same thing, and was about to use lightning to bombard the opponent again. "Boss Gu Fan, we meet again." In front of him, Han Li laughed and put his hands on the ground. In an instant, a perfect barrier blocked him. Gu Fan's lightning bombarded the barrier, and was absorbed by the barrier. "Are you the Han Li who gave me the information?" Because it was possible that they had the same name and surname, and he didn't know the name of his game partner, Gu Fan didn't think about it at first. Gu Fan was slightly surprised at this time. It seemed that Han Li was stronger than he thought. Moreover, the lightning with nearly 2,900 damage was absorbed by the barrier. Even if I encounter the same attack, it is difficult to resist. It seems that the talents of the top players are varied. Gu Fan, who was originally somewhat confident, also became solemn. He was almost shot in the head by Yi Xiaofeng before. "It's me, Gu Fan, I didn't expect it was really you. Is this lightning your talent?" "As expected, you are the world's #1 boss. Elemental talents are rare," Han Li said excitedly. A woman beside him looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan curiously. After all, they are the world's #1 team, which is particularly rare. "If you say so, then so." Gu Fan nodded, however. "What is the element type you mentioned? Can you tell me about it?" Han Li did not hide it. He had previously obtained the cube coins given by Gu Fan. Although his defense was strong, it did not mean that he did not lack money. So, Han Li still had a good impression of Gu Fan. Not to mention, he and Gu Fan had the same enemy, Yi Xiaofeng. "Boss Gu Fan, according to my observation, all players have about 5 types of talents. Of course, not only I have summarized it, but other bosses around the world have also summarized it. It is divided into element type, superpower type, biological type, auxiliary type, and concept type. The element type is the lightning you control. Some people control fire, and some people control other elements. The superpower type is similar to my talent, the S-level super strong barrier, which can consume 10% of the life value, and cast a super strong shield that can absorb any damage and rebound, and last for 1 minute. This kind of ability that can be materialized, and like Superman, is the superpower type. Secondly, the biological type talent. Some people can rely on this talent to become a tree, and some people can rely on this talent to become a sheep, or a monster, etc. In fact, the last two are the most special, the auxiliary type and the conceptual type. The auxiliary type can be used to assist in combat, or master some treatment methods. The conceptual type is similar to some talents that control special rules. I heard that there are also strong people on the list who have the concept talent of saying what they want, which is particularly terrifying. So, the first thing Xiao Shuan mastered, the perception of seeing and hearing, is an auxiliary type of talent. And the copying that he mastered is a concept type of talent. At the same time, according to him, the talent of the life pistol should be a superpower type. Gu Fan thought secretly. So that's it? I really didn't know this, I'm taught. Gu Fan nodded. Boss Gu Fan, be careful, I'm going to fight back. Han Li laughed. The damage I rebound is enough to be half of what you caused. TSK, Boss Gu Fan, your lightning is really terrifying. Even half of the damage is close to 1,500 points. After saying that, a deep blue light appeared on the special barrier, and the next moment, the light shone, and a terrifying lightning gathered again, bombarding Gu Fan and Xia Shuan. In an instant, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan jumped away with their speed. Chapter 175. Han Li was stunned when he saw the scene. You know, he could bounce lightning very quickly, so how could the two of them avoid it? Then, he suddenly felt a light behind him, and immediately turned around to find that Gu Fan, whose body was flashing with lightning, had appeared behind him, and his left hand was still holding Xia Shulan's collar. Can you also create a shield behind you? Gu Fan laughed, palm thunder. Sand moon slash. Xia Shulan kicked her legs, and her right hand turned into a blade made of gravel, and attacked Han Li. The female teammate next to Han Li looked very weak. As long as Han Li was killed, they could win the game. At the same time, this method also surprised Gu Fan. This defensive shield can block all attacks, and only consumes 10% of the health value. Even if there is no means to restore the health value, it can be used 10 times. 10 times of invincibility. Gu Fan finally knew why Han Li could block He Xiaofeng's sniper rifle. At the same time, Gu Fan had the idea of copying it. But he quickly gave it up. When he copied the S-level ability to control lightning, he had already felt an extremely terrible pressure. If you copy a new ability when your mental strength is not up to standard, especially this kind of ability that is considered powerful even at the S level, it will definitely cause mental breakdown. Barrier. When the attack approached the two, Han Li put his hands together again, and a small barrier surrounded himself and his girlfriend Chen Nanhue. Han Li and Chen Nanhue were about to get engaged when they traveled through time, so strictly speaking, Chen Nanhue was Han Li's fiancée. Gu Fan held Xia Shulan and flashed into the air. Xia Shulan was in midair again, holding Gu Fan and using the moon step. At this time, after several battles, Gu Fan's lightning value has been accumulated. Good boy, cover me. When the lightning value reaches 10 points, it will produce 3 seconds of stiffness. After Gu Fan finished speaking, a bucket of thick white thunder suddenly appeared in the sky. Unlike the previous blue thunder, the white thunder rushed straight to Gu Fan and hit him all. Gu Fan immediately felt an unimaginable dizziness, which lasted at least 3 seconds. At the same time, Xia Shulan held Gu Fan in midair, and used the moon step to avoid the counterattack of lightning and sand moon slash. Wife, good opportunity. Han Li suddenly shouted. He knew that Gu Fan's side effects might have arrived. No matter how powerful a talent is, it has side effects. For example, a barrier consumes health points, and the side effect of using lightning is most likely the current stiffness. The harmless Chen Nanhue suddenly exerted her strength. She suddenly exerted her strength with her legs and jumped into the air, holding a buzzing chainsaw in her hand. Chen Nanhue's talent is B-level super jump, which is theoretically an enhanced version of the moon step. She can jump anywhere with her legs, and the height is incomparable to the moon step. One jump can be comparable to several moon steps. Just when Han Li thought Chen Nanhue wanted to hand, Xia Shulan had a big black staff in her hand. At the same time, she carried Gu Fan on her back, held a big staff in both hands, and knocked Chen Nanyue's chainsaw. Instantly, the platinum-level chainsaw was instantly smashed into pieces by the staff. Afterwards, Xia Shuan knocked Chen Nanyue's head again. While Chen Nanyue was dizzy, a dark ball smashed Chen Nanyue. Han Li's eyes widened. Although he knew that it was only his girlfriend's projection that died, he was still shocked. Is this the strength of the world's number one? At the same time, Gu Fan's stiffness was also healed, and he gathered lightning in his hand again. At this time, the lightning in his hand sizzled with a dazzling light. Do you still want to fight, Han Li? Gu Fan said lightly, I know you may have other means. The 7th hidden player in the world should be you, but my means will only be more and stronger than you think. He has not used the deathly silence staff to transform Han Li. Boss Gu Fan, you are worthy of it. I admit defeat. Han Li laughed and disappeared immediately after choosing to admit defeat. Defeat the team Han Li and Chen Nanyue and get points x5. Sure enough, the points have become much less. So far, Gu Fan's points have been more than 40. He looked at the ranking list on the side. It was just right. He ranked first in the world, but the second place was also very close. He glanced at it and saw all unfamiliar names until he saw the 28th place in the ranking list. Huh? It's Long Tianong. I remember, isn't he the third in our district? Oh no, Lu Jin joined me and now ranks second. I didn't expect his strength to become so strong. Gu Fan shook his head and didn't think too much. After he and Xia Shuan went back, he rested for a while and continued to play. Because the defense and attack were about to break 100. After playing a few more games, the points came to more than 60. At the same time, the defense and attack of the naked equipment both reached more than 100. Ding! It was detected that the player Gu Fan's health value exceeded 1000, the attack, defense, and speed exceeded 100, and the strength reached the first ban. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Gu Fan for becoming the first player in the world to become a first ban. Gu Fan is rewarded with random attribute points x100, the lower limit of the luck value is increased by 5, and the upper limit of the luck value is increased by 5. Special Sky Island Instant Pass Scroll x1. Special Sky Island Instant Pass Scroll. Before forcibly landing on a Special Sky Island, if you do not want to go through the Special Sky Island, you can use the Special Sky Island Instant Pass Scroll to pass through the Special Sky Island immediately and leave, but the rewards you get will be greatly reduced. Chapter 176. Listening to the system voice beside his ear, Gu Fan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Now, his attribute panel is as follows. Character, Gu Fan. Teammate, Xia Shuan. Talent, S-level daily copy, S-level perception, A-level live pistol, S-level control of lightning. Title, unwavering until death. Ice and snow power, 100, click to use freezing buff, sword experience, 5869. Gun experience, 99. Skills, Bullfist, beginner, Vajra Palm, beginner, infinite invisibility, special skills cannot be upgraded, Vajra Fist, beginner, terrifying sandstorm, beginner, realm, first ban. Health value, attack, defense, speed, 3600. Status excited. Then, Xia Shuan also upgraded to the first ban. Gu Fan looked at her attribute panel and found that it was basically the same as his. Character, Xia Shuan. Teammate, Gu Fan. Talent, S-level talent, sense of sight and hearing. Ice and snow power, 100. Sword experience, 4256. Firearms experience, 82. Skills, 3 consecutive punches, beginner, whirlwind kick, beginner, telepathic finger, beginner, infinite invisibility, special skills cannot be upgraded, moon step, beginner, realm, 1 ban. Health value, 1000 plus 900 plus 500 plus 50. Status, happy. Because Xia Shulan's equipment is basically the same as Gu Fan's, but she wears 2 more small pieces, so her health and defense are slightly different. At the same time, her luck value also gained 6 points in the ranking battle just now. 3 points is the upper limit, and 3 points is the lower limit. Xia Shulan hugged Gu Fan's male dog waist, and said with a bit of a coquettish feeling, Husband, you've been fighting for so long, you're tired. Are you hungry? I'll go cook. Gu Fan nodded. Now the matching time is getting longer and longer. We have to wait until the gap between his points and everyone else is not so big before we can match faster. When Xia Shulan went to make dinner, he sorted out the rewards just now. First of all, Gu Fan's luck value finally became positive, and the upper and lower limits were increased by 5, which also meant that the bad luck in the future might only happen to Xia Shulan. Secondly, it was the 100 attribute points. Without hesitation, Gu Fan added it to the health value. After adding these 100 points, as well as the equipment and titles, Gu Fan's health value reached 2500. In other words, Gu Fan's live pistol, 3 shots a day for free, 1 shot causes 2500. Controlling lightning, the maximum damage can cause 5000, which is extremely terrible. Speed, it is 3750 points. The 3 major talents are all related to health value, perception, control of lightning, and live pistol. By the way, my pistol seems to be 1 experience point away from reaching 100. Gu Fan seemed to think that after reaching 100 gun experience points, the damage can also be increased, and it is a precious percentage. Thinking of this, he went to the bottom of the deck and killed a pen sheep with a shadow pistol. The number of shadow beads is not much, and the strength of his shadow pistol and shadow puppet is no longer needed, so it can naturally be used to gain experience. When Gu Fan's gun experience reaches 100, it is detected that Gu Fan's player gun experience has reached 100, and the gun proficiency is enabled. Now Gu Fan's player gun proficiency is a gun apprentice. The gun damage will increase by 1% of the damage. When your gun experience reaches 10,000, the proficiency will reach the second level. Gun experience is much more stingy than sword experience. But this is understandable, because the source of firearms damage is external objects, bullets. And swordsmanship and other swords are cold weapons that are held in hand, so they are naturally different. But Gu Fan didn't care too much. This little damage bonus is basically better than nothing. Finally, the most important thing is the special Sky Island Instant Pass Scroll. This Instant Pass Scroll is definitely one of the most precious items at this stage. Not only can you pass safely, you can even get a small reward, and all players know that Gu Fan has this thing. When the global announcement was just made, all players were told. For a moment, Gu Fan felt a little speechless. It's not good to be too high profile. Opening the chat channel, as expected, no matter which chat channel, everyone is talking about Gu Fan. Oh my god, Gu Fan has broken through the first ban. Dude, can you tell me what the ban is? I don't understand. Let me explain to you guys. The requirements for the first ban are 1000 health points and 100 attack and defense speed. The requirements for the second ban are twice that of the first ban, and the requirements for the third ban are 5 times that of the first ban. So, the minimum requirements for the third ban are 5000 health points and 500 attack and defense speed? Oh my god, my health points plus equipment are only 500, and Gu Fan has thousands. The above, please note that I am talking about naked equipment. At this stage, except for the strongest team, no player can reach the requirements of the first ban, especially since everyone doesn't care about the speed attribute. At Gu Fan, at Xia Shulan, Gu Shin, Xia Shin, high price for special Sky Island Instant Pass Scroll. No, the above you are okay, right? People's assets now have so many zeros. Who would sell this thing? I am a student girl at Gu Fan. Lord Gu gave it to me. I can send you photos and sleep with you, Xia Shulan. At Su Yao Yao, you dead Kokoda. If you say something to my husband again, I will reward you with 1 million. Xia Shulan took out a plate of grilled dinosaur meat and put it on the dining table. When she saw the message in the chat channel, she quickly threatened Kokoda. As expected, some female players, who were planning to add Gu Fan as a friend, were frightened by Xia Shulan and dared not speak. After a while, they apologized to the two of them. Stinky Bebe, where did you get this dinosaur meat? Gu Fan asked curiously. Xia Shulan's cooking skills were obviously very poor, but the dinosaur meat she made smelled particularly fragrant. This was enough to prove that as long as the food was good enough, even a small waste like Xia Shulan could make it very delicious. Gu Fan put the dinosaur meat into his mouth, and instantly, a strong and mellow aroma of fat burst out. I bought it in the trading market, hee. It only cost a few hundred coins. This dinosaur seems to be a Tyrannosaurus. I'm really curious about how it tastes. Xia Shulan's saliva was about to flow out, and she quickly started eating, feeling the rich meaty aroma. Gu Fan took out a knife and stabbed himself. The next moment, after relaxing his stiff muscles, the knife stabbed into his stomach, and a lot of blood flowed out, but it healed quickly, and no blood was lost. Helplessly, Gu Fan could only take off his Deathly Silence coat and use the Deathly Silence staff to hit his head. This scene made Xia Shulan stunned. Then, Gu Fan ate another portion of dinosaur meat. A portion of dinosaur meat can restore about 50 health points. Gu Fan made a slight judgment. It seems that we have to find time to explore the Beast Sky Island. Maybe, if the meat is high quality enough, it can even increase the attribute limit. Will the attribute limit increase the health limit? Not sure, just have this guess. But soon, the dinosaur meat may be too nourishing, and Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan with a strange look. Xia Shulan blinked her eyes, but she didn't feel anything unusual, but she soon exclaimed and was picked up by the waist. Chapter 177. The next day, early in the morning, Xia Shulan was still kicking her legs in Gu Fan's arms. Last night, she kept hitting the quilt while she was sleeping, and occasionally kicked Gu Fan with her little feet. After Gu Fan woke up halfway, he could only adjust the qualifications of the two, and try not to wake up his beloved baby. Wu Gu Fan, I love you. Xia Shulan was still talking in her sleep, and Gu Fan had already woken up. He hugged Xia Shulan, and did not wake her up. Instead, he was summarizing the recent gains that needed to be copied. The current number of copies has been almost 5, giving a treasure chest, a fruit, 2 skills, and a coat, and there are 3 times of storage. There are many items that need to be copied. Gu Fan slowly analyzed Resource Sky Island Guidance Scroll, Skill Fruit, Magic Gluttony Book, and Star Level Resource Treasure Chest, of course, and the most important Special Sky Island Second Pass Scroll. The reason why the Special Sky Island Second Pass Scroll is the most important is because this thing is used to save lives. Gu Fan did not hesitate, and used up 1 copy to get the Special Sky Island Instant Pass ticket. Then, he gave 1 to his aunt, Gu Yuner, and others. But soon, Gu Yuner wrote back and rejected the Instant Pass ticket. Gu Yuner, Fanner, what are you doing? This thing is too precious, I can't take it. Gu Fan, Aunt, Shulan and I miss you very much. I have more than 1 ticket for registration. You can use it. The Special Sky Island is more dangerous than you think. Use it directly when you encounter it. Gu Fan's insistence made Gu Yuner accept it. However, Gu Yuner also immediately sent other supplies. Under her insistence, Gu Fan had no choice but to accept it. This included the material of lapis lazuli. Then, Gu Fan thought about it, and then copied the guidance to the Resource Island, and used it by the way. Do you want to use the Resource Island guidance drawing? Yes. Gu Fan used it directly, and the next moment, the Gu Lan suddenly stopped the current sailing direction. Then, it began to sink continuously, and while sinking, it was also heading in one direction, seemingly heading towards the nearest Resource Island. Yoshi, while heading towards the Resource Island, you can play ranked well during this period. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Xia Shulan had already woken up. She looked at Gu Fan infatuatedly. Good morning, my idiot husband. Just when Xia Shulan wanted to say something, Gu Fan had already kissed her little face full of collagen. After taking advantage of Xia Shulan, Gu Fan did not forget to tease, good boy, you smell so good. With Gu Fan's teasing, Xia Shulan's happiness immediately turned into super happiness. Who knows how fast Xia Shulan's heartbeat was at this moment? 2 more days. During these 2 days, Gu Fan did not use copying, and the number of copies returned to 3. At the same time, their points also reached 100 points, and the second place had 40 points. The matching time was very long, and the shortest one took more than half an hour. However, the two did not forget to fish. However, the goddess of luck did not seem to favor them. They did not catch anything good in the past few days of fishing, except wood. Just when the two were bored after matching the ranking battle for too long and were about to go to the bedroom, a reminder sound suddenly sounded next to them. About to arrive at the Resource Island. The following is the occupation team, Resource Island level, resource type, and area size. Occupation team, number 1 in the world. Level 1. Resource output, 100 gold per day. Area, 8,250 square meters. As the voice beside the ear disappeared, a small island appeared from below. The Gulen stayed just above the small island. During this period, the Gulen has been descending, and finally arrived. Xia Shulan carried Gu Fan on her back, and kept using the moon step in midair. The two looked down curiously. There were 3 buildings in total. One building was similar to a drone gun, one was similar to a base, and there was a building composed of gold blocks. Defense buildings, resource island bases, and buildings that produce gold. Gu Fan analyzed. Bao, go down and see how this golden house produces gold. Because the side effects of using thunder and lightning are great, it is a luxury to use it to travel, so generally speaking, flying will be handed over to Xia Shulan, who is already proficient. How proficient is Xia Shulan in Moon Step now? It is no exaggeration to say that even in that situation, using Moon Step is very simple. Okay, husband. Bang bang bang. Xia Shulan stepped on the sky with both feet, and came down with Gu Fan on her back. There are enemies. Below, a guard with a rifle suddenly saw the two people falling from the sky and whistled to let everyone pay attention. Gu Fan curiously checked the guard's information. Resource Sky Island Guard, Rifleman. HP, 200. Attack, 40. Defense, 22. Speed, 21. The NPC guards on the Resource Island will get a certain degree of upgrade every time they occupy the island. Once they are killed, they will lose the guard completely. Can guards be upgraded like buildings? After Gu Fan understood, Xia Shulan was about to use the death staff to attack him, but was stopped by Gu Fan. Bao, don't worry, they are no threat to us anyway. For Rifleman came out and kept attacking Gu Fan and the other two. However, the bullets hit them, and their black coats were immediately spread out, causing no damage at all. For a moment, the Riflemen were horrified. Although they were very scared, it was their responsibility to protect the Resource Island, and of course they could not retreat, so they kept shooting at the two. Soon, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan came to the front of the Golden House. Exploration. Economic facilities. Golden House. Gold mines will grow in the Golden House every once in a while. They are exclusive to the Resource Island and cannot be destroyed or transferred. Output, 100 gold per day. At the same time, in the Gold House, a pretty woman holding a gold pickaxe looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan with timid eyes. She was wearing thin clothes and had a haggard expression. When she saw the new outsider appear, she huddled in fear. Chapter 178. Lily didn't know what she had done wrong. She had no memory. She had been mining carefree on a strange small island since she was born. Mining was her daily routine and her goal. In Lily's heart, she felt uncomfortable if she didn't mine gold for a day. However, everything changed when the girl who worked so hard, worked 16 hours a day, and kept mining was encountered by the previous team of players on the Resource Island. The male player of that team used inhumane means against Lily. I don't know if it was because of the character of the male player himself, or because in the eyes of some players, these NPCs were just like the NPCs in the open world games played before the crossing, and they were not living people at all. They could be bullied and killed at will. The reason why Lily's life was still kept was just for her to mine day and night. Who are you? Lily looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, who broke into the Gold House with trembling. So that's how it is. The output of gold is dug out from this so-called Gold House. Gu Fan glanced at the thin female miner, and then looked at the gold mine on the ground. Hubby. This miner seems a bit miserable, with wounds all over his body. Xia Shulan took Gu Fan's hand, and said solemnly. Looking at the glamorous and beautiful white silk Lolita wearing a beautiful JK outfit, Lily looked at Xia Shulan with some envy. But soon, she shook her head immediately. Her mission was to mine. What's the use of envying an external enemy? The most important thing at this stage is to protect the gold mine. Thinking of this, Lily stood up in fear and blocked the gold mine under her body. It seems that the previous team did a lot of good things on this Resource Island. Gu Fan didn't say anything. He didn't comment on this, because he and Xia Shulan killed many players, natives, and NPCs. Afterwards, Gu Fan led Xia Shulan out of the Golden House, and looked at the machine gun building again. Exploration. Spending dozens of cubes, Gu Fan conducted an exploration. Resource Island Defense Machine Gun. Health, 500. Attack, 100. The next moment, the machine gun pointed the muzzle at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Duh. The machine gun began to emit blue light, but many bullets hit the two people without causing any damage. I understand this Resource Island. After knowing all the above, Gu Fan laughed, gathered a lightning in his hand, and bombarded the base not far away. Soon, the base exploded. This means that this Resource Island belongs to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. The guards on the side, as well as Lily, the miner of the Gold House, were stunned. Congratulations on occupying the Resource Island. The following is the new information of the Resource Island. Level 2. Output resources, 150 gold and 200 quartz per day. Area, 8,250 square meters. The health and damage of the machine gun tower have increased, currently 700 health and 150 damage. New defense facilities pistol tower. Health 300. Attack 120. Please give a name to the Level 2 Resource Island. The next moment, a high tower with a pistol appeared on the side. At the same time, something similar to an excavator appeared on the side of the Gold House. At the same time, a pit appeared on the ground, and the NPC using the excavator was directing the excavator to continuously dig out quartz in the hole. Gold production has increased, plus a new quartz mining site. Gu Fan was still very satisfied. However, soon, Gu Fan's behavior was known by the so-called number one in the world. In a room in a large golden ship in the distant void, a man in a golden coat was sleeping with a mature young woman in his arms. However, the next moment, the system reminded him in his ear, "Your gold resource island has been occupied by players. Please return to the resource island through the teleportation array in time to compete. Your guards and miners miss you very much." I don't know what the mentality of this game system is. After the resource island was robbed, the other party's team name and player name were not prompted. Only when he returned to the resource island through the teleportation array, he could know who occupied the resource island. Huh? My island was occupied. The man in the golden coat stood up, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. And he happened to be one of the team members of the number one team in the world, Gao Jingyi. Gao Jingyi's talent is A-level control of gold. 10 gold blocks can be generated every day, and the gold blocks can be controlled to form various shapes and smash them at the enemy. With this talent, you basically don't have to worry about falling down at the beginning. It is a very useful talent in the early and middle stages, and it is also considered powerful in A-level. The reason why it is not S-level is probably because of the lack of successors. Now there are many blocks that are stronger than gold. Ice crystal blocks, diamond blocks, lapis lazuli blocks, etc. Husband, what's wrong? The mature young woman is Gao Jingyi's wife, named Bai Jie. Before crossing, she was a Chinese teacher and a guy with a somewhat perverted personality. The female miner named Lily was injured yesterday because of Bai Jie's whipping. Come, follow me to the teleportation array. I want to see which blind Sancoin thing is rushing to rob my resource island. I will kill the men and leave the women, Gao Jingyi said angrily. Humph, my whip is thirsty. Bai Jie's eyes flashed with danger. The reason why they are so confident is that their comprehensive strength ranks among the top 1,000 in the global team rankings, and their husbands have A-level talents. Soon, they came to the resource island through the teleportation array. At the same time, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were in the center of the resource island. They were arranging mud blocks to see if they could turn the open space on this resource island into fertile soil for farming. You know, dinosaur meat has appeared. If other higher quality food seeds can appear in the future, the mud blocks on this large piece of land will definitely come in handy in the future. Just when Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were working together, and not tired. Suddenly, a series of golden arrows shot at Gu Fan and the others. Xia Shulan's stomach shrank, and she twisted her back to avoid 5 golden arrows. Gu Fan, relying on his sense of sight and hearing, caught several golden arrows with his hands. Although he would not lose blood if he was hit, who would want to be stabbed by these golden arrows? Gu Fan raised his head and looked at the 2 strange players who were attacking them. The world's number 1 player is here. It's just right. We can discuss with them about Mutual Resource Island and upgrading defense facilities. However, the next moment, Gu Fan also used mind reading. Gao Jingyi, TSK, the girl next to him is so cute and sexy. I really want to give her. But these 2 people are not bad. They can actually avoid my golden arrow feathers. Listening to Gao Jingyi's dirty words in his heart, Gu Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. What he does to other strange women is not up to Gu Fan. However, once he intends to hurt Xia Shulan, whether it is an idea or a plan, Gu Fan will never allow it. Wait, Jingyi, take a look at the other party's exploration price. Bai Jie suddenly said in fear. Boom, 2 lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky and covered the whole body of the 2. Bai Jie was directly turned into ashes, and Gao Jingyi, who was covered in gold, still had a breath. He looked at Gu Fan, who was walking step by step in fear. Don't kill me, brother. Xia Shulan on the side was a little confused. She didn't often use mind reading, so naturally she didn't know what happened. However, since her husband did this, he must have his reasons. Chapter 179. Boss God, don't kill me, I was wrong. Watching his wife being killed instantly, Gao Jingyi was filled with fear. Gu Fan laughed and checked the health of the level 2 resource island base, which was exactly 500 points. Go, smash the base of the resource island and occupy this island. Gu Fan ordered slowly. At first, Gao Jingyi didn't react, but soon he understood. Gu Fan was doing this to level up the resource island. He was a tool man for upgrading the resource island. Under Gu Fan's coercion, Gao Jingyi had no choice but to do it. After upgrading several levels to level 10, the economic facilities and defense facilities on the island just satisfied Gu Fan. Resource island base, 5,000 health points. And 3 machine guns, 5 sniper towers, and 10 pistol towers, and 3 gold houses, and 5 quartz quarries. The gold output is 600 per day, which is 60 gold cubes. The quartz output is 1,000 or 100 quartz cubes per day. Of course, the resource island can be further strengthened, but Gao Jingyi's strength is no longer enough to attack it. Even if Gu Fan tells the current guards not to take action, the surrounding buildings that will automatically attack will still not forget to attack the enemy. Therefore, to exchange resource islands, you must find someone with the same strength as you, or a little weaker than you. Forget it, it's just a pastime. Gu Fan looked at the trembling Gao Jingyi. Gu Fan, can you let me go? The name of Gu Lanhao easily reminds people of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, who are ranked first in combat power. Moreover, the price of the investigation is very expensive. Gao Jingyi guessed the identities of the two people directly. Let you go. Gu Fan waved his hand, and called the female miner named Lily. Then, Gu Fan lent her the staff in his hand. Xia Shulan asked curiously, Husband, do you want this Lily to end this man's life? Master, Lily looked at Gu Fan timidly. Gu Fan's divine power made her feel very terrible. Don't you want to take revenge yourself? I don't care. If you don't do it, I will do it. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Hearing this, Lily felt mixed emotions. Why, Boss Gu Fan, she is just an NPC. She is just a created NPC. Gao Jingyi suddenly pointed at Lily and roared, Master Gu Fan, Master Xia Shulan, take me with you. My talent is to control gold. I am not weak. I am willing to join you and work for you. I am at least better than this lowly miner. Gao Jingyi's sudden attack made Lily's body tremble, and a strong sense of inferiority flashed in her eyes. She squatted down with a little tear in her eyes. Xia Shulan came over to block Lily behind her, looking at Gao Jingyi with anger. I don't understand why you treated your miners like this at that time, although I am not a good person and my hands are stained with blood. But, if someone works hard for me, for the mining of Gu Fan and me every day and night, I will never have the heart to do anything to her. As my subordinate, I will definitely treat her well. As for you still wanting to join us? Even if you become a member of the Dead Silence, you are not worthy. It is disgusting. Xia Shulan finished speaking in a sonorous and powerful voice. With Xia Shulan's support, Lily stood up again, her eyes became firm. She picked up the Dead Silence staff and knocked Gao Jingyi's head again and again. Ah, Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, you will go to hell. I will wait for you in hell. Gao Jingyi roared. Bang! The next moment, his head exploded and he died on the spot. Gao Jingyi's attributes were just like that, and his talent was average. Any servant in the family except Xiaomi could easily defeat him. Gu Fan and the others did not need such a weak chicken to join, even as a member of the Dead Silence. Lily was a little surprised, and a clear look flashed in her eyes. She seemed to have found something. She quickly used the Dead Silence staff. The staff was returned to Gu Fan, and without saying anything, he continued to mine with the gold pick in his hand. The inner voice told Lily that no matter who her master was, she just had to mine gold for them all the time. However, Lily didn't know why. Her mood became very comfortable, and the mining movements in her hands also accelerated a lot, and she even hummed a song. Gu Fan dealt with the resource island a little, returned to the Gu Lan, and then ordered the puppet to set sail and leave the island. Then, Gu Fan placed the portal on the -2nd floor. From now on, the portal will be placed on the -2nd floor, and the servants will live on the -1st floor. I didn't expect that you, a stinky baby, had this side, Gu Fan said in a doting tone. Xia Shulan stuck out her tongue, looking a little uneasy. Husband, why do I feel a little hypocritical? I have done a lot of bad things. Xia Shulan was a little embarrassed. In fact, she did a lot of bad things, but she would also be angry because of what Gao Jingyi did. Gu Fan shook his head. No, baby, you are not hypocritical at all. In my opinion, we only need to do what we think is right. That's enough. Especially you, whatever you do is right. Gu Fan stared at Xia Shulan's pupils, hugged her shoulders, and said seriously, Dead bastard, you are not comforting me like this because you want to eat, right? Xia Shulan blinked and said innocently. With this bold statement, it can only be said that the contrast is full. Gu Fan, ? You dead hypocritical little ghost, I will teach you a lesson. Gu Fan said with a serious face, and picked up Xia Shulan in a princess hug. Ha ha ha, husband, I knew it. Across. Xia Shulan said with a flash of expectation in her eyes. However, what the rubbish husband said makes sense. We don't need to think too much. We have enough strength to do what we want to do, and what we think is right. That's enough. Is that what you mean, rubbish husband? Xia Shuan thought happily. Chapter 180. Since Gu Fan proposed to do what he thought was right, that was enough. Xia Shuan was just letting herself go. She was a bit of a little devil, and now she was even more so. Woo woo woo, you are so numb. Gu Fan carried Xia Shuan on his back and used lightning in the air, flashing back and forth. These 2 days, Xia Shuan didn't know what was wrong with her, and she begged Gu Fan to carry her on his back and use lightning to run around in the air. She said she wanted to enjoy flying, and Xia Shuan would occasionally perform the moon step, and then run around in the air with Gu Fan on her back. You are obviously a college student, and a few months older than me. Why are you like a child? Gu Fan looked at Xia Shuan speechlessly. I don't care about you. If you don't agree to me, I won't let you touch me. I don't know why Xia Shuan likes his thunder and lightning. Could it be that she has awakened some wonderful ideas? When they were tired, they went fishing again. After fishing, Gu Fan hugged Xia Shuan and took a nap. Oh, it is worth mentioning that Xia Shuan finally agreed to take a bath with Gu Fan under Gu Fan's persistence. They took several happy baths in the past 2 days. This also proves that the two of them stick together almost every day, except when they go to the toilet. At the same time, the 2-day copy is saved, and the number of copies has now reached 3. Of course, the 2-day voyage is not nonsensical. Gu Fan used the guide map of the Beast Sky Island. In addition, he dragged Xia Shuan to play ranked battles, or learn from each other to increase each other's practical experience. It's just that it seems a bit far away, so it hasn't been there in the past 2 days. Just when Gu Fan thought that he couldn't reach the Beast Sky Island today, the Snow Girl suddenly appeared from below the deck with a telescope. 2 masters, there is a huge sky island ahead, which is very likely the Beast Sky Island you mentioned. Is that so? It seems that it's time to do something big. The ranking battle and the resource Sky Island have been dragging on for a while. Gu Fan took the telescope and looked across. Sure enough, it was a very large sky island. Similarly, looking around, there were also many players landing together. Of course, because the Beast Sky Island is large enough, the strength of the monsters and beasts inside is at least the strength of a band. Therefore, the strength of the players on the side is definitely much higher than before. Gu Fan secretly speculated. At the same time, the players who landed this time did not have base blocks made of wood and mud, but used quartz or iron blocks. Most of them used quartz. Compared with iron blocks, quartz is more cost-effective for making bases. For example, not far to the left front of Gu Fan, there is a team of 4 players. Through exploration, after wearing the equipment, the strength of these 4 players is above the first band. Although the attribute strength of the naked equipment is also important, the most important thing at this stage is talent, equipment, and skills. These 3 aspects provide great strength, and are often used to challenge higher levels. Tianren, in front of the left of Gu Lan. Tianren is composed of 3 teams and 4 players. Among them, the strongest player is named Hu Xiangbue, who ranks 15th in the world and has S-level talent. Boss Hu, there are quite a few players landing this time, and it seems that there is a super strong man nearby, who is very likely to be one of the top 3 strong men in the world. The exploration price is actually more than 10,000. You know, with our strength, the exploration price exceeds 1,000, basically all the top-ranked players. On the side, a thin woman with short hair came to Hu Xiangbue and said solemnly. She handed the telescope to Hu Xiangbue, and Hu Xiangbue took a look and found that they were just 2 young people. At the same time, according to the intimacy between the 2 young people, they seemed to be a couple. College couple? Hu Xiangbue had robbed many players of this type, but he also had principles, basically only seeking money and not killing. In his eyes, most college students are stupid. But he didn't expect that there would be college students who could do this. Boss Hu, do you want to spend 11,500 square coins to find out the information of that man? Check, I want to see what kind of precious information can be found with 11,500 square coins. Although Hu Xiangbue's deposit was only more than 50,000 square coins, he was still curious about Gu Fan's information. This is like some students who, before the monthly living allowance is distributed, buy some water for 200 yuan to see what it tastes like. Then, Hu Xiangbue explored it, and his pupils immediately shrank. Quick, drive the Tianren away, don't run into the world's #1 team. There is no doubt that after exploring the information, the other party's name can be obtained. Although Xia Shuan, who is cheaper, has not been explored yet. But Gu Fan, who is powerful, can only be the world's #1 team. Wait, Boss Hu, since even the great Gu Fan is here, Does this mean that the sky island we landed on this time is very dangerous? The short-haired woman said in a panic. At the same time, Gu Fan also used exploration and found the information of the 4 people in the upper left corner. Character, Hu Xianghua. Teammate, Wang Tingting. Talent, S-level talent. Super enhancement, you can enhance your own ability once a day. After the enhancement, your own strength and attributes will be greatly enhanced, up to 5 times. At the same time, the enhancement time can last up to 1 hour. After 1 hour, you will fall into a weak state. Skills, Mantis Fist, Beginner, Great Dark Palm, Beginner, Caring Claw, Minor Success, Health, Attack, 425. Defense, 458. Speed, 296. Status, Nervous, Scared. Gu Fan's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Obviously, Hu Xionghua's attributes and equipment are very ordinary, but his talent is very strong. At the same time, he also has a skill with a proficiency of Minor Success. Chapter 181. Proficiency reached Minor Success? Trash, we don't seem to have any skill proficiency reached Minor Success, right? Xia Shuan asked curiously. Gu Fan nodded, yes, it seems that they should know how to upgrade skills. Let's go 001, turn the bow to the upper left and ask. Gu Fan laughed. 001 sat on the chair and quickly followed Gu Fan's order to let the big ship sail to the upper left. At the same time, several thrusters were purchased in the past few days. Gu Fan ordered the puppets to place thrusters at the stern, and the speed of the Gulen was also accelerating. How is it? Have you gotten rid of it? Is this the world's #1 strength? 3 S-level talents, 1 A-level talent. It seems that all this is because of that copy talent. How can a talent of this strength only be S-level? Hu Xionghuo wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes full of fear. Boss Hu, Gu Fan is a monster. His speed is even higher than his health. At this speed, even a monster with 3 or 4 forbidden items is no match for Gu Fan. The same goes for the lowly next to him. Speed? Her talent is S-level perception. It seems that Gu Fan's perception is also copied. On the side, 2 younger brothers said hurriedly. Collect their information. I believe that there must be many brothers and sisters on the list who want to know the strength of the world's #1. Hu Xionghuo said calmly. Don't think that they spent nearly 20,000 yuan to explore the information of Gu Fan and the others. However, if this information is sold, it is estimated that they can make a lot of money. Who, boss who? They are coming. What are they coming? Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Aside, the short-haired woman holding a telescope said in fear. What did you say? Hu Xionghuo said in panic. The next moment, a flash of lightning flashed, and a boy in a black coat holding a cute lowly in the same black clothes appeared in front of Hu Xionghuo. Hey, hello. Gu Fan smiled and greeted He Xionghuo. He Xionghuo, damn. Should I sell their information? No, it seems that they have the ability to read minds. Could it be that they have thought of all my thoughts? This motherfucker is nothing but a monster. Damn it! Hu Xionghuo's eyes flashed with entanglement. Looking at the smiling Gu Fan and the other man, he was about to activate his innate skills to resist, but he thought that even if his speed was increased 5 times, he would never be as fast as Gu Fan. Well, do you still want to sell the information about me and Xia Shuan? Gu Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a lightning gathered in his hand. The short-haired girl, Wang Tingting, quickly stood in front of Hu Xionghuo. God Gu, God Xia, don't kill us, we will never sell the information. I have a lot of gold and platinum equipment here, whatever you want, we can give it to you. Wang Tingting's tone was full of timidity. The lightning in Gu Fan's hand disappeared, and he slowly said, okay, the purpose of my coming to you is just for one thing. Hu Xionghuo, why do you have a proficiency of a small success in your skills? Are there any rigid requirements for upgrading the proficiency of ordinary skills? Gu Fan asked curiously. Hu Xionghuo breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Shen should not come to kill him. Soon, he took out a white stone from the storage bar and handed it to Gu Fan. It's this Gu Fan, the great god. I got it on the last special Sky Island. Energy Stone X1. Energy Stone can be synthesized into energy cores or energy crystals, or upgrade skills. 10 energy stones can be synthesized into energy blocks. 20 energy stones can be synthesized into energy cores or energy crystals. 100 energy stones can upgrade ordinary skills from entry to minor success. Looking at the energy stone in his hand, Gu Fan nodded, but why didn't I see this kind of thing in the trading market? Because energy stones are very precious. As the only means to upgrade skills, its value is higher than many energy cores and energy crystals. More importantly, energy cores and energy crystals cannot be decomposed into energy stones. Wang Tingting explained hurriedly on the side. She looked at Xia Shulan beside Gu Fan, and her eyes flashed with surprise. So cute. Such a sexy sister. Xia Shulan stuck out her tongue at Wang Tingting, and looked her up and down with disdain at her thin body. Wang Tingting was immediately struck by lightning. Her pair of A was actually despised by a lowly. Not only that, energy stones can only be obtained from energy minerals, and only blue diamond level pickaxes can be dug out. At the same time, the energy minerals encountered each time are very small in size. Even if you use a blue diamond pickaxe to dig, it takes a long time. Energy stones are the most powerful blocks known so far. Hu Xiongbuo's explanation made Gu Fan understand why no players sell energy stones. First, there are very few islands with energy minerals, and only the top players are eligible to encounter them. Second, even if you encounter them, you cannot dig them without a blue diamond level pickaxe. For some reason, Gu Fan suddenly thought of the life gem. I don't know if the life gem pickaxe made with life gems can be compared with the so-called blue diamond pickaxe. Player Hu Xiongbuo sends you energy stones X15, blue diamond pickaxe X1. This is my last energy stone, and blue diamond pickaxe. I hope you can forgive me. I will never sell your information. Gu Fan grinned. Sell, why not? Huh? Hu Xiongbuo was a little stunned. He didn't understand what Gu Fan meant. We get 91 points for the cube coins you sold. Gu Fan said slowly. Wait, Master Gu Fan, this is your attribute panel after all. If you only take 10%, isn't it too little? Hu Xiongbuo scratched his head. He felt that this world's #1 boss seemed to be easy to talk to. Gu Fan's forehead was bulging with veins. I said I'll give you 90%, you idiot. Xia Shulan also stared at Hu Xiongbuo with an unhappy look. At the same time, she was also a little puzzled. She didn't know why her husband didn't choose to transform it into a dead servant. Maybe it's because it's not an enemy? Well, no matter what, whatever my husband does is right. Ah. Oh, I get it, Master Gu Fan. At the same time, you have to make up a false news. My talent is just set to an S level, as powerful as possible, and in line with my combat power, and the attributes are randomly made up. How is this possible? Isn't this deceiving consumers? Wang Tingting was dumbfounded, not understanding Gu Fan's operation. Hu Xiongbuo, on the other hand, seemed to be thinking about something, with a gleam in his eyes. Boss Gu Fan, how can I make the players believe that this is your attribute panel? Block coins are omnipotent. As long as there are enough blocks, there will be no problem in exploring even the most powerful enemies. Even if Gu Fan killed Hu Xiongbuo in front of him, he could not prevent players, who could afford it, and were curious about his attribute panel in the future. So, instead of killing Hu Xiongbuo or transforming Hu Xiongbuo with the deathly silent staff, it is better to use his identity as the 15th in the world to make his information public first. When other players understand their attribute panels, they will naturally not explore them again because they are expensive. Gu Fan does not have to worry about his attribute panel being explored by other players. Originally, there were only a few players who could afford this block coin. Gu Fan's insidiousness filled Hu Xiongbuo with fear. It's very simple. I'll add you as my friend, and you can just take a screenshot of our chat to prove that we are connected. At this stage, no hacker can hack the game system. In this way, everyone will naturally believe your false information. Okay, Master Gu Fan, as long as I do it, you won't do anything to me and my partner? Hu Xiongbuo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said calmly. One more thing, help me find the man on the wanted list. He almost took my life. Gu Fan said coldly. Chapter 182. Hu Xiongbuo was stunned. He soon remembered that Gu Fan had posted about He Xiaofeng before. Don't worry, Master Gu Fan, from now on your interests are my interests. If I meet He Xiaofeng, I will definitely help you catch him. Hu Xiongbuo said firmly, even if it was his inner thoughts. Gu Fan also read the meaning of submission. After all, Gu Fan was really too powerful, which made Hu Xiongbuo unable to raise the thought of resistance. At Gu Fan's request, Hu Xiongbuo first added Gu Fan as a friend. On the chat interface, behind the other party's name, there was a sign of the world's #1. At the same time, Hu Xiongbuo sent Gu Fan some messages similar to licking dog remarks again. Take a screenshot of this interface to express that he and Gu Fan know each other. Under Gu Fan's gaze, Hu Xiongbuo bought a day of level 9 promotion, and then sent false information about Gu Fan on the trading market, selling for 10,000 yuan per copy. At that time, for every copy sold, Gu Fan will be able to earn 9,000 coins. At the same time, the screenshot on the side is the authenticity of Gu Fan's information. Because only Gu Fan can enjoy the system notarization ability, so everyone can't tell the truth from the false. In addition, Gu Fan's name is very loud, and the person who posted the post is also very powerful, which really attracted a lot of players to comment below. Oh my god, is this true? Is it really the world's #1 Gu Fan? It's true, brother. Didn't you see that the owner of the transaction post is also one of the top 10 big guys in the world? Oh my god, isn't this backstabbing Gu Fan? Leaking Gu Fan's information? I'm very curious. Although I only have 20,000 in my bank account, I really want to know how powerful Gu Fan is. Just like that, the trading posts quickly filled up many posts. But at this time, the Sky Island in front of us was getting closer and closer. Tianren and Gulen drove to the Sea of Clouds on the Sky Island. Gu Fan said, I'm leaving first. Hu Xiongua, I hope you're a smart man, if you don't want to be rewarded by me. After that, a flash of lightning flashed, and Gu Fan carried Xia Shuan away from Tianren, and returned to his own court ship Gulen. Boss Hu, what should we do now? Although Wang Tingting was attracted by Xia Shulan's appearance just now, she soon realized the seriousness of the problem. Damn. This is the world's #1 power. I almost died. There is no choice but to obey the arrangements of Boss Gu Fan. You know, once Gu Fan's permanent promotion bounty is offered, even the second and third strongest people in the world cannot accept it at all. Hu Xiongwa said with a solemn face. Moreover, this may also be our opportunity. At the same time, somewhere in the void of the main world, a man holding a black sniper rifle fired a shot at the platform not far behind, instantly killing the opponent in the head. Damn, this is the 5th one. Since I was rewarded, this is the 5th one to chase me. It seems that this sniper rifle cannot be used easily. Every time I meet a player with a sniper rifle on my back, I will be recognized. He Xiaofeng wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone full of solemnity. However, on the side, the woman in the pink jacket covered her arm. Her face was very haggard. At the same time, the arm was full of blue-gray, and an arrow was inserted into the arm, which seemed to be poisoned. Sister, how are you, sister? He Xiaofeng suddenly remembered that when he was fighting against the high-level players just now, there was a player holding a purple crossbow on the other side. Although he was shot in the head with a sniper rifle, before the headshot, he seemed to have shot an arrow at his sister. I should be poisoned. The woman in the pink jacket suddenly vomited a large amount of blood, covering the entire platform, and her vitality was gradually dying. Sister! Ah, damn Gu Fan! He Xiaofeng roared, with anger flashing in his eyes. He Miaomu is his sister, and also his reverse scale. Any player who dares to attack He Miaomu should die. Just when he was about to buy a healing potion in the trading market, he found that every player who sold antidote potions was unwilling to sell them to him, even if they were familiar players with whom he had traded before. You are He Xiaofeng, right? It's not that I won't sell it to you, but it's mainly because Gu Fan has offered a reward for you, and he's still raising the price, which has already reached 1 million coins. I'm sorry. Brother Hawkeye. Well, it's mainly because I'm afraid of being discovered by Gu Fan, and I don't have trouble selling my antidote potion. It's the same if I sell it to others. Selling it to you is risky, so why should I sell it to you? There weren't many players selling antidote potions in the market, so after asking around, He Xiaofeng slapped himself. That's not right. Why don't I stay anonymous? However, when he asked anonymously again, he was immediately discovered. He Xiaofeng, do you think I'm stupid? You asked me, and then you became anonymous. You are also anonymous on the leaderboard. Can I guess it? Of course, in the end, there was a seller who sold the antidote, who was careless, and sold it to He Xiaofeng. He Xiaofeng picked up the antidote, and fed it to He Miaomu. However, on the attribute panel, He Miaomu's status was still severely poisoned, without any relief. At the same time, their platform suddenly drove to a strange and terrifying Sky Island. The area of the Sky Island is huge, no less than a large city, and at the same time, there is a faint green light in the sky. Ding! Landing on a special Sky Island. Which Sky Island? The team player's strength is detected to be insufficient, and one member is seriously injured. The difficulty will be reduced. Stay time, 30 days. He Xiaofeng listened to the game system sound next to his ear, and was immediately desperate. It's okay to be attacked by players, for no reason during this period. What comes is just a little bit, not worth mentioning, but his sister is very weak, and was poisoned by the enemy's attack. But just a few minutes after being poisoned, the quartz platform actually opened to a special Sky Island. The only thing to be thankful for is that the requirements and rules of the special Sky Island have been reduced a lot, and there is still a glimmer of hope. God wants to kill me. He Xiaofeng regretted it. He regretted being the sixth player and attacking other players and ended up kicking the steel plate. He laughed bitterly, but his eyes soon became firm in his laughter. No, there is always a way out. As long as I want to go, no one can stop me. I will survive and take my sister with me. A dark purple light suddenly appeared on him and the unconscious He Miaomyu. Most special sky islands will automatically teleport players to the town above, give them a certain identity, and integrate them into the civilization of the special sky island. The which sky island is no surprise. Chapter 183. Arrived at the Beast Sky Island. Sky Island area, 45,823 square kilometers. Duration of stay, 15 days. Within 15 days, the location of the Gulan will continue to guide the location during the landing period. Please return to the quartz ship before 15 days. Teams that have landed or are already on the Beast Sky Island, 15. The team players Gu Fan and Xia Shulan have been detected to have arrived at the first ban. Do you accept the Sky Island mission? Sky Island mission. Every time you land on an ordinary Sky Island, if the team players have a strength of 1 ban or above, they will have the opportunity to obtain the Sky Island mission. Accept the Sky Island mission, and you will receive a reward after completing it. Failure will be severely punished. Do you accept it? The difficulty of the mission will refer to the team's strength, and there will be no difficulty that cannot be completed. Gu Fan looked at the new function with interest. He hugged Xia Shulan's slender waist, and had come to the beach at the edge of the empty Sky Island. The Silent Snow Girl, the Ice Snow Milk Dragon, and Lucian followed behind them. The Snow Girl's eyes were full of vigilance, paying attention to the dangers around. The Lion Tiger Beast and 3-1 Forbidden King Kong Lizard monsters stayed on the Gu Lan to help guard. The help of the 4-1 Forbidden was enough to make the rear worry-free. Gu Fan didn't know what happened to Xiaofeng and his brother at this time, but even if he knew, he would still curse them in contempt. Xiaofeng's sniper damage was definitely in the 4 digits, most likely more than 3,000. You know, a wipe can reduce hundreds of health points, which is enough to prove the horror of the black sniper rifle. If he died, Xia Shulan would definitely cry like a tearful person. Gu Fan would not allow anyone to hurt Xia Shulan. My dear husband, I didn't expect that there would be more and more new functions after the merger of the areas. Should we accept the mission? If the mission fails, will there be any punishment? Xia Shulan said timidly. Take it. Since it has appeared, I am very curious about what the so-called reward is. Moreover, maybe I can also get information about the Beast Sky Island. Gu Fan said with a chuckle. Soon, he chose to accept the Sky Island mission. The area of this island is very large. It would be too troublesome to understand it one by one. Beast Sky Island mission. Defeat the evil Beast King and save the Beast Sky Island. The evil Beast King is not a strong man of the Beast clan, but a human who was once deprived of the player identity. At the same time, the human's talent is related to the beast. He persecuted more than 50 beast races on the Beast Sky Island, big and small, and became the king of the Beast Sky Island, with a strength of 3 forbidden. The original inhabitants of the entire Beast Sky Island live in a hell of deep water and fire, and are extremely repulsive to outsiders who are humans. Killing the evil Beast King and saving the Beast Island will benefit the development of ordinary islands and the players who will log in next. Mission penalty. If the mission fails, the 2 will be randomly deducted 500 attribute points. Seeing the mission to kill the Beast Island, Gu Fan was slightly surprised. After reading for a long time, he finally understood the purpose of this mission. I didn't expect that after being deprived of his player status, he became a 3-ban? My god. Xia Shulan was shocked, and really didn't understand how this Beast King got to this level. In any case, this also shows that humans are at the top of the food chain in nature. A mere human being, who has become the boss of the Sky Island of Beasts. Of course, this also shows that the IQ of other beasts is probably not very good, and they are 50-50 with Xiao Shulan. Gu Fan thought secretly in his heart. Looking for death. Xia Shulan accidentally heard Gu Fan's inner thoughts, and bumped into Gu Fan's stomach. Puff. Gu Fan looked at this stinky baby speechlessly. Then Gu Fan restrained her 2 hands, and put them behind her to restrain Xia Shulan. Gu Fan continued to analyze. At the same time, because of this Beast King, the balance on the Sky Island was affected, but I am very curious. There are not a few Sky Islands where we have caused trouble. How come nothing happened? Ding! Because the notarized game system of this player is not me. Gu Fan suddenly got an explanation in his ear. What does this mean? Gu Fan continued to ask questions, but the game system immediately became aloof and did not continue to explain. You bastard, this damn system is not just explaining to you, because it sees how powerful we are? Xia Shulan asked curiously, twisting her two imprisoned hands at the same time, looking at Gu Fan, who seemed unwilling to let go, and immediately looked at him with resentment. This posture. Do I really look like a prisoner? It seems that this world is more vast than I thought, and there is more than one game system. This game system corresponds to our blue star players, so are there not only blue stars that everyone travels through, but also many other worlds? It's just that for some reasons, I haven't encountered it now. In order to take care of the blue star players, the blue star game system issued this task to me. Thinking of this, Gu Fan finally sorted out the motivation for this task. You stinky fish, let me go, I'm so embarrassed. Xia Shulan stared at Gu Fan with her big watery eyes, gritting her teeth. Gu Fan laughed and hugged her waist again. As soon as they stepped into a forest, the two of them became nervous. Master, be careful, there is murderous intent, the dead snow girl said quickly. Gu Fan sensed that there were more than a dozen attacks that could threaten him, which also proved that these attacks were more than 1,000 points of damage. Swish, swish, swish. Several cracking sounds were heard around. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan, and the lightning flashed, just avoiding the attack of more than 10 bows and arrows. However, the milk dragon and the snow girl stood in front of him, and were shot with an arrow each, and their health dropped a little. Lu Xun was just touched by the arrow, and with his current strength, it was indeed a bit difficult. Human outsiders, don't even think about stepping into the Beast Sky Island. An angry voice came from the sky. A strange creature with a bird's head and 3 pairs of beautiful wings on its back, holding a bow and arrow in its hand, was staring at Gu Fan and the others. The head of this strange creature was like an eagle, and its sharp beak was shining with a cold light. However, the 3 wings behind it were like butterflies, with beautiful patterns. The bow and arrow in his hand, if nothing unexpected happened, was at least platinum level, otherwise one arrow would not have been a threat to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Gu Fan spent 700 square coins to explore. Spirit Feather Strange Bird. Realm, 1 Forbidden. HP, 1125. Attack, 325. Without bow and arrow, defense, 200. Speed, 752. Skill, Spirit Feather Archery. Pull out the feathers from the wings, which can be hardened. When used with a platinum quality longbow, it can cause an additional 900 damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. At the same time, in addition to Gu Fan, several other players who landed on the Beast Sky Island were also attacked. They, including the players who had been in the Beast Sky Island before landing today within the past 15 days, totaled 15. Chapter 184. Boss Hu, there are beasts ahead. Wang Tingting shouted hurriedly. I saw werewolves in gray armor appearing from the front, staring at Hu Xiongbo and his gang. Humph, if you can't beat Boss Gu Fan, you can't beat you beasts? Hu Xiongbo's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. He had killed a first-level monster on the last Sky Island. Now it is even more powerful. A mere first-level monster is just a sandbag in his eyes. Qilin Claw. Hu Xiongbo shouted loudly. He flashed in front of the werewolf, and grabbed the werewolf's chest with his hands. In an instant, blood tore, and a deep scar was scratched on the werewolf's chest. The gray armor also broke apart. At the same time, the other 3 teammates also took out their weapons, and started fighting with the werewolf clan. Hu Xiongbo's trump card is the powerful 5-fold enhancement. Once enhanced, even the equipment worn on the body can be enhanced. The HP is close to 6,000, and the attack, defense, and speed are also over 2,000. This kind of power can be encountered even by the strong men of the 2nd forbidden level. However, it can only be used once a day, so Hu Xiongbo will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. This is why he dare not face Gu Fan. Gu Fan's speed is too fast, and his attack can also hurt himself after the enhancement. It is absolutely not advisable to be weak when landing on the dangerous Sky Island. The most dangerous time to land on the Sky Island is when entering the Sky Island. At that time, you may encounter fellow players or be attacked by the natives of the Sky Island. Therefore, he chose to submit to Gu Fan and work for Gu Fan. This is also the smartest choice. Not long after, Hu Xiongbo and his team of players had defeated the werewolves that attacked them. Of course, there are teams that have made it through the attacks of the beasts on the edge, and there are also teams that have failed. The beast tribe on the periphery has been relying on defeating outsiders to obtain various equipment and powerful special items all year round. They are divided into the forces of predators in the entire Beast Sky Island, surrounding the periphery of the entire Beast Sky Island. This is the information that Gu Fan has already asked the Lingyu monster bird. Human brother, can you please not kill me? I know I am wrong. The leader of the Lingyu monster bird stared at Gu Fan and his men with tears in his eyes. Your wings are so beautiful, let me see. Xia Shuan smiled sweetly, and with her little hand, she pulled off a wing on the back of the Lingyu monster bird. Ah! The Lingyu monster bird screamed, and fear flashed in its eyes. It really couldn't imagine that such a lovely human heart was so bad. You injured my subordinates, and you still want me to let you go? Gu Fan stared at the spirit feather bird coldly. The snow girl was holding dinosaur meat in her hand, chewing it constantly, replenishing her lost life points. Let me go, I know I was wrong. The bird trembled. Gu Fan did not hesitate. After figuring out the distribution of forces in the entire Beast Sky Island, he killed several spirit feather birds with a staff. Get spirit feather bird meat X60. Get spirit feather wings X14. Get gold treasure box X1. Put these monster bird meats away. They are forbidden meats anyway. Eating them will definitely replenish a lot of life points. At the same time, Gu Fan also lent the Tao Tai magic book to the injured Snow Girl. Snow Girl, can you use this to restore lost health? Okay, master. Snow Girl did as she was told and found that she could. After replenishing her health, Gu Fan then added inferior meat such as beef and mutton from the Qianquan bag to the magic book. After thinking about it, Gu Fan decided to give one of the 3 copies he had mastered to the Tao Tai magic book. Now there is only one Tao Tai magic book, and the restored health is only 1,000 points. Having one more will give you a higher sense of security. Nothing is more important than Xia Shulan's safety. At the same time, according to interrogating the Lingyu monster bird and reading the Lingyu monster bird's mind, it was learned that there are 7 forces on the Beast Sky Island. The first is a lot of predators composed of the Forbidden Beast tribe. Their sphere of influence surrounds the edge of the entire Beast Sky Island. They are the lowest status and the least number of races of beasts. There are dozens of species in total. In addition to the lowly predators, who can only rely on plundering outsiders. The others are the normal forces of the entire Beast Sky Island, the Dinosaur tribe, the Flame Lion tribe, the Dragon tribe, the Horse Cow tribe, the Fishman tribe, and the Beast King who controls the 5 major races. Among them, the Horse Cow tribe has the largest population, and their status is the lowest except for the predators. They often do farm work and heavy work, and give the crops and fruits of their labor to the other 4 major tribes, including the Beast King, in unequal proportions. At the same time, the birth rate of the Horse Cow tribe is the highest. In addition to the horse cows in the Horse Cow tribe's base camp, many horse cows are kept in captivity by other races. Most of the horse cows were kept in huge cages when they were young. When they grow up, they are asked to work, grow vegetables, farm, build, etc. Anyway, all the lowly and tiring work in the Beast Sky Island is given to the Horse Cow tribe. The reason is that they have been living in cages all the time, and they need to work to pay for living in cages. As for what to do if they are too old to work after a long time, it doesn't matter. As a horse cow with the strength of a ban, when it reaches adulthood, its meat is extremely delicious. After using it, it can be slaughtered and eaten. So, to a certain extent, the Horse Cow tribe with a large population is actually not as good as the predators in the outer forest. As for whether the Horse Cow tribe has ever resisted, it really did. The patriarch of the Horse Cow tribe had the strength of a second band before. It led the outer predators to resist the 4 major races including the Beast King. Unfortunately, for some reason, the resistance failed in the end. The head of the Horse Cow King was cut off and placed at the door of the Beast King's palace, and was exposed to the sun for 7 days and 7 nights. Afterwards, the skull was cleaned and became the Beast King's urinal. As for more specific information, Gu Fan did not find out. But he knew that if he wanted to resist the Beast King and kill the Beast King, uniting with the Horse and Ox tribe was the right choice. To let him and Xia Shulan face the 3 forbidden strongmen alone. To be honest, they might really encounter some dangers. My god, the Horse and Ox tribe, isn't that just cattle and horses? Xia Shulan blinked, and suddenly thought that she had ridiculed herself as cattle and horses, but she didn't expect that there was really such a race on the Beast Sky Island. So, if you want to complete the task, kill the Beast King, unite with cattle and horses, oh no, unite with a huge group of Horse and Ox tribe to resist the Beast King, it is the right choice. Gu Fan analyzed. At the same time, they walked out of the edge of the forest while chatting. I saw that the periphery was a huge plain, and on the plain, there were one after another fiery red lions. They leaned against each other lazily. On the side, there is a huge farm, where creatures similar to cows and horses are working. They are huge, with heads similar to horses, but with 2 horns. At the same time, they are strong and each has the strength of a first-level forbidden. These red flame lions are also first-level forbidden, but their number is rare. Chapter 185. Humans? Outsiders, humans. Didn't those ants deal with humans? A nearby flame lion looked at Gu Fan and his companions curiously. Since you come here, don't leave. The red flame lion came over, looking at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan with a playful look in his eyes. Where is the territory of the horse and oxen clan? Gu Fan asked coldly. He was too lazy to waste time with a forbidden-level flame lion. Just a human. Who do you think you're standing in front of, bastard? The flame lion roared, gathering a flame in his hand and attacking Gu Fan. 3 minutes later, several flame lions that were lying in the sun on the plain had already knelt in front of Gu Fan. In the farm nearby, most of the horses and cattle looked at Gu Fan curiously. Oh my god, who is this? How did the Yinsher masters get solved in such a short time? So powerful, but it's none of our business. I'm going to continue working, otherwise I won't have dinner today. You are such a cow. What's wrong with paddling to join in the fun? I am a horse, not a cow. Aren't they all the same? The horses and cows looked at this scene curiously. Gu Fan flashed in front of them. I let you go free, you helped me do things. Do you understand? Gu Fan didn't continue to talk nonsense, and directly smashed the surrounding fence with one punch. There is no doubt that the material of this fence is at least diamond-level hardness. Although Gu Fan didn't recognize it, it took a lot of effort to break it. Get Corundum Fence X7 however, soon, Gu Fan frowned, because the group of cows and horses did not come out, but still stared at Gu Fan with strange eyes on the farm. What's going on? What does this guy mean? He wants us to go out and help him do things. Ah, why should we go out? We feel so safe here, we are fulfilled, and we have food to eat. That's right, this guy is sick. I don't want to go out, my family is still here. Looking at most of the horses and cows staring at him with strange eyes. Gu Fan couldn't hold it anymore, and his mouth twitched. No, what's the difference between this and him? It's useless, humans. The horses and cows have been brainwashed deeply. In their eyes, it's their honor to help our Yinsher clan and other nobles work. Kneeling on the ground, the leading Yinsher suddenly sarcastically said, Who do you think you are, wanting to save the horses and cows? But why are the horses and cows the bottom of the entire beast clan? Have you ever thought about it? Just a human, but you still want to save them. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan could see that this Yinsher wanted to delay time. They may think that they will be saved when the strong men of the Flame Lion arrive. This place is just the most remote part of the Flame Lion territory. Tell me. Gu Fan frowned. It's very simple. Because of the strong fertility rate of the Horse and Ox clan, if the Horse and Ox clan is not suppressed, sooner or later one strong man will be born. So for our benefit, and for the benefit of the Lord Beast King, the Horse and Ox clan can only become the lowest level and become slaves working for us. The food, clothing, housing and transportation of our Flame Lion clan all depend on the Horse and Ox clan. Thief ha ha. The leading Flame Lion suddenly laughed. However, before he could refute, Gu Fan felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and he quickly hugged Xia Shulan and retreated. A huge fireball fell from the sky and hit Gu Fan. One after another, flame lions appeared from the side. More than a dozen of them were forbidden, and their attributes were 2,000 to 3,000 health points. Some of them were even faster than Milk Dragon, Snow Girl, and Lucian. Let's go! Husband. Xia Shulan, who was just eating melons, was a little anxious. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan took out the purple gold Qianquan bag respectively, and Gu Fan copied another one. The two used 3 purple gold Qianquan bags to immediately put Snow Girl, Lucian, and Milk Dragon in it. The 3 of them were not fast enough, but they were strong. In order not to give up on them, they had no choice but to do this. After putting them in, lightning flashed. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and ran away. There was no way, they had to run. They only had 5 combat forces, and the opponent's flame lions had more than 20, most of which were forbidden. Moreover, it seems that there are more than so many strong men in the Flame Lion clan. Even if they are defeated, there will only be a steady stream of wild beasts. Damn the horse and cow. Gu Fan was very puzzled. Isn't this just a way to get by without suffering? At the same time, a female flame lion in red armor looked at the 2 fleeing people with puzzled eyes. This speed is even faster than Lord Lion King. It looked at the flame lion guarding the park below. What happened? Tell me the truth. The female flame lion shouted. After the flame lion who had just knelt down answered, it understood what happened, and then said with some self-mockery, "You actually want to help the horse and cow clan. It's really wishful thinking. But, if they can really succeed, maybe I don't need to sleep with Lord Beast King." The female flame lion's pupils flashed with loneliness. Compared with the flame lion, the ox and horse clan was of lower status. Then, in the eyes of the powerful Beast King, weren't they still servants? The powerful flame lion clan, with the flame lion king who had 3 prohibitions, had no way to resist the Beast King. You two are just 1 prohibition, and you still want to help the horse and ox clan resist the flame lion? It's just wishful thinking. Thinking of this, it looked at the horse and ox who were joining in the fun with some displeasure. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and work? If you don't work, there are horses and cows who will do it. By then, you will be of no use, and will only be eaten by us. The female flame lion said viciously. Yes, Lord Flame Lion. The horses and cows continued to work. Under the suppression of the flame lions, the horses and cows began to work intensively. The working hours a day are more than 20 hours, and the sleep and eating hours are less than 4 hours. This kind of fulfilling life is too common among the captive horses and cows. At the same time, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, who were running away, were very depressed. Husband, what should we do? This mission is not easy to accomplish. If we fight against the Beast King of the 3rd forbidden level, and dozens of strong men of the 2nd forbidden level appear, we will definitely fail. Xia Shulan said worriedly. Go to the base camp of the horse and cattle tribe. Gu Fan was not too pessimistic. The power of the horse and cattle tribe is definitely not weak, and each of their attributes is very powerful, but they have no determination to resist, and their high-level combat power is also insufficient. Of course, the most important problem now is the ideological problem. Most of the horse and cattle have been brainwashed very seriously. Chapter 186. So what Gu Fan and Xia Shulan need now is to escape from the territory of Yanshi. Although there are many barbarians, names have been changed. In the territory of Yanshi, they are all brainwashed. If possible, Gu Fan still wants to talk to the leader of the barbarians to see if he can get the support of the barbarians. The area of the Sky Island is very large, tens of thousands of square kilometers, which is almost the same as the area of a big city, so the area of Yanshi's territory is naturally very large. Halfway through the run, Gu Fan found that the lightning value has accumulated to the maximum. Xia Shulan, it's your turn to carry me. Oh, okay. Xia Shulan hurriedly did as she was told, carrying Gu Fan on her back, and stepping on the moon step. Just when a thunderbolt in the sky struck Gu Fan and caused him to stiffen, Xia Shulan let out a long sigh, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Gu Fan was speechless, and finally couldn't help asking, No, Xia Shulan, why do you always show this expression every time you are affected by lightning? Gu Fan pinched Xia Shulan's little face and asked. Although Xia Shulan's speed is not as fast as Gu Fan, with the blessing of Moon Step, her speed in the air is much faster than on land, so it is also a correct choice to use Xia Shulan as a vehicle. Ah? Is there? How come I don't know? Xia Shulan whistled, with an expression of knowing nothing, but her guilty conscience could not be concealed at all. Ah, yes, you know nothing. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan's waist, put his nose between Xia Shulan's hair, and smelled the fragrance of her hair. After more than 10 minutes, Xia Shulan suddenly said, Zanyu, that five-fold enhanced Hu Xiongbo is fighting with the Flame Lion clan. Do you want to help? In midair, Xia Shulan carried Gu Fan on her back and asked curiously. Gu Fan also looked down. It was also a huge park. He didn't know how many wild bulls there were in the park. I didn't expect that Hu Xiongbo and his gang also broke through the forest and had a conflict with the Flame Lion clan. It seems that their strength is indeed not weak. Hu Xiongbo had an animalized Qiling claw in his hand, and killed a forbidden flame lion with one claw. However, the number of flame lion teams is increasing, and the flame lions on the entire grassland will gather here. If Hu Xiongbo doesn't leave, he will definitely become more and more embarrassed. Miscellaneous fish husband, just transform this Hu Xiongbo into a dead creature, so that he may be able to help us defeat the 3 forbidden beast kings. Xia Shulan proposed again. She didn't know what Gu Fan was thinking about. Gu Fan's eyes moved slightly. When Hu Xiongbo was transformed, his talent was still there. In the future, if the mental power is sufficient, it will be very convenient to copy Hu Xiongbo. But transformation requires a pre-swing. During the pre-swing, you must be undisturbed. Didn't you see Wang Tingting's talent? Once she notices something is wrong, if she uses her self-destruction talent, we will also be affected. Gu Fan explained slowly. Yes, Wang Tingting's talent is exactly why Gu Fan is unwilling to take risks. Her talent is only B-level, but the effect is very powerful. She can choose to self-destruct in times of crisis. The damage of self-destruction is not described, but it is not low. In addition, the other two players are not weak either. That's true. Xia Shulan frowned. The pre-swing time of the Dead Silence transformation is indeed very long, and it will also deduct its own health. Everything must be safe, of course, if there is a chance. Gu Fan looked at the battle below. Let's go. Don't worry about them. After all, they are the 15th in the world, and they must have other means. He Xiaofeng, who is ranked lower, can have the opportunity to hurt himself, not to mention the players with higher rankings. Boss Hu, Gu Fan and the others have left. The player holding a spear next to Hu Xing was said, while resisting the attack. That's it. After dealing with this group of flame lions, go in the direction of Boss Gu Fan and the others. Hu Xing was shouted hurriedly. And Xia Shulan finally flew to the edge of the grassland with Gu Fan on her back. But in the same way, the two of them needed to replenish their physical strength, and it was not too early. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan planned to rest for a while, and set off again in the evening. He came to the lawn, took out a shovel, dug through the grass block, and when he hit a stone, he used a pickaxe to dig a stone chamber and made a simple and hidden cave. How about we take a rest here first? Xia Shulan nodded, and the two of them lit a bonfire in the cave and roasted the meat of the spirit feather bird. After releasing the snow girl and others, they ate together. At the same time, in a large tribe in the flame lion grassland, many powerful second-level forbidden flame lions surrounded a huge, old and faded flame lion. In front of it, there was also a female flame lion. If Gu Fan was here, he would definitely recognize that this female flame lion was the one who led a group of flame lions to chase him before. Father, a new batch of outsiders has arrived. 7 outsider humans were killed by us, and 10 humans were escorted back by us. 6 humans escaped the pursuit, and... The female flame lion swallowed her saliva, and said nervously, also, although the strength of 2 humans is only 1 ban, they are very powerful. Even if 20 brothers chase them together, they can't catch them at all. In fact, one of them has mastered the power of thunder and lightning. Well, I know. The old flame lion nodded and stared at his daughter coldly. Yinli, you seem to have something to say? The old flame lion narrowed his eyes and said, Father, the 2 outsiders are powerful and kind-hearted. They want to help the barbarian bull clan. I wonder if we can rely on those 2 outsiders to overthrow the Beast King's regime. I don't want to marry the Beast King. His real identity is a human, and I am a lion. This is impossible. If the flame lion knew that the princess of the lizard clan, Komodo, had a baby with a human, he probably wouldn't think so. Unfortunately, the flame lion was short-sighted, and didn't know that humans and animals could actually do it. Listening to Yen Li's bold words, the old Yen Shi was full of vigor, and exuded the pressure of the 3 forbiddens. He slapped Yen Li to the ground. Yen Li's teeth were knocked out. Humph, Yen Li, don't be delusional. I know you don't want to marry the Beast King, but the Beast King's orders cannot be disobeyed. Next time, I won't allow you to say such things again. The old Yen Shi finished speaking. Yen Shi listens to the order, hunt down all outsiders in the Yen Shi grassland. Whether they are predators or us, we must hunt down any outsiders. This is also the order of the Beast King. The barbarian bull clan is the slave of our Yen Shi clan, and the other 4 clans. Similarly, our Yen Shi clan is also the slave of the Beast King. At the end, the old Yen Shi's eyes showed unimaginable fanaticism, as if he was controlled. At the same time, the other Yen Shi also knelt on one knee. Yes, your majesty. Chapter 187. Yen Li touched her face, and looked at the old Yen Shi in disbelief. Her body trembled with anger, but a strange thought also appeared in her heart. Why did her father, who had always loved her, become like this now? When she thought of the engagement in a week and the strange appearance of the Beast King, Yen Li was filled with fear. Time passed quickly, and Gu Fan had just finished his meal, and recovered some of his strength. But the next moment, Xia Shulan felt the vibration. Husband, listen carefully. Xia Shulan put her ear on the stone beside her, and Gu Fan did the same. Rumble. The Yen Shi are probably dispatched on a large scale. Although they are far away from this place, they will probably arrive soon. If this goes on, all outsiders except us will die. Gu Fan said solemnly. The life level of these Yen Shi is too high. They are always at the level of 1 or 2 forbidden. Among all the players, only Xiao Shulan and I don't rely on equipment. If we rely on equipment, it would be good if there are 100 of them. There are still hundreds of millions of people in the world. which is enough to prove the power of this beast island. Keep digging down, we have to hide. Gu Fan shook his head. This taste is really bad. If we can't even get close to the Beast King, how can we defeat the Beast King? The two continued to dig down diagonally. The reason why they didn't dig vertically was mainly because they were afraid that there was magma below. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan didn't care, as they both had the ability to fly. But the Snow Girl and the Milk Dragon might suffer. Because of the Snow Girl and the Milk Dragon, and the fact that the hole they dug was not shallow, the surrounding climate was also relatively cold. Fortunately, Gu Fan and his companions had the freezing buff, so they were not afraid at all. They hid for about 2 hours. Gu Fan suddenly received a message from Hu Xiongbo. Boss Gu Fan, you should also be in the Flame Lion Plain, right? Gu Fan, yes. Hu Xiongbo, Boss Gu Fan, why don't we cooperate and defeat the Flame Lion clan together and divide their meat? The meat of the Flame Lion clan's forbidden beasts must be of good quality, and the restored health and physical strength are very high. Even if we sell it to the game platform, it will definitely make money. Looking at Hu Xiongbo's invitation, Gu Fan frowned. Gu Fan, no, where do you get the courage? The number of the Flame Lion clan is huge, and the lowest is 1 level forbidden. The number of 2-level forbidden beasts is unknown, at least in the double digits. Do you want to die? Hu Xiongbo, boss, you will know when you come here. There is a traitor from the Flame Lion clan here. It seems to be the princess of the Flame Lion clan. She did not kill me, but brought a group of confidants to talk to us outsiders. This is an opportunity. Our biggest problem is not the individual strength, but the scale of numbers. The princess of the Flame Lion clan can lead her confidants to help stop at least 10 2-level forbidden beasts, but the Flame Lion King needs us to deal with it. After speaking, Hu Xiongbo sent Yin Li's message. Gu Fan took a look. Wasn't it the female Flame Lion from before? Why did she suddenly become a traitor? For a moment, Gu Fan couldn't help but feel funny. The Barbarian Bull clan was oppressed so badly, and as a result, it was very difficult to win over the captured Barbarian Bull clan. However, as the oppressor, some of the Flame Lions actually chose to resist. I have to say, it is a bit ironic. However, the key is that what Hu Xiongbo said is true. It must be said that the strength of the 4 of them is indeed good. In addition to the talents of strengthening and self-destruction, one of them has the talent of A-level random teleportation, which can be used to teleport to any place within a certain range of 10 miles. Maybe they relied on this talent to escape the pursuit. However, they were found by a group of Flame Lions again. The leader of that group of Flame Lions was the so-called Flame Lion Princess, who was also the female Flame Lion they met before. However, Gu Fan didn't know why they were chasing him a few hours ago. They looked like they were chasing him now. Okay, cooperation is fine, but all the Flame Lions killed will be 70% and 30%. No, boss, you are so strong. Why only 30%? Hu Xiongbo asked in confusion. I get 70%, and you get 30%. Gu Fan's forehead showed a well-shaped figure. There must be something wrong with Hu Xiongbo's head. In the middle of the night, in an open plain, 3 groups of people gathered at a campfire. Gu Fan, Xia Shuan, and Xuan Nu. Hu Xiongbo and 4 others, as well as more than a dozen Flame Lions. The leading Flame Lion stood upright with 2 legs and a tall figure. She looked really pretty. And she was the princess of the Flame Lion clan, Yin Li. Yin Li Realm, 2nd Forbidden. HP, 3856. Attack, 985. Defense, 756. Speed, 863. Skills, Flame Lion Claw. Use burning claws to scratch the enemy crazily, causing 1500 damage. Cooling value, 10 minutes. Lion Flame. Spits out lion flames from the mouth, causing 2000 damage to the enemy, and then causes 10 points of burning damage per second, which lasts for 1 minute. Cooling, 15 minutes. This is why Gu Fan has to run. Because there are many Flame Lions with Yin Li's strength. Although, it can still be dealt with a life pistol or thunder. But the life pistol only has 3 chances, and the subsequent damage will be reduced. The control of thunder can only be less than 10 times. If it is used too much and the thunder value is full, it is very dangerous to be hit by thunder in battle. It is Gu Fan's principle to save as much as possible, and to be stable as possible. Human, I can see that you are very powerful and strong. Yin Li looked at Gu Fan and said solemnly. You said you are the princess of the Flame Lion. Why do you want to betray the Flame Lion clan? Xia Shuan asked curiously, doesn't your Flame Lion clan rule almost 1/6 of the territory of the Beast Sky Island? I want to overthrow the Beast King's regime with you. I don't want to marry the Beast King. Yinli finished speaking, and the fiery red lion face showed a firm look. Outsiders, if you are willing to help me, I am willing to be your pet and fight for you. Yinli has said this. Gu Fan is very curious. What does the Beast King look like? Is it so scary? After Yinli finished describing, Gu Fan was silent. Could this Beast King have the same fetish as Komodo's husbands at the beginning? It turns out that the Beast King's true identity is that Yinli is not the only female beast forced by humans. She has married more than 10 kinds of beasts. If it is just a simple marriage, it is easy to say. Every concubine of the Beast King will leave and die afterwards. This is the truth why Yinli is unwilling to marry the Beast King a week later. Xia Shulan's mouth twitched as she looked at the furry red lion hair on Yinli's face. I don't know how the Beast King will attack. No matter how hard I think about it, I can't figure it out. It's just too beastly. Chapter 188. Yinli's appearance may be considered good-looking among the flame lions. However, in the eyes of Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and the outsider players, it is just an ordinary lion. This is unreasonable. How could your Beast King be a human? Hu Xiongbo asked doubtfully, looking at Yinli with some caution. How can I know such a thing? Yinli laughed at herself. The owner of the Beast Sky Island is a human. He rules the entire Beast Sky Island. I don't know the reason at all. However, Gu Fan knew that Yinli was telling the truth. He believed Yinli's words even more. Looking at the surrounding flame lions, there were about 10 of them, including Yinli, and each of them was the strength of the second forbidden. If they could all be recruited. For a while, Gu Fan also had the idea of cultivating power. Although Xia Shulan was very resistant before, and didn't want Gu Fan to develop power and bring other players with him. Now, there are only 2 humans on the Gulan. This is also because Xia Shulan is afraid that Gu Fan will be seduced by other female players. She has a strong possessiveness, and wants to dominate Gu Fan for life. However, Xia Shulan probably doesn't have this idea now. Gu Fan stays with Xia Shulan every day, and even if he is with other players, regardless of gender, he will keep a distance. It can also be seen from the fact that he brought the snow girl to Gulan on the Dead Sky Island. In fact, Xia Shulan is not so repulsive, right? Another thing is that if she can meet her Aunt Gu Yuner in the future, she will definitely bring her aunt and uncle to her side. Xia Shulan can't be jealous of her aunt, right? Thinking of this, Gu Fan nodded. Wait, I'll talk to my wife. He held Xia Shulan beside him, and used lightning to come to the air. What do you want to talk about, you bastard husband? Xia Shulan asked curiously. Stinky Bebe, I plan to bring these lions to the Gulan. What do you think? Gu Fan looked at Xia Shulan's delicate little face, and asked curiously. What can I think, old man? I will listen to you. Xia Shulan pounced on Gu Fan and said softly. Obviously, she didn't care about Gu Fan's ideas. Then if we meet powerful players in the future, how about winning them over to form a force? Xia Shulan was a little stunned, and seemed a little dissatisfied in her heart. She hugged Gu Fan and said softly, if it's our parents, our aunt and uncle, it's okay. Didn't you just say you will listen to me? Those animals are okay, but other players are not. Xia Shulan shook her head. What if it's your former best friend Lin Qi, and they beg to get on the boat? Gu Fan asked again curiously. It's not necessary to get Hu Xiongbo to form a team. He wanted to figure out Xia Shulan's idea. Then, should it be okay? Xia Shulan's expression was full of entanglement. Nodding and shaking her head. A hint of dependence on Gu Fan flashed in her eyes. Okay, Stinky Bebe, take those lions first, okay? We'll talk about the future later. Gu Fan kissed Xia Shulan. Back on the grassland, Yinli and a group of Yen lions looked at Gu Fan nervously. I can help you, but in the same way, after solving the Beast King, you need to follow me and submit to me. Gu Fan looked at the lions with sharp eyes. Hu Xiongbo, who was standing by, also wanted to board Gu Fan's ship, but he quickly gave up the idea. His teammates were at most one-band strength with their equipment, and after boarding the ship, their status might be even worse than these lions. Of course, Master Gu Fan, as long as you don't destroy our lives and give us a bite to eat. Yinli nodded quickly. She was the princess of the Yanshi, but she was not as well off as the barbarian bulls. Through Yinli's understanding, Gu Fan realized that it was not only some Yanshi of the Yanshi clan who wanted to resist the Beast King. The same was true for other beasts. But they all failed, not surprisingly. The Beast King was too powerful, and he had very strange means. At the same time, the kings of other beasts, including the old Yanshi, had the strength of 3-band. And Gu Fan's purpose, in addition to killing the Beast King, was to plunder some meat from the beasts to replenish his body. To be honest, Gu Fan has not tried the meat of the second forbidden beasts, and he does not know whether the meat of the second forbidden beasts can provide attribute points. In this case, why not ask the old flame lion directly what happened? Yanli, Hu Xianghua, can you help stop the other flame lions except the old flame lion? Yanli nodded. Master, can you please not kill my father? My father may be controlled by the Beast King. If he is really controlled by the Beast King and I kill him, I will definitely feel guilty for the rest of my life. Thinking of the old flame lion's love for him when he was a child. In addition to the incident a long time ago, the arrival of the Beast King changed everything. Hubby, why don't we let Yanli carry us back in stealth, and then we can secretly listen to the old Yincher's inner thoughts? Gu Fan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. The ability to read minds is very powerful. It can directly distinguish whether Yanli's father and the king of the Yincher clan are controlled. Once they are controlled, Gu Fan's enemies will be terrible. If the old Yincher can be controlled, then the other dragons, fishmen, dinosaurs, and the chiefs of the barbarian bulls may all be controlled. There are 3 forbidden strongmen. Unless Hu Xionghua's enhanced talent is copied, it is impossible to defeat them. But Gu Fan's spirit has been tense so far. He knows very well that if he copies the next talent, it may cause a mental breakdown and go crazy. Although his mental power has increased a lot, this tense feeling still has not disappeared. Perhaps he has to wait until his mental power reaches 600 or 700 before trying to copy the next talent. Gu Fan knows that his copy is definitely not invincible, and everything has its own limitations. Only when your own attributes are strong can you be truly strong. This is a way, baby, you are so smart. Gu Fan said in surprise. Invisibility? Mind reading? Yanli asked curiously. This is the ability of Boss Gu Fan. Hu Xianghua explained on the side. Boss Gu Fan and sister-in-law Xia Shulan can be invisible, and can also listen to the inner thoughts of creatures. If the old Yincher is really controlled as you said, then the inner thoughts must be abnormal, right, boss, sister-in-law? Xia Shulan looked at Hu Xianghua with contempt. This Hu Xianghua is so shameless, really think of himself as a younger brother. Chapter 189. Hu Xianghua was a little surprised. Why did the sister-in-law look at him like this? Could it be that Xia Shulan is the real boss, and Gu Fan is the henpecked husband? Could it be that Xia Shulan should be called the big sister, and Gu Fan the big brother-in-law? Hu Xianghua wondered curiously. Afterwards, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan used special skills, infinite invisibility, and suddenly disappeared. Yanli opened her eyes wide, full of shock. Afterwards, the disappeared Gu Fan and Xia Shulan suddenly sat on Yanli's back. Yanli, take us to the base camp of the Flame Lion clan. Gu Fan said. Yes, Lord Gu Fan. Soon, the Flame Lion clan carried Gu Fan and the others away. Only Hu Xianghua and the other 4, as well as the Snow Girl and the others, stayed here. Let's wait here for the master and the others to come back. As the third in command of the team, the silent Snow Girl quickly stood up and said. Her black and white pupils stared at Hu Xianghua and his group. Hu Xianghua was a player after all, and an outsider, with a strong talent. According to the master, Hu Xionghua's strength would not be weaker than that of the mistress Xia Shulan after he exploded. Hu Xianghua also looked at the dead Snow Girl with some vigilance. The dead Snow Girl looked strange and beautiful, with a good figure and tall, but her skin was pale, her eyes were black and white, and the whole was ominous. At that time, Wang Tingting's eyes lit up. Boss Hu, this sister Shui is so beautiful. Wang Tingting pulled the corner of Hu Xionghua's clothes and said excitedly. Don't be crazy about it at this time. And you are a man or a woman. You can't walk every time you see a beautiful woman. Hu Xianghua complained. So what? Can't girls look at beautiful women? The silent Snow Girl was a little surprised. It was the first time that a human said she was pretty. Human, is what you said true or false? The silent Snow Girl was silent for a while, and asked curiously. Because, it seems that in the eyes of the master, she seems to be not even as good as the mistress. However, this is also normal. The 2 masters are so loving. The silent Snow Girl also sincerely wishes the 2 masters well. Of course it's true. Is your name Snow Girl? You look so cool, especially your eyes. Wang Tingting sighed. In fact, Wang Tingting is not bad. A short-haired girl, full of pure breath. Her hobbies are different from other girls. Other girls doing are all abdominal muscles, 1.8 meters tall, and little milk dogs. And she is all jumping and twisting around. But Wang Tingting's sexual orientation is normal. Thank you. The Snow Girl looked at Wang Tingting and said suddenly. On the other side, Xia Shuan sat on Yanli's furry back and pulled Yanli's hair with her hands. She pulled out one hair after another. It was like there was a balloon that you subconsciously wanted to pop, or pinching one bubble wrap after another. Gu Fan saw this and followed Xia Shuan to pull. Yanli's eyes darkened, and she wanted to scold Gu Fan and Xia Shuan. But after thinking about it, she decided to forget it, and could only endure it silently. Hey, look, husband, I pulled out a full 50 red hairs. Xia Shuan handed it to Gu Fan, looking surprised. Okay, I only pulled out 30 hairs, you win, and I reward you with a kiss. Yanli resisted the urge to throw her two future masters down. Hubby, you're so nice. As they chatted, more and more Yanchis appeared around them. Obviously, they were getting closer and closer to the base camp. The 10 lions and a pair of invisible lovers kept walking towards the northeast. We'll be there soon, Yanli said. On the way, they passed through one park after another, even though it was late at night. The torches in the park were still bright, and the barbaric bulls kept working. Xia Shuan asked curiously, are these barbarian bulls still working? It's already late at night? It's the night shift for the barbarian bulls. They will work until 12 o'clock in the evening, take a 10-minute break on the way, and then continue to work until 2 o'clock in the morning. Yanli explained, rest at 2 o'clock, get up at 5 o'clock, line up in 5 minutes, and do morning exercises around the park. Running for 15 minutes is equivalent to letting them exercise. While running, they also need to hold various books, such as Barbarian Bulls and Our Food, Sao Postpartum Care, etc. Some barbarian bulls are very diligent. While doing morning exercises and running, they read these books on labor. The more Yanli explained, the more Gu Fan thought of the situation of some middle schools before crossing. After they finish running, we will distribute wheat to them for breakfast. This kind of life will continue until they can no longer work. If they can no longer work, the old barbarian bulls are very good for nutrition. Not only will they come to the table of our Yanshi tribe, but even the 3 meals a day of the Beast King will have the old barbarian bull's elbows. Yanli said, pursing her lips, looking very greedy. Beef elbows? Xia Shuan just felt very sympathetic to the barbarian bulls. But soon she pricked up her ears and heard the name of some kind of delicacy. Yes, in addition to the elbow of the barbarian bull, there are also the beef brisket, the tail of the barbarian bull, the foot of the barbarian bull, and the whip of the barbarian bull. The whip of the barbarian bull is a very nutritious thing. When I find a normal lion as a husband in the future, I will definitely let it taste it. Yanli finally couldn't help drooling as she spoke. I like to eat the tail very much, it's chewy. Yanli laughed. Husband, I want to eat it too. Xia Shulan forgot Gu Fan's plan at all, and pulled Gu Fan's arm, and said coquettishly, eat, 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 you little greedy cat. Gu Fan was speechless. However, he was also very curious about the taste of the barbarian bull elbow, and the barbarian bull whip that the Beast King loved to eat. Is the barbarian bull whip very nutritious? But if it continues to be nutritious, can Xia Shuan accept it? Gu Fan thought about the day when he ate dinosaur meat and Xia Shuan that day. He thought about it and gave up. Soon, they came to one tribe after another. The tribes were inhabited by flame lions, and the circular building was made of lapis lazuli. At this time, Gu Fan realized how hard the work of most of the barbarian bulls in the park was. Most of the barbarian bulls probably worked to dig lapis lazuli mines underground. Princess, you are finally back. A second-level forbidden flame lion came to Yanli and said solemnly. What's wrong, Elder? The Lion King thought you had escaped, and just ordered many flame lions to chase you. The flame lion elder explained, and at the same time, it looked at Yanli with regret. The flame lion elder couldn't bear to think that the princess, who grew up, was going to suffer the murderous hands of the Beast King. Otherwise, take advantage of the princess before she married the Beast King, and do something to her. Anyway, the princess is so beautiful, it would be a pity to die directly. The flame lion elder thought secretly in his heart, looking at Yanli with evil eyes. Yanli shrank her neck. She always felt that the elder Yanshur, who had watched her grow up, had some ill intentions. I'm going to see the Beast King now. Yanli shouted hurriedly, wanting to leave. Wait, princess, the elder has a request. Do you agree? Elder Yanshur laughed. Don't approach the princess. Several of Yanli's confidants stopped Elder Yanshur. Chapter 190. Yanli stepped back quickly and looked at the Flame Lion Elder with caution. Elder, what do you want to do? The Flame Lion King doesn't care about you anymore. Instead of wasting money, you might as well give me a bargain when I marry the Beast King. The Flame Lion Elder said evilly, looking at the Flame Lion guards who were blocking him. Are you sure you want to stop me? There is also a difference between the two forbidden ones. Indeed, the two forbidden ones with 2000 HP and the two forbidden ones with 4000 HP are simply incomparable. And most of Yen Li's confidants are two forbidden monsters with more than 2000 HP. But the attributes of the Flame Lion Elder are not much different from those of the King Kong Lizard King. Roar! Yen Li looked at the Flame Lion Elder angrily, and his red hair stood up nervously. Elder Flame Lion, are you sure you want to insult it before the princess lends it to the Beast King? Another Flame Lion crawled over and reminded. The Flame Lion Elder was stunned, as if that was the truth. God knows what the Beast King is really thinking. Once I take Yen Li's virginity, I have no idea whether the Beast King will be angry with me. Humph. The Flame Lion Elder could only leave. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan looked at each other speechlessly on Yen Li's back. This is really ridiculous. Why are these Flame Lions all forbidden? They are thinking about this kind of thing. But then again, even if Gu Fan and Xia Shuan are forbidden, they will probably be obsessed with each other. This has nothing to do with strength. And for animals, teaching and training are too common. Yen Li sighed and crawled towards the center of the tribe, with her two future masters on her back. On the Flame Lion Plain, the tribal houses of the Flame Lion King are very domineering and unique. The house was built with lapis lazuli blocks and was very solid. The roof was cone-shaped and also made of lapis lazuli blocks. The main gate was tall and wide, made of many thick log blocks placed side by side, and carved with a glorious picture of the Flame Lion King leading his people to defeat wild beasts and expand the territory. These carved lines were strong and powerful, painted with bright red paint, and looked like burning flames from a distance. On both sides of the door, two flame lions at the peak of the second forbidden level were guarding. When they saw Princess Yen Li appear, they hurriedly opened the door. One of the flame lions looked at Yen Li with some reluctance. Yen Li asked the guards to stay outside. It carried Gu Fan and Xia Shuan into the house, and the spacious main hall was clear at a glance. Boxes of various sizes were displayed on the ground. Xia Shulan's eyes lit up, and she quickly poked Gu Fan's waist. Gu Fan nodded, and without hesitation, he took out two Qiankuan bags. One for themselves, and one for Xia Shulan. Then, under Yen Li's shocked eyes, the two of them put a lot of boxes into the Qiankuan bag. Obtained the boxes of the Flame Lion King X5. Fortunately, the Flame Lion King was not in the main hall, otherwise he would have been furious. The ground was paved with flat stone slabs, and the gaps were filled with fine sand. The walls were still hung with animal skins, and the two of them used the Qiankuan bag to steal. Obtained the skin of Tyrannosaurus Rex X1. Obtained the skin of Jialing X1 at the same time. In the hall, a huge bonfire pit was very conspicuous, and the flames inside were not extinguished all year round, which was used for cooking food and bringing warmth to the house. Next to the fire pit, there were tables and chairs carved from a whole piece of stone, with a smooth surface and a simple shape. Yen Li, you are here. The voice of the Flame Lion King came from the bedroom. Wait, Master Gu Fan, if these things are gone, my father will kill me. Yen Li said in fear. You go into the bedroom of the Flame Lion King now, don't be afraid. We are just here to check whether the Flame Lion King is under control. Gu Fan ordered in a low voice. Yen Li had no choice but to do as she was told, and went to the bedroom. The Flame Lion King looked at Yen Li with anger, and when he saw Yen Li appear, he slapped Yen Li to the ground. Yen Li's sharp teeth flew out, and she looked very embarrassed. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan also jumped down before being pressed down by Yen Li. At the same time, the two looked at the bedroom of the Flame Lion King, and while checking the Flame Lion King, they looked for any good things to take. As for this father-daughter filial piety, the two did not care much. Flame Lion King, killing has a high probability of getting a diamond treasure chest, and a small probability of getting a star treasure chest. Realm 3 forbidden. Health, attack, defense, speed, 986. Skills, Flame Lion Roar, roar once, causing 3000 damage to the enemy. Big Fireball, blow it, and a huge fireball will be ejected from the mouth, covering the enemy, causing 3000 damage, and subsequent 50 points of burning damage per second, lasting for 1 minute. Flame Lion Claw, scratch it, cause 2000 damage. There is no doubt that the Flame Lion King is very powerful, but compared with the previous King Kong Lizard King, Gu Fan still feels inferior. If you want to defeat it alone, it is not impossible. But Gu Fan understands that his goal is not to kill the Flame Lion King, nor to fight it. Then, Gu Fan uses mind reading again. Flame Lion King, ABA. After listening for a long time, Gu Fan didn't hear anything. He opened his eyes wide, and signaled Xia Shulan to read his mind. Xia Shulan also shook her head. This situation happened more than once, which was enough to prove that the Flame Lion King was controlled and had no mind of his own. The thoughts of living things are divergent, and it is impossible for them to think about meaningless things like ABA all the time. Although sometimes they think about this, and sometimes they think about that, most of them are logical, organized, and thoughtful. If I find you running away next time, it won't be as simple as a few slaps. The Flame Lion King snorted coldly, slapping Yanli with his palm and threatening. After Gu Fan learned that the Flame Lion King was confused and had no independent thinking, the two of them did not sit idle, but looked around to see if there was anything useful. As a result, the two saw something special that they had never seen before on a round table. A ring, 5 pieces of worn parchment. Obtain diamond mid-grade jewelry, Lionheart King ring. Increase 100 physical strength, 100 mental strength. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Xia Shulan took the 5 pieces of paper in her hand. 3 forbidden contract scroll. With the consent of both parties, a contract can be made with creatures of the 3 forbidden and below, and the contracted party will always obey the orders of the contracting party. The contracting party can also eliminate the consciousness of the contracted party for better control. Contract paper. Eliminate consciousness. Gu Fan looked at the Flame Lion King who was teaching and spurring Yanli, and he had already sorted out the truth of the matter in his heart. It seems that this piece of paper and the Death Silent Staff have the same effect. It's just that the Death Silent Staff is simpler and more brutal. When controlling the opponent, it also infects the opponent with the terrible power of death. It can even achieve the effect of resurrection like Zhou Jun did before. However, Gu Fan didn't use the Death Silent Staff that often. First, the power of death represents an ominous sign. Except for the special Snow Girl, creatures infected by the power of death will lose consciousness 100%. Secondly, the creatures that are controlled and lose consciousness can only obey orders without thinking, and their behavior is the same as that of dead creatures. They are not as flexible as this contract paper. In addition, the power of dead silence can only infect creatures that are 1 level higher than itself. But the 3 forbidden contract paper can control creatures with 3 or less levels, and the level is stronger. Should I use it on Hu Xiongbo? No, wouldn't it be a waste? Gu Fan thought. Father, I know I was wrong. Don't hit me, ah. Yanli was still screaming. The Flame Lion King found that the treasure and contract paper on his desk were gone. This contract paper was given to him by the master. No, where are my precious ring and contract paper? The Flame Lion King was furious, and slapped Yanli's forehead again.